Chapter 61. As day and night passed, and light appeared in the anomalous zone, Qin Yongji and his team emerged from the factory. The mechas each checked their energy reserves. The star beasts within the factory had been slaughtered by the vines. Their energy cores vanished, and their stored energy was dwindling. Sister Xian, please pay attention to the area around the exotic plant garden. I suspect those plants are being manipulated by the alien plants to prevent nearby creatures from approaching. As Qin Yongji's mecha moved through the ruins, he warned Li Jingxian, who was scouting ahead, through the team communication channel. The scouts were already approaching the exotic plant garden. A conspicuous sliver of green stood out in the desolate landscape ahead. Understood, I reached the target range. Qin Yongji's Mo Dao pierced through a patch of alien plant roots retreating towards the edge of the jungle. Immediately afterwards, Shan Yueshan's double blades flashed, piercing directly into the trunk of the trembling tree before them. Vine. Qin Yongji heard Shan Yueshan harnessing the energy of the immortal vine. A few hissing sounds erupted. The green energy of the immortal vine, like a vine, pierced the tree trunk, creating slit-like holes in the thick trunk. A faint green light spread out, creeping towards the double blades. As Shan Yueshan drew his sword back, the blade swung, and the sharp double blade severed the giant tree from the ground. The tree collapsed with a thunderous thud, leaving only a stump carved with growth rings. Qin Yongji raised his sword and pointed it at the center of the growth ring. Flames burst forth, and as the heat wave spread around, it carried with it the scent of burning firewood and charred sawdust. She sheathed her blade. Keep moving. Shan Yueshan and Lan Qingcheng quickly followed. The mecha swept past, and the tree stump had vanished, leaving only a shapeless mass of black charred coal. The roots of the large tree burst through the ground, loosening the soil held in place by the plant, creating a small, sunken pit that slowly swallowed the charred coal. When Qin Yongji caught up with his reconnaissance team and arrived outside the exotic plant garden, Ruan Wenqing was setting up his cannon on a raised platform from a collapsed building. The mecha's energy cannon was pointed directly at the lush vegetation ahead. Huge, fine-leaved trees rose from the ground, and the ground was covered with indistinguishable vines. Some ferns stubbornly sprouted leaves from below. The cannon fired, sparks streaking through the air, splashing down on the vegetation. The parabola of fire finally landed at the edge of the exotic plant garden. First, a blinding flash of fire shot into the air, followed by a rumbling explosion, a blast of energy. The ranged attackers above didn't blink, their sights fixed on the bolt. They fired one shot after another along the exotic plant garden, creating several connected craters around the entrance. The energy shockwaves severed the outer exotic plants, and as the flame swept through, the plants began to wither and yellow. As the shockwaves spread, it leveled the front without any hindrance. The plants were instantly blown away, the ground as if plowed through. The intense firepower obliterated his vision, leaving Qin Yongji with a clear view of a swarm of green plants rapidly retreating beneath the ground amidst the chaos. Xiao Shang, she called out, and a dark figure flashed beside her. Shan Yueshan drew his sword, flashing his blade, and the killer rushed forward. Wei Xian followed closely behind. The scout, acting as the command's second pair of eyes, was closest to the exotic plant garden, reporting the movements of the exotic plants to the melee. Qin Yongji whipped out his Mo Dao, and as the flames raced past, a trail of flame lingered in the air. The three of them charged forward simultaneously. Above, Ruan Wenqing aimed his gun and commanded, ready to respond to her movements. Qin Yongji spotted a fern vine crawling along the ground. A single, bare branch was hidden within its fingernail-sized leaves. Yi Hua quickly pursued it. Killstar darted to the side, suddenly tilting his head to look over. Qin Yongji seemed to sense something, and exchanged a glance between his legs. Support the retreat. Shan Yueshan's slightly cold voice echoed. Wei Xian froze for a moment. He suddenly stopped, and his double blade suddenly thrust downward, piercing the ground. Green light shot forth from the weapons. Realizing something, he swung his grappling claws. Li Jingxian beckoned him from a distance. Wei Xian found his target, unleashed his grappling claws, and the mecha was instantly lifted off the ground. As he stood up, a crack appeared on the ground, and a streak of green light spread across the ground. The immortal vine's branches grew rapidly, covering the ground, growing towards Yi Hua and the branches on the other side, at an extremely fast speed. As an SSS level, Sequence 2 alien plant, the immortal vine's regenerative energy is incredibly powerful. Distances difficult for mechas to pursue are quickly closed by the plant's spread. When the vines touched Hellfire's feet, Qin Yongji realized his purpose and spun the mecha around, wielding his blade with both hands. The Mo Dao instantly lit up red, and within his spiritual realm, a crimson lotus shimmered. With a whoosh, the raised Mo Dao plunged into the Immortal Vine's branches. Fire! Qin Yongji shouted, and the Crimson Lotus energy core swirled, spilling out strands of crimson energy. Flames instantly erupted from the Mo Dao, and in a blink of an eye, they spread toward the Immortal Vine's extensive root system, instantly closing in on the branches. The flames emanating from the Crimson Lotus ignited the upper branches, making it difficult to escape once stained. The branches began to twitch, moving up and down in the soil, as if trying to extinguish the fireworks. Simultaneously, their retreat slowed. As the fireworks erupted, Qin Yongji and Shang Yueshan stood up in unison, their mechas darting out. Enter the exotic garden. With a command, the surrounding support rangers sprang into action. With a single blast from the rangers, the support mechas blasted through the tangled vegetation at the entrance to the exotic garden. From the broken openings in the vegetation, they instantly launched themselves, seizing hold of an indistinct ruined structure. The mechas swiftly passed the group and charged into the garden. The retreating branches, seemingly sensing the invading energy, suddenly stood upright, their bodies clinging to the ground. Flames streamed down their bodies, piercing the exotic garden. A green light suddenly shone from the branches, and layers of energy spread out. Rippling through this energy, the ground, renovated by gunfire, began to shake. Qin Yongji saw the ground crack open into numerous palm-sized cracks, and green buds belonging to plants emerged from the ground. The mechas working together to cut down obstacles outside the exotic plant garden heard a strange noise coming from underground, and all turned around. The killer star quickly approached the command post. The immortal vines on the ground, scorched by the flames, curled and twisted, merging together, converging into thick vines with Qin Yongji at the center. The branches of the alien plant controlled the plants underground, and ripples spread out layer by layer. The number of plants that emerged was enormous. Qin Yongji had done his homework, and knew that they were the large number of alien plants in the exotic plant garden. The branches of the alien plant grew rapidly, surging towards the mechas, layer by layer, like endless tentacles extending from the ground, surging towards them layer by layer. The flames on the foremost branch continued to burn, blocked by the energy surrounding it. With a sizzle, the branch slid through the cracked ground, creating a small mound on the surface and moving towards the exotic plant garden. Qin Yongji glanced ahead, and suddenly had a strange premonition. The surrounding energy fluctuations were weakening as the branch left. The controlled exotic plants appeared powerful, but in reality, they were weak. The killing star and the infernal fire didn't linger for long. As the branch burrowed into the ground, two mechas sped out, their blades flashing with a cold gleam. They swept the exotic plants from either side, splitting them apart. The flame swept like a bulldozer, sending smoke and ash billowing in the air as they passed. The exotic plants were instantly burned to a pile of sawdust. The path ahead cleared, and Qin Yongji heard Wei Xian's voice. "Commander, something's wrong with this exotic plant garden. The plants are all gone." Qin Yongji glanced down predictably. The mecha crushed the dead plants along the path. These plants hadn't withered with the departure of the root system. Instead, they seemed to have been infused with a surge of vitality, a sign of being manipulated. The gate to the exotic plant garden was blocked by a crisscross of branches and leaves, still green. Yiwu, holding his Mo Dao, pointed at the center of the gate. The flames blasted open, and the tall wall of plants before him melted like ice, creating a gap wide enough for the mecha to pass through. With his vision clear, Qin Yongji saw the empty exotic plant garden. The massive wall separating the exotic plant area had collapsed, the stones shattering evenly. The area where the exotic plants had once been planted was now filled with soil, and not a single plant was visible. "Where can we find hibiscus buds?" Wei Xian stood with his hands on his hips, stunned. Qin Yongji stared at a distinctly raised mound on the ground. Following the trail, he saw that it had already left the exotic plant garden and was heading towards the valley outside the city. The energy fluctuations are decreasing. This root system isn't within the exotic plant garden. Li Jingxian looked at her. Qin Yongji's perception spread out layer by layer, a red light gently enveloping the surroundings like a veil. This was a sensory detection tinged with red lotus energy. Fire energy would make the exotic plants hiding in the shadows extremely uncomfortable, easily triggering their mutant energy. But even with this detection, Qin Yongji still didn't receive any abnormal signal. She suddenly turned to look at Yuan Wenqing. Check the overall abnormality value of the abnormal area. Yuan Gong reacted and pulled out the abnormality detection device from his spacecraft. As soon as he connected it, his eyes suddenly trembled. The mutation value has exceeded 6,000, evolving towards the A-level mutation zone. Before Qin Yongji could say anything, Wei Xian suddenly exclaimed in surprise. How is that possible? With so many dead star beasts and alien plants, how could the mutation value still be rising? No, something must be wrong. Shixin's heroic eyebrows knitted together, her gaze unconsciously falling on Qinyongji. Most of the alien plants that appeared just now were low-level plants grown in the alien plantation. The star beasts and alien plants we saw being devoured and controlled along the way were mostly low-level, with very few SS-level ones. Ron Winching analyzed the situation. Qinyongji looked at the empty exotic plant garden, feeling somewhat uneasy. This uneasiness came inexplicably, and she couldn't find where it came from. The energy fluctuations around her dissipated little by little, and her perception and red lotus energy were withdrawn little by little, like clouds and mist, slowly flowing into the karma fire communicator. The flame energy flowed along the communication threads all over her body. The flames were undoubtedly hot, but Qinyongji felt like she was in an ice cellar at this moment. I have a bad feeling, she said in a low voice. Shang Yueshan suddenly glanced up, then silently stepped forward, following behind the commander. Just as the group brainstormed over the alien plantation, which had no energy signal, layers of black smoke suddenly erupted from the valley to the east. The smoke soared into the sky, instantly smearing the clear sky into a gray haze. Boom! A sound like a landslide echoed, followed by a rumbling earthquake. Several people looked up at the mountain outside the city. A crack had appeared in its center, as if it had been split apart for no apparent reason. The ground seemed to tear apart, moving in both directions, and a huge crack emerged from the ground. The earth-shaking tremor instantly spread, and the group of mechas standing on the flat ground outside the alien plantation began to sway violently. Support! Get the people up. Don't leave them on the ground. The alien plant garden contained many dilapidated buildings. As they shook, the ground, rocks, and electric grids began to bombard them indiscriminately. The mechs had to stabilize themselves while dodging the impact of these structures. Qinyongji spotted a flat, open space on the side of the alien plant garden, where a half-tilted signpost still stubbornly stood. He immediately assigned Wei Xian to tow. Hook shot out, each mech carrying one person. As the support tow retracted, the group quickly lifted off the ground. The next second, the ground shook open, the earth and rocks collapsed, and the entire ground sank. After a brief aerial stance, he gazed from afar. Ahead, the hills collapsed, the ground sank. No birds or animals were seen in the forests, and the plants withered at a visible rate. Underground, branches broke through the soil, snapping and twisting across the gravel, winding their way toward the valley. Is this the alien plant retrieving its roots? Why? Ron Winching's mind raced with knowledge of alien plant life. Generally speaking, the roots of high-level alien plants can stretch for thousands of miles, instantly draining an area's energy to sustain its growth. However, this alien plant was clearly energy-starved, requiring it to use its roots to slaughter other mutants to obtain sufficient energy. Roots that venture out in search of prey typically retract only when faced with a significant threat. The retraction of such a vast root system indicated that the main body was in trouble. He had barely finished his thoughts when Qinyongji chimed in. I suspect, Commander, he has struck the alien plant's lair. As she finished speaking, the valley, which had been previously stable, ceased to collapse. The col and valley floors sank into the ground, revealing a deep, dark hole in the ground. Even the mountain peaks that blocked the view seemed to have dwindled considerably. Within that deep cavern, the roar of artillery fire was incessant, and Qinyongji could even faintly hear the roar of a star beast. She tried to call Hiyun on the communication network, but the signal on the other end was extremely noisy. Watching the ground gradually leveling, the support traction released, and the mechas landed one by one, Qinyongji didn't hesitate, quickly retracing the route to the deep cavern within the team. It was a hidden area on the other side of the valley, buried by a vast expanse of forest. To reach it, one had to traverse several high peaks. Of course, after the collapse, the previously winding mountain road had become much smoother, and with the mechas pushing at full speed, they could still reach it quickly. A line of mechas rushed out at full speed, and Qinyongji wasted no time in approaching the deep cavern. Could this giant pit be the remains of the legendary black hole monster? Wei Xuanbian advanced quickly, his mouth still churning, engaging the group in small talk. Ron Winching's voice gradually calmed. Currently, the Star Alliance has no reports of black hole monsters appearing. Survivors nearby have reported seeing them, but this hasn't been confirmed. Furthermore, while the Devouring City is an incompletely controlled mutation zone, the Red Flame military sweeps are infrequent. In over a dozen sweeps, they haven't found any black hole monsters, so the rumor's veracity is questionable. Hiss, that's better not. If the black hole monster is the legendary Inyang Ziwei, we're all doomed. Wei Xian bared his teeth, his fear of the so-called Inyang Ziwei evident. The Inyang Ziwei, a sequence 4-star beast, possesses spatial properties, and once appeared in the Akalan region. Its energy upended the entire planet, reshaping the Akalan region's geography, and transforming the former spring city into a boundless swamp forest. Chen Zhu was a survivor of the Akalan incident. After becoming the Red Flame's main commander, she conducted several cleanup operations against Akalan. However, during an unidentified starfield tremor, the Inyang Ziwei, Liangyin Ziwei, was affected by the anomalous force, and its energy attempted to expand outward, threatening the surrounding star regions. The Red Flame's major military divisions launched a joint attack, ultimately slaying it at the cost of its mecha's self-destruction. Their energy core was then used to rebuild Shinju's mecha. The Inyang Ziwei's spatial influence could create not only a massive crater, but also fill the entire anomalous zone. And most importantly, as a top 10-star beast, it was unlike a torn immortal vine. A complete Inyang Ziwei could plunge the entire star region into energy chaos, rendering it beyond their control, and preventing even external reinforcements from arriving. Chen Yongji had no such concerns. She had always believed that this energy didn't come from the so-called Inyang Ziwei. As a spatial-type alien plant, its energy was highly recognizable, and would be easily detected by reconnaissance. Furthermore, so far, her perception had been that vague, intermittent mass of manipulative energy. Chen Yongji couldn't help but wonder if the other party, like the two-headed anaconda, possessed two different kinds of energy, as well as a hidden energy property. Otherwise, her perception wouldn't be so intermittent. It was as if that creature wasn't going to live long. But even thinking about it seemed absurd. A dying alien plant could devour so many mutants in the mutation zone. Isn't that ridiculous? Zizi. Zizi. As the group rapidly approached the valley, Chen Yongji heard a signal from the team's communication channel that indicated some poor contact. She understood the reason for the Zizi. Energy was interfering with the command line transmissions. As Chen Yongji listened intently to the voice on the other side, her heart slowly sank. She suspected He-Yun was in serious trouble. An SSS-level alien plant, powerful enough to affect the transmission of the communication thread, was definitely not an ordinary SSS Level 1. Commander's communication threads were always stable, especially for a battle-hardened commander like He-Yun, whose mental stability far surpassed that of a cadet. Not to mention Chen Yongji's own stability. Logically, no matter who she linked with, there would be no signal interference. Unless the distance was far beyond the link, but the combined communication distance between her and He-Yun could cross the mutation zone, which was obviously impossible. So, there was only one reason. The Star Beast's mutation energy was simply too strong. Chen Yongji suddenly felt that Wei Xian's concerns had some truth to them. While the creature capable of severing the link between the commanders wasn't as powerful as the Inyang Ziwei, it was still possible that it was a space-like beast. At the very least, she was hoping it was a space-like beast. That would at least indicate that the mutant He-Yun was facing wasn't high enough to disrupt the link. Zizi. The communication signal was still weak. Chen Yongji's mech had already entered the valley. As she passed through the narrow valley between the two peaks, a full voice finally reached her from the other side. The ranged attackers on the mountain wall paused, and the ever-vigilant support and melee forces on either side glanced at the commander. The moment the signal connected, there was a whistling sound of wind, followed by a crisp snap. Chen Yongji could already picture vines whipping the mech in her mind. Ranged attack. Aim. Chen Yongji heard He-Yun's hoarse roar, followed by the roar of gunfire. This is the Dongcheng District mission team. We encountered an unknown pit, suspected to be connected to the target location. There are a large number of high-level star beasts inside. Requesting support. I repeat, there are a large number of high-level star beasts inside. Chen Yongji waited for him to finish before replying. Squad 08 of the new recruit camp, we received a request for support. Squad 08? He-Yun was stunned for a moment before reacting. Chen Yongji heard him take a deep breath and say, "You don't have enough people. Find a way to contact the main commander." The conversation broke off, and Chen Yongji heard a crackling sound from his side. A single soldier shouted, "Command?" And then gunfire rang out. Chen Yongji didn't hear He-Yun's voice. The noisy condor held the signal for a moment. After a moment, He-Yun continued, panting heavily, "No, I'm clearly connecting to the main command signal. Commander He, an unknown SSS-class star beast has appeared on your side. The anomalous energy has affected your connection. Currently, only we, located outside the valley and closest to you, can continue communicating with you." Chen Yongji waved his hand, signaling the mecha to accelerate. Infernal flames raced, leaving a crimson afterimage across the valley. The sound of wind carried through the communication to the other side, blending into the scene, and Egan barely caught it. Qin Yongji's words startled him for a moment, but this battlefield-savvy commander quickly responded, "All right, please request support from Tianshu Command immediately. I suspect the experimental center contains a top 10 mutant, related to the divine water research. Have Command immediately respond. The deep pit we're currently in is connected to the experimental center, and there are numerous high-level star beasts within. If you go there to provide support, proceed with caution." At the mention of divine water, Qin Yongji's pupils constricted for a moment, but her movements remained unwavering. Her mech continued to move swiftly, sending a support message to Command via the Tianshu military signal. He Yun's connection quickly disconnected, and Qin Yongji suspected he must be stretched thin. Deep pit, connection, experimental center. Is that what I understood? That giant pit is the experimental center? Wei Xian's voice was tinged with anger. Any Qian person is extremely repulsive to so-called research institutes and laboratories, let alone something as harmful as divine water. I'm sending a signal to Command. Can reconnaissance locate the energy impact point? Li Jingxian was stunned for a moment, then realized she meant to go over and provide support. She nodded immediately yes. At the same time, her perception rapidly expanded, traversing the cascading, surging valleys, and slowly probing the vicinity of the deep pit. A large number of abnormal signals, spreading underground. Judging by the energy flow, it's like a maze? Qin Yongji took a moment to examine it, and instantly understood. It's an underground laboratory. She had previously explored the structure of underground laboratories to understand her strange dreams. Interstellar underground laboratories are often very strange, filled with long corridors running vertically and horizontally. They seem to be designed to be very continuous, as if to thwart any terrifying creatures and facilitate their destruction. Furthermore, because the corridors needed to be equipped with weapons for destruction, their width was uneven. Hidden behind the walls were hidden areas for weapons and energy storage. The uneven distribution of signals Li Jingxian was seeing at this moment indicated that the interstellar beasts were feeding in the dark rooms. I haven't found the center of the experiment. The energy spread far out, as if a wall was blocking my perception, Li Jingxian added. Qin Yongji nodded. After confirming He Yun's location, she immediately sent a support signal through the vast communication network, attempting to relay information to teams operating elsewhere in the mutation zone. She then directed her team to rapidly advance toward the valley. The one in the alien plant garden is just one of its taproots. I just counted it, and it has 12, all retracting toward the valley. The main body is right there. Qin Yongji's tone remained relatively calm at this point. Although she had a vague feeling that this alien plant was somewhat troublesome, she wasn't overly worried. She even felt a secret excitement. If it truly was a high-level SSS grade, then wouldn't this be an opportunity to unleash Red Lotus's even greater power? She always enjoyed seeking the greatest chance of survival through extreme confrontations. Chapter 62. Damn it! How did this guy attract so many mutants? In the Tianshu team, mutant energy cascaded. In front of the mech, in a wide corridor, countless star beasts crawled out of the dark room, leaped over the corridor's towering metal walls, and flashed bloodshot eyes at the mech. One soldier in the team swallowed and sighed. Stop talking. It's getting worse. Has the main commander's support arrived? If we keep fighting, we won't have enough energy. The team commander, He Yun, felt a chill in his heart as he peered outward. Within his range, he could hear countless star beast signals, not only in the corridor in front of him, but also behind him, to his left and right. These were all mutant signals heading this way. And this wasn't the main laboratory they were targeting. The energy of the star beast inside is too strong. My command link signal is being jammed. I can't communicate with the main commander right now. I can only use the emergency signal. I hope the main commander can receive it. Can't connect? What should we do? Didn't the commander just talk to a certain team? That's the team that's been called up from the recruit camp. The individual soldiers of the Tianshu military district didn't say they looked down on the recruit camp. After all, the people here were already members of the military district, members of the Tianshu military district. Some had undergone years of training, and were no different from them. The problem was that the training time of the recruits varied, and the quality of their training varied. If they were capable of handling their own duties, it would be fine. But I'm afraid some hot-blooded newcomers, who rashly rushed in to provide support, would be nothing more than a food supply for the star beasts. The melee mecha was pulled out of the star beast encirclement by the support. The long-range guns finished charging, and it raised and fired. The guns blasted the star beasts surrounding the mecha away, clearing a large space in front of the mecha. The melee fighters immediately slipped into the dark room, quickly dispatched the star beasts, and then retrieved the stored energy. There's still energy left in the lab? The team leader exclaimed in surprise. On the way here, star beasts and alien plants perished en masse. This creature should be starving for energy, so how could there be so much left here? Tianshu's single soldier was puzzled, but the high-level star beasts, just repelled and now surging forward, trampling over the corpses of their own kind, gave them no time to ponder. At this moment, Qin Yongji and his companions, having descended into the deep pit, finally found the underground laboratory. The laboratory was vast, its walls riddled with holes blasted by gunfire, but the internal structure was remarkably solid. Despite the scars of gunfire and star beast impacts, it hadn't completely collapsed. Ahead lay darkness. Lan Qingcheng shone his searchlight over, revealing star beast carcasses piled on the ground. On either side of the path lay open laboratory doors, where star beasts had been cut in two by the doors. Their blood had splattered onto the ground, blending with the rusty floor, making it feel damp underfoot. A strong scent of earth and blood filled his nose. SS-class star beasts. Ruan Winqing shone the small light of her mecha, lowering her voice in the gloom. These are all SS-class star beasts. Chen Yongji glanced back. There were no fewer than 20 star beasts lying in the entire laboratory corridor, not counting those inside the laboratory. Could it be that most of the dead star beasts in Dongsheng district are here? Wei Xian couldn't help but sigh. Qin Yongji glanced at the laboratory door. Suddenly, the door control screen of a laboratory flickered, a fleeting blue light. She froze for a moment, her eyes fixed on the half-open door. The surrounding mechas suddenly stopped talking. Lan Qingcheng glanced at the commander and carefully moved the searchlight over. No abnormal signal. Li Jingxian relayed the message on the team channel. But even without the abnormal signal, everyone remained vigilant. Even if it wasn't a star beast, it could be a corpse controlled by a plant. Qin Yongji's palms hovered in midair, ready to draw their Mo Dao at any moment. Zhang Yueshen's double blades remained unsheathed. As his other hand moved, a faint green light followed his fingers and spread across the blades. Lan Qingcheng held his breath, his energy shield constantly in place, and the searchlight slowly moved over. ZZ. The faint blue light flickered again. Testing information. ZZ. An intermittent mechanical sound echoed from the screen. The program within was damaged, so the sound wasn't strong, but it was clear enough in the silent laboratory. Failure. Just as the mechanical voice uttered these two words, the screen suddenly faded white for a moment, and Lan Qingcheng's searchlight shone towards the laboratory entrance. A slender black figure was elongated in the light, a round object above its head, a thin root that looked as if it would break with a pinch. The mecha quickly approached the laboratory, its movement creating a gust of air that caused the plant's root to sway twice. The infernal fire blocked the light from the defensive position, and he looked into the laboratory. The Li gray metal floor was made of solid alloy blocks, and the gaps were connected by a special energy fluid with extremely strong adhesion and stability. When Qin Yongji reached the front of the laboratory, he suddenly saw a tiny plant growing from the gap. It was a red, fuzzy dandelion. It's a naturally grown plant. Shi Cixin recalled the star beasts associated with it, but couldn't find a matching type. Li Jingxian nodded, confirming there were no supernatural fluctuations. Qin Yongji's mech suddenly crouched down. She looked at the red dandelion before her, no bigger than her palm, and raised her hand. Zhang Yueshen bent down with her, his double blade still in hand, constantly on guard against any nearby creatures that might threaten his command. Be careful. Seeing Qin Yongji about to touch the dandelion, he whispered a warning. Qin Yongji felt the dandelion before her look familiar, but she couldn't place where she had seen it. This familiar yet strange feeling was something she had grown accustomed to. It was probably part of the memory she had lost. And upon seeing it, Qin Yongji felt the tentacles in her spiritual realm begin to stir. The spirit tree was trembling, and Qin Yongji had a vague feeling it was trying to push its roots out of the soil. The movement from underground caused the red lotus, already rooted in the spiritual realm, to feel a sense of discomfort. Flames erupted from the lotus bud, and the crimson flames, like silky satin, wrapped around the spirit tree layer by layer, blocking any external energy interference and allowing the spirit tree to stabilize. At this moment, Qin Yongji's fingers touched the red pappus of a dandelion. The moment the mecha and the plant came into contact, the red color of the dandelion's pappus seemed to intensify. Qin Yongji's eyes fixed on the scene. Starting with the dandelion she touched, tiny dots of light lit up on the red hairs, spreading inward. Inside the laboratory, dandelions growing on the ceiling, walls, workbenches, and experimental vessels lit up one by one. The scene looked like something out of a fairy tale. Wei Xian's eyes widened as he watched. He followed the spread of the light toward the outside of the laboratory, and was surprised to discover that, starting from the entrance, the entire corridor and countless laboratories were shimmering with red light. Even beneath the star beast carcasses, hidden dandelions shone through the heavy bodies. "Is this thing touch-sensitive?" he muttered softly, as he watched the entire corridor illuminate. Rustle, rustle. There was no wind in the corridor, yet the glowing dandelions seemed to be blown away, their parachuted seeds falling and gathering in the air, forming a thick cloud. The crimson cloud swirled around the center of the laboratory, then suddenly fluttered and surged toward the crimson mecha at the door. Countless dandelion seeds rushed forward, trailing red light like meteor tails. The defense mechas moved forward, trying to alert the commander, who was half crouching and staring ahead. The touch of Chen Yongji's fingertips faded, and for a moment, she seemed to sense a familiar energy fluctuation, but it was so faint, so weak that she barely registered it before it vanished. A gust of wind seemed to rush past, but Chen Yongji no longer needed to observe. Yewa stood up, drew his Mo Dao, and a crimson lotus blazed instantly, illuminating the room. Compared to the sharp edge of the Mo Dao, the faint glow of the dandelion seeds was undoubtedly a firefly. Whoosh! The raging fire roared, transforming into a beast's head and rushing forward. Blazing clouds of flame shot across the room, burning the scattered seeds ahead, and wisps of blackish melted into the air. The room, along with the dandelion roots, was completely consumed by the blazing flames. Chen Yongji glanced down at the dandelion root stuck in the crack of the doorway before him and pulled it out. Although it's an ordinary plant, it doesn't look ordinary in any way. Li Jingxian glanced at the instructions. Chen Yongji grasped the root, crushed it beyond recognition, and discarded it. As he walked, his armored paws rolled over it, but he didn't feel the slightest energy fluctuation. It might be some research institute's findings. I just don't know what this underground institute is used for, Wan Wenqing said calmly. Wei Xian felt uneasy upon hearing about the underground research institute. It's so secretive, and built so deep underground, it can't be anything good. I never heard of any experimental results on planet 219. Don't make it like Yatu. CY219 was just a barren planet before it was taken over. After its discovery, it underwent a 3-year struggle before being taken over by Qian. After the takeover, Qian developed climate-adapted areas for breeding star beasts and cultivating exotic plants based on the planet's ecology. Later, the military discovered energy materials that stimulated exotic plant growth on the planet, and began to establish a research center for plant growth fluids. Wan Wenqing explained. In other words, most of the research on this planet is focused on so-called exotic plant growth fluids. Chen Yongji couldn't help but think of the divine water. Isn't it essentially a growth fluid that affects humans? Why are there only corpses of star beasts here? There is not even a living thing. After walking around a long corridor, there is another long corridor. It is so quiet that only the footsteps can be heard around. Combined with the gloomy scene of the laboratory, it looks a bit scary. Wei Xian is not afraid, but this gloom always makes people feel as if there is a breath of impending storm, and he can't help but feel nervous. Just as they reached a corridor with a noticeable slope, Li Jingxian's eyes flickered as she gazed at the downward spiraling walkway. There's a signal of a change, very close to us. She looked around, then slowly glanced downward. It seems to be underground. At this moment, separated by a wall, the soldiers of the Tianshu military district retreated step by step. A large number of star beasts surged out ahead, with enormous pythons darting among them. Inside the laboratories on both sides, giant creatures were violently pounding against the laboratory doors. Within the team, the range attack unit, positioned behind the defense, saw this scene and couldn't help but contact his companions elsewhere in the research facility. In the southwest, there are a large number of SS-class star beasts, initially estimated at over 30. Breaking through is difficult. In his team channel, another voice rang out. In the northeast, there are a large number of SS-class alien plants. They are stable and non-aggressive, and appear to have grown from the laboratory. Are there energy fluctuations within the alien plant population? The team leader inquired, and the northeastern team immediately replied, yes. Investigation suspect an SSS-class alien plant. Northeast, locate the SSS-class alien plant. Southwest, break through with all your might. The northwest team will provide support. Clear the route to the main research facility. Roger. Roger. After 2 responses, the southwest team leader signaled the range attack unit to charge. Simultaneously, the The melee unit in the team suddenly charged forward, swinging their mechas at the star beasts ahead. The support climbed up the wall, ready to provide assistance. Just as the long-range attack guns finished charging, the melee fighter was pulled back by the support position and immediately fell behind the defense position's energy shield. The next second, long-range artillery fired. Deafening booms rolled in, black smoke billowing in all directions. The star beasts thronging the corridor roared in anger, and they were met with relentless barrages from the long-range attackers. Bang! The ground shook violently. Qin Yongji and his companions felt unsteady as they walked down the corridor. Their reconnaissance senses spread, and they listened in all directions, confirming their position from below. That's the sound of gunfire. It sounds like long-range assault cannons. The military's troops are down there. The mecha moved at high speed, passing through layers of winding corridors. The laboratory floor below was littered with the corpses of star beasts, their blood still warm. The traces of the bombardment were filled with hot smoke. The battle hadn't been over for long. Bursts of gunfire rang out from the front. Team 08 has arrived at the underground laboratory. Please report your individual positions and initiate rescue. Qin Yongji attempted to connect with the other commanders in the team. Perhaps due to the closer proximity, she easily sensed the other commander's energy. The Tianshu Military Region Southwest team is requesting support. We are currently engaged in combat with a large number of SS-class star beasts. Our goal is to clear the passageway in front of the two laboratories and enter the main experimental area. Roger, on our way. Upon receiving the message from the other side, infernal flames swiftly circled the lab's intricate corridors, with scouts leading the way. The sound of artillery fire grew closer. A heavy iron door between the upper and lower floors opened, connecting the two previously sealed worlds. Sound, light, and heat poured in. The scent of gunpowder smoke permeated the corridor system. The rumble of artillery mixed with the heavy footsteps and roars of star beasts, and a constant stream of mutated energy illuminated the room. As Qin Yongji and his companions rushed into the narrow corridor ahead, they saw the Tianshu team, trapped between two star beasts. The team consisted of no more than 50 people, and the sounds of fighting could be heard from the half-closed laboratory door. Both the people and the star beasts were scattered. As Qin Yongji's mecha entered, the star beast at the end seemed to notice and suddenly turned around. A massive rodent, its teeth bared, its fur bursting, its huge webbed paws slapping the ground, its pace accelerating as it charged towards the mecha. Roar! As it roared, pillars of fire erupted from the surrounding area. The support mechas on the side suddenly leaped away, quickly retreating with the reconnaissance mechas. This star beast wasn't alone. The star beasts mingling in the group and engaging Tianshu in single combat sensed the energy signal behind them, and instantly split into two groups. A massive swarm of star beasts immediately filled the mech's field of vision, charging forward in a dazzling display of dazzling flashes of energy. Wei Xian couldn't help but blink his sour eyes. Be careful, it's light pollution. Don't pollute it, Shi Cixin said coldly from the side. They're coming. Wei Xian reached out and rubbed his eyes. There was no need to aim, as the star beasts before him were simply too numerous. The animals huddled together, each one lunging at him with ferocious faces, like long-starved wolves catching sight of meat. How many can CIXI control? A 3-meter area, expected to be 2-3 seconds apart. Enough. Qin Yongji nodded. Xiao Yu, I be on the left, you on the right. Shang Yueshan hesitated for a moment when he heard this new name, but the figure of Yi Hua flashed out beside him. He didn't have time to think before immediately following Qin Yongji's lead, and the two of them charged out together. Wei Xian scaled the laboratory wall, pulling Ruan Winching up while he dealt with the soaring bird. His traction hook accurately tracked the star beast's trajectory. As soon as he caught it, Ruan Winching unleashed a cannon, and Li Jingxian followed suit. The upper level coordinated perfectly, and the lower level was equally eager to follow. As the karmic fire approached the star beast, Shi Cixin aimed his guns at the star beast emerging from the front. A single shell blasted the star beast, instantly solidifying into a massive ball of ice. The star beast's movements and energy froze for a second. Qin Yongji had already reached the star beast. Seeing this opportunity, he drew his Mo Dao and decisively slashed downward. Red Lotus energy exploded, instantly shattering the star beast's concentrated energy. The blade sliced through the star beast's head, severing it in one stroke. Bang! A flame like the wings of a phoenix erupted from the Mo Dao's blade, scattering the cleaved star beast's body to the sides. The impact blasted away the surrounding star beasts attempting to encircle it. Elsewhere, Shang Yueshan, the star killer, attacked from the other side, swiftly charging into the herd of star beasts. His mech was surrounded by a swarm of star beasts, countless claws and maws charging at him. Shitsishin aimed his mech's guns at the spot where his mech was positioned and unleashed a single volley. The star beast atop it was instantly frozen in place above the star killer mech. Shang Yueshin's mech slid from beneath the herd of star beasts, landing directly beneath the frozen surface. Raising its dual blades, the energy of the immortal vine shimmered in a faint green glow. The weapon's cold light flashed, and the blades swung rapidly through the air, slicing through the flesh of the star beasts, sending blood gushing out. A split second before the freezing effect ended, the mech exerted force, rising from its knees. Countless green, vine-like energy beams erupted from its blades, spreading out in an instant, shattering the energy shields of the herd of star beasts. Elsewhere, the karmic fire repelled the swarm of star beasts before them. With a swirl of his body, the mecha faced Shang Yueshin, and the Mo Dao whirred through the swarm. The sound of flesh and blood shattering was like fireworks. One after another. The star beast, whose armor had been forcibly pierced by the double blades, was pierced through the back by a sharp weapon, and the blood-stained long sword pierced through its chest. The sharp tip of the blade extended a stream of flames, piercing directly through the layers of star beasts. Red Lotus. Qin Yangji called out in a low, somewhat lazy voice. In his spiritual realm, the red lotus politely opened its outermost petals. Bang! The flames exploded instantly, first blasting a saber-shaped wall of fire upwards and downwards, illuminating the corridor and drawing the gazes of the Tianshu soldiers fighting the star beasts on the other side. Then the wall of fire burned for 2 seconds, and the flames curled, licking the ceiling, and suddenly spreading outwards. Boom! A wave of fire spread, filling the entire corridor. From the position of the Mo Dao, it burned its way through, carving a flame-filled space through the corridor. The star beasts were all engulfed in the flames, their shrill screams drowned out by the crackling sound of the blazing fire, which only intensified. Get out of the way! Qin Yangji warned, and the green light, wrapped in layers of flames, converged on the double blades. The Mecha Killer Star, holding the double blades, heard the sound and pressed his arms. Green light surged into the weapon, then vanished instantly. The red lotus energy, entangled in the green light and threatening to dye the vines of the immortal vine red, chased after it with some reluctance, but the killer star quickly moved, circling the wall back to Yihua's side, turning to look ahead at Qin Yangji. Yihua pierced through the layer of star beasts ahead, and the Mo Dao pierced the chest of one of them. As the flame spread, the mecha released its grip, and the red line on the Mo Dao flickered violently. Qin Yangji released his sword, and the mech's palm slammed down on the end of the hilt. A tremendous force surged in. The Mo Dao was slammed forward by the blow. The flames followed the Mo Dao as it surged forward. Puff, puff. With a splatter of blood, the Mo Dao pierced through one star beast after another, carrying the crimson flames as it charged directly to the other side, swarming the star beasts surrounding the Tianshu military district's individual soldiers. Bang! The Mo Dao paused in front of the star beasts. While the flames it had dragged along with it attacked from behind, the flames expanded, igniting the star beasts' bodies. The Crimson Lotus's overwhelming energy shattered the layers of energy restraining the star beasts. The Tianshu squad leader, positioned in the center of the encirclement, seized the opportunity and commanded his melee fighters to break through. The Tianshu mech responded with a swift attack. Blades flashed, gunfire roared, and before the flames died down, they slew the surrounding star beasts. The flames swept through, leaving only a black, charred trail ahead. Yihua stepped over the corpses of the star beasts and advanced, grasping the Mo Dao in front of another pile of corpses. Through a thick wall of fire, brimming with powerful energy, the Tianshu soldier locked eyes with the unstoppable mecha. Seeing the glowing red eyes of the mechanical machine, a wave of fear washed over him. Huh? The mecha held the Mo Dao. Qin Yangji manipulated the energy at will, pouring flames into the sword, gradually drawing back the scorching, high-temperature wall of fire in front of him. The flames died down, and with a few thuds, the star beast corpses fell to the ground. Watching this scene, one of the Tianshu soldiers gasped and whispered to his commander, "Is this also a student from the new recruit camp?" The commander nodded silently, his eyes drifting, as he glanced at the layers of star beasts on the ground. He then glanced at the others on the other side, casually tossing a raptor-type star beast to the ground. He whispered, "Maybe this is a talented player." The commander's tone took on an inexplicable depth. She can control fire energy to this degree. Will she really not run out of energy? What an incredible energy core, what incredible energy control, what incredible coordination. At this moment, regardless of the Tianshu military district's discussions, Even Qin Yongji could hear Wei Xian and his own team kicking the stiffened corpse on the ground with a hint of amazement. This is the power of 2 SSS-level coordination. Oh no, this is the power of high-sequence coordination. Killing an SS-level star beast is like chopping vegetables. Xi Yang's fire is quite powerful, Li Jingxian said with a proud smile, looking at her. It's quite easy to just burn the star beast like this. Hiss. Qin Yongji, the commander of the team, who was discussing the situation, didn't have any special thoughts himself, but he couldn't help but gasp softly at Li Jingxian's words. Shang Yueshan looked up at her, his gaze moving from his palm to the mech's shoulder. Not seeing Qin Yongji trembling or showing any sign of pain, he felt slightly relieved. The next second, he heard the commander say with a hint of regret, "Damn it! We put too much energy in it. It's burnt like this. How can you even see where it can be used?" Shi Zixing chuckled softly, her cold brows curved as if to reassure Qin Yongji. "We find something useful if we try." Hearing this, Qin Yongji felt relieved. You can't just come to the mutation zone, work hard for a whole day, and then go back empty-handed. Chapter 63. I requested support from both Tianshu Command and the 132nd Squadron's main commander, Qin Yongji said, stepping forward to greet the commander of Tianshu's Southwest team. Hearing this, Xie Yao felt reassured and took the initiative to explain his mission and situation. We are the Southwest Exploration Branch of the 132nd Reorganized Squadron, led by Commander He Yun. The purpose of this mission is to enter the main testing area of the underground laboratory, obtain data on past experiments, and investigate the research related to the sacred water. Where's Commander He Yun? The connection Qin Yongji had established with Commander He Yun allowed him to connect with other commanders connected to him. However, after entering the underground laboratory, perhaps due to his increasing proximity to the SSS alien plant, the connection between Qin Yongji and He Yun became unstable. So, after meeting Xie Yao, while questioning him, her first action was to strengthen the mental link. Everyone, please approve my request. There's anomalous energy interference here, and we need to strengthen the link. Xie Yao paused for a moment, then offered, how about I connect you? Our mental domain is quite resistant. He wasn't questioning Qin Yongji's command ability. Rather, the Tianshu soldiers had undergone intrusion prevention training, and their mental domains were highly resistant. Unknown energy could easily be strangled if it entered, a bit like a weakened version of Shang Yueshan's. Xie Yao was concerned about harming Qin Yongji. But he had barely finished his words, when the mecha received a request from a mecha named Infernal Fire. Then, an extremely powerful and domineering energy surged into the mental domain with an unyielding attitude. Forget resistance. The mental tentacles threatened to encircle the entire communicator, making their own communication threads seem incredibly weak and pitiful. Xie Yao's voice suddenly paused, realizing Qin Yongji's powerful spiritual energy, and that his worries were completely unnecessary. At the same time, he couldn't help but sneer inwardly. Where on earth did this commander come from? He had never heard of him before. Could he be a newcomer? Thinking of this, Xie Yao secretly wondered, if he really was a newcomer, then the stable command structure of the new recruits' camp would be shaken. But Xie Yao had no time to dwell on this. The swarm of star beasts in the corridor had just been cleared, and the soldiers present could hear the roars coming from all directions. There aren't many star beasts on this road to the valley, so why are there so many in the lab? Seeing the heavy footsteps of star beasts suddenly echoing from the end of the corridor, Wei Xian tightened his grip on the hook. Qin Yongji saw him take a deep breath, ready to continue the fight. Leading the charge, the Tianshu army's soldiers rushed towards the bottom of the laboratory. Along the way, star beasts swarmed from the lab sides, filling the corridors. Their long-range guns were about to turn into flamethrowers. Their right shoulder, numb from the impact, felt no pain at all. They simply listened to the commander's commands in their heads, and continued their bombardment. Thanks to the energy boost provided by Qin Yongji and the others, Xie Yao's team quickly replenished their mechas and guns and began suppressing fire. Fierce artillery fire pounded the laboratory, emitting a surge of energy. More and more star beasts began to converge on their team. At that moment, in another part of the underground laboratory, a group of Tianshu soldiers watched as the alien plants rapidly grew in the cracks of the laboratory's ruins, instantly reaching full size. Their expression suddenly changed. Commander, these alien plants are growing again. How many alien plant puppets has this thing left here? The team commander cursed fiercely, his tone clearly filled with anger. If Qin Yongji were there, he would have recognized He Yun's voice. When He Yun's team entered the laboratory, the violent earthquake caused them to split into two groups, separated by the huge crack, and they all fell into the ground. It was difficult for him to describe the scene. The roots of the woody plant stretched across the entire valley. No one could have imagined that a mere movement of its roots could cause such a massive landslide. After being scattered, the team headed towards the underground laboratory in two different directions. When Yun tried to contact other commanders, he realized that they had completely entered the energy domain of the alien plant. He could only try to communicate with the team as best he could. This communication was unstable, and could be interrupted at any time by the alien plant's energy interference. Yun had observed that the only time the signal was stable was the brief seconds after strangling the group of mutants controlled by the alien plant. At first, Yun was delighted by this news, but he soon realized something was wrong. Unlike the vast numbers of star beasts the other team encountered, what they faced was a continuous stream of alien plants, controlled by the tiny leafy vine that climbed the wall at the end of the corridor. When one died, new ones would quickly sprout. There was simply no end to the fight. Seeing the alien plants sprouting again, Yun gritted his teeth and said, "Never mind. Kill them all. I just don't believe this thing is truly indestructible." The Star Alliance hadn't found an invincible star beast in all its years. Even the immortal vine, once said to be able to rapidly regenerate its body with just a few remaining roots or a single leaf, was slain. How could it be indestructible? As soon as he finished speaking, Yun began adjusting his team's positions. Support and scouts were deployed, coordinating with repairs and defense to create a favorable output environment. He began releasing controlled energy from the front, facilitating long-range attacks. As the energy surged, Yun, observing the battlefield, suddenly noticed that the leaf vine that had been clinging to the wall suddenly stood up, half raised like a king cobra. The tiny leaves on its body trembled with a strange rhythm, as if transmitting some signal. Before Yun could regain his vigilance, the scouts reported an unusual event. "Command, the energy of the alien plants is weakening across the board." Yun's gaze shifted, and sure enough, the light from the numerous surrounding alien plants had visibly weakened, with traces of withering and yellowing visible at the edges of their leaves. He was startled. Could it be that this creature was running low on energy? But the next second, the leaf vine's body drifted down from the wall, its leaves illuminating with a faint green glow. The light emanated from its body, spreading out in layers of light, surging towards the distance. The defensive mechas watched with a jolt of anxiety, hastily firing energy shields in an attempt to block the attack. But as the energy approached, the reconnaissance team detected no lethality. The energy seemed to simply pass by, then gathered into a ball of light among the withering clumps of alien plants, quickly dispersing in a cloud of mist. And as the alien plants collapsed, in the cracks left by their disappearance, rootlets the size of fingers emerged from the metal crevices, then exploded like a parachute suddenly opening, releasing clouds of red fuzz. Tianshu's single soldier moved forward from behind, rows of dandelions growing, their faint red light illuminating the dark canyon. Watching this scene, one soldier couldn't help but wonder, "Oh my god, this thing couldn't be the Dandelion King." The maintenance technician shook his head. "No, that leaf vine doesn't look like a dandelion leaf. It looks more like some kind of fern." "It's retreating," Yun's eyes flashed. He saw the leaf vine shrink back toward another corridor, a gesture clearly a retreat. As soon as the commander finished speaking, the support mechas in front of him rushed forward. The reconnaissance was a step behind schedule, their senses still detecting the alien plant's mutated energy. This investigation immediately revealed something amiss. How strange. It seems to be drawn in. As Yun's team pursued the alien plant, Chen Yongji and Xia Yao's teams, in another area of the laboratory, had just cleared the star beasts in front of them, and successfully established communication with the commander on the other side. "The alien plant is retreating. We're currently converging on you. We suspect it's retreating to the main laboratory area." Xia Yao's expression changed, and he immediately turned to Chen Yongji, who was leading the team's command. Upon hearing Yun's news, the other party's mecha suddenly paused. She first glanced at the star beasts pounding on the laboratory door. One of them had its claws extended from the opening door, forcing it open with brute force. Looking at the analysis door opened by the star beast, he was suddenly noticed something unusual. "Sister Shaoxian, can you detect the surrounding energy signals?" Li Jingxian, whose senses were always at a distance from the surrounding mechas, immediately scanned them and nodded in reply, "Yes." "Is it because of the alien plant?" "I'm afraid not," Chen Yongji whispered. She peered into the lab, only a slit visible, revealing a faint red glow. Chen Yongji glanced at the surrounding star beast carcasses, aside from those completely burned to charcoal by the red lotus flames, and those blasted beyond recognition by gunfire. If she was not mistaken, some of the star beasts did indeed sport a few strands of red hair. Lan Qingqing's searchlight followed her gaze, illuminating each unnoticed detail. Why are there so many dandelions here? Qin Yangji's voice was soft, a hint of obvious confusion in her tone. And she, looking at the dandelion hairs, felt a sense of familiarity. Hearing her question, Shan Yueshan raised his gaze towards the mecha, his mind rapidly mulling over his response. He didn't actually know, but he subconsciously sensed that something was amiss with Qin Yangji. She seemed unusually lost. The mecha, which had just wielded flames within the star beast, like a god of war, now stood amidst a sea of blood, peering through the dim light at the narrow opening. The gap in the laboratory was blocked by the star beast's arms, from which the beast's thrashing and roaring could be heard continuously. Shan Yueshan's eyes lit up, as if he understood something. The killing star suddenly advanced, so fast that even the Tianshu soldiers couldn't react. He had already reached the front of the laboratory. Qin Yangji tilted his head, watching his movements, and suddenly understood what he was about to do. As expected, the killing star swiftly advanced, his twin blades severing the star beast's palms with a swish. Simultaneously, the vines of the immortal vine twisted and parted, propping up the closing door. The mecha then launched a powerful kick into the air, sending the star beast guarding the door sprawling. Then he leaned sideways, giving Qin Yangji a clear view of the lab. Lan Qingqing's searchlight also shone thoughtfully. The light pierced the room, illuminating a sea of crimson dandelions. Not only the lab containers, but also the floor, and even the star beasts themselves were covered in growing dandelion plants. These plants appeared tiny on the star beasts' bodies, like ants, unnoticeable, but they were spread all over them, appearing incredibly dense. Qin Yangji watched as the dandelions on the star beasts gradually fell off as they moved. The moment they hit the ground, they transformed into a ball of green energy and merged into the ground. Freed from the dandelions, the star beasts became even more agile, as if the dandelions themselves were controlling their energy. Qin Yangji watched as the star beasts, one after another, swayed their dandelions, his eyes suddenly sharp. No, are the alien plants controlling them by planting dandelions? The people around him looked at Qin Yangji, only to see that the commander seemed to be troubled by some problem. The Mo Dao, stained with the blood of the star beast, slid across the ground as the mecha rotated, the tip of the blade scraping against the metal floor with a sharp sound. That kind of root system is clearly not found in plants, like dandelions. Also, why is the alien plant's control weakening? These were two questions that Qin Yangji had been unable to understand since he saw the main root system of the star beast. How could an alien plant that had absorbed a large number of mutants from the mutation zone and nurtured so many high-level mutants be so energy-starved that it couldn't even sustain its weakened energy? As Qin Yangji pondered this, a key to his mind seemed to click. She repeated her previous words. Raising so many high-level mutants? But so many star beasts died along the way in the mutation zone. How could there be so many mutants, unless the energy wasn't absorbed by the SSS-level plants themselves, but was used to advance these mutants? How could such a kind person exist in this world? Qin Yangji couldn't help but sigh. The team members wondered what the commander had in mind. Just as Qin Yangji was about to explain, her senses detected the danger more quickly. Her eyes froze, and she looked forward. The scouts simultaneously became alert, warning their teammates. The star beast's energy has increased. Such a strong SS level signal, even containing energy close to SSS level. Hearing this, Qin Yangji realized the plant's control had completely disappeared. Most of the star beasts passing along the path had escaped from the laboratories. From the main laboratory area on the lowest level to the various laboratories above, Qin Yangji had seen disabling devices used to restrain star beasts, proving that biological experiments were indeed conducted using star beasts. These disabling devices were of low quality, consistent with the laboratory's purpose of producing breeding and growth fluids. However, the star beasts they had seen far exceeded the level of the disabling devices, thus breaking through them and breaking free. That should be the case, but the sheer number of star beasts swarming out didn't seem like a sudden burst of activity, but rather as if the object restraining them had vanished, allowing them to regain their freedom. The dandelions were falling faster and faster. Inside the laboratory door, held open by the immortal vines, the star beasts regrouped and began to fiercely charge towards it. Rumbling noises echoed through the corridor. Qin Yangji saw the star beasts inside, their heads bruised and bloody, roaring with bloodshot eyes. Celia, come back. Shan Yueshan heard this, and yanked his double blades. The immortal vine immediately dissipated into a green glow. The door slammed shut, and the killer star retreated. As the star beasts inside saw the light fade, their attacks intensified. Qin Yangji could even clearly see the walls sway twice, as if they were about to collapse. Prepare to meet the enemy. Xie Yao glanced at the surrounding Tianshu soldiers. The group quickly split up, with the long-range attackers taking positions along the corridor ahead and the close combatants on full alert, ready to reap any star beasts that appeared. Qin Yongji and the others blended into the group, ready to respond. Just as the clanging continued, a distinct scraping sound could be heard from the ground. The sound was so faint, almost inaudible, that even if Qin Yongji picked it up, he would mistake it for a noise coming from the laboratory. She didn't pay much attention at first, but quickly consulted with the team leader. This won't work. There are 2 more floors from here to the main lab, and another corridor. There are countless labs inside. Who knows how many mutants can be housed here? We can't keep wasting time like this. If we keep going like this, the continuous battle will wear us out. After all, their energy resources are limited. Even with the energy they brought, their spiritual power can't withstand such depletion. Qin Yongji didn't mind. Her spiritual energy has always been strong, allowing her to sustain combat for a long time. Furthermore, the Red Lotus's inherent low utilization rate actually reduces her energy consumption. But the others couldn't. Even just connecting to the communicator, Qin Yongji could already sense the fatigue of half the team. This is where the commander's role lies. He must constantly monitor the battlefield and the individual soldiers under his command. Under these circumstances, Qin Yongji didn't support continuing the battle against the Star Beasts. The commander of the Tianshu military region clearly shared this sentiment. After Qin Yongji stated this fact, no one objected, and someone quickly made adjustments. If the Star Beasts are all controlled by alien plants, then once we eliminated the alien plants, the Star Beasts will naturally be dealt with. But didn't you, Commander, say that these Star Beasts are becoming active because they're escaping the alien plant's control? Qin Yongji pondered for a few seconds and quickly made a decision. Star Beasts have been controlled by alien plants, and their instincts are to fear their energy. The closer they are to an alien, the fewer Star Beasts will lose control. She only said half of the sentence, and someone quickly added the rest. You're saying that we can also determine the exact location of alien plants based on the number of Star Beasts? As soon as she finished speaking, Qin Yongji looked at Li Jingxian. Her reconnaissance reaction was also swift, and her perception quickly spread, forcing her energy to sweep across the laboratory area inch by inch. Commander Yun says the alien plants are retreating towards us, possibly nearby. Before the reconnaissance could register a result, another commander in the team quietly reported the news. His voice was not loud, but it was clearly heard by all the soldiers around him. Qin Yongji's ears suddenly fell silent for a moment. She keenly sensed something was wrong. The mech drew its Mo Dao, and almost instantly, its reconnaissance senses returned. She opened her eyes and said, "Oh no! The Star Beasts are coming!" As she sensed the energy of the surrounding alien plants, she also noticed the sudden surge in energy from the Star Beasts surrounding the mech. Boom! Several loud explosions echoed, and the doors on either side of the corridor were forcibly slammed open. Roar! Inside the laboratory, the Star Beasts glared ferociously. The moment their gazes met the mechas, they ached to tear them apart. As soon as the warning ended, the surrounding mechas immediately went into combat mode. The melee units near the laboratory swiftly attacked. The Star Beasts that had broken through the door rushed over with their fangs bared, only to be knocked down by the melee mechas charging from the side. Their weapons pierced their bodies. Some of the scaled Star Beasts were lucky enough to burst with energy the moment they made contact with the mechas, knocking them aside. The Star Beasts that had broken free sprinted towards the rest of the crowd, their eyes bloodshot, as if they were berserk. There was an unnatural sense of madness. The moment they caught sight of the mechas, they charged forward relentlessly, completely unaware of their rationality. Star Beasts themselves possessed little intelligence, but at SS or even SSS level, they at least possessed the instinct to seek advantage and avoid danger. But when Qin Yongji's Mo Dao sliced through a charging falcon, it pressed against the wall of air in front of it, piercing through it, and instantly filling the small space the eagle had encircled. The blazing flames ignited the eagle's shrill cry, but due to the isolation of space, Qin Yongji could only see the eagle's painful groaning from the flames, not hear the sharp sound waves. Her ears were filled with the roar of gunfire, and the desperate roars of the Star Beasts. One after another, the Star Beasts charged forward, one decapitated by a mecha, the next quickly stomping on the corpse of the other. Bundles of mutant energy filled the corridor, blasting the crumbling laboratory walls on both sides with different energy traces. Li Jingxian, who was carefully releasing her senses while she and Wei Xian were dealing with an attack from Qin Yongji's left, was surrounded by Star Beasts. Her attention was primarily focused on piloting the mecha Hongwan, and she couldn't carefully manipulate her tentacles to dodge the Star Beast's energy attacks. She could only assess the opposing Star Beast's energy levels in extremely brief moments. Command, SSS level energy. Directly in front of Qin Yongji, the Tianshu reconnaissance unit, blocking a large number of star beasts, called out. Qin Yongji spotted several different star beasts in the crowd. At SSS level, star beasts clearly develop some intelligence of their own. For example, the advanced Yushao rift she encountered in the Spore Holy City could disguise itself as spores to absorb the energy of other living beings, then burst forth after accumulating energy. While releasing spores, it also used its roots to forcibly command a large number of star beasts to assist it in intercepting the mecha. At this moment, the SSS-class beasts hiding behind the star beasts didn't seem particularly intelligent. It wasn't that their eyes betrayed a sense of utter foolishness, but rather that Qin Yongji sensed their urgency from their actions. The SSS-class star beasts continuously released energy, surging toward the star beasts ahead. Then, several strands of energy intertwined and entwined, instantly materializing into different elemental attacks as they charged toward the mecha. Ice blades blended with fireballs, lightning surrounded wind blades. This was the Star Beasts collaboration. Qin Yongji had studied Star Beast theory and mutation theory at the Greedy Wolf Military Academy. In her understanding, mutations formed their own ecosystem. Higher-level star beasts preyed on lower-level beasts, and there was a corresponding food chain among star beasts of the same level. While lower-level star beasts would obey the higher-level beasts due to energy pressure, they were also always prepared to fight them. Struggle seems to be an eternal theme among mutants. Their need for energy is far more urgent than that of humans and mechas. Whether it's their own kind or mechas, they all serve as their energy source. That is, if not driven by high-level star beasts wouldn't normally interact so amicably, even using their energy to fill gaps in each other's attacks. But right now, Qin Yongji clearly saw these SSS-class monsters helping the SS-class ones. No, rather, they were collaborating. Among this frenzied group, who knew only to grind their teeth and drool as they frantically attacked mechas, the only act of cooperation they could consider intelligent was to kill the invading mechas, and then absorb the energy cores within them. Why were they so desperate for energy? This question didn't bother Qin Yongji for long. As she watched the star beast's energy being dissipated by the single-handed efforts of a single soldier, the front-row mechas all made way. The melee mechas swiftly rushed out, leaving several afterimages. Shang Yueshin's dark shadow, the killing star, blended in, his double-edged blade slashing with crisscrossing flashes of light. The light of the immortal vine converged in midair, forming a distinctive point of light. From this green point of light, shoots quickly sprouted, instantly forming enormous vines. The emerald green vines snaked along the edge of the double-edged blade, like green chains entwined with the star beast's bodies. The next second, puff! The vines grew from the star beast's flesh and emerged from the other side, blood splattering. The blood flowed along the immortal vine, staining the emerald green vines red. The vast vine net in midair suspended several star beasts. As the killing star drew his blade, the vines ripped away from the star beasts. After a few bangs, the body fell to the ground. Shang Yueshin swung his sword, his palm grasping the last unretracted leaves of the immortal vine. A green light streaked across the bloody blade, wiping it clean. Then, the mecha spun without stopping, continuing to harvest the star beasts within. Qin Yongji watched as he continuously released the immortal vines. Each time a spiderweb-like vine appeared, a group of star beasts fell. As he killed his way to the back, Shuangren didn't even have a chance to recapture the immortal vines. The continuously growing vines extended from the midair spider web to the wall, faintly covering the ground ahead. Just around the corner in front of the lush immortal vine area, a green shadow trembled. The star beasts present all paused. The pause was brief, but for a close combatant, the moment the star beast's pupils suddenly constricted, the melee blade pierced its abdomen, sending the severed spider leg flying into the air. Seizing the opportunity, the melee mech didn't pause, wielding its blade to fling the star beast aside. The melee mech had already charged into the herd, continuing its slaughter. As the killer shadow passed by, Qin Yongji caught sight of the star beast's expression as he flung it away. The spider, sliced in half lengthwise from the abdomen, only its head remained intact, its face a look of pure terror. As Qin Yongji swatted away the giant mantis charging towards her, she turned and saw the scene. She frowned slightly, a faint sense of something amiss. Would a star beast still show such an expression when it dies? Thinking of this, Qin Yongji exerted force on his grip on the Mo Dao. The blade, swung down from above, became extremely sharp, nearly slicing through space. It landed heavily on the floor with a thud, directly shaking off the surrounding star beasts. One of the mantis's sickle legs was severed before it could retract, and blood gushed out, splashing onto Liahua's paw. Qin Yangji glanced at it coldly, letting out a displeased tut. Mechas are so troublesome to maintain. She looked up with rage. The mantis raised one of its severed limbs, the pain infuriating it. Qin Yangji saw its palps fully extended, its forewings bursting, its antennae almost stretched out like branches. It looked furious. Spheres of mutated energy converged around the mantis. Qin Yangji's Mo Dao drew a circle on the ground and rested on the ground beside him. Red light flickered, as if it would burst into flames at any moment. Clearly, he was prepared to withstand the mantis's attack. But something surprised her. A green light flashed overhead, landing directly above Qin Yangji's head. It descended like a lamppost, its light, or rather its energy, falling entirely on Qin Yangji. The sudden illumination of her vision made Qin Yangji feel a momentary discomfort, but she was alert and quick to react. As soon as she sensed the approach of the mutated energy, flames erupted from her Mo Dao, several feet high, reaching the ceiling. The flames spread out in all directions, surging like the sea, a powerful force sweeping across. Unexpectedly, as the Mo Dao's flames erupted, the energy suddenly dispersed, and the light above Qin Yangji's head quickly dimmed. Hurriedly, she glanced upwards and saw a thin vine growing from the corner, climbing up the ceiling and spanning the entire length of the corridor. "Command?" The scout's voice came over with a hint of urgency. The leaf vine's energy emerged so quickly that even the soldiers were distracted by the star beasts filling the aisle. By the time their reconnaissance team realized what was happening, their hearts were pounding. If only they hadn't reacted quickly enough. A flicker of regret crossed Li Jingxin's face. Her senses quickly scanned the surroundings. As she scanned the leaf vine, she felt a familiar energy that made her pupils shrink slightly. Her voice tightened. "It's the energy fluctuations of an SSS-class plant control." Qin Yangji took a deep breath. She had already discovered it. "I understand." As she answered, Qin Yangji looked forward. As the green energy emanated from her, Honglian's flames followed, but the beams of light transformed into wisps of smoke like hands, dashing towards the surrounding star beasts. The flames were instantly suppressed and dissipated upon contact with the green energy. The fireworks sizzled, and the flames gradually died down. In just a few seconds, they were reduced to a cloud of black smoke. Qin Yangji was startled. "Can you tell what type of star beast it is?" She couldn't help but feel anxious. Her own mental power was already extremely powerful, and it was also compatible with Honglian's fire attribute. Combined, she could kill an SSS-level star beast at SS level. It didn't make sense that it would be eliminated so easily. Before Qin Yangji could reply, the melee fighter fighting the star beast ahead suddenly stopped. More precisely, Shan Yueshan suddenly stopped. Yi Tang's appearance was too sudden, and the melee and command positions were somewhat distant, so Shan Yueshan only realized the star beast had approached the command when he detected the sound. He was about to turn when the star beast in front of him slapped down with its palm, about to strike it head-on. "Shan Yueshan, upper left, swing your sword." Qin Yangji sensed this scene, and the mental tentacles connected to the killing star immediately moved, controlling the communication line on the communicator. Shan Yueshan paused in his turn, pulled back to his original position by the command's force. He quickly raised his sword hand, and the double blade slashed through the space before him. The sharp blade light pierced the darkness, drawing the killing star's cold eyes. "Commander." His voice was unsteady, tinged with anxiety. Qin Yangji heard his hoarse voice, but her gaze followed the green hand, watching the leaf vine release energy, piercing the star beast's body. Then, the familiar look of fear crossed the faces of the surrounding star beasts attempting to attack her. Qin Yangji quickly remembered that she had seen it on the spider's face just now. So, it had arrived at that very moment. Yehua looked up. The leaf vine standing on the ceiling seemed to sense her gaze, suddenly raising its terminal bud and swaying twice towards Qin Yangji. The commander's pupils shrank slightly at this sight. Then, a cloud of green energy, like mist, was released towards her. SSS-level energy was always violent, even when it first enveloped her, carrying an aura of aggression. But now, it transformed into a cloud like miasma, and the abnormal fluctuations seemed unusually peaceful. Qin Yangji didn't understand what this meant, but within her spiritual realm, the spirit tree was trembling at an odd rhythm. Qin Yangji's spirit tentacles began to emerge from the spirit tree, entwining themselves in clusters around it, as if leaping for joy. "Qin Yangji?" ? She didn't know what her spirit tentacles were excited about, but she had a vague feeling that the energy wasn't malicious, but rather. She watched as the green hand pierced the star beast, instantly extinguishing the brilliance in its eyes. The next second, the roaring star beasts around Qin Yangji fell silent, their gaping maws slowly closing. Their heads turned with lifeless eyes, their heavy bodies stomped onto the floor, then swung back, striking out at their fellow star beasts. Controlling power. The mantis whose side legs she severed suffered even more, blasted into a cloud of blood by the green palm. Qin Yangji watched the bloody crimson explode before her, and suddenly had a strange thought. Why did this creature look like it was venting its anger on her? The leaf vine's energy gradually approached the calamity fire. Qin Yangji sensed it. Even though she knew it had no ill intentions, and appeared friendly, she remained wary. As the green mist unleashed, her Mo Dao erupted in flames. This time, the green energy was instantly reduced to smoke by the red lotus's flames. As the energy dissipated, the leaf vine's branches trembled, but rather than going crazy, they dragged themselves along, crawling away. The branches trembled continuously, and Qin Yangji strangely sensed a hint of pleasure. She was suddenly confused. Is he sick? Are there even M's among the star beasts? Qin Yangji didn't understand. She saw Yi Tung repeat his old trick, emitting a green mist. This time, its target was clear, Mo Dao. It seemed to understand that the flames were emanating from this thing. Qin Yangji, of course, obliged. The flame shot up high, not only consuming the green mist's energy, but also scorching Yi Ting's body on the ceiling. However, just as the flames were about to reach Yi Ting's body, they were blocked by a layer of green light. Qin Yangji knew it was the mutant's energy resistance. Why doesn't this guy look like he's coming for us? One of the team's commanders noticed Yi Tung's direction. A layer of green light stretched out in front of him. As the wall passed, countless transparent hands extended out and penetrated the star beast's body. Then, one by one, the star beast was controlled, and its attacks on the mecha ceased. Strangely, for some unknown reason, the green wall actually passed over the mecha. The appearance of the leaf vine brought the battle to a sudden halt. Sensing the energy spreading, the star beasts scattered like birds and beasts, and those unable to flee were quickly driven by the energy and became puppets controlled by the leaf vine. Team 08, can you read me? As everyone watched the leaf vine, Qin Yangji heard He Yun's voice over the team channel. Roger, Commander He, Yi Tung is with us, Qin Yangji replied calmly, sending him a video of the scene before him. Before the signal was received, He Yun's next words were transmitted. Instantly, all the soldiers present widened their eyes in horror. We have confirmed the corresponding Star Beast signal, Star Beast Sequence 7. Blood Alsophala. Please be careful. The words echoed in Qin Yangji's ears. Star Beast Sequence 7, Blood Alsophala. Chapter 64. Top 10. How could there be a Blood Alsophala here? While the individual soldiers cried out in surprise, Xie Ya quickly adjusted his heart rate, forced himself to calm down, and quickly sorted out the information in his mind. Qin Yangji and Ruan Wenqing also pulled themselves out of their emotions, and quickly recalled the relevant information. Star Beast Sequence 7, Blood Alsophala. Born on planet YE012, no one knows when it appeared, nor where it was born. Unlike other creatures that release a large amount of energy upon birth, forming a mutation zone, the Blood Alsophala did not arrive in the Star Alliance with the tide of unknown star regions. Some scholars have speculated that its appearance may be a form of star beast smuggling into an unknown star region. Because the Blood Alsophala did not release powerful energy, it appeared in an extremely ordinary plant market in 012, and was taken home by a researcher from the Yatta Research Institute. At first, the Star Alliance soldier did not even realize it was a star beast. At this point, everyone seemed to believe the blood-borne treefinch was harmless. Until it suddenly erupted. The Yatta researcher, accused of stealing research, was assassinated in his home, and his blood flowed into the garden, where the blood-borne treefinch was planted. The star beast then unleashed a planet-destroying force. Planet 012 was pierced by its roots, and its energy signal triggered mutation zones on the 7 surrounding planets, leading to a small-scale mutation wave within Yatu. Equally as bizarre as its birth, no one knew how it was destroyed. Yatta sent several armies to planet 012, but no one survived. Until Professor Kaser, the leader of the Yatta Research Institute, defied all odds and journeyed to planet 012 to obtain a blood-borne treefinch sample, only to be attacked by the star beast. His protection, a biotic team led by the Yatta military region's top commander, slew the blood-borne treefinch over 3 days and nights, and the crystal core was successfully transferred to the Institute. Logically, this crystal core should be on Yatta's planet. How could a blood-spine treefinch have crossed 2 star regions to reach here? This surprise made all the soldiers look towards Yi Teng. The star beast, controlling the entire corridor, turned back from the end. Swish. It swam down from the ceiling and slowly approached the mecha's position. The closer it got, the weaker its energy became. Oh my god, what does this mean? Is this star beast trying to show goodwill? You're crazy, the Tianshu military district soldier couldn't help but sarcastically retort to his comrade. Not to mention our utterly hostile relationship with the star beast. With its intelligence, how could a star beast even think to show goodwill? But it's not attacking us. One of the Tianshu soldiers chuckled coldly. Ha! Is it possible that it wants to deal with its useless servants first before dealing with us outsiders? This description of servants and outsiders was incredibly accurate. Qin Yongji didn't want to think about it. She watched the leaf vines twisting like snakes on the ground as they approached. Yehua, clutching his Mo Dao, suddenly took a few steps to the side. As the mecha leaned against the right wall, the leaf vine visibly froze. Then, Qin Yongji saw it cautiously twist twice before also moving to the right. The moment the leaf vine pressed against the right wall, Qin Yongji's eyes suddenly sharpened. This guy's target was her. In her spiritual realm, Qin Yongji tried to mobilize energy, but her spiritual tentacles were so excited that the red lotus was affected and became active. Petals fell layer by layer, releasing waves of fire. She didn't even need to mobilize it. Was her spiritual realm spontaneously combusting? Qin Yongji didn't have time to consider these things. She grasped her Mo Dao, and a wave of fire instantly erupted. Infernal fire lashed out, rushing towards Yitung. Rather than waiting for the star beast to attack, it was better to strike first. Long-range attack, cover me. The infernal fire left a red trail in the air. Yitang's movement seemed to pause for a moment, and then its vines suddenly floated up from the ground, leaves swaying like nimble water snakes, rushing towards the infernal fire mecha. From behind, the long-range artillery under command quickly tracked Yitang's position, the fire from behind falling faster than the mecha. Bang! A green light bulged from the corridor ahead, like an invisible barrier, directly blocking the incoming fire. It exploded against the barrier with a thud, and flames leaped onto the wall, sliding down from both sides. Command, the bombardment failed. The alien plant's energy resistance is strong. Qin Yongji caught a glimpse of a light ahead from the corner of her eye. The fading flames allowed her to clearly see the leaf vine's position. Hiss. Just when she thought she was about to face the vine head-on, the leaf vine's floating branches suddenly soared into the air, swiftly passing over the flames. Qin Yongji's mech passed below, his footsteps swiftly halting as he spun swiftly. He swung his Mo Dao at the suspended vine above him, his blade descending in a blanket of blazing flames. After stepping over the mech, the leaf vine also turned ahead. Seeing the incoming flames, the vine twisted, as if expressing doubt. Qin Yongji unexpectedly discerned a hint of humanity in the symbols it distorted. Her hand, gripping the blade, showed no sign of slowing down. Boom! As the blade touched the vine's leaves, a raging fire erupted. A faint green light enveloped the vine's surface, the flames ignited by the Mo Dao engaging in a silent confrontation. Qin Yongji activated the tentacles within his spiritual realm, releasing a flood of them. Layers of red light flickered from the spirit tree, and the red lotus in front of him ignited. Layer after layer of red light spread, and the Mo Dao moved down inch by inch. Just as it was about to penetrate the vine's branches, Qin Yongji suddenly heard the scraping sound of the vine's leaves. The leaves swayed, seemingly without wind, making a series of distinct, soft sounds. Snap! Just as she looked toward the vine, a thinner branch suddenly sprouted from the end of the vine, growing instantly and rushing towards the infernal flames. The commander's eyes glared, and he tried to control the mecha to dodge. Bursts of green light erupted from above the vine, and for a moment, the mecha seemed frozen in place. Its controlled energy. Qin Yongji's senses immediately recognized the source of the energy. Simultaneously, the red lotus erupted with light, and strange crimson lines traced the trunk of the spirit tree. Its spirit tentacles instantly released. Stab! The sound of a blade slicing through vines echoed. The infernal fire broke through the energy barrier surrounding the leaf vine. Simultaneously, the energy attempting to control Qin Yongji's mecha was shattered by the red light released from the infernal fire mecha. Just as Qin Yongji was about to turn to deal with the new vines emerging from the leaf vine, his spirit tentacles suddenly sensed a strange wave. Like a silent conversation. Xiao Pu. Come here. Qin Yongji's mind seemed to be stirred. A resonance from deep within her soul caused the roots of the spirit tree in her spiritual realm to shoot upward from the ground they had penetrated. She was stunned for a moment, then, when the trembling subsided, her mind snapped back to its full state. Suddenly, a tightness tightened around her waist. She looked down, and saw leaf vines entwining themselves around her. Before her mech could even prepare, the vine's contraction dragged her rapidly backward. Command? Ahead, a single soldier, engaged in combat with the surrounding star beasts, cried out in shock. The leaf vines moved at breakneck speed, their branches rustling in the air. As Chen Yongji listened to the rustling of the wind, she spotted another Tianshu team rapidly approaching from the other side. The moment she was entangled by the leaf vines, the scene before her suddenly became incredibly distant. The voice in her ear seemed to drift away. Xiao Pu. All she could hear was a strange signal, conveying a name she had never heard before. The leaf vines dragged the massive mech through the laboratory corridors, and Chen Yongji quickly lost sight of her companions. The moment the enemy's energy touched the mecha, Chen Yongji had a premonition. It wasn't going to attack, but was instead trying to take her somewhere. Off to the other side, He Yun, who had just arrived, saw only a sliver of red, carried away by the leaf vines. Then, he noticed the endless stream of star beasts in the corridor. As the leaf vines passed, the star beasts wisely moved aside, leaving a path for escape. But as the leaf vines disappeared around the corner, the star beasts regrouped, each one staring blankly at the ground, their every movement like a puppet as they slowly moved towards the laboratory. Where's the alien plant? Another Tianshu team had just arrived, and upon seeing this scene, He Yun couldn't help but ask. But the team chat was silent. The mechas swiftly advanced, making a metallic clang in the quiet corridor. Xia Yao? Wait a moment. Xia Yao hurriedly called a halt upon hearing his voice, listening intently to Chen Yongji's voice on the team channel. I command you to continue. Chen Yongji, dragged along by Yi Teng, asked, Is he in here? This guy is leading me towards the main laboratory. Don't waste time, hurry up and follow. Although Yi Teng's energy wasn't enough to control the entire underground laboratory's star beasts, it spread wherever she passed, effectively controlling the star beasts' riots along the way. Chen Yongji had sensed the intensity of this energy. While it wasn't enough to completely control it, it was enough to cause the star beasts to lose consciousness for a few minutes. This also offered the Tianshu team an opportunity to enter the main laboratory. Xia Yao understood her meaning. Elsewhere, Li Jingxian and the others on the same team were a bit worried. While the signal wasn't completely jammed, they hurriedly asked, Xiaoyang, how are you? I'm fine, just my foot hurts. As Chen Yongji finished speaking, the darkness of the long corridor receded, and she saw a laboratory underground, gleaming with white light. Click, click. The jerky gears turned, and the leaf vine dragged the mech. The corridor door was half open, and the light from within cast a cone of light and shadow at the end, like a sharp, straight sword, piercing the darkness. I say, how about you put me down and let me walk on my own? The leaf vine paused, then, wrapped around Chen Yongji's waist, crawled toward the mech's chest, then curled up near her jaw, forming a question mark. As Chen Yongji communicated with it, she patted its vines with her palm. Although she didn't understand what it meant, the leaf vine still stopped. Green energy emanated from its leaves and surged toward Chen Yongji, seemingly signaling her that it needed to communicate with him. Chen Yongji. Eerily she understood. The spiritual tentacles on the spiritual tree were also extremely excited, circling in circles within the spiritual realm, almost impatient for Chen Yongji to release them. She sighed softly, somewhat helpless at the tentacle's behavior. But it seemed as if it had encountered something special, rarely listening to her control, and repeatedly tried to break free from its master's commands and escape the realm. If Chen Yongji hadn't swirled circles of flame around the edge of the spiritual realm, suppressing the spiritual tentacles with her immense self-control, the tentacles would have likely connected with the vine the moment it entangled her. Yes, connected. Chen Yongji carefully released a weak stream of tentacle energy, connecting with a single leaf on the vine. The strangeness of her energy was once again apparent. When she attempted to communicate with the leaf vine, she was able to ignore the mutant's energy attacks and connect with them. As she connected with the leaf vine's energy, Chen Yongji could strangely understand the rhythm of the leaf's trembling, understanding what it was trying to convey. As her mental tentacles connected, Chen Yongji faithfully conveyed her desire to walk on solid ground. Since you're just taking me there anyway, wouldn't it be faster if I just walked? She even demonstrated coordination with the leaf vine in her mental realm. Without being tied to a mecha, the leaf vine's energy could be used more to control the surrounding star beasts. Entering the still-lit laboratory area, Chen Yongji understood why it was called the main laboratory area, clearly separated from the upper laboratory. Unlike the power systems above, which had all been paralyzed, the lights and gate controls here were still functioning. A clear light screen guided them upwards, and as the star beasts and mechas entered, intermittent scanning signals were emitted from both sides. However, due to the prolonged duration, the scanning signal barely shone. The leaf vine seemed to understand Chen Yongji's words. More accurately, it read the message conveyed by Chen Yongji's perception. It retracted the vines entwined with the infernal flames, its branches resting in front of Chen Yongji, the top vine curving in an arc. It seemed to be signaling Chen Yongji to grasp it. No longer dragged along the ground, her feet practically sparking, Chen Yongji breathed a sigh of relief and took hold of the vine. The leaf vine gently curled around her wrist, and the next second, it began to rapidly retract, carrying her through the intricate laboratory. Xie Yao followed the direction indicated by Chen Yongji's spiritual tentacles, and a group of mechas shuttled through the Star Beast puppets. The leaf vine's energy was limited, and the mechas gave full chase. Outside the corridor near the main laboratory, they encountered a Star Beast that had broken free from the leaf vine's control. To be able to break free of SSS-level energy so quickly, the Star Beast must have been quite high-level to begin with. Furthermore, it was blocking the necessary access to the laboratory, making it extremely difficult to deal with. The Tianshu Military District's team pinned down a large number of the Star Beasts, and with the cooperation of Chen Yongji's teammates, especially the killer Shan Yueshan, he and a group of melee mechas charged into the vast swarm of Star Beasts, quickly carving out a no-man's land with a radius of approximately 3 meters in front of the main gate. The mechas then plunged their dual blades into the gate, and the power of the immortal vines pushed the half-open gate open a huge gap, revealing the entrance to the main laboratory. Shan Yueshan turned to look at the support and scouts, who were coordinating with him. Go find the commander. Li Jingxian and Wei Xian were on the other side. A maintenance freeze cannon blasted past, holding the Star Beast for a few seconds. The scout's long axe slashed down, decapitating the Star Beast. Upon hearing Shan Yueshan's words, Li Jingxian and Wei Xian exchanged a glance. Go with the long-range attack. There might still be many Star Beasts in the lab. Be careful. We can bomb them if necessary. Saving people is more important. He Yun made a decision upon hearing this. The main purpose of their mission was to search the lab for research data. Seeing that the main lab's lights and gate security were still operational, they assumed the relevant data must be preserved in the lab's data storage. The long-range attack could still fire boldly from above, but once they saw the lights of the main lab, they tacitly reduced the charge of their energy cannons to 1/3, fearing the impact would be too strong and affect the data storage. Thank you, Commander He. Ruan Winching breathed a sigh of relief, his mech swiftly leaping down from its upper position. Elsewhere, the support and scouts cleared a path ahead of him. Wei Xian led the three of them to Shan Yueshan's position, and under cover of close combat, they entered through the gate. Watching his companions pass, Killstar swiftly retracted his double-edged sword, his mech spun, and his arms firmly stopped the Star Beast as it attempted to charge through the gate. Bang! Killer Star lifted the Star Beast and slammed it to the ground. Shan Yueshan's heart sank slightly. Part of his attention was focused on the team's communication channel. Through the energy-snarled mental communication network, faint voices from the commander would be heard, and perhaps also the fleeting sound of Chen Yongji. The other part was the energy of the surrounding Star Beasts. The killer star was stationed near the gate, slashing at the Star Beasts like a god of war. The knife went in and out with a ruthless intention to die together. The energy of the immortal vine spread very far, and layers of green energy covered the ground like vines, restraining the movements of the Star Beasts. The next second, the butcher knife of the mecha solved the problem and harvested the head of the Star Beast. The Star Beasts at the gate gradually cleared. The Star Beasts in the experiments above broke free from control and moved downward, following the energy aura. The Tianshu team's commander sensed the approaching energy, and their breakout offensive intensified. Just as Yun was becoming slightly concerned, fearing they might run out of energy, he suddenly received a message from the main commander of the Mutation Zone team. The person had already located the laboratory, and was rushing to it at full speed. Because of the sudden appearance of an SSS-class Star Beast, Sequence 7, the Tianshu Military Region's mission team quickly reported to headquarters, and the nearest Tianshu team was on their way to support them. There are many Star Beasts inside the laboratory, most of them high-level. Be careful. The transmission of energy information was extremely unstable, and Yun had to seize the moment to finish his words quickly. After a crackling sound of poor connection was heard over the communication network, the commander of the 132nd Regiment, in charge of this mission, gazed at the vast expanse of withered ground outside the abandoned courtyard of Devouring City. A bitter expression crossed his face as he gestured to the team behind him. The signal is unstable. We can't contact Yun and the others. The support team's commander said. The awakening of Alsophila Sanguinaria was unexpected. The team in the lab is in great danger. We must rush there as soon as possible. Most of them are already on their way to the jump. We must delay them, and minimize casualties among the 132nd and the new recruits. The commander of the 132nd Regiment felt a heavy heart upon hearing this. The devouring city's mutation zone contains 7 laboratories, located in the 4 directions of east, south, west, and north. They trace the energy source of the sacred water's ingredients to similar fluctuations here, which led to this operation. Unexpectedly, it was also caused by Alsophila sanguinaria. Thinking of this, the commander's heart grew even heavier. The support team, also accompanied by students from the new recruits, was on a mission on a nearby planet. The commander glanced over, sighed, and wasted no time. Here's where Hyun's team signal disappeared. According to him, there are a large number of mutants within the laboratory, suspected to be controlled by Alsophila. The commander of the temporary rescue team nodded. The situation with Alsophila is quite complicated. If nothing unexpected happens, it must be one of the ones that slipped through Yatu's research. The commander's voice grew colder when he mentioned Yatu. The commander of the new recruits team, following behind him, couldn't help but say, Althea has always been gentle, so perhaps there won't be a serious fight. The man's voice was tense, with obvious panic and fear. Although he said Alsophila was gentle, his tone was erratic when he mentioned his name. The commander's lips tightened slightly, and he felt a sense of resentment. He's clearly an SSS rank commander, so why is he so timid? He's only a Star Beast Sequence 7, and he's already so frightened before even meeting someone. Gentle-tempered? That's not necessarily true, the 132nd commander retorted coolly, glancing back. The new recruit battalion commander, Chu Yong, instinctively took a step back as he was glanced at. One of his fellow soldiers suddenly spoke up. Even if the blood Alsophila is somewhat ferocious, it's not as powerful as it once was. It's merely a reborn species developed from Star Beast's superpower core. Even if it can control Star Beasts, how many can it possibly control? Commander, Hyun was caught off guard. We go over and provide support, and we'd probably be able to resolve the situation quickly. It's not that simple. The commander of Team 132 took a deep breath. While these recruits might have experienced various mutation zones, they still underestimated the influence of the Star Beast sequence. All the Star Beasts in the top 100 of the Star Beast sequence were extremely formidable. Even Hong Qinmyong, with her A-level abilities, had to annihilate an entire squadron led by an SS-level commander before she was completely defeated. Star Beast Sequence 10 was even more challenging. Without a range above planetary destruction, it's impossible to enter this line. The commander of Team 132 had never participated in the battle against the Blood Alsophila, but his predecessors had. Those men were not only mauled by the mutants controlled by the Blood Alsophila, but also directly encountered its energy shockwaves. Although they were eventually healed, that battle had left a lasting scar on their minds. Chu Yang's team, rebutted by the two commanders, fell silent and simply followed the military commander, obeying his orders. Seeing the command being handed over, the chief commander of Team 132 couldn't help but glance at Chu Yang. This SSS rank commander was indeed as rumored, capable but lacking courage. If the situation weren't so urgent, he would have forced Chu Yang to practice a bit, but now, any further delay could put his brothers in even greater danger. Therefore, the team commander suppressed his concerns, assumed command, and quickly led the rescue team towards the laboratory area. As they entered the laboratory, the new recruit who had initially claimed that, as a regenerated form, Alsophila sanguinaria would be much less powerful than before, unable to control even a few star beasts, suddenly felt his pupil shrink, and he was almost speechless. Looking around. The laboratory corridors were littered with corpses, the blood of star beasts staining the ground red. From their bones, dandelions dangled in blood. How could there be so many star beasts? And they're all high level. All the star beasts here are at least S rank. You're really... Zhang Tiangong, a support member of Chu Yang's team, snarled at the maintenance technician, who had spoken earlier, and gasped. You're slapping me in the face, brother. Is this what you call weak? With so many star beasts under his control, how powerful can the blood Alsophila be? His words were tinged with fear, but his actions showed no sign of retreat. Zhang Tiangong had always been confident. He chose Chu Yang as his commander because he felt that only an SSS rank commander, the unspoken strongest in the entire recruit battalion, was worthy of being his teammate. Even now, knowing the blood Alsophila was incredibly powerful, he had a similar thought. Precisely because of its strength, he wanted to test it out. Chu Yang, the commander, frowned upon hearing this. He cautiously extended his senses, then retracted them as if startled when he encountered a star beast still lingering. He then cautiously spoke to Commander 132, who held the reins, saying, "It looks like they're not all dead yet, some are still moving." Commander 132 followed his senses, and saw the bloodied star beast, a mangled mess from the bombardment. His senses scanned it, but he detected no trace of the blood Alsophala's energy. He felt a little puzzled. It doesn't look like it's being controlled by the blood Alsophala to fight a single soldier. If it were the blood Alsophala's controlled energy, there should be traces of its energy remaining at the location of the bombardment. But the commander couldn't grasp a single clue. His gaze deepened as he gazed down the endless laboratory corridor. As the new team entered the laboratory, He-Yun and his team had already cleared the star beasts outside the main laboratory gate, and a group of mechas entered the main laboratory one after another. This was the maze-like structure that Li Jingxian had sensed. The routes within the main laboratory were extremely complex, with a single intersection leading to several different directions. The entire laboratory formed a hexagonal structure, with each section branching off into different laboratory projects. Various star beast signals were scattered throughout, making it difficult to discern the main direction. He-Yun glanced ahead. There are too many forks in the road. Can we contact Chen Yongji? Xie tried within the team, then shook his head. Her senses are blocked. She must be very close to the blood Alsophala. The connection has been completely affected. Hearing this, Shan Yueshin's grip on the knife tightened, his face tense, his deep eyes fixed forward. His mental connection with Chen Yongji was only tenuous, and he could only sense her presence through it. The tenuous link, influenced by the SSS-level alien plant, strained at Shan Yueshin's nerves and sanity. If it were severed, the killer star's energy would be fully unleashed. The blood Alsophala, as a sequence 7-star beast, was certainly powerful, but even if he had to shatter the immortal vine's core, he would ensure the commander's safety. Thinking of this, Shan Yueshin lowered his gaze slightly. No one knew his decision, but with the killer star leading the way, everyone could see his murderous intent. Can we get in touch with Li Jingxian? Xie Yao's senses spread, picking up a faint signal. Li Jingxian, her 2 companions, and several Tianshu melee fighters were inside the laboratory, looking at the fork in the road, feeling somewhat helpless. Just then, she caught Xie Yao's signal and her face lit up with joy. Thank you, Commander. My tracking has vanished. Did Chen Yongji's spiritual guidance also vanish? Xie Yao asked. Li Jingxian stared ahead, where endless dandelions sprouted from the metal floor, and the flesh of the star beasts. They swayed under the light, looking remarkably ordinary. Well, ever since we entered the alien plant research and development area, we haven't been able to sense the command signal. There are many star beasts here, all under complete control. If you're coming, try not to use force, and be sure not to damage the dandelions on the star beasts. As she spoke, her gaze drifted towards the star beasts lining the corridor, each like a sculpture. The dandelion's roots were embedded in their flesh, nourished by the star beast's energy, allowing them to grow blood-red hairs. It looked incredibly eerie. Xie Yao didn't understand her meaning at first, but when he followed Li Jingxian's spiritual perception and joined her on his way to meet her, and saw the petrified mutants scattered throughout the laboratory, he suddenly understood. Could it be that the blood tree also controls so many star beasts just to grow dandelions? Xie Yao's speculation went unanswered. In fact, this was also Chen Yongji's thought upon entering the exotic plant research and development area. Leaf vines pulled the mecha along, and they sped all the way to a very spacious, independent laboratory. The laboratory was hexagonal, with 6 distinct paths extending out. These paths were now completely blocked by thick plant roots. 2 of the roots intertwined, and at the end of the tunnel, they suddenly grew upwards, drilling through the laboratory ceiling and growing into the invisible soil, breaking through the surface and extending to the entire mutant zone. The leaf vine stopped at one of the intersections, bringing the rapidly moving mecha with it to a halt. Chen Yongji saw the laboratory, which was supported by 6 staircases. There had been a layer of testing equipment at the intersection, but as the leaf vine reached it, its branches swung and shattered the flickering device. A green gauze-like energy emanated from its tip. It hooked its leaves towards Chen Yongji, and the entire vine began to retract. It ascended the stairs, passed through a doorway blocked by 2 root systems, and retracted into the laboratory. A green light erupted from within the laboratory. The energy of the Alsophala sanguinaria was unleashed, blazing the entire laboratory. As if countless cracks had appeared within, streaks of light emanated from it, spreading along the plant roots. If someone were outside the ground above the laboratory at this moment, they would have seen the light from the 12 root systems emanating from deep underground, causing the surrounding rock and soil to collapse. A rumbling sound echoed once again within the mutation zone. The star beasts, hearing the commotion and energy fluctuations in the distance, suddenly became agitated and began to sprint further away. The sound of the forest collapsing startled the lower-level birds and beasts nestling in the tree trunks, causing them to flutter. The mutation zone, long silent, suddenly became noisy, all other sounds drowned out by the rumble of the landslide. Chapter 65. This land can't support Alsophala trees. Xiao Pu, please take me home. Qin Yongji couldn't hear any movement from the outside world. The central laboratory's soundproofing was truly excellent. Even she was amazed at Yatu's meticulous construction of the laboratory, able to withstand even the energy burst of an SSS-class Alsophala. As the green light within the laboratory gradually dimmed, Qin Yongji saw the Alsophala retract its roots around the door directly opposite her. With a wide view, Qin Yongji could see a corner of the laboratory. The infernal fire had already reached this point, the power of the Alsophala permeating every corner. Qin Yongji felt green tentacles approaching her from all sides. The energy brushed across her mech's cheek. Curiously, she touched her Mo Dao, startled by the flames erupting from above, then circled around and pressed against the blade. Qin Yongji sensed a familiarity in this surge of exhilarating energy. She had a feeling that as she stepped onto this staircase, she would learn part of the truth. This alone was enough for Qin Yongji to face a star beast of sequence 7. Duh duh duh. The mecha's crisp sound as it ascended the stairs was clear. The energy barrier outside the laboratory blocked some of the sound and presence. The higher the mecha climbed, the more it could see inside the laboratory. The first thing that caught her eye was a massive green that nearly reached the ceiling, but above it seemed an invisible barrier prevented it from damaging the laboratory's structure. Further down, the intertwined leaves of the Alsophala spinulosa tree spread out in layers. Its trunk, far larger than that of an ordinary fern, was enormous, filling the entire growth chamber built specifically for her. The growth chamber was entirely made of a transparent material, seemingly filled with some liquid. Once broken, the liquid would merge with the black solution beneath. Qin Yongji couldn't tell what the nearly transparent liquid was, but she knew exactly what it was. It was an extremely potent energy solution, capable of dispersing any external energy signals, even its own energy signal being eroded over time. So ruthless, even self-destructive. The roots of the blood tree fin penetrated the layer of black solution, leaving only a small cluster of leaves poking through the transparent barrier above. This device wasn't a particularly powerful energy barrier. At least in Qin Yongji's opinion, it could hold back ordinary SSS-class creatures, but not top-tier SSS-class creatures like the blood tree fern. It was more like exploiting the star beast's weakness, forcing it to willingly accept its place within. And the threat to the blood tree fern was precisely the transparent liquid within the container. By the time Qin Yongji had a full view of the laboratory, she had already reached the door. In front of the mecha stood a massive bloodthirsty tree, sealed within a container, separated by a transparent barrier. Her roots penetrated the black solution, winding their way to the bottom of the growth chamber. Then, they pierced the laboratory wall and began to grow wildly outside, ultimately penetrating the earth veins of the mutation zone. As Qin Yongji stepped into the laboratory, layers of faint green light emanated from the tree. The energy carried the dominance and strength unique to a top-tier SSS class, but also a sense of impending doom. The Alsophala spinulosa emerged from the small vine that had pierced the transparent barrier above. Its leaves were emerald green, brimming with a youthful vitality, but the tips of its towering branches within the growth chamber were faintly yellow. It was dying. Qin Yongji was no stranger to this kind of energy fluctuation. Even though astral beasts were favored by the mutants and could thrive in the mutant energy, they were still subject to the same natural selection in birth, aging, sickness, and death that normal life forms experience. Back in military school, she had seen the Moon Fox King, whose own kind had stripped him of his energy core to reserve energy for advancement. She wasn't surprised by the alien plant before her, nearing the end of its life, its leaves falling and its roots withering. Even if it was SSS rank, the feared sequence 7, it would appear small and powerless before the laws of nature. Qin Yongji didn't have any extra emotions. But the blood Alsophala spinulosa didn't seem to be like that. What little energy it had, besides being used to suppress the astral beast's movements within the laboratory, was actually released forward, circling Qin Yongji's mecha. Through his eyes of wicked fire, Qin Yongji saw pinpricks of light ignite on the blood-spitting tree's massive roots. A small crack seemed to have opened in its roots, and a unique rhizome of the Asteraceae family emerged from its flesh. It was a dandelion. The bud was closed, and the red hairs had not yet sprouted. A tree-spinning tree could actually produce dandelions. It seemed absurd, Qin Yongji thought. While she stood there dazed, Yi Tung had silently arrived in front of her mecha. His approaching presence drew Qin Yongji's attention to Yi Tung. Green energy converged on him, flickering at the tip of Yi Tung's energy. The leaves of the leaf vine opened and closed, swaying constantly, like a unique language. Qin Yongji couldn't understand the message it conveyed, But she knew the leaf vine was desperately requesting a spiritual connection with her. A spiritual connection with a mutant. Qin Yongji looked past the leaf vine and toward the trunk of the blood tree fern. Its remaining branches and leaves were also swaying, and with the swaying, some leaves trembled and fell, but it paid no attention. Qin Yongji calmed down and controlled her spiritual energy. Only then did her consciousness enter the spiritual realm, and she saw the swaying spiritual tree. The leaves seemed to have formed a unique rhythm. Qin Yongji looked up with some curiosity. Her spiritual tree seemed to understand the language of the tree fern. Qin Yongji thought, this meant that she might indeed have some connection with the alien plant before her. Spiritual tentacles slowly detached from the spiritual tree and released outward. The distinctive crimson color of the red flame bloodline shimmered, like stars in the invisible air. The energy gathered within the leaf vine was released, one red and one green, intertwining above. A link was established. Qin Yongji half closed her eyes. The rustling of the leaf vine's leaves filled her ears, and in her mind, a faint, distant, and ethereal voice called out, Xiao Pu. You're finally here. Qin Yongji, ? She asked the question that had puzzled her all along. Who is Xiao Pu? The two energies from the spiritual world faithfully transmitted their information, and it was no surprise that the blood tree received this vibration. The towering tree lowered its branches and gazed at the mecha below. If it had human eyes, it would have been filled with a look of long unseen surprise and relief at finally seeing its old friend alive. It's you. A sigh echoed from the spiritual energy of the blood tree. As she responded, a faint green energy emanated from its trunk. In that instant, fragments of time flashed through Qin Yongji's mind. And simultaneously, the blood tree's voice echoed in her ears. Xiao Pu, you're so weak now. Did they steal your energy? I've been trying to recover your energy for years, but I'm too weak. This land can't sustain a tree. Even with all my might, I can only gather this little energy. As the blood tree transmitted its message, a wave of energy, completely different from the blood trees, drifted from its spiritual energy, slowly approached Qin Yongji's spiritual tentacles, and then poured into her spiritual realm. Just as it approached, it caused signs of a frenzy in her spiritual realm. A red lotus suddenly opened, and flame shot up into the sky, spreading directly to the spiritual tree. The spirit tree shook wildly, its branches and leaves growing wildly. In the blink of an eye, its trunk expanded rapidly outward as if inflated. A green ball of light slowly passed through the crimson lotus's flames. As it entered the center of the crimson lotus, the green light gradually turned red, and the chaotic scene it had caused visibly subsided. When it reached the spirit tree, it was absorbed by it without any obstruction. Layers of energy emanated from the trunk. Qin Yongji felt as if her mind was being filled with endless energy. The pressure on her nerves threatened to explode. At that moment, the commander in the cockpit gritted her teeth, her bloodshot eyes immediately closing tightly. As her vision faded into darkness, she recalled unfamiliar memories. Qin Yongji had once seen the sky of an unknown star region in star network images. It was pitch black, like an abyss with no end in sight. The aura of anomaly permeated every corner of the star region. There were no illuminating stars, nor any flames to symbolize civilization. There was endless night, and within this darkness and the dark soil, the anomalies grew. On one of the unnamed planets, at the edge of a sprawling swamp rainforest, ferns clambered wildly over the rocks. Amidst the jagged cliff faces, a slender plant with long, rectangular leaves sprouted. Its roots reached deep into the ground, their slender roots capable of spreading over a great distance. But its location was unfavorable. As soon as its roots expanded, they collided with the dark brown roots of another plant, sending its leaves scattering like feathers across the ground. Its living space was squeezed by the surrounding plants. Its powerful roots were squeezed out, reduced to a pitiful thumb-sized mass. The tree also didn't know what compassion meant, but it grew in its natural path, forced to pass through it to absorb more energy and grow faster. So it crushed the dandelion's roots, and as it grew, the surrounding plants one by one became its sustenance. Just as the tree also was about to dominate the narrow cliff, the dandelion it had first killed sprouted again from its roots. That plant grew within its roots, absorbing the mutant energy alongside it, gradually merging with it, becoming a rare companion. When the tree also had advanced to SSS level, the dandelion helped it manage the chaotic flow of mutant energy. In the chaotic space of the unknown star region, their energies intersected countless times. The scene before Qin Yongji ended, and she finally knew who the so-called Xiao Pu was. The swaying of the tree gradually subsided, and during the interruption of communication, Qin Yongji glanced at her spiritual realm. The spiritual tree grew ever more dense, obscuring the sky, and even the red lotus in front of her had grown several times larger. It seemed that as she entered the unknown star region, her spiritual realm had also undergone an extraordinary transformation. Why do you say Xiaopu is me? Qin Yongji understood that the blood tree had given her an extraordinary energy. She even suspected that perhaps it was her own energy. But in all her years in the interstellar world, whether in class or outside of class, she had never heard of the name of Xuepu. You are Xiaopu. A despicable thief took you out of the unknown star region, and humans coveted your power. They extracted your energy from the thief and created new weapons. Evolutionary fluid. Qin Yongji's pupils narrowed sharply. Evolutionary fluid. She suddenly looked up and pressed. Who is the despicable thief? Who is researching the evolutionary fluid? The branches of the blood Alsophala rustled softly. He recounted his story to her. As co-creatures, born from the same roots, the blood Alsophala and the blood Pu reached SSS level at the same time. As a mutant, the blood Pu possessed a unique property that allowed it to withstand any mutations. While star beasts could enhance themselves through mutations, the mutations within the unknown star region were too intense and frequent, often resulting in their demise. Even the strongest SSS-level beasts could not avoid them. The special properties of the blood Alsophala allowed blood Alsophala to advance without fear. Just as she reached SSS rank, an outsider appeared in the swamp rainforest. The thief, possessing the ability to manipulate time, severed the blood Alsophala's roots during a battle, taking the blood Alsophala with him. Then, sucked into human territory by a hole in an unknown star region, he was drawn. Manipulate time? When it came to this special ability, Qin Yongji could only conjure up one astral beast, the red mistletoe. The moment that name appeared, a sharp pain suddenly pierced her head. Alert! Alert! The infernal flames communicator, under the unusually brutal energy attack from the spiritual realm, immediately sounded the alarm. At the same time, the soldiers linked to Qin Yongji all sensed the unstable energy of their command. The pain spread to the others, excruciatingly. The moment Shang Yueshan felt the pain, he clenched his two blades, energizing them with the energy of the immortal vine. Something's happened to Qin Yongji. He could only sense this from the other person's energy signature. It wasn't that something was wrong with Qin Yongji. She seemed to have just remembered something. Countless voices filled his ears, but he couldn't tell who was speaking, or whether they were male or female. How is Subject 01 doing? The fusion results indicate a success, Professor. The energy of the red mistletoe is too strong, and this child's mental state is likely to collapse. Continue observing. Professor, the energy from Subject 176 has been extracted. Injector. Subject 01's mental state is being monitored. The test results show fusion at 100%. Success? Why can't this child speak? After the successful fusion, 01 hasn't developed the same beast transfiguration symptoms as the previous test subject, and her mental state is very stable. The only problem is that she hasn't spoken, and we're unsure if she's conscious. The energy fluctuations of the red mistletoe are very strange. We suspect it might possess more than just time manipulation. Professor, Laboratory 219 has requested access to mistletoe energy extract. Why do they want it again? Is the Alsophala sanguinosa cultivation not going well? They say it's gone berserk again. Don't worry about them. Our research has been successful. Send the military to bring Alsophala sanguinosa back. I don't want to hear 219's name again. Countless images intertwined. Various figures in research uniforms passed before her eyes, and someone transmitted human knowledge into her ears. Qin Yongji tried to listen, but could only make out a few fragments of Yatu's political education. It's Yatu. Qin Yongji's eyelids grew heavy. Her memories and mental tendrils intertwined, and both her mind and body ached simultaneously, unable to tell which was more intense. A critical light flickered within the mech, and the emergency sequence began its countdown. The moment the countdown reached 0, Qin Yongji opened her eyes. Her pupils were an extremely dark black, and the surrounding energy froze in that instant. Countless chaotic thoughts ceased in that moment. Qin Yongji consciously canceled the emergency sequence while stabilizing her mental energy. The soldiers affected by her mental turmoil gradually recovered. The light on Shang Yueshan's twin blades flickered a few times. Feeling the energy signal fade, his thick brows furrowed. Qin Yongji? Qin Yongji? Xie Yao tried to call her on the team chat. After Qin Yongji's energy had increased, she could hear the signal transmitted through the blood tree fern's energy. She immediately replied, "Thank you, Commander? Are you okay?" Qin Yongji was stunned for a moment, thinking back to her mental state. She immediately realized that she might have affected the others. I'm not in danger. The blood tree fern is dying. You should hurry and search for the data first. If it dies, the controlled star beasts will wake up and the laboratory will collapse. Don't worry about me. Everything is fine here. She spoke quickly, as if there was something more important. As soon as she finished her words, the commander's domineering mental link was instantly severed. Shang Yueshan had just heard Chen Yongji's voice, his heart sinking to his chest. The next moment, the connection was severed, and his consciousness seemed to sink into a bottomless abyss. A wave of panic washed over him. His wandering spiritual energy, unable to find a home, was finally channeled into the core of the immortal vine. Chen Yongji was right. The blood Alsophala was at the end of its strength. As Yun and his team moved through the laboratory, they could sense faint energy fluctuations emanating from the statue-like star beasts around them. Some of the star beasts even began to move faintly, presumably indicating they would fully awaken soon. Yun made a decisive move. Some people will go to the data storage room. The rest of you, the star beasts haven't escaped control yet. Kill them! The blood Alsophala was half dead, and the star beasts were half awake. If they didn't strike now, when would they? As soon as he issued the order, the surrounding soldiers surged forward, instantly entering combat mode, charging from one end of the corridor to the other. Shang Yueshan channeled all his worry, anxiety, and fear into the tip of his blade. The killer star now truly became a killer star, tearing through the air, blood splattering as his blade darted. Elsewhere, Chen Yongji slowly recovered. She absorbed a flood of memories and energy, and for a moment, she even lost track of time and space. Until the shadow of a blood fern tree appeared before her. The tree's trunk, stored in the growth chamber, had already withered significantly. The energy she injected into Chen Yongji was her last remaining source of energy. The blood fern tree had followed the blood fern tree's trajectory, arriving in the human star region through spatial energy. As the intelligence had predicted, it was actually gentle. As a high-ranking SSS-class beast, worthy of being classified as a Sequence 7, blood Alsophala already possesses some of the rationality and judgment of an intelligent being. Although the human spirit core was a tempting energy source for her, blood Alsophala remained steadfast in her goal, to find the blood cattail. She arrived solely to bring the blood cattail home. Those were the most difficult years in the history of the Star Alliance. The top 10 star beasts had emerged one after another, and only then had the mistletoe been sent away, and now the blood Alsophala arrived. At first, it showed no signs of frenzied energy release. After being brought home by the Yatsa Research Institute, blood Alsophala simply wanted to follow the blood cattail's aura from the researchers to find its fellow creatures. However, she had no idea that after arriving in the human star region, the first time she would sense the blood cattail's spiritual energy would be in the group that killed the researcher. The spiritual energy of the blood cattail was transformed into something unfamiliar, merging with countless energies. Although blood Alsophala gave no orders, she knew that extracting the mutant's spiritual energy would result in only one outcome: the mutant's death. In that instant, blood Alsophala went into an uncontrollable frenzy. She killed one soldier after another until one approached her, wielding the energy of the blood cattail. Blood Alsophala could never have imagined that one day, the energy of the blood cattail would become a weapon to kill her. That weak, ever-tolerant, yet tenacious mutant, possessing SSS-level energy simply because they shared a common birth, could unleash such formidable power. Blood Alsophala died. She had never imagined that humans could be so greedy. Even after death, they would dream of using her core to cultivate another self and merge with humanity. They had sealed her in this growth chamber made of blood cattail energy. If she tried to break it, the energy of the blood cattail would be corroded and dissolved by the solution below. The blood treefan was imprisoned day after day. The mutant had no concept of time, until she sensed that the solution beneath her had lost its energy deterrent, and no one in the laboratory had replaced it for a long time. So she emerged from the growth chamber, and began to grow anew. For plants, rooting to the soil and growing are instinctive. So her roots penetrated the laboratory, entered the Earth's veins, and spread to the mutant area. And the blood treefan once again came into contact with the blood cattail's energy. She extracted the point that had originally been used to store her blood cattail energy and attempted to plant and activate it. Psychic energy comes from the mutant's energy core. For plant-based mutants, the energy core is like a seed, with the potential to regenerate the other. Blood Alsophala didn't know if spiritual energy would work, but she wanted to try. So, the underground laboratory was filled with dandelions. She controlled countless star beasts, feeding them the entire laboratory's supply of food. Blood Alsophala sealed them in the lab, locked it behind a door, and waited for the day when that tiny dandelion would grow. She could then feed it with a flood of energy. That way, the little dandelion would soon grow again. They could return to the unknown star region together. But she hadn't expected that this land would not grow dandelions. It couldn't support the alsophala trees either. The energy of the regenerate seeds she had forcibly cultivated was exhausted, and blood alsophala was dying. She didn't care about death itself. From the moment each blood-red dandelion sprouted, though it wasn't her little dandelion, blood alsophala had prepared herself for death alongside her fellow mortals. But fate always likes to play tricks on people. After giving her the despair of darkness, it also bestowed upon her a ray of light, as if it were alms. She found Xiaopu. While connecting with the blood-spine tree, Qin Yongji reminisced with her about past memories. She experienced emotions rarely seen in a mutant from the blood-spine tree. Qin Yongji hadn't been controlled by emotions for a long time. It was much easier to make her angry than sad. So, the veins in her hand gripping the Mo Dao bulged, and her jawline was as sharp as a knife. Yatu, Yatu again, anger filled her eyes with bloodshot. But when she looked up at the withered blood-spine tree, a faint glint of water shone in her eyes. So, mutants can feel emotions. Another thing that puzzled her was that she was created from mutant energy. What about Chenju? How did Chenju become her mother? How did she die in Yatu? If she and Chenju were in the same laboratory, then how did she survive the explosion known to the entire Covenant? Qin Yongji felt her questions hadn't diminished in the slightest. But right now, she had only one question. Why did you ask me to come here? She wasn't a blood cattail, nor did she have any memories of growing up with the blood tree ferns. She couldn't save it either. Only a few leaves of the blood tree fern still clung to it. The vines that had emerged from the growth chamber gradually yellowed and withered like an old man, finally curling up and drooping to the ground, dying, their tips even curling towards Qin Yongji. Qin Yongji lowered her eyes and observed the scene with indifference, watching the vines curl for a long time, as if they had sensed her attitude, or as if they had simply run out of strength and energy. It stopped, the withering mark starting at the top of the blood-spine tree and slowly spreading downward. As its withering progressed, so too did the awakening of the star beast throughout the laboratory area. Outside the laboratory, roars and angry footsteps soon echoed. The ground shook uncontrollably, as if this building, long standing underground, was about to collapse. As the shaking and collapse continued, Qin Yongji slowly stepped forward. Yehua bent down and picked up the leaf vine, which had become increasingly dry and hard, making it difficult to even bend. The moment it touched the mecha, the tip of the leaf vine bent with difficulty, hooking Yehua's knuckles. This land can't support the tree vine, nor can it produce spores. Xiaopu, can you take me home? The blood-spine tree's final voice was weak and feeble, its energy signal intermittent. Qin Yongji had to concentrate very hard to perceive the message it was conveying. Okay. She lowered her gaze, staring at the vine before her, her knuckles hooked, completely hardened. The tree's voice was as soft as the wind. I'm sorry I didn't protect you, Xiaopu. Thank you for taking me home. Chapter 66. The roots of the Alsophala spinulosa penetrated the laboratory, rapidly growing along its upper surface. The fine roots branching out from its root system formed a vast web, weaving securely through the laboratory's joints and growing along every crevice. Dandelions emerged from the flesh and blood of the Alsophala spinulosa roots, growing on the laboratory's metal floor. It looked like a colossal miracle of mechanical civilization. Boom! The growth chamber shattered with a hissing sound, and the various solutions and water within it all rolled out in all directions. The laboratory floor was covered in a wet sheen. Yehua wielded his Mo Dao, and the crimson lotus flame surged with unstoppable force. After circling the mecha several times, the raging fire burst forth like a dragon, crashing headfirst into the massive trunk of the Alsophala spinulosa tree in front of him. The blaze ignited a massive fire, surging along the dead wood all the way out of the laboratory, climbing up the Alsophala spinulosa roots, and instantly igniting the entire laboratory. Crimson energy surged through the roots of the Alsophala spinulosa, its immense heat scorching the laboratory's metal floor and walls. The soldier battling the star beast saw the spreading red flames, his eyes suddenly brightening. Li Jingxian, acting as a scout, quickly discovered it's Xiang's energy fluctuations. What's burning? One of the Tianshu soldiers asked. But the answer didn't need a response, because the next second, the star beast, whose movements were still a little stagnant before the mecha, seemed to have broken free from its puppet's threads. Its eyes regained their bloodthirsty and terrifying look, its expression ferocious, and its roar even more energetic than before. Undoubtedly, the blood Alsophala's energy control had ceased. No way. A tense Tianshu soldier wielded his light blade to slash at the mutated tiger-like star beast charging ahead. The next second, he grasped the blade with his hand and pried open the star beast's gaping jaws. He then spoke to the black mecha killer star fighting on the other side, saying, "Is this wave of new recruits so impressive? It's not enough to have a heartless killing machine, but the new commanders are all so impressive. That's a Blood Alsophala, a Sequence 7 Blood Alsophala." Even the command center was on high alert, ready to deploy troops. How could it possibly be that it was about to die? Shan Yuishan remained silent. Not to mention his naturally quiet personality, at that moment, his attention was completely focused on the flames spreading around him. Realizing it was Chen Yongji's energy, Shan Yuishan's anxiety, far from being relieved, only intensified. Everyone knew the Blood Alsophala was difficult to deal with, so what price did Chen Yongji pay to defeat it? As Shan Yuishan thought of this, she was eager to clear the swarm of star beasts before her, and quickly appeared before Chen Yongji. Chen Yongji hadn't paid a price. The Blood Alsophala was the easiest SSS-level star beast she had ever dealt with. Perhaps she wouldn't even need to take action, as its energy was already at its lowest point. As the karmic fire devoured the Blood Alsophala's energy, Chen Yongji couldn't help but think that the numerous star beasts stored in the laboratory were all reserves that the Blood Alsophala had prepared for the Blood Cattail. If any of the dandelions scattered throughout the laboratory were to develop a consciousness belonging to the Blood Cattail, they would instantly become SSS level. This energy would undoubtedly extend the Blood Alsophala's lifespan. As a regenerated species created through human experimentation, this survival wasn't a true resurrection for the Blood Alsophala. Plants are resilient. They could once survive and thrive in the harshest environments of the unknown star regions, and with a tiny bit of life force, they could thrive in their growth chambers. But when the energy faded, the Blood Alsophala didn't want to draw on the energy reserves originally reserved for the Blood Alsophala. Perhaps it had already prepared itself for withering. When the infernal fire, carrying a trace of the Blood Alsophala's energy, arrived, the Blood Alsophala didn't mobilize even a fraction of its own energy to resist. Plants are innately afraid of fire. Faced with the Red Lotus's fiercest and most blazing flames, the Blood Alsophala's roots didn't dodge. The flame spread across its body, burning its branches and roots into a pitch-black charcoal. A shimmering, emerald-green diamond-shaped crystal core fell into the infernal fire's palm. The mecha stepped out of the blazing laboratory, its cold blade resting against the ground. Before her lay the endless laboratory corridor. Behind her, a raging fire raged in the lab. Waves of flame surged outward, spreading along the roots of the blood tree fern toward the other 5 sides of the hexagon, blasting away any intruding star beasts. The energy directly shattered their mutated attacks. Before her, a group of star beasts emerged from the end of the corridor, pressing against each other and surging forward. Their gazes at the mecha were as salivating as those of dogs at meat. Chen Yongji clenched his grip on the Modeo. Within his spiritual realm, ever since the blood tree fern had injected the energy that had once belonged to the Blood Cattail, Chen Yongji felt as if the boundaries of his realm had been shattered. The roots of the spiritual tree grew deeper, its branches more luxuriant, and the energy in its spiritual tentacles grew more dominant. If there were a way to describe her current state, it resembled the legendary cleansing of tendons and cleansing of marrow, a complete transformation. At this moment, let alone an SSS rank star beast, even a bloodthirsty tree fern, whose power completely rivaled hers, would be a match for Chen Yongji. If Yi Tang attempted to abduct the infernal flame at this moment, Chen Yongji was certain it would be incinerated to the very core by the Red Lotus's flames. Feeling the restless energy within his spiritual realm, eager to unleash its might, Chen Yongji felt a scorching heat in his breath. The blade of the Mo Dao held by the mech gleamed, and energy continuously surged from Chen Yongji's body, making both the mech and the weapon look eager. And her appearance, radiating immense energy, was truly a delicacy for the star beasts. The star beasts ahead, their eyes ablaze with green, rushed towards him. Chen Yongji's mech paused, gathering strength, and the infernal flame shot out like an arrow from a bow. Red Lotus. Infernal fire. The mecha leaped into the air, its blade raised high, slashing down. The wind from the blade ignited a wisp of flame, which spread as it cleaved. The massive dragon head roared out, piercing the swarm of star beasts with a cold gleam of light. The powerful SSS spiritual realm connected to the Red Lotus energy representing sequence 20. One slash, and the ground was littered with corpses. The flame shattered the seemingly immense energy within the star beasts. As the fire dragon plunged into the sea of star beasts, it was like a pebble dropped into the sea. But it was no ordinary gravel, but a meteorite from outer space, capable of causing landslides and rivers to stagnate. In the blink of an eye, the energy of the star beasts before them was instantly shattered, and a vast, blazing flame surged forward with a long roar. Crack! The mecha crushed the charred remains of the star beast on the ground. The MO Dao was swung across its back, its blade sweeping across the ground, inch by inch, gathering the flames that covered the entire corridor. The karma fire emerged from this flame step by step. When Li Jingxian sensed Chen Yangji's energy signal, she was initially excited. Knowing that Chen Yangji was safe, she couldn't help but feel relieved. But when they broke through the outer perimeter of the exotic plant research and development area and saw the blood tree's massive roots, which had penetrated the laboratory and entered the earth veins, and the blazing flames above them, she couldn't help but worry about Chen Yangji. The blood tree's roots had lost all their energy fluctuations. Li Jingxian could see that the flames weren't intended to incinerate the tree's trunk, but rather to follow its branches, providing energy support for the entire laboratory. Once the flames were extinguished, the entire laboratory would collapse, but she was worried about Chen Yangji. Such a massive energy expenditure would be a tremendous strain on his mental state. With the blood tree fern's energy gone, the star beasts throughout the laboratory began to move erratically. She wondered how Chen Yangji would cope in this state. Thinking of this, she grew even more worried, and her manslaughter of the star beasts accelerated considerably. The reconnaissance mech and the maintenance technicians coordinated their controlled killing spree, so fast that Wei Xian on the other side couldn't keep up. He couldn't help but fall behind. Seeing Li Jingxian's long axe chop off the star beast's head, he couldn't help but glance at Lan Qingcheng. "Sister Xiaoxian, how did you suddenly become so ferocious?" he spoke softly. Lan Qingcheng glanced at the coordinated group, holding a wooden bow without an arrow in hand. As Wei Xian's guns blasted the star beast before him, he raised his bow and drew the string. There must be something wrong with Xiaoyang. The flames are very hot, and her energy consumption will be very high. With that, as he drew his bow, a long, green vine-like arrow appeared from the bowstring. Lan Qingcheng aimed and fired, directly destroying the powerful vortex created by the oncoming swift eagle. Wei Xian's hooked claws followed closely behind, carrying the swift eagle's body forward. As they closed in midair, they were met by a distant cannon fire. Black smoke rose from the support mech's right shoulder cannon. "Then let's hurry. Go get Xiaoyang." When Chen Yangji was initially carried away by the blood fern, Wei Xian had almost pulled the leaf vine. That tiny gap, missing the target, left him feeling extremely guilty, a fact reflected in his silence throughout the entire journey. He spoke only single words, like another Shang Yueshan. It wasn't until Chen Yangji's voice reached him, confirming her safety, and he was comforted for a long time by the other party's theory that the blood-borne tree fern had no ill intentions, that he regained some energy. As a support, he had let his commander be taken away by a star beast right under his nose. Wei Xian wanted to slap himself. He had never experienced such a shameful thing before. This also made him realize that even though he was a mastermind in the recruit camp, he was still no match for the powerful star beasts. He was so proud of his speed, but he brushed past Yi Tang. This time the star beast had no ill intentions, but what if there was a next time, and the star beast wasn't like the blood-borne tree fern? Did he have to gamble on the goodwill of the star beasts every time? If a support position couldn't even save the commander, then what was his role as a support? All along the way, Wei Xian kept asking himself these questions, his guilt towards Chen Yangji reaching its peak. Every time he killed a star beast, he'd think, if only he'd been faster, stronger, more powerful. Perhaps he could have drawn the star beast and saved Chen Yangji. This was the inevitable emotional journey of a single soldier on the battlefield, but Wei Xian had to face it sooner. The support mecha's movements to slay the star beasts also quickened. As they passed the massive root system of the blood fern, an SSS-class white phosphorus rhino with long silver horns, leading a group of nimble star beasts, came running towards them. The ground shook at the giant beast's gallop, and the flames in the crack spread outward uncontrollably. "Xiao Shang, be careful." Li Jingxian sensed the approaching energy, and, out of the corner of her eye, caught sight of the herd of star beasts charging relentlessly. She cast a worried glance at the melee mechas leading the way. Shang Yueshan yanked his double-edged sword from the star beast's body, blood spurting out. Without a glance, he instantly raised his gaze forward, his eyes filled with a cold, inorganic quality. Any creature that stood in his way of finding his commander would die. The master's thoughts traveled through his mental tentacles to the mechas. Almost simultaneously, the killing stars swooped forward, their energy from the immortal vine spreading along their blades, unleashing a powerful onslaught. The SSS-class rhino in the front lowered its forelimbs in a clear offensive stance. Lightning flashed from its body, but it didn't directly engage the killing stars. Instead, it joined the star beasts surging from either side and slashed at the mechas to the side. Lightning flashed like a snake, illuminating the entire corridor. The energy surge caused the defensive positions on both sides to immediately blast out energy shields. Bang! The energies collided, and Shang Yueshan burst through the two energy shields. The moment the mech charged towards the rhino, he felt a very familiar energy. A red light shone from the other end of the corridor. Boom! A crimson flame shot out like a Gatling gun firework. Shang Yueshan saw a tall mech emerge from the corner. The immortal vine energy driven by the killing star suddenly paused, and the next second, he saw the flames ignited on Qin Yangji's Mo Dao. The two mechs were separated by a long corridor, without any connection, no interaction, no gestures, but Shang Yueshan understood Qin Yangji's meaning. He lowered his eyes, his gaze fixed on the mech's double-edged blade, his consciousness activating the immortal vine core. Puff! As the twin blades slashed at the layer of lightning coating the rhino, the vines of the immortal vine shot out, rapidly weaving an insulated space along with the lightning. The vines pierced through the weak points in the lightning wall and penetrated the star beasts. Then, they rapidly grew and pierced through the bodies of each star beast, spreading rapidly. The SS-class star beasts on either side of the rhino were skewered like meat skewers. This was a technique Shang Yueshan had learned from the blood-fern vines. Even on the other side, Qin Yangji sensed this energy and looked over with admiration. She hadn't expected Shang Yueshan to understand her intentions so quickly, even immediately cooperating. Qin Yangji's mental tentacles spread outward. She had originally planned to establish a connection with a single soldier, but now it seemed that this effort was saved. Infernal fire rushed out, and the flame energy flowing through the mecha's hull, driven by the gust of wind, immediately ignited. The entire mecha was engulfed in flames, and the raised Mo Dao was coated in a layer of burnt red. A powerful energy surge rippled outward. Zzz. A crackling sound of energy exploded. The Mo Dao slashed down from above, and flames instantly spread, following the branches of the immortal vine and exploding directly into the star beast's body. A bloody stench swept across the corridor. The star beasts ahead, like inflated balloons, scattered their bones and flesh. The rhino directly below the Mo Dao attempted a repeat of its previous attack. Part of its lightning followed the Mo Dao's blade towards the mecha, while other parts crisscrossed from either side. A crimson glow emanated from Yi Hua's body, shattering the lightning. The blade descended inch by inch, finally striking the tip of the rhino's horn. As the two forces clashed, Qin Yangji pressed his wrist downward, mobilizing the energy within his spiritual realm once again. Puff! The Mo Dao split the rhino's horn, as if a signal. Qin Yangji's eyes grew fiercer, and his muscles mobilized, unleashing his full power. Bang! The massive blade of the Mo Dao slashed down from midair. The flaming blade, like a mountain bearing down on one's head, split the lightning-shrouded rhinoceros in two. The flames from the fragmented corpse rushed toward the wall, carrying the shattered flesh and blood of the star beast with them as they crashed into the wall. The Mo Dao slashed across the ground with a cold sound. The scattered flames rushed towards the blade's tip. Amidst the bloody debris, a crimson mech slowly approached, treading on a trail of blood. Command? Shang Yueshan sheathed his blade and watched Qin Yangji approach. As the mech approached him, it patted his shoulder. Not bad, Celia. Good cooperation. Qin Yangji gestured approvingly. In the distance, Li Jingxian and the others sheathed their weapons and hurried over. Xiaoan. The force of the mecha's sudden attack forced Qin Yangji to step back. Shang Yueshan, witnessing this, reached out from behind to block it, helping Qin Yangji steady himself. I was so scared. That guy just took you away in a flash, without even saying hello. So rude. Li Jingxian grumbled incoherently. Qin Yangji heard the fear and concern in her tone, and couldn't help but pat her on the back. It's okay, Sister Xiaoxian, I'm fine. After reporting his situation to each of his teammates, Qin Yangji wasted no time and hurried forward. His spiritual tentacles spread out, reconnecting with the commanding individual. Hiss, isn't it? Your energy has grown stronger again. Wei Xian clutched his head, feeling the pain that felt like it was about to rip his head apart. He immediately became sweaty, his voice weak, and the pain made him speechless. Not only him, but even Xie Yao, who had reconnected with Qin Yangji, couldn't help but hiss. He Yun was inevitably impacted by this connected energy. As a fellow commander, he hadn't expected this fellow's mental power to be so overwhelming. Commander He, the lab won't hold out much longer. We need to get out now, Qin Yangji said sternly. The lab's current energy supply came entirely from her, and Qin Yangji could already sense he was reaching his limit. He Yun had foreseen this. Don't worry, I contacted the other team. They already obtained the data and are at the lab exit. Their main reason for going deeper was to rescue Chen Yangji. He had also wanted to see if there was any chance of obtaining a sample of the Alsophila sanguinaria. But upon seeing Chen Yangji emerge, he didn't say anything more. He immediately followed his command, and the entire team withdrew. On the way back, Chen Yangji's mech moved swiftly while reporting his findings on the team chat. I captured the energy signature of the Alsophila, and there's also some solid tissue, but it's withered. I also took samples of hibiscus buds and winged insects. Don't worry, our mission is complete. She said the latter sentence with a hint of joy. Wei Xian asked in surprise, You still remember our mission? Thank goodness you're here, Xiaong. I already finished this. With the Alsophila appearing, fighting would require multiple hands, so how could anyone remember sampling? Xixin understood Chen Yangji's character. Besides these, what else? Chen Yangji enumerated with a smile. A lot. Although her actions were brutal, she had taken every useful item from the star beasts along the way. Even the solution in the Alsophila's growth chamber had been packed up and taken away by Chen Yangji. She was certain that her sample size was far and away the largest in the entire lab. As Chen Yangji spoke, a hint of worry crossed her brow. Besides the samples, she had actually taken away a few drops of solution from the growth chamber that hadn't been used by the Alsophila to stimulate the growth of the blood cattail. This was what it called the evolutionary fluid. Chen Yangji suspected that this substance was definitely different from the legendary divine water. It was the true evolutionary fluid. Was it really safe to hand this thing over to Qian? Given the precedent of the demon eye crones, Chen Yangji was a little hesitant, but a voice in her heart told her to trust it. The command badge on her chest seemed to be burning hot. Chen Yangji wondered if this was Chen Zhu's answer. Just as the Tianshu team evacuated the laboratory, Chen Yangji's tense mind finally gave way, his energy instantly slackening. In that instant, the underground flames vanished completely, and a resounding rumble echoed from the ground, like a sleeping giant awakening. Instantly, the ground began to shake. The surface rock, already forming a massive crater, shook and sank again, deepening the sinking. Just as the mechs stood and swayed, and the support mechs looked up to find a traction point, circles of mechs enveloped the massive crater. Command, it's Squad 132. Chen Yangji heard a voice from one of the mechs. The swift wind carried the sound of rapidly approaching footsteps, and another voice replied, Immediately initiate rescue. As soon as the words were spoken, the traction from the surroundings began to descend. He reminded the others with a hint of a smile, The support team from headquarters is here. Everyone hurry. With that, the mech attached its traction belt, and was quickly pulled toward the ground. As soon as they touched the ground, before they had time to reminisce, the soil and rocks on the surface began to shake. A group of mechs quickly retreated into the distance, the ground continuously collapsing behind them, cracks widening in pursuit of the mechs. The intense earthquakes finally subsided after they entered the exotic plant garden. Just as the mechs touched down, Chen Yangji heard a familiar voice, complaining a bit, Oh, what bad luck. I just arrived to provide support, and the blood tree worm is dead. I haven't even seen what a Star Beast Sequence 7 looks like. Wei Xian's ears twitched, clearly recognizing the other person. Shan Tiangong? He asked in a loud voice. The complaining soldier paused, then said with a hint of surprise, Wei Xian. He glanced at the mecha swarm ahead of him. You guys? Shan Tiangong's surprise was palpable, and the next second he let out a clear, sharp fuck. You killed Alsophila? How is that possible? It was Wei Xian. Shan Tiangong's competitive spirit was instantly aroused. It must have been Commander He Yun who killed Alsophila. You're not even close to being able to defeat Alsophila. Wei Xian detected a hint of bitterness in his angry words and chuckled. Oh, you didn't expect it. It was our commander who killed him. Shan Tiangong's gaze shifted to Chen Yangji, who was at the back of the group. He frowned, pondering the other person's information. How could it be possible that he was just a new commander, only SS rank? Humph. Shan Tiangong casually stepped forward. What are you bragging about? An SS rank commander killed a blood fern. Are you kidding me? Or did you get your brain damaged from fighting the Star Beast? As he stepped forward, the rest of Shan Tiangong's team also slowly approached. Chen Yangji's gaze swept from the two bickering people to the others. Li Jingxian leaned closer to her and reminded her, the one in the middle is Chu Yang. Chen Yangji's gaze lingered for a few seconds, then she nodded slightly. Although she was an SSS rank commander, her perception didn't seem to detect the difference in energy level. Chen Yangji lowered her eyes and pondered for a few seconds, thinking about the energy from the blood fern that the blood fern had transmitted to her. She might have broken through the SSS rank barrier. Chapter 67. The journey out of the devouring city was remarkably peaceful, largely because Qin Yongji hadn't anticipated that, simply because of the name Bloodfern, the Tianshu military district would dispatch an entire regiment, including individual soldiers like Chu Yang, who had been temporarily drafted in after completing missions on nearby planets. The starship stopped at the edge of the mutation zone, and the entire eastern region was decimated by the individual soldiers. Because they arrived a bit late, the Bloodfern had already died, its energy signature had vanished, and numerous star beasts were buried in the underground laboratory. The energy level that had surged through the devouring city slowly declined, returning to the stable level of a Class B mutation zone. With nothing else to do, the group of individual soldiers on their way back slaughtered every star beast along the way. Qin Yongji and Wei Xian, eager to join in the fun, didn't even find a chance to strike, and returned empty-handed. Their passenger cabin was with Chu Yang and other individual soldiers, who had come to support the new recruits. Shang Tiangong hadn't spoken much to Wei Xian, remaining in a state of vacant thought the entire time. When Qin Yongji entered, he couldn't help but glance at him a few more times. It was truly unexpected. When Qin Yongji presented the sample of the Alsophala sanguinosa to the commander of the reorganized regiment, he practically announced to everyone that this man was the one who had killed the Alsophala sanguinosa. Shang Tiangong had been mocking Wei Xian the moment before, wondering if Chu Yang had chosen him to form a team, and was deliberately boasting about his commanding prowess to avoid looking inferior to him. The next moment, Shang Tiangong looked at Qin Yongji in immense surprise. The golden-haired creature still looked as naive as before, his eyes filled with an undeniably arrogant air. But last time, Shang Tiangong had been thinking about giving the other man a taste of his own medicine, but this time, a thought occurred to him. It seemed like he had a little more arrogance to offer. If he killed the Alsophala sanguinaria, he'd be so proud right now. You killed the Alsophala sanguinaria? Seeing Qin Yongji approach, Shang Tiangong tilted his head, coughed twice, and awkwardly spoke. Qin Yongji glanced at him, half-smiled, and said, "No, it died on its own." Shang Tiangong felt she was being completely uncooperative. He already taken the initiative to be friendly, and wouldn't most people tacitly brush over any previous disagreements and engage in polite small talk? Why wasn't this guy playing by the rules? Seeing him, seemingly hurt by Qin Yongji's words, and turning his head away, unwilling to speak, Wei Xian couldn't help but laugh. "Hey, what's wrong with you? Our commander already answered you, and you didn't even say thank you. This is important information, and you just told it to me like that. You call this important information?" It would have been fine if he hadn't spoken, but as soon as he did, Shang Tiangong felt his temper flare up, his voice nearly breaking. Wei Xian argued confidently, "Why not? Go out and ask if anyone knows that Alsophala sanguinosa committed suicide. Come on, if you don't want to tell me, then don't tell me. Why come up with such an outrageous excuse?" Shang Tiangong curled his lips, thinking Qin Yongji was deliberately trying to fool him. Seeing that he was completely withdrawn and unwilling to talk, Wei Xian returned to the team and whispered to Qin Yongji, "See, I told you, no one believes you when you tell the truth. It's amazing that a star beast can go against its nature," Shi Zixin said with emotion. Star beasts have always been driven by desire. In the past, they were able to suck up so many planets of the Star Alliance for their energy, and now they can be attracted by the spiritual core aura of the driver, all for the purpose of upgrading or survival. It's rare for someone like the Blood Alsophala to leave the entire laboratory's worth of star beast energy unabsorbed and allow it to die. Even the top 10 in the sequence had never seen such a thing before. Qin Yongji lowered her eyes slightly, saying nothing. She didn't tell anyone about the conversation she overheard, while mingling with the Blood Alsophala's energy. Qin Yongji knew there was something special about her. Perhaps Ji Yan could be trusted, but she's seen how those outside her species were treated in Jiuzhou. Even if Yunzhou could accommodate her, other forces would do everything they could to get her into the laboratory. Not to mention, at this point, the purpose of the Yatta biological experiment hadn't been determined, the remnants hadn't been eliminated, and the demonic eye was suspected of being connected to all of this. Qin Yongji wouldn't be so foolish as to expose herself. "Xiaoxian, does your team have a permanent commander?" A male voice suddenly rang out in the silence of the passenger cabin. Qin Yongji looked in the direction of the voice, and spotted a thin man in the crowd. He wasn't overly frail, but he stood out a bit against the heavily trained individual soldiers. The man's features were rather plain, and at first glance, he looked quite ordinary. He had black hair and red eyes, typical of Qian. He bore some resemblance to Shi Zixin, but the latter possessed a somewhat aloof, unapproachable demeanor, while the former's gaze was vague and uncertain, revealing a strong sense of insecurity. Qin Yongji noticed the faint freckles on his cheeks and memorized them as a defining feature. Li Jingxian, upon being questioned, smiled brightly. This time, their cooperation in the mutation zone had gone smoothly. They and Qin Yongji had worked well together. Honestly, Qin Yongji was a perfect fit for their team. This was a point recognized by several of the individual soldiers, and not only Qin Yongji, but also Shang Yueshan. The 7 of them possessed an invisible tacit understanding, able to understand each other's meanings in a single glance. The commander's mental power compensated for her perceived gaps, allowing him to accurately pinpoint the impact point and even coordinate the pull of support. As for Shang Yueshan, his combat skills were already very strong, and his melee position was a lone wolf position that relied heavily on the coordination of both individual soldiers and commanders. His synergy with Qin Yongji was impeccable. Li Jingxian had already agreed with Qin Yongji to team up again, so she nodded confidently. Yes, Xiaoang works very well with us. Chu Yang lowered his eyes somewhat dejectedly, then glanced at Qin Yongji, clenching his fist to encourage himself. But you should understand, you're all SSS rank. If there's only one SS rank commander, it might affect the mecha's control and core performance, so would you like to reconsider? As Chu Yang uttered these last words, the expressions of the several teams in the passenger cabin froze. The others, who were whispering to each other, gasped upon hearing this and fell silent, fearing they would be implicated. Li Jingxian was stunned for a moment, having not expected him to be so direct. Shang Tiangong's face darkened, and the look he gave Chu Yang was no longer as warm as usual, but now filled with confusion and anger. Shang Tiangong, what do you mean? Li Jingxian reacted, no. They both spoke almost simultaneously. Unlike Li Jingxian's gentle voice, Shang Tiangong's question was direct and demanding, a roar. Chu Yang was startled by his loud voice, and his body trembled unconsciously. Qin Yongji noticed his actions, and narrowed his eyes slightly. It seems that this recruit camp's only SSS-level commander has a rather low emotional intelligence, and his team leadership isn't particularly strong. EQ aside, Qin Yongji knew that a commander had several crucial qualities. Beyond professional expertise, they had to have a mindset and a mindset. Combat mindset, leadership mindset. One must be ruthless, and comprehensive. Leaving aside his combat mindset, his leadership mindset was somewhat lacking. Within the Shang Tiangong team, even by looking at their usual positions, one could tell that Chu Yang wasn't the one leading the conversation. As a commander, if he lacked even basic leadership skills, how could he make decisions? Qin Yongji was deeply curious. After answering him, Li Jingxian hinted that she didn't want to continue the conversation. Their team had teamed up with Chu Yang before. To be more precise, during their 2 years in the recruit camp, they had teamed up with most commanders, from SSS level down to A level. The commander's level doesn't impose significant restrictions on individual soldiers. It's not the case that a low-level commander restricts the energy drive of a high-level individual, but there is certainly a difference. At the very least, low-level commanders are significantly less capable of maintaining a communication network and withstanding the impact of individual soldiers' energy. But Chu Yang's question was completely unnecessary. Putting aside the tacit understanding between them and Qin Yongji, at least there had never been any mistakes in command. Therefore, it wasn't appropriate for him to raise this issue. Qin Yongji didn't pay much attention to Chu Yang's opinion. While using level to measure strength was convenient, judging depth based solely on level was unwise. As for the argument between Shang Tiangong and Chu Yang, Qin Yongji didn't know much about it. After Shang Tiangong's loud yell, his companions all rushed forward to mediate, presumably convincing him to stop. As for Chu Yang, perhaps because he was offended by Li Jingxian's attitude, or perhaps because he finally understood that he couldn't express his desire to team up with others in front of his current teammates, or for some other reason, he remained silent for the rest of the session, like a mute. Qin Yongji was happy to have some peace and quiet. Finally, he had time to rest. The devouring city mutation zone had yielded a lot of information, but Qin Yongji wasn't sure what information He Yun's team had taken away from the laboratory. The mutation zone missions at the recruit camp were more tiring than any she had ever been in, not just physically but mentally as well. Qin Yongji hadn't yet fully digested the vast amount of information and energy the Alsophala Sanguini had brought her. After completing her first mutation zone mission, the starship arrived at the Tianshu garrison just after the recruit camp training period, giving her a half-day break to catch her breath. After completing her physical examination at the medical facility, and confirming that she hadn't sustained any serious injuries in the mutation zone, she prepared to visit the Tianshu Martyr Steel Forest. Ever since she arrived at the Tianshu garrison, The training at the new recruit camp has been incredibly demanding. The round trip from the garrison to Tianshu 02 takes half a day, and Qin Yongji can't spare the time, nor is it practical for her to take leave for such a matter. Now, finally, there's an opportunity. Having heard that she wanted to visit the Forest of Martyrs monuments on Tianshu 02, Li Jingxian and the others also began to think about relaxing on Tianshu planet. Most of the industries on the garrison planets are dedicated to supporting daily life and training within the garrison. There are no entertainment venues, so the only way to have fun is via the interstellar air routes to Tianshu 02. Yang, are you going to see the Monument of Martyrs? The group took the interstellar flight, transferring to the inner city Skitran, and finally arrived at the Monument of Martyrs in the center of Tianshu. Each of them had their own destinations. Wei Xian recommended his favorite arena to Qin Yongji along the way. It was a trial arena specifically designed for cadets and military district personnel. He always had high standards for his physical skills, and made sure to visit it every time he visited Tianshu. Qin Yongji nodded at this. Tianshu Star is exceptionally prosperous. As a major military star, security along the route is extremely tight. The sky is filled with floating, rotating, real-time sensors. From the moment they disembark at the starport, they connect to everyone's optical computers, tracking their trajectory in real time. They can also be linked to Tianshu navigation via the optical computers, providing precise guidance. Qin Yongji set the location of the Martyrs Monument. Soon, a palm-sized bionic balloon-like mechanical object floated down from above her, emitting a red light, pointing the way. Yes, I'm going to the Martyrs Monument first. Wei Xian frowned slightly in annoyance and asked the others. They had just disembarked from the starship and rushed to the medical area without stopping. Everyone else was fine, but Shang Yueshan, perhaps due to excessive killing or something else, had a mental state that was unstable. He was forced to stay behind to observe, and could only watch them leave reluctantly. Wei Xian, considering they fought side by side, wanted to ask if the guy needed anything, and he even asked in a friendly way. But the guy didn't even glance at the kind questioner, instead staring intently at Qin Yongji behind him. Wei Xian couldn't help but ask, "Do you want me, Yang, to stay with you?" The boy's fair face instantly turned a dusky crimson, his entire body flaming with rage. Qin Yongji chuckled softly from behind, then made some promises across the crowd, promising him a present when he returned, without specifying what it was. Shang Yueshan was enjoying the pancake, his lips curling slightly, as he watched them leave eagerly. Wei Xian thought about this and clapped his hands, suggesting, "How about this? You're going to bring Xiao Shan a gift, aren't you? Let me tell you, right outside the Forest of Heroes Steel is the Tianshu Market. Let's go for a walk and then come find you, or you can come find us." Qin Yongji leaned over to check on the map. The two places were very close, so she nodded. After Wei Xian and the others finished buying what they needed, they could come find her to go shopping together, or she could check on Qinzhu and then find them. Qin Yongji wanted to see Qinzhu's monument, firstly to see his spirit core, and secondly to see if she could fully recall his fragmented memories. The Qian monuments are very important structures. Soldiers who died on the battlefields of Qian have monuments erected in their hometowns, military academies, and military command. Generally speaking, the former serve as cenotaphs. Unless the soldier has any special wishes, their mecha, weapons, and most importantly, their spirit cores are placed in the military command. This practice serves both as a memorial and as an inspiration to future generations, but most importantly, it ensures the best possible protection for the individual soldier's spiritual core. The spiritual core is a crucial component of the Covenant's evolutionary history. Their gradual evolution from the beasts of their home planet to their present fully human form is due to the birth of the spiritual core within their brains. This special substance provides them with spiritual strength, allowing them to resist mutations and even exploit them. The spiritual core houses a person's unique spiritual information, and even after death, spiritual resonance between energies persists. Qin Yongji had read a Star Alliance report about a teenager who, after his father's death, visited his father's monument every year to pay his respects. Later, due to a limited spiritual level, he failed a military academy exam. Overwhelmed with grief, he wept before his father's spiritual core, and unexpectedly resonated with his family's spiritual core, triggering a spiritual growth phase, rapidly advancing from B level to S level. The resonance of spiritual cores is particularly pronounced among close relatives, not only stimulating potential in the spiritual realm, but even allowing one to subtly sense the presence of their loved ones. However, this resonation is actually caused by residual energy within the spiritual core. Spiritual core energy cannot be regenerated after death and must gradually dissipate over time. Once completely extinguished, it will crumble into dust, and any trace of it will cease to exist. The military district has expended enormous manpower, material resources, and financial resources to construct a forest of monuments to heroes and martyrs, completely shielded from energy, greatly minimizing the loss of spiritual core energy. Chen Yongji hoped to find Chen Ju's spiritual core, at least to reveal how she had survived the devastating explosion in Yatu. From the information provided by the Blood Alsophala, Chen Yongji learned his origins. The energy brought back many memories, but those memories did not belong to her, but to the Blood Alsophala. The Blood Alsophala could only sense the same vibrations from her as the Blood Alsophala, thus identifying her as the Blood Alsophala. However, Chen Yongji wanted to know who had created her with the Blood Alsophala's energy, what their motives were, why Chen Ju had died, and why she had survived the destruction of the Yatta laboratory. The Qian Martyr Steel Forest covers a vast area. Its pillars are arranged according to chronological order. Each pillar is constructed of a special material and engraved with unique patterns, each one unique. Chen Yongji could roughly guess that they were crafted according to the deceased's preferences. Above the pillars is a completely enclosed, transparent, suspended space, housing many of the deceased's relics. In the center lies the suspended spiritual core. She didn't bother to look. Before entering the Qian Martyr Steel Forest, Chen Yongji had purchased a bouquet of white chrysanthemums at the entrance. As he hurried past each pillar, he would politely drop a chrysanthemum to apologize for his intrusion. These were all heroes who defended the Qian, but her most important priority today was to see Chen Ju first. She didn't have time to pay tribute to these heroes, so this gesture was her only way to express her apology. Chen Yongji walked and released her like this until she finally spotted the familiar name in the middle. The Tianshu Martyr Steel Forest contains the largest collection of Chen Ju's relics. Before Chen Yongji even reached the front, she saw various mecha fragments, broken mecha necklaces, and other objects floating overhead. She fixed her gaze on a single point, slowing her pace as she walked towards the pillar with unwavering determination. The monument to the martyrs was ingeniously designed. When one reached out to touch it, the deceased's achievements and faces would appear. When Chen Yongji's palm touched Chen Ju's name, she saw floating dots of light converge in midair to form a familiar face. Chen Ju had a gentle appearance, and one would never have guessed that this was the man who had sustained the Qian's former fame, led the Qian army against countless high-level star beasts, slew Liang Ziwei and Qi Mistletoe, fought against Yatu, prevented the Star Alliance civil war, and supported the Interstellar Alliance. The photo was perhaps taken a little too early. Chen Ju was in her 30s at this time. Chen Yongji could see the soft flesh on her cheeks, and she was a little nervous facing the camera, unsure where to put her hands, and finally tucked them into her pockets. Yet, even so, her eyes were piercing. A warm and gentle smile graced her face, yet her gaze was like an unstoppable blade, as if no obstacle could stop her. Chen Yongji might not be familiar with that face, but she had seen those eyes before. Through the thick glass of the laboratory, the figure walked in from the endless corridor and, standing in front of the small window, gazed upon her, who was being kept in the nursery. Chen Yongji saw the empty center above the monument to the martyrs. Chen Ju's spiritual core wasn't there, her gaze fixed, her hand pausing as it touched Chen Ju's shadow. She scanned the fragments carefully again, but she could not detect any core pulsating with energy from the pair of mecha fragments. The fragments, however, were shattered very smoothly, not as if by gunfire or artillery fire, but rather as if shattered by countless sharp blades. What kind of weapon could achieve this? Chen Yongji thought. Chen Ju's mecha was built by Han Luan, Tianshu's top maintenance technician. Han Luan was Yan Yiwei's mother, and before Yi Yan, she was the undisputed #1 maintenance technician. If the marks weren't blades, Chen Yongji's thinking was very flexible, otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to seize so many favorable opportunities on the battlefield. So, she quickly thought of another possibility. If it wasn't blades, it could be energy. The energy of space slicing could also be capable of this. As Chen Ju, who controlled the most powerful variant of the spatial power, the Yin-Yang Ziwei core, who could injure her so badly except for her own spatial energy, self-destruction. Chen Yongji's thoughts whirled in 1,000 directions, finally landing on such an abrupt answer. Her pupils slowly shrank into tiny dots, and her expression remained vacant. The young man reached out in disbelief, only to find his fingers touching the icy material that sealed off the outside world. The chill ignited a fierce fire within her. Chen Yongji dared not dwell on it. What kind of situation could drive such a brave and resolute commander to the point of self-destruction? Chen Yongji's heart pounded wildly. Doubt, anger, confusion, a myriad of emotions clashed within her, and something seemed ready to burst forth from her mind. Within her spiritual realm, spiritual tentacles snaked and crawled, darting toward the outside, awaiting their master's release. Qin Yongji had a feeling she was just one step away from knowing. She pressed her fingertips against the cold, transparent material, then placed her entire palm against it. At the same time, within her spiritual realm, crimson tentacles fully released from her mind, and a vast spiritual energy surged into her palm. The crimson energy, barely visible in the blazing sunlight, coalesced into small streams that clung to the outside of the transparent material. In that enclosed space, the floating fragments of Qinju's mecha suddenly trembled. Everything on it glowed faintly, and streams of transparent energy, seemingly about to vanish in the next second, gathered toward her palm, as if sensing a call from the outside world. Isolated by the energy-blocking material, Qin Yongji could barely sense the ripples from the other side. Her mental tentacles probed for a long time, but found no resonance. The once vibrant energy slowly faded, and the energy flickering was no longer as dazzling as before. But Qin Yongji didn't retract her tentacles. She stared at the floating objects, the information about Qinju lingering in her mind. That was a commander with a deep affinity for spatial energy, a near-perfect match for the Yin Yang Ziwei supernatural core. Energy-blocking material couldn't block the power of space. The moment this thought occurred to her, Qin Yongji sensed a counterattack from an unfamiliar energy. Then, darkness enveloped her. Chapter 68. Mom. Qin Yongji heard a baby's voice. Light began to seep into her dim vision. The first thing she saw was a glass window brimming with defensive energy. Outside, the shadow of a mecha waved at her. The baby seemed to think it was playing with her and laughed playfully. Then the mecha raised its weapon and pierced the glass in front of it with its long spear. The weapon pierced through a film of water. The material, said to be resistant to SSS-level energy in the All-Star Alliance, was vulnerable to the white energy coating of the spear. The spear penetrated, shattering the glass window into large pieces, and the barrier shattered with a crackling sound. The soundproofing faded, and Qin Yongji heard a shrill alarm from outside. Subject 176 has defected. Subject 176 has defected. Location in progress. Please arrest immediately. Subject 1's barrier destroyed. A voice even louder than the previous one rang out. Subject number 1, Qin Yongji couldn't help but glance around. She raised her hand, only to see a tiny palm and a tender, lotus root-like arm, seemingly the baby. So, was that her? The lab's alarms blared one after another, and layers of red light erupted from outside. In the distance, the rumble of gunfire could be heard, as if plowing the place flat. Heavy footsteps echoed from both sides, a sound Qin Yongji knew well. It was a mecha treading the ground. The glass window in front of her shattered, and the massive mecha outside entered. That mecha looked very familiar. She had just seen its fragments, with falling crepe myrtle flowers on its chest. It was Qinju's mecha. The mecha crouched before her, and Qin Yongji peered through the huge protective cabin into its glowing red eyes. A hand rose and slowly covered the transparent cover of the protective cabin. A gentle female voice emanated from within the mech. Don't be afraid. Mom will take you home. Through the mech, she couldn't see Qinju's face, but her voice, though choked with sobs, carried an unprecedented resolve, as if everything would come true. Qin Yongji's eyes warmed as she spoke. For the first time, she couldn't control her emotions. The baby, however, defied her control and giggled within the protective cabin, believing the mechs were playing with her. The sounds of the chasing mechs grew closer, already approaching the door. Through the baby's perspective, Qin Yongji saw the two mechs appear one after another. She had seen that mech in the mutation zone. It was Yata's mech. Experimental Subject 176 has been locked onto, and is being captured, one of the mechs said. After saying this, he raised an unnamed cannon weapon in his hand, and pointed it at Qinju. Capture him immediately. The mech's pilot spoke in a tone as flat as a machine. The gun blazed with a burst of white light, blasting towards Qinju's mech. The crouching mech, without even turning its head, swung its spear backhand, and an invisible barrier instantly appeared, blocking the energy impact. The mech raised its hand, and Qin Yongji saw Qinju seemingly wipe her face. If she could see into the cockpit, she would have seen a smile on the thin young woman's sunken cheeks, with slightly shrunken dimples on either side. But her eyes shone brightly, like a blade piercing the darkness, carrying a determination that saw through life and death. From the moment Qinju turned around, he had already prepared himself for a fight. His spear hovered in midair, the spatial energy within it continuously flowing out, converging into a wall of energy ahead. However, the energy from the gunfire was a powerful ionizing agent, and she had been subjected to so much impact from the experimental reagents that her mental realm had long been unstable. Simply using the energy to resist it, her head felt as if it were cracking. Behind the barrier, the mech slowly stood up. She reached out her arms and embraced the baby and her protective capsule, her tone apologetic. "I'm sorry, Mommy can't leave with you. I will definitely get you out. Return to Chien, and no one will be able to hurt you again." Chenju looked at the baby in her arms through the mech's gaze. This child was a genetically synthesized child from a place unknown to her. From birth, she had been an experimental subject, the very foundation of the entire laboratory's research. This was a bloodline she had never seen before. Those people said she hadn't uttered a sound in those 3 years, but the first time they saw her, she called out Mom. The first sight of Qin Yongji revealed her torso to be covered in countless needle pricks and bruises. Instruments covered her body, even one as thick as an adult's finger piercing her brain, capturing signals of her mental energy. Chenju's rage reached its peak at that moment. Every person she met in the lab had lost their human rights in the inhumane biological experiments. She herself had been tortured to a point of near disability, and even if she left, she wouldn't survive long. But Chenju knew she could accomplish more by staying here. At least, before she died, she could bury this dark and bloody place. Qin Yongji watched as the protective capsule opened, the mecha's palm placed something on her, and then a wave of white light completely enveloped her. Her vision was filled with a ball of white light, growing ever larger, its blinding brilliance obscuring everything else around her. At first, Qin Yongji thought the light was emanating from outside her protective pod, but the energy fluctuations in the air were so powerful that even the pod couldn't block them. She suddenly realized it was emanating from Chenju's mech. The mech lifted her up, turned back to grip its spear. In the cockpit, Chenju closed her eyes. The two energy cores, located in her spear and the mech's communicator, began to rotate simultaneously, guided by her mental power. In Chenju's mental realm, the spirit tree took root and grew at a visible rate, covering the sky in a matter of moments. Its green leaves and branches became almost transparent as it grew larger. Qin Yongji heard an extremely piercing alarm, louder than any she had heard before. Strong energy fluctuations detected. Suspected energy core self-detonation. Please evacuate immediately. As she watched the white light engulf everything, all voices fell silent. She could no longer feel the mecha arm supporting her. She could see nothing in front of her. It was as if she had entered a vast void. Naturally, she could no longer hear the explosion from the underground laboratory, powerful enough to shatter the Earth's veins. The entire Yatta biological experiment planet shook several times. The ground of the biological laboratory began to collapse rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, a crater 100 meters deep had appeared. Qin Yongji's consciousness drifted in this void for a long time, until she heard Li Jingxian's voice, and slowly regained control of her body. Xiaoang? Xiaoang? Li Jingxian held Qin Yongji's hand tightly, her brows filled with concern. Qin Yongji slowly opened her eyes, only to see the ceiling of Tianshu Medical Center. She tilted her head and saw a familiar friend, her consciousness slowly returning, realizing she had returned to reality from a long memory. How are you feeling? Are you feeling any discomfort? Shi Cixin, a stern face, gazed at the testing equipment. To be on the safe side, let's get a full domain check. Qin Yongji frowned in confusion. What's wrong with me? Your domain is turbulent. Did you sustain an injury in the mutation zone and not notice it? Li Jingxian glanced at her worriedly. Ruan Wenqing, on the other hand, studied Qin Yongji for a moment, then raised her glasses. Is it the energy of the Alsophilia sanguinaria? Qin Yongji shook her head. She knew the reason. The fragments of Chenju's mecha carried her mental energy, which resonated with hers. I'm fine. Maybe I forgot to take the stabilizer. Those star beasts in the mutation zone gave me a headache, so I didn't pay much attention. Qin Yongji held his head and changed the subject. It was unfortunate that the few times she experienced mental turmoil occurred with Li Jingxian and the others. You know, her mental power at the Greedy Wolf Military Academy was incredibly stable. Many soldiers relied on her to resist the mind-affecting star beasts. Hearing her words, Li Jingxian still felt a little worried. No, you scared people. We were just strolling around the market for a while, when we received a message from Tianshu Emergency saying you were unconscious. It's more than just a coma, your mental energy is turbulent. She looked at Qin Yongji sternly. Back at the military headquarters, you must undergo a comprehensive mental examination. Are you kidding? Qin Yongji is an SS rank commander with a promising future. What a shame if something happened to him. Li Jingxian truly treated Qin Yongji like a little sister. Ever since he fell on the desolate planet and lost his memory, she'd been the one raising him. She taught Qin Yongji everything from piloting a mecha to controlling his mental powers, even how to wear combat uniforms and weapons. She nurtured him like a child. Even when Qin Yongji was at the Greedy Wolf Military Academy, Li Jingxian sent him messages whenever she had the chance, never missing a beat. How could she possibly be so relieved when she was so shaky? Qin Yongji sternly stared by her, felt a touch of her elder sister's authority, and immediately calmed down. She couldn't help but feel a little guilty. She'd probably overdo it. She only thought Chen Zhu's energy fluctuations would help her remember, but she hadn't anticipated the consequences of energy contact would be so severe. In response to Li Jingxian's words, she nodded obediently. Okay, Sister Xiaoxian. Hearing her words, Li Jingxian finally stood up with confidence and waved her hand. Okay, let's go back now. Wei Xian opened his mouth, wanting to say that he hadn't been to the arena yet, but a glance at the time revealed that the military medical center's working hours were limited, and it was obvious that he couldn't make it to a nightclub. He was also worried about Qin Yongji, and there was no way he could have fun without him having a thorough checkup. So he simply kept quiet. He could go to the arena anytime. The group arrived and left in a hurry. As they boarded the interstellar route, Shi Cixin handed Qin Yongji a beautifully wrapped small gift box from her pocket. Qin Yongji glanced at it curiously. For me? A gift, Shi Cixin said succinctly, but her eyes held a gentle smile. She reached out and stroked Qin Yongji's golden hair, reminding him, you can give one to someone else. After all, she'd bought a pair. Qin Yongji opened them, revealing a pair of genuine leather scabbards. One was crimson, with a lotus pattern outlined in gold, and the other was moon white with a hint of red fire. Thank you, Sister Cixin. Qin Yongji loved them. Made from the hide of a star beast, the scabbards had intricate patterns and excellent workmanship, perfectly complementing her usual dagger. She tried them on immediately. The crimson color also matched her usual combat uniform. The other one could be given to Shang Yueshan, after all, she had promised. Qin Yongji's eyes sparkled as he looked at Shi Cixin, her entire body like a sticky cake. Shi Cixin sat upright, seemingly unmoved, her brows slightly raised, a look of hidden satisfaction evident. Sister Xiaoxian, you really helped me a lot. Qin Yongji tilted his head towards her, his golden hair drooping, making her look particularly adorable. Shi Xiaoxian nodded proudly, her gaze gleaming with pride, enjoying Qin Yongji's effeminate tone and intimacy. On the other side, Wei Xian couldn't help but snort, unyielding. Yang, come and see. I bought you something too. So shouldn't you say thank you, brother Wei Xian too? With that, he eagerly pulled out a stack of glittering potion gift boxes. Qin Yongji had just learned about the evolution fluid, and was very sensitive to it. She immediately looked at Wei Xian. What is this? She acted too calmly, even a little coldly. Wei Xian thought she didn't know what she was talking about. Don't you see? Look at me, look at me! Do you see any difference? Wei Xian raised his chin at her, his face beaming. Qin Yongji glanced at him. His green hair seemed longer, his eyebrows crooked. He looked more alert. She had always had excellent observation skills. It was fundamental to command, after all. But with that kind of vision, which allowed her to survey the battlefield and detect the enemy's movements, she couldn't see anything different. She simply raised her eyes, and looked at Wei Xian with confusion. Seeing she hadn't noticed, he lamented, my hair. My hair. He reached out, and plucked at his own green hair, the sound drawing the others to his side. Li Jingxian glanced sideways. Did you get a haircut? It doesn't look that good. It's worse than a buzz cut. What haircut? Wei Xian shook the potion from his hand. Can't you tell I'm using hair oil? They say it changes color in the sun, giving you a gradient hair color experience. I spent hundreds of star coins on it. Wei Xian turned on his computer and took a look. Although Tianchu's illuminating star was half set, the light was still plenty bright. He couldn't discern any gradient at all. Shi Cixin, however, commented sharply, it's pretty good. For a few hundred star coins, it looks like it hasn't been washed in weeks. Qin Yongji couldn't help but laugh. Wei Xian's defenses were instantly broken. He grabbed his hair fiercely and cursed the vendor, another gimmick. I'm using fake marketing. Don't get dandruff on me, Shi Cixin said, deliberately brushing off her clothes, which only made Wei Xian even more upset. He tried to convince Qin Yongji that he had actually bought their share, but Qin Yongji politely declined. Shi Cixin saw this, and looked away with satisfaction. The gift she chose was still the best. Upon arriving at the garrison, several people rushed almost immediately to escort Qin Yongji to the medical complex. Ruan Wenqing, in particular, noticed Qin Yangji's somewhat nonchalant attitude at the complex and worried she might be procrastinating. If it was truly a mental issue, it could be even more serious. So, he practically watched her undergo the examination. Zhang Yuxianren was no longer at the complex and hadn't responded to their computer messages. Wei Xian and the others took it for granted, speculating that he might have another mission. His identity was somewhat unusual, and he often carried out special missions. In fact, while Qin Yangji was undergoing a comprehensive mental examination, Zhang Yuxianren had already arrived at the command tower. As Wei Xian and the others had suspected, he had some special mission. After the 132nd Regiment returned with samples from the Devouring City, the Research Institute quickly tested them, and the results were quite surprising. Especially since Zhang Yuxian was also involved in this mission. When he arrived at the conference room, not only were Zuikan and the others present, but Bian Ting, the head of the Research Institute's investigation into the sacred water, and a researcher who looked highly respected sat on the other side. At the head of the room sat He Xuangdong's computer projection. Xiao Shang is here. The sound of the door opening brought the discussion to a halt. Zuikan, the chief commander, glanced over and nodded. Zhang Yuxian paused, staring at his seat in a daze before taking a seat next to Commander He Yun. Seeing everyone present, Zuikan continued his previous speech. Sampling and comparison within the Devouring City revealed several SS-grade potions that matched the sacred water's energy. Their abilities leaned towards mind control. Among the types of sacred water we see so far, there are approximately 7 different energy types. The Research Institute believes these reagents are not from the same source, but their objectives are similar. She glanced at the person in charge, and Bian Ting quickly continued. Through analysis of the sacred water's ingredients, I'm currently leaning towards the conclusion that these reagents originated from 2 batches. The first batch was completely random, created experimentally. We only know the basic ingredients, not the core. The second batch, for which the core is known, lacks the most crucial ingredient, so similar materials must be substituted. The sacred water is produced for testing. Test? The Tianshu team commander in charge of sampling asked, somewhat puzzled. Test what? To determine if the sacred water was successfully produced? Indeed. Bian Ting projected onto the other side's screen all the records compiled by the Research Institute regarding the sacred water's loss of control. We speculate that the first batch came from the Demon Eye, and its effects resembled the star riots developed with the Demon Eye biological reagents. This batch of reagents exhibited extremely poor stability. Testing revealed that they actually utilized star beast energy signals, which come from a wide variety of sources. Each type of divine water can draw upon numerous different energy sources. Even after processing, they can still cause damage to the spiritual realm. The source of the other batch is currently unknown. What's worth studying is that this batch of divine water has become a semi-finished product of the evolutionary fluid. Its stability is even greater than the previous batch, and the resulting domain collapse is delayed, often manifesting after being stimulated by star beast energy. This has led to many individuals, who may have taken similar drugs, only to experience star beast riots during battles, creating this false impression and concealing the traces of the divine water, as exemplified by the previous incident in the Tan Lang Twisting Mountain area. At this point, Bian Ting paused and looked at the others. Zuikan's gaze paused on the table for a moment, then raised his head to look at He Xuangdong. The man on the screen had graying hair, wrinkles at the corners of his eyes, and a square face. His eyes held a righteous gaze, and when he was sullen, he exuded a certain intimidating aura. This man was none other than He Xuangdong, the former commander-in-chief of the Red Flame Army, and the current chairman of the Red Flame Council. Zhang Yuxian followed his gaze closely. He usually remained silent unless someone else mentioned him. This was clearly a meeting among the senior management of various departments regarding the divine water, or the evolutionary fluid. Zhang Yuxian's participation was due to his unique status. He was Demon Eye Star 712, the only successful experiment in the M01 laboratory. Codename, Killer Star. He Xuangdong paused for a few seconds before asking, has the second batch of divine water achieved this result? Does that mean we successfully replicated the evolutionary fluid? As the primary decision-maker in the Red Flame Galaxy, He Xuangdong wasn't actually worried about the divine water. Because it was extremely dangerous, anyone with a brain knew not to take the risk. But the evolution fluid was different. Unlike the divine water, which had immediate side effects, it actually had an effect initially. While it also caused mental collapse, the evolution fluid's effects were more delayed, and it gave people a tangible sense of increased strength and the illusion of recovery from mental trauma. The evolution fluid was a well-concealed hoax, keeping everyone in the dark. It was actually exchanging the rest of their lives for a moment of power. Those who died were battling star beasts, and everyone who witnessed their deaths attributed it to overthinking and challenging star beasts beyond their capabilities. At the same time, some might feel envious. So, just drinking this will give you the power to defeat such a high-level star beast. That's the most terrifying thing. Dian Ting's opinion on this is negative. We don't currently believe it replicates the evolution fluid. The evolution fluid's effects on the spiritual realm are very gentle. The moment it erupts, it unleashes brutal power. The current second batch of divine water simply found a similar substitute. It will spiral out of control during its effects, perhaps even failing to reach its peak. Qian once fought a difficult battle against the evolution fluid. Despite pressure from all sides of the Star Alliance, they single-handedly pushed for legislation banning the evolution fluid, designating it a banned drug and halting its circulation. Because the evolution fluid was developed using the blood of Yatu's Qian people, each reagent represented countless Qian people's unseen torture in the laboratory. Hearing this news, He Xuangong's expression finally brightened a little. If it wasn't the evolution fluid, good thing. If it was, he would have to do everything he could to fight the Star Alliance. The evolutionary fluid was able to be banned largely because the Yata biological experimental planet was bombed clean, and all relevant experimental data was lost, making it impossible for anyone to produce this drug again. Furthermore, Qian had killed Yata before, and everyone in the Star Alliance, at that time, was hindered by the power of this lion and therefore pushed forward with all their might. If the evolutionary fluid was successfully replicated, He Xianyong couldn't imagine how many people would be tempted by the benefits and try to abolish the ban. This product, created with the blood of Qian people, He Xianyong wished it would be erased from the history of the Star Alliance. How could he allow it to continue to circulate? Thinking of this, the red flame speaker felt a mixture of emotions. On the one hand, she lamented that Speaker Zhao Tsubai had foreseen the consequences of his actions, wielding the butcher's knife to eliminate the demon eye and thus completely eradicating the tragic consequences of biological experiments. On the other hand, she felt that his actions were ruthless enough, and that he should have completely eradicated the problem. It's better to kill 1,000 innocent people than to let one go, otherwise this inhumane research will return. Although the second batch of divine water wasn't completely replicated, we have made some new discoveries from the samples collected in the devouring city. Seeing that he remained silent for a long time, Dian Ting took the initiative to bring up the next topic. Professor Chiu, please speak. The person she addressed respectfully was the venerable elderly researcher, Chiu Ying, standing beside her. His name hadn't appeared in red flame for a long time, but dating back decades, it was a well-known figure. She was the person responsible for evaluating the evolution fluid back then, and it was this researcher who, with her life's honor, petitioned the Star Alliance United Tribunal to have the evolution fluid designated a banned drug. It's worth noting that Chiu Ying herself is a hybrid of Yatu and Tianji, not actually a Qian. She was originally a disciple of Master Clark. After Clark's death, this last disciple followed her senior brother to Yatu. As part of her teacher's unfinished project, Chiu Ying initially researched the stability of the mental realm by soothing alien plants, later transitioning to the training of mutants to stabilize the mental realm. In the process, she created the current version of the mental stabilization potion. She accidentally discovered research on the evolutionary fluid, and differed from the Yata Research Institute's view that it could subvert the entire Star Alliance biological world, and completely complete the final stage of human evolution. Chiu Ying has dedicated her life to studying the impact of mutations on humans, and is well aware of the damage that mutant energy can cause to the mental realm. The mental realm has two states before collapse. One is a reversible state of insanity, during which the subject's energy increases dramatically while completely losing human consciousness, essentially becoming a half-star beast. The next state is an irreversible state of stability, in which consciousness is restored, but all physical control is lost, and one can only watch their own death. However, unlike what others believe, the benefits of the evolutionary fluid are different. Chiu Ying believes that this drug actually causes people to enter a state of madness, where consciousness remains. Chapter 69. The evolutionary fluid does not increase power. This is an evolutionary scam. However, as a biologically developed galaxy, Yatu is controlled by the Supreme Research Institute. Military power has shifted from individual soldiers to the biological combat machines produced by the Institute. The Supreme Research Institute leads the research and development of the evolutionary fluid, and Chiu Ying's views are outliers. Consequently, she faced a great deal of oppression and trials in Yatu. If it weren't for her fellow senior brother holding the helm at the Supreme Research Institute, she would have likely perished in countless assassination attempts in Yatu. The elderly woman couldn't help but close her eyes when she heard Bian Ting's words. She was actually semi-retired. Xiaoying and He Xiandong were about the same age. He Xiandong looked weathered from handling the affairs of the entire Red Flame galaxy, but he still possessed the ever-spirited and indomitable vitality of a Red Flame soldier, while Xiaoying seemed a generation apart. She was utterly old, her eyes cloudy, and her flesh shrunken. Most importantly, all her drive for biological research had been buried in Yatu. She was still alive, thanks to the revelations of the Demon Eyes experiments, which kept her alive, determined to eradicate these harmful creatures. Most of the people present knew his story. Like the Qian maintenance engineer who defected to the Demon Eye, this old man had risked his life, nearly escaping death, to come to Qian. He brought evidence of Yatu's biological experiments, which justified Chairman Zhao Tsubai's deployment of troops and saved countless Qian people from the laboratory. When she spoke, everyone paused and looked over. Among all the samples from the devouring city, we found some special cultivation ingredients in the Alsophala. It's been so long since we last saw them. Perhaps the instruments can't detect them, but I can sense the scent of the alien cultivation potion on the Alsophala. Alien cultivation potion. That name is so unfamiliar. It's rarely seen in the Covenant. If the evolution fluid truly has some healing effect on mental damage, it might seem like a cure. The alien cultivation potion is nothing short of a poison. This potion is specifically designed to target mutants, concentrating a vast amount of mutant energy and regenerative energy. Xiaoying once suspected it was actually derived from the energy of the immortal vine. This potion could stimulate the growth of high-level mutant bodies, gaining energy. If it contained a mutant core, it could even have a similar regenerative effect. Xiaoying knew about this potion because her research required the use of numerous alien plants. The deeper she delved, the higher the level of the plants required. The residual energy in the trunks of high-level alien plants was extremely difficult to preserve, requiring on-site sampling, a dangerous process. This delayed Xiaoying's research for a long time. Then her fellow disciple had someone bring her this potion. At first, Xiaoying thought it was very convenient to use, but later, she discovered something amiss. The production of the alienation potion requires a large amount of non-mutant energy, and in the entire Star Alliance, the only energy that could be considered non-mutant is human spiritual energy. The induction agent required to catalyze the energy contained in a single high-level alien plant would be enough to deplete 2 SSS-level cultivators. The 2 SSS-level cultivators subsequently plummeted in rank, becoming useless beings unable to use their mental powers. They would collapse if exposed to mutant energy. This cultivated plant requires a large, mutation-free environment to reach maturity. It disintegrates upon contact with mutant energy. This mutant-free environment is also created using human mental energy. From its creation to its use and cultivation, this potion required countless lives. When Red Mistletoe was slain, Yatu expended vast resources, leveraging the Star Alliance to pressure Qian into handing over its psychic core. Yatu then used this core to cultivate numerous clones of Red Mistletoe, but most of them died during the cultivation process. Then came Yatu's sensational biological experiment incident. Unwilling to be complicit with these executioners, Xiaoying, with the help of another senior brother, escaped Yatu's pursuit and came to Qian. She was very familiar with the scent of the mutant cultivation potion, as it was based on the cultivation potion developed by her teacher. The person in charge of the potion cultivation project back then was her senior brother, the director of the Yatu Supreme Research Institute, Kaz Sol, who was in charge of the evolutionary fluid research. This laboratory is definitely connected to Yatu. In addition to the findings on the Alsophala, we also detected a trace of the evolutionary fluid in the numerous dandelions in the underground laboratory. This caused an uproar in the room. Zwicken even grew serious. An alienated potion's cultivation potion might indicate a connection between this laboratory and Yatu. Now, the appearance of the dandelions has led one to wonder if this is the research site of Yatu's remnants. But, dandelions? Have they found a substitute? Xiaoying shook his head. Similar energy is very weak. I heard there are dandelions everywhere in the underground laboratory. How many are there? When Yun was mentioned, he immediately pulled up the images of the laboratory he had detected. The number of dandelions was too numerous to count with the human eye, and scanning would take a long time. But Xiaoying looked at the scan results and said, not enough. Her voice was a little suppressed. The energy contained within is too small, definitely not enough. But the appearance of similar energy means they're probably not far from completely replicating it. The Yatu people's research capabilities should not be underestimated. He Xiandong said sternly, whether or not we can replicate it, we must locate these Yatu remnants and prevent them from continuing their research. That was the most important thing. There was no dispute among those present, but Xiaoying, upon hearing this, felt a hint of worry. I'm now wondering if Callisto was truly completely destroyed. Her voice was soft, tinged with an indelible sadness. He Xianong said with absolute certainty, the planet Callisto was completely bombed from top to bottom, and the Divine Blood Laboratory was of paramount importance. Then, his brows darkened, and his voice, straining with a veiled rage that threatened to consume his flesh and blood, said, before the bombing, the Divine Blood Laboratory experienced a self-detonation attack by an SSS-level commander. There were absolutely no survivors. Speaking of the self-detonation, Xiaoying fell silent. But her heart remained restless, so she simply nodded. Commander Chen Zhu is righteous. But Speaker He, Commander Zhua, she raised her eyes, a dead look in them, and her next words were filled with undisguised disgust. You don't understand the extraordinary talent of Kaiser. She didn't want to call such a person senior brother. If Teacher Clark were still alive, he would probably die with rage knowing his student had done such a thing. He was my most admired student, once surpassing senior brother Morse's status, and considered the most capable successor to my legacy. He possessed unimaginable talent in biological modification. I will never be at peace until I see his spirit core. This was Xiaoying's greatest concern. In the interstellar age, corpses were less reliable than spirit cores. But after the laboratory bombing, no spirit cores were found in the Divine Blood Laboratory. Among them were Chen Zhu and Kaiser. The energy generated by Chen Zhu's self-detonation was enormous, and it was also rare spatial energy. It's possible that the spirit core could have been transported to other places during the energy collision. But the Red Flame Army had not found any in their sweeps across the star field over the years. It's easy to find out if he's truly dead. Zwicken knew that if Chen Zhu was mentioned, many present would fall into deep mourning. Among these people were Chen Zhu's teachers, senior students who viewed him as their successor, teammates who fought alongside him, admirers who viewed him as a spiritual pillar, and researchers whose deaths had shackled them. She was certainly one of them, but even before that, she had been the chief commander of the Red Flame Army, bound to maintain its stability. So she quickly came up with a solution. The discovery of the evolutionary fluid means these people must have obtained the relevant experimental data. The only way to obtain this information is to visit the original laboratory site after the bombing. The Yatta Divine Blood Laboratory was the leading location for biological experiments back then, located on the planet Yatta Callisto. Among interstellar planets, most are named after their system abbreviations and numerical designations, but Yatta is different. As the planet that ignited the development of the biological tree, they have a pilgrimage-like attitude towards biological experiments and attach great importance to them. Each planet dedicated to biological experiments has its own unique name. Callisto is one of them. Callisto has been assigned to the Tula system. I will take advantage of the Tula military exercises to apply to the Tula system to open Callisto to the Tula system, He Xianong said. As the speaker of the system council, it would be best for him to handle such matters. As the main commander, Zwick's pressure would inevitably evoke the appearance of military intimidation. Opening up through cooperation is best, and less likely to attract the attention of the demonic eye. The remnants of Yatu are hiding, but if they are found, they can be dealt with immediately. If the demonic eye learns of the evolutionary fluid, given Krones' current situation, he might not do anything publicly, but he might not do anything privately. This was fine. Zwicken had resolved the issue regarding the evolution fluid and turned his gaze to Shang Yueshan. Xiao Shang, I'm here to ask you to confirm whether there are any signs of related energy being used in the Demon IM-01 laboratory. Shang Yueshan looked at the energy fluctuations, and slowly shook his head. No 01. The M01 laboratory primarily focuses on the fusion of communication threads and mental tentacles, not biological modification. Shang Yueshan's memories of the Demon Eye laboratory were slowly returning. Through the stimulation of the red flame, he was able to recall more and more information about the laboratory. After hearing his reply, Zwick's serious expression finally relaxed a little. Upon hearing this, Xiaoying looked over, his tone tinged with sarcasm. Rode isn't so audacious as to defy humanity. Furthermore, his professional expertise has always been at the bottom of the sect, so even if he wanted to do something, he'd be powerless. Shang Yueshan was a test subject in the Magic IM-01 laboratory. Being named 01, this laboratory is highly regarded in the field of magic eye biology, receiving almost all of its resources, and possessing extremely high research authority. Xiaoying learned from Shang Yueshan that this laboratory is conducting research on the integration of individual soldiers and mechas. There are two main research areas. One is using psychic cores to stimulate the fusion of individual soldiers' mental tentacles and communication threads. achieving complete synchronization between human and mecha. The other is training individual soldiers' mental energy to integrate with high-level psychic cores. In a sense, all test subjects in this laboratory are voluntary individuals. Unlike Yatu, they are not injected with numerous drugs or subjected to mental damage. There is no transformation involved, so there is no ethical basis for their investigation. But the problem was that, among the Demon Eye's many willing experimental subjects, only Shang Yueshan had succeeded so far. Coincidentally, this child will have been controlled by the mind since birth, and his willingness could be considered a form of hypnotic will. With the successful development of the experiment, Shang Yueshan achieved remarkable success in both research areas. He achieved a fusion with the supernatural core of a high-level immortal vine, unleashing the energy of the shattered immortal vine, causing the shattered core to radiate energy, thus creating the Killer Star Mecha. He then achieved complete fusion with the Killer Star during the experiment. The price he paid was the loss of his ability to communicate mentally. The fusion with the mecha granted Shang Yueshan resistance to the immortal vine within the mecha core, counteracting the mental imprint implanted in his mind from childhood. Experimentation was the purpose of his existence. The moment he merged with the Killer Star, Shang Yueshan broke free from the puppet strings that held him in place. He killed his creator, Rod, the project leader, who had fused the genes that gave rise to his existence. He then defected from the Demon Eye. So it can notice Shang Yueshan's choice of words. There's none in 01. So what about elsewhere? Bianting recalled that the first batch of holy water was produced by the Demon Eye. Although it was a failure, the appearance of Dandelion might have given the Demon Eye an opportunity. Even if the Demon Eye didn't know, there was no telling whether the remnants of Yatu would try to use the evolution fluid again to cooperate with Crohn's. Crohn somehow obtained the evolution fluid in exchange, but it didn't completely cure him. Even if that were possible, would he still believe it? A commander present asked. This commander wasn't exactly a brilliant man, but he understood the principle of learning from failure. There was no reason the Demon Eye's chief commander would fall for it. Zwicken sneered and said with certainty, he would. Crohn's was such a fool. Chapter 70. The commander who had spoken clicked his tongue, momentarily lost for words. Ever since his critical injury 10 years ago, the Demon Eye commander had become utterly insane, surprising anyone with the wisdom to slay the immortal vine. Zwicken struggled to explain to others the depths of the Demon Eye commander's current incompetence. His partially healed mental realm was like a carrot dangling in front of a donkey, offering hope for recovery, yet unable to fully recover due to the lack of the evolution fluid, or perhaps due to its inherent flaws. Crohn's must have believed that the evolution fluid had some flaws, but that if they could be overcome, there would be a chance to develop a completely side-effect-free evolution fluid. Then, his mental realm could naturally be healed, freeing him from the daily torment of splitting and healing. However, any researcher with even a modicum of common sense would consider his idea delusional. Those willing to fall for the evolution fluid scam are either deeply obsessed with evolution itself, or, like Kaser, possess a pilgrim-like devotion to biological transformation. These two categories can barely be considered intellectually flawless. The rest are simply foolish, unable to discern the true nature of the evolution fluid and vainly hoping to use it to achieve a place in history, or, like Crohn's, to gain supreme power and heal injuries. Clearly, the Demon Eye Research Institute did not fully support Crohn's research on the evolution fluid. Otherwise, he wouldn't have simply released an unfinished, defective product onto the market, seeking testing from those attempting to purchase the holy water. Chiyoing speculated that perhaps the fear of Yatu's fate was also a factor. At least while the Red Flame still posed a threat, other star regions would not continue to engage in illegal biological modification using humans. When Shang Yueshan left the Demon Eye, he hadn't seen any individuals involved in biological experiments. However, as a volunteer in the M01 laboratory, his exposure was limited, and he couldn't say with absolute certainty that the Demon Eye hadn't used the potion circulated from Yatu. I don't know. Shang Yueshan glanced at the thin man beside Zwicken. The renowned tactical analyst from the command tower was still wearing a respectable uniform, complete with all his armbands. Shang Yueshan looked at Zwijiang, his tone suggestive. Most of the Demon Eye's laboratories are hidden in the M-star region, connected to 3 experimental stars. The one I'm on hasn't experienced similar fluctuations. M01 primarily researches mechas and links, and doesn't require these energies or potions. Zwijiang noticed his gaze, and the clever tactical analyst quickly understood his meaning. M01 doesn't have it, but what research is being conducted on the other 2 planets, M02 and M03, also located in the M-star region? Could the Demonic Eye's laboratory for the evolutionary fluid be hidden there? Zwijiang glanced at Zwicken beside him, his eyes conveying this message. Zwicken asked, Have you remembered the coordinates of the M-star region? Of all the people present, only Shang Yueshan knew the M-star region hidden by the demonic eye. Shang Yueshan, I remember the planetary coordinates. His escape from the laboratory was truly dramatic. The Mecha Killer Star, perfectly fused with him, unleashed an unprecedented energy surge. This sudden burst of energy destroyed the laboratory's security measures, allowing Shang Yueshan to escape from his confinement and successfully locate the spacecraft stored within M01. Hearing this, Suikin frowned slightly. That's not enough. Xiao Shang doesn't know the exact star region coordinates, but does anyone know? Zhu Jiangying looked at him gently. Shang Yueshan nodded slightly. When he mentioned her, his voice was a little awkward. My godmother knows. Stinky boy, where did you get your godmother? He Xiandong said with a hint of resentment. As Shang Yueshan's nominal supervisor, he had no idea this kid even had a godmother. Shang Yueshan raised his eyes, his expressionless. His gaze was always as cold as an icy pond, but he was always forthcoming with his answer. I haven't thought about it that long. Zhu Jiangying glared at He Xiandong unhappily. You knew that Xiao Shang was seriously ill when he arrived. He Xiandong pursed her lips at the glare and ignored it. Godmother, so be it. Shang Yueshan was the one who raised her, and she couldn't surpass him emotionally. He Xiandong raised his head proudly. Speaking of this topic, he couldn't help but think of Shang Yueshan when he first arrived. The child was only 16 years old, thin and monkey-like, and his gaze was cold, like a wolf cub emerging from the dark night, with a fierce gleam in his eyes. Even though he was so ill, he would still bar his teeth and threaten strangers. How well he's raising her now. He Xiandong couldn't help but ponder. If she hadn't trusted Zhu Jiangying's character back then, she'd have suspected he'd done something wrong when he brought the child over with him. At this thought, He Xiandong suddenly understood. Oh, you mean the person who sent Xiao Shang here? Zhu Jiangying nodded and discussed with Zhu Can. You should have heard of that person. Her name is Shang Zhao. Zhu Can's eyes widened slightly, and his mind quickly processed the relevant information. He Xiandong quickly remembered the person. It's her, he said with a hint of sigh, as it mentioned her to me. Shang Zhao's name was once well known. The older people present with a little experience had more or less heard of her. The leader of the Scarlet Demon Thieves, she was also a kind of big sister among the space pirates. Her most famous feat was helping Chen Zhu kill Liang Easyway. It is said that Chen Zhu almost died in a Kalen. Thanks to this person who rushed into the turbulent space of a Kalen and found Chen Zhu, the successful killing of Liang Easyway was possible. Before that, Shang Zhao was the most wanted pirate on the Star Alliance's list. She bombed 7 resource-rich planets and plundered vast quantities of unknown interstellar energy. Rumors circulated that she had a grudge against Yatu and Moyan, claiming she was a hybrid of 2 star systems. Because of her origins, she harbored deep resentment towards Yatu and Moyan, both of whom shared her parental bloodlines. The 7 bombed planets were crucial strategic resources for both star systems. After the Liang Easyway incident, Shang Zhao completely vanished from sight. The Star Alliance even attempted to force Qian to hand over the Liang Easyway's psychic core, accusing him of collusion with the pirates. The very day after this communication reached Qian, a factory collapsed on Nora, the primary star system in the Star Alliance headquarters. A thorny rose dart was fired into the stone tablet at the Star Alliance headquarters, the symbol of the Scarlet Devils. Also etched into the stone tablet was the Star Alliance's recently issued plan for handling the incident involving Qian's collaboration with the pirates. The word threat was clearly stated. The Star Alliance representative in Yatu, who had proposed the bill, died that night from ruptured blood vessels throughout his body. The matter regarding Qian's case was thus left unresolved. Mentioning Chen Zhu, Zhu Jiangying gave a somewhat forced smile, her voice calm. It was Shang Zhao who handed Xiao Shang to me. I think she might have brought Xiao Shang from the M-Star region, and perhaps she knows the coordinates. The leader of the Scarlet Devils. Zwicken looked slightly distressed. No matter how famous he was still a pirate, and he carried a long list of murders. Although he hadn't violated Qian's laws, many in other star systems hated him. If Qian collaborated with him, the external pressure would be immense. This was no longer something she could decide, as the commander-in-chief of the military region. She simply handed it over to He Xiandong. He Xiandong had a good impression of Shang Zhao. Not to mention that Shang Zhao had always been well-behaved in Qian, never crossing any red lines. Shang Zhao's style was perfectly suited to his brusque temperament. To be blunt, when He Xiandong was young, he too dreamed of being a savior, believing that upon ascending to power, he would be able to eradicate the malpractices in the Star region. Not only would he deal with biological experiments, but also the class system of the Demon Eye, the consortium monopoly of Shanghai, and the divisive politics of Tianji, none of them would be a problem. He would rebuild the Star Alliance, return to the era of great unity on the home planet, and then sweep across the unknown star regions. Back then, he was so arrogant, believing that the power of the speaker of the system was immense. He could kill corrupt officials he disliked, dismiss researchers who disregarded human rights, and deal with profiteers who exploited their fellow human beings. Only after actually taking office did he realize it was all just a child's dream. Not to mention the problems in other star systems. Even within Qian itself, the open and covert struggles between each planet were interconnected, making decisions less bold than they had been in the past. Shang Zhao, however, was different. She truly killed corrupt businessmen and officials. In the ancient days of our home planet, she would have been considered a hero, robbing the rich to help the poor. We can find a way to contact them. If Shang Zhao is willing to help, Qian can give up some of the benefits he Xiandong decided. After all, the matter of the evolutionary fluid was more important, and at this point, prejudices about whether or not they were pirates could be put aside. Zhu Jiangying's face showed a hint of embarrassment when he heard this. I tried to contact Shang Zhao, but I'm not sure if she'd be able to respond. At this point, Zhu Jiangying couldn't help but sigh. They were still internally debating whether to secretly collude with the pirates, but the real difficulty wasn't that. It was Shang Zhao's elusiveness, leaving him no chance of contacting her. Zhu could also read this from her uncle's expression, and she couldn't help but ask, when was the last time you contacted her? Zhu Jiangying, 5 years ago. Zhu closed his eyes. Great, wasn't that when Shang Yueshan was brought here? Zhu Jiangying saw the complicated expressions on her colleagues' faces and explained, if Xiao Shang hadn't been so ill, and the conditions on the pirate side hadn't been so difficult to resolve, she wouldn't have brought him here. Shang Yueshan pursed his lips. As the conversation continued, fragments of Shang Zhao slowly surfaced in his mind. At that time, the spacecraft he was piloting was running low on power. Having grown up in a laboratory, he had no knowledge of planetary routes or navigation. Before the spacecraft lost power, Shang Yueshan landed on an unfamiliar planet. Coincidentally, he stumbled upon Shang Zhao's murder scene. The unrestrained blood rose had just slain a group of warriors pursuing her, her hands still stained with blood. As she approached him, she simply uttered, "Where's the kid?" Shang Yueshan fainted before her. When he woke up, he was aboard the Scarlet Pirate's massive starship. Back then, he knew nothing, only following Shang Zhao with a touch of fledgling innocence. At first, he was very impatient, but gradually grew accustomed to the presence of a little tail. Shang Zhao also taught Shang Yueshan all his killing techniques. Later, his killing star was damaged, causing him to suffer a massive mental turmoil. Shang Zhao tried many methods, but the Scarlet Pirates' repairmen were limited in their skills. They couldn't repair the killing star, nor could they cure Shang Yueshan. For this reason, Shang Zhao had no choice but to come to Qian. Shang Yueshan remembered it as a long rainy season, the soil of Tianshu Star tinged with sticky moisture. Shang Zhao pushed him out of the treatment chamber and handed him to another person. He only heard the other person say, "Chenju owed me a favor." "She's dead? Do you acknowledge it?" Zhu Jiangying, who was being sought out by Shang Zhao late at night, suddenly heard Chenju's name and nodded subconsciously. "What do you want me to do?" "My son is sick," Shang Zhao said coldly. She never even glanced at Shang Yueshan. She quickly explained the situation to Zhu Jiangying. "His name is Shang Yueshan. Find a way to cure him. If possible, let him grow up safely. The winds of the Shanghai are too noisy for children." Zhu Jiangying had heard Chen Zhu mention Shang Yueshan, right? The moon in the sky. Hearing this, Shang Zhao remembered something and smiled slightly. "Yes, the moon in the sky. It's a pity you weren't helpful. I generously gave Chenju the sun in the sky. If she had a child, she could have named him Sun Tian. How majestic." Zhu Jiangying glanced at Shang Yueshan's condition and smiled with sadness in her eyes. As is said that using just Ri doesn't sound good, and it's better to use Yang. Ha, not necessarily. Shang Zhao spoke naturally, as if Chenju were still alive. "I really hate coming to your Tianshu. The incessant rain is so irritating. Chenju said I should be called Shang-Ji, clouds dissipate, rain clears, to counteract the Tianshu downpour. But it was too late, my name had already been spread." "Asa loves the rain," Zhu Jiangying said with a smile. "She loves to watch the rainbow after the rain." "No wonder," Shang Zhao said seriously, "I was wondering how to give me a name. You're really treating me like a child." The famous pirate leader's tone was teasing, not a hint of offense. She watched Zhu Jiangying exit the medical pod, her gaze lingering briefly on the boy inside. "All right, I leave him in your care. I'm leaving. She nodded at Zhuo Jiangying. When he wakes up, tell him not to worry about the lab. The demon, I won't look for him again. Zhang Yueshan didn't know this was a promise from Blood Rose. After waking up, he forgot everything. Zhuo Jiangying informed Blood Rose via her computer, and that was the last response he received from her. Everyone present continued to discuss the next steps. Before finding the M-Star region, Zwicken advised against investigating the Demon Eye, as alerting them would only prevent them from obtaining any concrete evidence. The focus would then be on Yixiangong, starting with Tula to investigate the remnants of Yatu. A meeting was coming to an end, and since there was no mention of Zhang Yueshan, he left naturally, without knowing the subsequent plans. Zhang Yueshan was about to contact Qinyangji. The day was drawing to a close, and the night shrouded Star 123 in a hazy haze. The thick humidity of the Tianshu Star region brought a bone-chilling chill to the cold night. Zhang Yueshan felt a shiver run down his skin as he exited the command tower. He quickly adjusted to the chilly wind, and his computer suddenly lit up. It wasn't the Qinyangji he'd been waiting for, but his guardian, Li Jingxian. At the man's reply, Zhang Yueshan paused, a look of worry crossing his brows, as he sprinted towards the medical campus. The man was tall and long-legged, running like a shadow at such a rapid pace that he caught the attention of the sentry stationed on the tower. A sensor from above revealed his face. After scanning the biometric information on his chest badge, the sentry relaxed and asked, "What are the new recruits running around for?" "I guess they're trying to seize the training room again." "They're so aggressive," replied a fellow sentry on the other side. Zhang Yueshan rushed into the spiritual realm section of the medical campus, and saw a group of people waiting outside the testing room. A flurry of hurried footsteps caught the attention of the newcomers, and Li Jingxian looked up. "Xiao Shang." She waved, and Zhang Yueshan walked towards them. The medical facility was crowded with people, mostly recruits. Many were undergoing night training, and many had fought in duels, so injuries were inevitable. Some people, however, had made breakthroughs, and would come here for spiritual realm testing. "Is something wrong?" Zhang Yueshan's chest still heaving with breath. His expression tense as he glanced at the sealed testing room. He then turned to stare at Li Jingxian, as if she just uttered a name, he would tear the person who had allowed Chen Yangji into the medical facility to pieces. Li Jingxian pulled him over and sat him down. Before Zhang Yueshan arrived, she was the most nervous person present. Wei Xian's legs were shaking like a sieve, and Shi Zixin slapped him repeatedly. After Zhang Yueshan arrived, he became even more nervous, but Li Jingxian calmed down and explained, "It's nothing serious, just mental instability." Upon mentioning this, Wei Xian added, "That's not the first time. Back when we were in 526, this guy was constantly teetering on the edge of insanity." Zhang Yueshan's thick eyebrows knitted together, and he suddenly recalled the first time he met Qinyangji. The blonde girl lay in the medical bay, surrounded by her raging mental energy. It was indeed very unstable. Zhang Yueshan's hands trembled. When panic strikes, people tend to overthink. When thoughts become complicated, they tend to scare themselves. Zhang Yueshan mentally ran through all the possible consequences, and finally broke into a cold sweat. Li Jingxian was a bit puzzled by his solemn, straight-backed, silent demeanor. Then, leaning forward to take a look, she saw him pale with fear. She was worried Qinyangji would emerge and send him back inside himself. Thankfully, her fears didn't come true. Qinyangji emerged faster than expected. The thick energy barrier opened in the middle, and Qinyangji strode out. Her expression was clear, her eyes gleaming, and she exuded a sense of high spirits. Li Jingxian and the others quickly stood up. Qinyangji glanced at them one by one, then smiled. "Good news." Qinyangji clapped his hands and smiled at his friends. "I leveled up." This wasn't a surprise to Qinyangji. Ever since she emerged from the devouring city and gained the energy of the blood Elsophala, she knew she had broken free from that shackle. But what surprised her was something else. In addition to her reported affinity for fire, she also had an affinity for spatial energy. Qinyangji knew it was Chen Zhu's Yin-Yang Ziwei energy. With this energy memory, her perception could pinpoint the presence of Yin-Yang Ziwei within her range. Given time, Qinyangji believed, she would surely find Chen Zhu's spiritual core. That would be the only way to completely return home. "I will take you home." That was Chen Zhu's promise to her 43 years ago, spanning 2 time periods and 2 spatial turbulences. Now, she would take Chen Zhu home. The newly promoted SSS-level commander's information had just been released, and it spread across all the major statistical internets of the Tianshu military region. In the medical area, Li Jingxian and the others gathered in a circle, reviewing Qinyangji's medical report. Shi Cixin, unusually wearing a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, meticulously scrutinized every point on Qin Yangji's report, ensuring she had no hidden mental issues. The others marveled at her near-perfect scores. The subject of this report sat in the empty waiting area of the medical area, behind the crowd, next to a tall, burly melee soldier, testing their dagger sheaths. Qin Yangji extended his hand to the boy, and Shan Yueshan, gripping the short blade with both hands, placed it in her palm almost reverently. Qin Yangji handed the other dagger, sheathed in a crimson sheath, to the other man, who nervously took it. "I'm going to begin," Qin Yangji said, holding the moon-white sheath in his other hand. He glanced at Shan Yueshan with a teasing look. Shan Yueshan held his breath, concentrating, and nodded solemnly, seemingly making it seem like a major event. It was, for him, after all, anyone could see that the two scabbards were a pair. A pair? Shan Yueshan's thoughts raced, and he was momentarily distracted. It was actually a simple movement, but Qin Yangji, sensing Shan Yueshan's nervousness, deliberately slowed it down. Seeing Shan Yueshan's growing nervousness, his eyes getting closer, Qin Yangji finally chuckled. She quickly put on the scabbards, reached out, and patted Shan Yueshan's shoulder, praising him sincerely. "Xiaoya, you're so cute." Shan Yueshan looked up at her, confused. Although he didn't understand why Qin Yangji said that, he couldn't help but blush. Listening to the noises behind them, Shi Cixin concluded her observations. Li Jingxian nervously asked, "How's it going?" Shi Cixin nodded proudly, her tense expression relaxing. "No problem." Ruan Winqing rubbed his chin, pondering, such frequent fluctuations, could they really just be energy shocks? No, Wei Xian couldn't help but interrupt the conversation between these clever people. Is it possible that she wasn't even SSS rank or SS rank at the time? She was already weak at the beginning of her growth period. What are you all so nervous about? Wei Xian finally couldn't help but utter the words. Isn't it time to exclaim, "Awesome! We finally have an SSS level commander." Ruan Winqing nodded seriously, "Indeed?" Li Jingxian marveled, "Xiaoyang's like this is rare even among SSS level commanders, right? Stable mental field, wide range of mental perception, and highly invasive mental energy," Shi Cixin said, almost laughing to herself. "So there are no weaknesses at all? The most dangerous thing for a commander is being struck by an energy attack, which could affect individual soldiers through the communication network. But Qin Yangji doesn't seem to have to worry about this at all. On the contrary, she's secretly happy that she's not using her invasive abilities to attack other commanders." Hearing this, Ruan Winqing muttered a few words. "Where's the weakness?" "It's in the bombardment and aiming." Qin Yangji had just finished teasing Shan Yueshan, and was in a good mood. As she was about to join the conversation, she heard Ruan Winqing's words, and her smile suddenly stopped. Her face darkened too quickly and too noticeably. Wei Xian, who was facing her, burst out laughing. The noise drew laughter from the others, and the group walked back in a cheerful mood. In stark contrast, late at night at the Tianshu training ground, many soldiers who hadn't rested received updates from the new recruit camp. Unlike previous updates, which were integrated into the big data stream, this time everyone saw the number representing the SSS level commander, which had gone from 1 to 2. Commander Zhua, the new recruit camp has a newly promoted SSS level commander from the command department. Zhua can also receive this message after the meeting. She opened her assistant's message and saw Qin Yangji's complete test report. SSS level. Space attribute affinity. Chapter 71. Becoming an SSS level commander didn't make any noticeable difference for Qin Yangji. If anything, it was that Shang Tiangong had been hanging around her a lot lately. He was considered a standout in the support branch, second only to Wei Xian. The two had one thing in common. They were both incredibly dedicated to training their mechas in close combat. Wei Xian's preference for close combat stemmed from the fact that, as a dangerous support position, only a skilled fighter could survive a hail of bullets and save his teammates. Shang Tiangong's willingness to save others was purely a matter of, Wei Xian's working so hard, so why should I? Qin Yangji didn't comment on this sentiment, but she was annoyed that after finishing an exhausting training battle, she caught Shang Tiangong's gaze fixed in the corner. There was a hint of surprise, admiration, and undisguised envy in those eyes. Qin Yangji often got goosebumps from being looked at. Just when she finally couldn't resist the urge to bring this guy up for a fight, Shang Tiangong seemed to anticipate the approach of danger. Finally, after Qin Yangji left the training ground one day, he approached her and offered her an olive branch. "Qin Yangji, are you interested in the Mayak Mountains mutation zone? Perhaps we could undertake this mission together." The Mayak Mountains mutation zone, an S-class mutation zone, features a large mountainous structure, home to a large number of SSS-class star beasts. To be honest, Qin Yongji was very interested in this mutation zone because the Mayak Mountains possessed a specialty called dragon blood soil, a metamorphic energy product discovered within a rare mineral vein originally found in the Mayak Mountains. It possessed extremely powerful energy conductivity and could be used as SSS-class communication wire material. This material is a high-grade material for making communication silk, found only in the Mayak Mountains. Qin Yongji and Li Jingxian and the others had originally planned to undertake this mission. Ever since she reached SSS rank, Qin Yongji discovered that the Tianshu military district wasn't treating her the same way they treated Chu Yang, requiring the district to lead her into the mutation zone for training. Privately, Duan Zillian, the head of the new recruit camp, had spoken with Qin Yongji, hoping she could collaborate with other soldiers rather than having a fixed team composition from the outset. Qin Yongji understood his meaning. Li Jingxian and the others were SSS rank soldiers, so while they could certainly be assigned an SSS rank commander, there were plenty of SSS rank soldiers in the military district, and the Tianshu new recruit camp only had 2 SSS rank commanders. If nothing unexpected happened, Qin Yongji and Chu Yang's team would represent the Tianshu military district in the final selections. Chu Yang currently didn't have a fixed team, and Duan Zillian also hoped Qin Yongji would pair up with more soldiers to find the one that best suited her. But what could Qin Yongji say? In a single month, she had assembled 3 teams, all heading to A-level mutation zones, where the battles were even more grueling than those in the Devouring City. As a commander, Qin Yongji could quickly discern the combat characteristics of the individual soldiers she was working with, and was equally well aware of when they would be in danger. Precisely because she saw so clearly, she couldn't help but be selective. And, most crucially, her understanding of the soldiers was clearly one-sided. Among the soldiers in the new recruit camp, none who could be paired with an SSS-level commander were not born into a family of geniuses, each one brimming with pride. When the new commander pointed out their flaws, their first reaction wasn't subconscious trust, but suspicion or worry. This also led to a loophole in Qin Yongji's tactics. A defender on her second team was surprisingly hilarious. When Qin Yongji went out to lure the enemy, she was frightened by the star beast's tail spike, and immediately launched an energy shield. She failed to block the tail spike, but instead blocked the commander, who was about to use it to escape the spikes and blast the star beast's asshole. Yihua was directly hit by the tail spike, which was brimming with star beast energy. Before the energy shock had even worn off, she burst into laughter. The defenders waited nervously for the commander's orders. Qin Yongji, still dazed, commented sharply, "That's good. You have a strong protective instinct." Later, Qin Yongji returned from the mutation zone and rushed into Li Jingxian's arms, yelling for a long time. Then, she learned that Li Jingxian and the others were heading to a new mutation zone, and she was once again matched with the excellent new recruit camp. That was the mutation zone mission that Qin Yongji had just returned from. Fortunately, there were no other incidents. The teamwork wasn't very good, but it was as good as it could be. After the mutation zone battle, Qin Yongji didn't dare charge too hard, because the defenders couldn't lock onto the star beast, focusing on the commander. Her team was a typical defensive kite-playing team, their firepower limited to the offensive charge, while the other positions focused on control. Qin Yongji's Red Lotus Energy Core could complement ranged attacks and melee attacks from the left and right flanks. Her team was already familiar with each other and adept at kiting, but unfamiliar with thrusting tactics. This caused the star beast to slip out of their grasp several times, and the energy shockwaves nearly stunned the scouts ahead. Although they finally used the infernal fire strike to break through, Qin Yongji wasn't satisfied with the mutation zone operation. Absolute energy crushing was certainly feasible, but it didn't contribute to tactical training, nor did it improve team cohesion. After several rounds of the mutation zone, Qin Yongji refused to relent and refused to enter the matchmaking pool. Li Jingxian and the others shared her anxieties. As a commander, Qin Yongji struggled to integrate with the rest of the team, and so did the individual soldiers. It's worth noting that the last time Li Jingxian teamed up with him was with another SSS rank commander, Chu Yang. Ever since Qin Yongji's SSS rank certification, Chu Yang seemed to have a sense of crisis and actively entered the mutation zone with individual soldiers, but with mediocre results. In Li Jingxian's words, how can a commander be so timid, passing such a prime kill opportunity just because he feared the toxic fog? What a shame! Qin Yongji had watched Chu Yang's mutation zone mission replays, and was familiar with the renowned commanders of the Tianshu recruit battalion. Qin Yongji didn't mention the prerequisites for understanding, as stating them would seem a bit presumptuous. After all, in Qin Yongji's view, Qian was the main team in the military joint competition, and she was bound to win. After entering the military joint competition, these commanders would become her focal points. Chen Yongji had to be fully aware of each commander's role in order to determine what tasks they were capable of handling. She approached Chu Yang with this mindset, and her first impression after reading him was simply this: unworthy of the name. The strength he displayed was truly unworthy of the SSS level title. After reaching SSS level, Chen Yongji had a deep understanding of the energy reserves possessed by commanders at this stage. According to the level classification, Chu Yang's energy reaction speed should be around 0.002 to 0.005, which means that the entire process from observing the enemy to issuing orders, an SSS-level soldier's execution, could be limited to less than 1 second. But his reaction was too slow. The Star Beast's energy impact reached him, yet he remained stunned. Chen Yongji felt as if he had been petrified. As for why Chu Yang hadn't noticed the Star Beast's energy attack, it was even more baffling. There were certain points around the Star Beast with extremely high energy coverage, and when the commander's senses detected them, they received a correspondingly stronger energy impact. The guy was a little frightened by the impact, so he quickly scanned it, making sure nothing was amiss, and then paid no further attention. Unfortunately, the Star Beast's energy was a hidden energy, and the energy impact was hidden from the commander's perception. After seeing that scene, Chen Yongji understood why the command tower had been celebrating the addition of an SSS-level commander to the military region. The original commander was truly unreliable. No wonder commanders had arranged so many teams to take Chu Yang to the mutation zone for desensitization training. Speaking of Chu Yang, Chen Yongji looked at Shang Tiangong in front of him with a hint of amusement. The support soldier's tan cheeks flushed slightly, and he clearly hadn't forgotten the tense moments he had with Chen Yongji. Now, with him offering a call for help, he even felt a sense of magnanimity, a kind of embarrassment. Chen Yongji had a mediocre personal impression of Shang Tiangong, knowing him only as someone who had badmouthed a close friend. From a team perspective, Shang Tiangong and Wei Xian had similar combat styles, capable of supporting, assisting, and engaging in close combat, making them highly useful. But she already had the strongest support position. Chen Yongji smiled and politely declined. I already have a partner. Sorry. You mean Wei Xian? Shang Tiangong had clearly heard the news. They'd been assigned to other missions, didn't you know? Chen Yongji truly didn't know. She glanced at Shang Tiangong suspiciously, and opened her laptop. Li Jingxian and the others were supposed to train with her, but they received a sudden message from the commander of the new recruit camp, and rushed over for a small meeting. Chen Yongji hadn't paid attention to the messages during that time. As soon as she opened her laptop, she saw a flood of messages from Li Jingxian. Chen Yongji quickly scanned them, only catching sight of the most important one. Tula has entered its 10-year military exercise period. Commander, he plans to take us to Tula to scout the enemy. Chen Yongji quickly replied, we're going to Tula to embarrass them during the military exercise? That's not good, innocent face. Li Jingxian was clearly feeling a little helpless. She glanced up at the chaotic scene ahead. He Xiandong shouted loudly through the screen, why can't I go to the mutation zone? You weren't even born when I was slaying star beasts on the Red Flame battlefield. Zui Qian, standing outside the screen, dismissed his suggestion with a cold expression. Even if you go to the mutation zone, even if you get injured and break your leg, you still have to handle government affairs for me. Her voice was flat and silent, seeming somewhat weak against He Xuangong's clamor, yet somehow still eerily terrifying. Don't even think about it. Skip work. Zui Qian practically gritted his teeth as he spoke. Everyone else was trying to hold back their laughter, but Wei Xian had a particularly hard time, even having Shang Yueshan pinch his thigh. Shang Yueshan, hearing such advice for the first time, was undeterred, nearly choking Wei Xian until he cried out. Meanwhile, Ruan Wenqing, quick-witted, snatched a handkerchief from Lan Qingcheng's pocket and stuffed it into Wei Xian's mouth, gagging him. Lan Qingcheng looked at the handkerchief with obvious disdain, and when Ruan Wenqing returned it, he was, as expected, politely declined. Give it to Wei Xian. That's fine, the seemingly gentle Ruan Wenqing said, turning around and shoving it into Wei Xian's mouth again. He Xiandong had no hope of skipping work, so he compromised. When the time comes, let's have Qi Yin and Tula compete and exchange ideas. The location will be in Callisto's S-level mutation zone, the Burning Wood Realm, which covers the former site of the Divine Blood Laboratory. Then let's discuss who will lead this mission? Zui Qian had already chosen someone, Chen Yongji. He Xiandong, with a special sensitivity to the surname Chen, immediately looked up and asked, who? The new SSS-level commander of the new recruits camp. Zui Jiangying nodded, looking over the report with a certain emotion. Her spiritual realm had been in a growth phase for about 2 years. After the sampling in the devouring city, the growth phase ended, and her spiritual realm expanded to the SSS level, gaining new attribute affinities. He Xiangong looked at the row of fire attribute affinities above, then at the space attribute affinities beyond the SSS level, and his eyes froze. Really? It's been ages since I've seen an SSS rank commander with a spatial affinity, and surprisingly, he's also surnamed Chen. Zhuo Jiangying forced a smile. Yes, Chen Yongji, a name Aza would have liked. If the child wasn't in his early 20s, he had suspected Aza felt sorry for him being all alone and sent him a child to keep him company. Yu Lian wasn't familiar with the name Chen Yongji, but he recognized the golden hair and immediately laughed cheerfully. It's this kid, I remember him. He was a bit of a rebellious brat. He wasn't surprised by Chen Yongji's SSS rank, but he was a little skeptical. She's just been promoted. Can she handle S-rank mutation zone missions? She can't. It's even harder for others, Zhuo Kim replied sternly. When she first read Chen Yongji's report, she was also in a trance. Judging from the lineage of Qian's main commanders, He Xiangong could be considered her teacher, but this commander had a fierce and unbridled style. After Zhuo Kim was chosen as his successor, it was Chen Zhu, who had brought He Xian out of He Xian, who had personally nurtured him. She knew Chen Zhu's style well. Chen Yongji and Chen Zhu were like opposite extremes. Chen Zhu's methods were gentle, like soft water, while Chen Yongji's were rough, like fierce fire. When Qian was still at the top of the Star Alliance, it needed this handful of water to calm the surrounding turmoil, so Zhao Zubai chose Chen Zhu as his successor. Now, Red Flame stood at the bottom of the Star Alliance, surrounded by wolves and in constant turmoil. It needed a raging fire to wash away the surrounding ambitions and dark fog. Zhuo Kim wanted to see if Chen Yongji could be that fire. He Xiangong seemed to understand her purpose. The middle-aged man raised his eagle eyes across the light screen and locked eyes with Zhuo Qian. This was like an invisible omen. Zhuo Qian informed him that she had begun selecting a successor. The commander-in-chief of the military region had suffered no less than He Xiangong. During the difficult times of Chen Zhu's death, Speaker Zhao Zubai's resignation, the collapse of Yatsu, and the bearing of the demon eye in Tula, she had shouldered the pressure of the Red Flame battlefield, defending against the various attacks from surrounding galaxies and unknown star regions. Now, decades after the birth of the Star Beast sequence, according to the theory of abnormal growth, perhaps some high-sequence star beasts were secretly gathering strength, each birth a region-wide energy storm. Qian occupies the most dangerous position in the Star Alliance, with countless kin and family members at her back. This line of defense must be defended. But Zhuo Kim was already exhausted. Her mecha, Yuanwei, was destroyed in the battle with the Sequence 5 Taiji rock beast in Luofei City, and her spiritual realm was severely damaged. Few could take on the responsibility of leading the next command. It was at this juncture that Chen Yongji emerged. Zhuo Kim made the decision. He Xiangong led the new recruits, sending 10 teams. Yu Lian led a reorganized team, and they would depart for the Tula system in 3 days. When Chen Yongji received the news that he was also assigned to the mission, he threw his hands up at Shang Tiangong with a hint of resignation. What a coincidence. Looks like I have to go too. As soon as he finished speaking, Shang Tiangong looked at him with a look of surprise, flashing his laptop to Chen Yongji. Why should I go too? He muttered to himself, saying that fighting Tula was pointless, he wouldn't be strong enough for the joint competition. The most urgent task now was to overtake Wei Xian while he was on his mission. He sounded rather reluctant. But the military district had summoned him, and Shang Tiangong had to obey. Just as he convinced himself to accept, Shang Tiangong spotted Chen Yongji preparing to leave. He strode over, attempting to persuade him further. Hey Chen Yongji, why don't you go to Tula too? We can team up then. Together, we definitely wipe out the Tula team. Chen Yongji looked over with a smile. Are you sure? Come on, you can't even beat me, and you're going to beat Ming Hung? Before Chen Yongji could say anything, Wei Xian, having heard Shang Tiangong's voice, hurried over. Trying to poach our commander? No way. Shang Tiangong's face darkened for a second. What do you mean you're in charge? You're not even linked, and you're not even allowed to team up with anyone else? Besides, who can't beat Ming Hung? Shang Tiangong raised his chin and said arrogantly. I can beat 10 of that noob. Wei Xian marveled. I wonder who ran into Ming Hung on the flight line and got beaten black and blue. It hasn't even been a year. Shang Tiangong's face brightened at the mention of his past. Things are different now. Back then, I was still growing up. It wasn't unusual to be defeated. Come and fight now, if you have the guts. Wei Xian patted him. Come on, you're always blasting away. Save your energy for when we get to Tula. I see how you beat Mingheng. After that, he turned around and signaled Chen Yongji to retreat. Shang Tiangong, still determined, called out from behind, Chen Yongji, whether you want to team up or not, I'm definitely more reliable than Wei Xian. Chen Yongji heard this, and waved his hand away from him. Shang Tiangong slumped down, feeling somewhat frustrated, and kicked a nearby rock with his toes. Damn it! How am I inferior to Wei Xian? He's so awesome, doesn't he deserve the most amazing commanding teammate? 100 years ago, the Tula Galaxy was renowned for its biological research and development, having produced the legendary Master Clark. After his death, his 3,000 disciples were recruited by various galaxies. Since then, while Tula's influence in the biological field has waned, thanks to the patents and pharmaceuticals Clark left behind, it has developed numerous specialized industries, sufficient to supply the needs of the entire galaxy. The galaxy jump is a very long process. The Red Flame starship will undergo 3 days of jump and navigation before finally landing on Dita, the habitable main planet of the Tula Galaxy. The architecture of the Tula system is strikingly unique. The Tula people, descended from a species called the Gula grass monkey on their home planet, utilize extensive biomimetic materials in their buildings, creating a grand, forest-like city. Walking through the city feels like strolling through a primeval forest. Giant treehouses rise from the ground, and the sky is lined with vine-woven navigation tracks, a vibrant green scene. Wei Xian's father is a hybrid of Tula and Jinghai. Tula people are distinguished by their emerald green hair, evidently inherited from Tula genes. His family also has some assets in Tula. When Qian arrived, the Tula military exercises were still 3 days away, and the main planet was under complete martial law. At He Xuangdong's suggestion, Chen Yongji and the others planned to explore Tula's main planet and search for any clues regarding the sacred water. Chapter 72. The Tula system's military and strategic capabilities are relatively weak, but their cultural and bio-industries are exceptionally rich. There's a special product here that's incredibly fun. The largest marketplace on Tula's main planet is called Elf City. It was originally called the Monkey Park, but the Tula people later felt that this name was a bit insulting to their ancestors, so they sought out a more natural name from the legacy of their home planet. The Elf City is located within a giant tree structure, divided into 7 levels based on the architecture of a treehouse. The interiors of the treehouses are embedded with modern mechanical structures, while the exteriors are painted with a biomimetic paint, making them look forced and unintelligible. Even a maintenance technician like Chen Yongji can tell the difference at a glance, but the similarity in style does create a certain aesthetic appeal. The Tula market wasn't as crowded as the Qian market. The Tanlang Galaxy's population primarily consisted of indigenous people and foreign merchants, the latter making up the vast majority. Tula's primary industry was biological, though its materials weren't as abundant as Jinghai's, and its military research wasn't as strong as Qian's. The largest export sector was pharmaceuticals and biopharmaceuticals, all of which were directly partnered with research institutes by consortiums, without having to go to the market. Wei Xian was quite familiar with Tula. He led the way along the way. He described a particularly fun thing, a holographic pavilion with the rather literary name of Tracing Roots. Come on, I loved coming here as a kid. Chen Yongji glanced curiously. She experienced holographic cabins many times, primarily for mecha combat training. Such purely recreational facilities were rare. Wei Xian waved at them. This is a virtual gathering holographic cabin. You can actually play board games inside, and you can even choose a throwback character. It's a Tula specialty. Chen Yongji had heard of the atavistic image he mentioned. The species of the major galaxies of the Star Alliance all had non-human forms when they were on their home planets. While possessing human-like thinking, their bodies and current forms were drastically different. After their home planets arrived in this star region, they were affected by the mutation, and the various tribes evolved into the current unified human form. Ancient genes have left subtle differences in this human form, such as Tula's green hair, Yata's emerald phosphorus and golden hair, Jinghai's blue eyes, Qian's red hair, Tianji's white feathers in his hair, and Moyan's pitch-black eyes and kaleidoscopic whites. And the ancient form chosen by the holographic cabin. Which version should we choose? The board game in the holographic cabin is somewhat similar to the script-killing games from Chen Yongji's original world. However, unlike the puzzle-solving and reasoning games of script-killing games, their scenarios mostly involve exploring the mutation zone, fighting between star beasts and individual factions, and Star Wars, where 2 sides compete for supremacy. Chen Yongji curiously leaned over to take a look and discovered that the Mutation Zone book had many different types of mutation zones. Burningwood Realm, why don't you go check it out? The Burningwood Realm, an S-level mutation zone within Tula, appeared 30 years ago and covers 75% of the planet Callisto. It harbors SSS-level alien plants, including the star B sequence 3 bone orchid, and is primarily populated by alien plants. Its southern territory encompasses the former Divine Blood Laboratory, making it one of Tula's must clear mutation zones every year. Wei Xian, that's fine. Those guys in Tula are definitely familiar with the Burningwood Realm. We need to get some information too. At this point, Wei Xian's competitive spirit surged. I don't want to lose to that Ming Hung. Have Tula's team been finalized? Are you so sure Ming Hung can make it? Qin Yongji finalized the script and began assigning holographic pods, casually asking. Shang Yueshan followed her, his gaze following the blonde's finger. Hearing Qin Yongji's words, he moved his lips. Ming Hung holds the record for reaching the highest level of the 100-story tower in the Tula recruit camp. Qin Yongji raised an eyebrow. So powerful? Ruan Winqing had very detailed enemy intelligence. Tula supports Ming Hung, while Mingyu fights in melee. They are twins. They possess a unique telepathic connection and excellent synergy. Their power cores are both from the SSS-level twin-eyed vermilion wings of Star B Sequence 21, a rare dual-core mutant with strong coordination. If nothing unexpected happens, Tula will likely form its main force around these twins. Tula's team configuration is primarily speed-focused, a pinnacle of pull-and-pull strategies. They rely on speed and continuous damage output, making close quarters difficult. Shi Cixin added. Qin Yongji's time in the recruit camp was short, and during that time, he had no chance to engage other star systems on unknown planets. The struggle for unknown planets, similar to desolate planets like 526, is a common occurrence within the Star Alliance. Some unexplored planets harbor untapped energy resources. Because they are rarely visited, their energy reserves far exceed those of resource planets, and they are also prone to yielding rare materials. Each major star system has a dedicated team dedicated to searching for unknown planets, known as the Field Mission. The Burningwood Realm scenario was somewhat dull. Wei Xian chose an exploration-based scenario, not a combat-based one. The probability of energy attacks and emergencies within was very low. It was essentially a spring outing in a different form. However, it was indeed very helpful in understanding the types of mutation zones. Qin Yongji chose a throwback image of a flame-scale beast, which felt seamless as he roamed amidst the various exotic plants of the Burningwood Realm. The others also chose different types of images, and upon entering the mutation zone and seeing the others' images, they all burst out laughing. Atavistic images aren't identical, they undergo slight variations based on the individual's appearance. Qin Yongji's golden hair is reflected on the flame-scale beast, with a golden king symbol atop its head. Shang Yueshan's flame-scale beast follows closely behind her. While the male-sized flame-scale beast is clearly larger, the king symbol overshadows it. Wei Xian, observing the scene, sharply commented, "The beast king and her little husband?" Qin Yongji glanced at him. He had chosen the Jinghai Galaxy swimming dolphin image, with two small wing-like fins that fluttered adorably in the air. Shang Yueshan's gaze drifted off. When Qin Yongji's flame-scale beast raised its paw to kick his fish's tail, asking him to lead the way, Shang Yueshan silently touched the tail with his paw. In the ancient culture of Jinghai, this signifies gratitude. Wei Xian glanced at him, puzzled, wondering why this guy was suddenly thanking him. Shang Yueshan finished his work silently, and returned to Qin Yongji's side, following obediently beside the flame-scale beast, as if accompanying the king on a mountain patrol. When the group followed the map to the southern area of the Burningwood Realm, they saw the ruins covered in vines. I heard that above the Divine Blood Laboratory was Callisto's massive energy collection tower. The explosion in the underground laboratory triggered an energy reaction in the energy collection tower, collapsing the entire area. Looking at the vast expanse of barren land before them, where even the roots of the mutated plants wouldn't penetrate the ground of the Divine Blood Laboratory, Li Jingxian sighed. Wei Xian had another question. You said the laboratory was blown up like that. How are we going to get down? The holographic image of the Burningwood Realm only captured the surface, not the underground structures. Or rather, Tula didn't dare advertise its underground structures, so the underground laboratory wasn't included in the holographic cabin. The group only wandered this far. Ruan Winqing quickly worked out the shortest route with Qin Yongji based on the trails they had taken. The competition with Tula was secondary. Their primary goal was to reach the Divine Blood Laboratory, where they would need to find a way to quietly descend underground. The Tula system's military strength has always been weak, and the military exercises had only been going on for a week. When Yi Xiandong suggested that the new recruits compete, Tula's chief commander was a bit stunned, but he quickly realized that it was difficult to refuse. Qin Yongji and the others explored the Tula market before returning to the mecha arena. According to Qin Yongji, the mechas would become old after a few days of inactivity. Wei Xian only stepped down from the fighting arena after receiving a message from Yi Gong stating that he was discussing the Burning Wood realm with Tula. It was Qin Yongji's turn to enter the ring. The individual soldier in the arena was Tula's retired melee fighter. He wasn't fierce in combat, but he was fast and agile like a monkey, making it extremely difficult for the mech to close in. For a support player like Wei Xian, getting close wasn't a big deal. His traction and cannons were more than enough to handle it. However, the opponent was simply too fast, and his traction missed several times, ultimately allowing him to seize the opportunity to turn the tables. The Tula people's genes are outrageous. They're truly as agile as monkeys, Wei Xian whispered to Qin Yongji. Qin Yongji bumped fists with him and prepared to enter the ring. Her opponent had already entered the arena. The mech was clad in an emerald green, its eyes gleaming with a faint green light, like a venomous snake lurking in the jungle. Qin Yongji sensed a hint of danger from the mech. Qin Yongji didn't hesitate to use his infernal fire, piloting only the most common arena training mech. As the two mechs took the stage, the crowd erupted in cheers. Viper! Viper! Kill her! The voice rang out, causing Qin Yongji to look up. Noticing this, the expressions of Ruan Winqing and the others watching below grew increasingly serious. Li Jingxian, is this person famous? Shi Cixin opened her laptop and began searching for relevant information. Viper, a 100% defeated competitor in the arena. His exact identity is unknown. He's extremely ruthless. Rumor has it that he joined the arena because his psychic power is compatible with a berserk energy core, causing frequent bouts of mental frenzy, requiring extensive combat to alleviate this mental frenzy. Wei Xian's gaze followed the arena, watching the emerald green mech across from Qin Yongji catch sight of her. His gaze passed over with a hint of indifference. The weapon the mech drew was a massive single-edged sword, its size suggesting its unusual heaviness. Sister Xiaoxian, this person's weapon is somewhat similar to your shocking axe. After entering the Tianshu military district, Li Jingxian's mech, Hongwan, received a weapon custom-made by maintenance engineer Li Qiuxue for reaching the 50th floor of the tower. It was the long axe used in the Devouring City, powered by the energy core of the SSS rank star beast, the Rainbow Serpent. Li Jingxian, alerted by him, looked up at the stage. The heavy blade wielded by the mech named Viper did indeed bear a resemblance to the shocking Heaven Axe. Shi Cixin, observing from the side, noted, Master Wen Yuanshan's arm utilizes the SS rank Panlong Tree's psychic core. A wood-attributed psychic core capable of emitting a blade beam imbued with a toxic mist, disorienting and controlling. Ruan Winqing quickly retrieved the relevant information. He gazed at the mech, suddenly feeling a sense of seriousness. It was clearly a wood-attributed mech, yet it bore the name Viper. This reminded him of the famous SSS rank commander of the Tula recruit camp. Rodney, an SSS rank commander with an SSS rank psychic affinity, was sequence 34, 9 Life Shangliu. Chapter 73. Qin Yongji hadn't paid much attention to the fight when he took the stage. The Tula military exercises were ongoing, and as visitors to the Red Flame, they couldn't act too recklessly. Training was confined to Tula's designated urban training grounds. Most of Tula's elite troops were involved in star defense and military exercises, and the individual sparring partners weren't high enough for Qin Yongji to experience the full benefits of training. That's why Qin Yongji and his companions had come to the arena. Firstly, to maintain their mecha combat experience, and secondly, to allow Li Jingxian and the others to continue adapting to their weapons' new superpower cores. When the newcomers first took the stage, Qin Yongji's gaze was still wandering around, distracted by He Xuandong's conversation, speculating about the opening of the Burning Wood realm, and wondering about the main force of the Tula recruit camp. Just as Qin Yongji was thinking about asking Brother Ruan about this later, the mecha in front of him fully activated, radiating spiritual energy. The green energy swept over, carrying a pressure that immediately alerted Qin Yongji. Almost instantly, Qin Yongji realized the opponent was a commander, possibly an SSS rank commander. This wasn't his previous opponent. Qin Yongji focused his attention, his mind focused. The mech Viper's face flickered a few times, and a green shadow suddenly charged forward, leaving a trail of green light in its wake. The spectators on either side cheered. A sharp gust of wind blew towards him. Qin Yongji felt the impact of the spiritual energy, and the mech dodged. Bang! A loud noise sounded behind him. As Qin Yongji dodged the mech, he turned his head, and saw the mech's heavy sword swung down on the arena, creating a crack in the metal floor. Blue light rose from the crack, swirling in circles, carrying ripples of energy as it swept across the crack like a snake, quickly repairing it. Self-growing material, Buddha's hand sand. This stuff is a high-grade material used by repairmen to build mecha weapons. It can reduce wear and tear on mecha weapons and increase their durability. The raw ore is shaped like a giant hand, hence the name. It seems Tula has made a fortune from the bio-industry. Even a building as large as the arena is willing to use Buddha's hand sand in its construction. While pondering these irrelevant matters, the Mecha Viper, whose attack missed, quickly reacted and turned back to charge at the dodging mecha. The cheers from the stand subsided, then suddenly rose again. Some of them howled with a hint of fervor, shouting for Viper to rip apart the low-level mecha she was piloting. The mecha's thud brought with it a green mist of light and shadow, as if it were radiating from its hull, or perhaps it was energy radiating from its communication core. Qin Yongji's awareness shifted, and as the opponent leaped into midair, he sensed something. The mech slid to the right, brushing past the venomous snake wielding the heavy blade. At that moment, Qin Yongji heard the mech's pilot's voice, a note of doubt. Rodney's long, emerald green hair was tied back on his left side, revealing a narrow, elongated eye. The pupil formed a vertical cone, its center gleaming with a green light. Seeing the locked mech in front of him dodge his attack once again, as if anticipating it, Rodney's composed demeanor began to shift. The mist-heavy blade slammed into the ground, the Buddha's hand sand slowly healing the wound. The mech's blade rose to attention, and with a clang, its tip touched the arena. Qin Yongji landed lightly on the ground, her mech turning to look at the Viper mech rearing up to the side. She casually raised an eyebrow. The noise in the stands faded. The astute observers had already realized this opponent wasn't as easy to deal with as Viper had usually faced. Some even speculated on Qin Yongji's identity based on her movements. Rodney stood up, knife in hand, and chuckled softly from the cockpit. What a nimble man! A flash of green seemed to flash in his narrow eyes, and his grip on the knife suddenly tightened. You can't survive me by just dodging! A powerful, violent aura erupted from Rodney's mech. As his spiritual energy spread, it struck the energy shield surrounding the arena like the sound of a bell. Qin Yongji watched as the Viper mech suddenly sprang up, wielding its heavy sword like a feather fan. Sharp, swift green blade lights shot towards her face, and the radiating energy attack spread out like jellyfish tentacles, enveloping the mech's hull. A flicker of surprise crossed Qin Yongji's eyes. The creature's energy level had skyrocketed by more than a degree. It had previously hovered around the SSS level, but now it was practically undeniably so. Furthermore, judging by its energy connection, it wasn't as adept as a regular soldier from the military district. It was likely, like her, a student in the new recruit camp. Qin Yongji quickly compiled a list of SSS-level new recruit camp commanders in her mind. But now was not the time to delve into their identities. The blade flashed like a ghost, instantly approaching her. Qin Yongji's light sword clanged, and the mech stomped its foot down onto the ground. The energy within its core emanated, and it soared into the air. With a few loud thuds, the mech stomped onto the railing surrounding the arena, leveraging the momentum to leap higher. The mech's footsteps passed, and the next second, the blade slashed down with a whirring sound, resonating with the railing. Rodney had a premonition the moment he dodged the mech's first blade. He knew he couldn't stop it. Its mental perception was far too subtle, far superior to his own. The mech's control was also incredibly agile, its figure comparable to that of his support team. The soldier in the cockpit grew increasingly serious. The opposing mech's tactics were unfamiliar, at least to Rodney. They weren't the traditional martial arts inherited from the Tula Military Academy. The commander's mind was incredibly quick, and within a few exchanges, each had a rough idea of the other's identity. Watching Qin Yongji leap midair to dodge the attack, the mech pulled the lightsaber before him. His fingers followed the blade's sharp edge, and the energy contained within its core gradually emerged from the blade's surface. His powerful SSS-level command mental power surged forth, activating the core of the base mech in the arena as easily as a child blowing up a pinwheel. The base mech's core wasn't powerful, but coated with command energy, it was a different story. Rodney shuddered, looking up instantly. The mech lifted its heavy blade and spun from the ground, soaring into the sky like a scallion pulled from dry land. Qin Yongji swung his blade at that very moment. The two energies collided in midair, layer upon layer, forming two opposing walls. Bang! The heavy blade slashed diagonally across the base mech's lightsaber, cracks appearing like a web. As Qin Yongji exerted force in his arm, he sensed the weapon's damage and let out a sigh. If it were infernal fire, it would have been the opponent's heavy sword that shattered. But the purpose of going to the arena was to familiarize herself with the combat dynamics of the Tula mech. Qin Yongji was reluctant to risk bringing infernal fire with her. Any damage would be expensive to repair. Now was not the time to dwell on such matters. She rapidly formulated a strategy. The lack of hardware wasn't the problem, the issue was power. If a basic mech could defeat the opponent, Qin Yongji thought, then that was true strength. A mere violent energy dared to challenge her? Qin Yongji's eyes suddenly sharpened, and the mech's palm shifted its direction, tensing its entire frame. As the heavy sword, carrying green energy, penetrated deeper and deeper, Qin Yongji suddenly blasted his spiritual energy forward. Bang! The air exploded with crimson smoke, inch by inch from the point where the heavy sword and the light sword met, rushing towards the mech's palm. Rodney's eyes shifted, and the force of the heavy sword instantly weakened. Qin Yongji seized the opportunity, swung his light sword back, and swung it, slashing vertically beneath the heavy sword's sharp edge. The sharp, grinding sound of the blades clashing was incredibly harsh, and Rodney couldn't help but frown. A dark shadow flashed before him, and the mecha slid sideways, following the movement of the light sword. Qin Yongji rolled over from below, and the mecha spun backward, instantly arriving behind Rodney. Her figure moved like a ghost, and the light sword flashed by, closing in on Rodney's mecha from behind. Rodney tried to raise his sword to resist, but the dark shadow passed by him. Snap! The mecha snapped its fingers crisply. He gathered a massive amount of violent energy in his spiritual realm, all of which rushed outward through the communication threads. Before it could find its target, it was devoured bit by the crimson spiritual energy that permeated the air. When it came to dominance, Qin Yongji had never seen anyone with more powerful spiritual energy than hers. Rodney's narrow eyes suddenly opened, and he looked back in disbelief. After disposing of the obstructing tentacles, Qin Yongji's mech shot out like a laser. Now, it's your turn to figure out how to survive me. As soon as the words fell, Rodney felt a sharp gust of wind behind him. The mech delivered a knee kick, sending him plummeting from midair. As Viper fell, he tried to steady himself, seeking an opening, but his opponent was faster. Qin Yongji, unknowingly, gained momentum from the side wall, and the mech instantly appeared above his field of vision. Like a looming mountain, the figure loomed over Viper. Rodney's pupils dimmed for a second as he saw the mech lift its leg. As expected, the next second, a devastating blow struck his chest. The force of the blow caused Rodney's earliest memories to flash back before his eyes, nearly shattering the memories of his life. Is this still human? A damage alarm blared from within the mech, and Rodney's ears rang with the sharp crackle of the alarm program. But inside, he had only one thought. If this punch were used in a real-life fight, wouldn't it have crushed him? In the stands, as Viper was knocked down by a knee strike, some of his supporters suddenly stood up, seemingly chanting something. Someone nearby shouted, "Viper, stand up. Hit her." If Rodney could hear the shouts outside, he would have silenced them. All the encouragement for Viper would have turned into pain inflicted by Qin Yongji. The basic mech's snake-like form traced a black line in the air, invisible to the naked eye. The green neck within it rolled around like a ball, struck by it. On the other side of the stands, Wei Xian sighed, mourning for the soldier in the cockpit. Be happy when Qin Yongji hides. If she ever stops, you have to hide faster. If she finds a close-range opportunity, there's no chance of a comeback. The combination of violent mental energy and the ability to withstand the mecha's immense force with just one hand, who could possibly withstand it? Rodney, unfortunately, didn't understand. Until all the cheers around him died down. The basic mecha sprinted a few steps from the edge of the stands, leaped into the air, and then lunged down. Bang! The final blow. Viper defeated. ZZ. The mecha is wearing out. As Rodney was hammered to the ground, his eyes silently gazed towards the top of the cockpit, his snake-like pupils gleaming with a hint of clarity. He flicked his fingers a few times, and as he felt the intense pain, he realized that not only his body, but even his mind had been tormented. The mental energy that had been raging just a moment ago now peacefully resided within his mental realm, moving in sync with his thoughts, without a trace of rebellion. The violent energy problem that had plagued him for so long seemed to have a solution at this moment. A miracle doctor, Rodney, covered in wounds, thought. Miraculous Dr. Qin Yongji himself, piloting a mecha, clattered across the ground. The audience in the stands watched Viper being defeated by a nobody in a basic mecha, speechless for a moment. They saw her approach Viper, the murderous aura still lingering around her, as if she intended to finish him off right there. Someone couldn't help but swallow nervously. That can't be right. The fighting arena requires a limit, no brutal killing. Maybe it's just to pull Viper up. Just as someone speculated, the basic mech raised its foot and stomped on Viper's chest. Qin Yangji's voice rang out with a hint of disdain. Looks like you can't even dodge? Then how are you supposed to survive? Rodney felt the force gripping his chest and cursed inwardly. What a vengeful fellow. But his breathing was strained, and he could only reach out with difficulty, tugging at the mech's ankle. But the moment Qin Yangji raised his hand, he quickly retracted his leg, and the mech waved towards the stage. I win. The audience in the stands were stunned, then erupted in cheers. You could tell some of them were trying to smile, but they couldn't help but laugh. Wei Xian waved his hand sincerely. Awesome. Qin Yangji quickly returned the mech and walked out, high-fiving him. The two of them blended into the crowd, shouting excitedly. Wan Wenqing leaned over and asked, the energy aura of the guy you're fighting is familiar. Do you have a choice? Qin Yangji said without hesitation, Rodney from the Tula recruit camp. Chapter 74. The battle in the arena drew to a close. After defeating Rodney, Qin Yangji didn't linger long. After a brief conversation with Wan Wenqing and the others, he left the Tula market area. Many guards were stationed in the tall treehouses in the forest. Along the way, patrols of a dozen or so men followed. Each man wore a neat Tula military uniform, with a particle gun strapped to his waist. Their eyes scanned the surroundings with a sharp, scanning beam. As she walked along the streets of Tula, Qin Yangji cast a curious glance. On her way back in the hovercraft, she looked down from midair. Patrols lined the streets of Tula Market, and the security was tight. The military exercises are almost over. Why are there still so many guards on Tula Planet? She asked curiously, glancing at Wan Wenqing and Li Jingxian. These two had extensive sources of information, especially Li Jingxian, who knew everything about the surroundings, big and small. Li Jingxian, I heard from friends in the Tula military district that something seemed to have happened during the military exercises. Tula's top brass is keeping the news secret, and they're not spreading it. All we know is that someone is assassinating a high-ranking member of a celestial being. Hearing this, Qin Yangji's eyes widened slightly. He wasn't surprised by the assassination attempt, but rather by the fact that the attacker had chosen such a good time, before or after the military exercises, when the planet's defenses were at their tightest. To have the courage to assassinate a high-ranking member of a celestial being, he wouldn't be reckless. Why would he choose such a time? Qin Yangji couldn't help but wonder which celestial being was targeted. The Tula Galaxy, like the Qian Galaxy, is one of the 5 major galaxies of the Star Alliance, and one of the 5 galaxies that control the military joint competition. Besides the Tula Galaxy, it has 3 other galaxies under its jurisdiction: the Yuma Galaxy, the Mashiruo Galaxy, and the Boer Galaxy. The Yuma Galaxy is a major biomedical system with highly advanced medical technology, offering treatments for many of the Covenant's existing genetic diseases. The Boer Galaxy is an entertainment planet, claiming to be the descendants of ancient mermaids. As for the Mashiruo Galaxy, like the Tula Galaxy, it is a biopharmaceutical production system, and together with the Tula Galaxy, it supports the Covenant's massive reagent needs. Li Jingxian's eyes rolled. Mashiruo, right? The assassinated individual was a tactical analyst on Mashiruo's military representative team. Generally, this position is filled by retired members of the military's main force. He must have been an enemy of the analyst while he was in service. The assassination method resembles that of a pirate. Pirates? Qin Yangji harbored a hint of curiosity, but seeing that Li Jingxian was somewhat vague when she spoke about the matter, it seemed the information was tightly blocked, and no information had leaked out. She encountered assassinations before, whether due to her own genetic quirks or her subsequent involvement in weapons development. Logically, space pirates, intent on taking lives, would choose the most opportune moment, typically when the target's defenses were at their weakest. However, the enemy had chosen to strike during a military exercise. Everyone knew how tightly defended Tula was during military exercises. Could it be that this high-ranking official normally had even more people around him to protect him? He must be incredibly afraid of death. Qin Yangji's thoughts drifted. This incident didn't stir any ripples in her mind. It was far less important than the upcoming Burning Wood Realm operation. Therefore, as the hovercraft drove away from Tula Market, Qin Yangji didn't notice the feather-like flag slanting from the entrance of one of the shops. This time, it's your battle against the Tula Recruit Battalion. The outcome doesn't matter to us, but if there's a chance. He Xiandong took a sip of tea and sighed happily. If there's a chance, beat them to death. How dare this damn old man call us Qian weak? I never heard of that word. He Xiandong slammed his teacup, slamming the table loudly, and then raised his arm and shouted, "Move!" Qin Yangji and his group embarked on the warp tunnel to the mutation zone, only to meet the Tula team head-on. The leading mech had snake-like vortex cannons wrapped around its shoulders, with vertical pupils above for aiming. In the sunlight, it glowed with layers of emerald green fluorescence, looking eerie. To his left and right, the mechas each had a wing, each as sharp as a blade. Qin Yongji glanced over and realized they were actually melee weapons. Their feathers, when folded, formed a blade, while their scattered feathers became sharp arrows. The ingenuity of the mecha design was clearly evident in these mechas. That's Rodney, and the two next to him are the Mingheng and Mingyu brothers. Li Jingxian leaned aside and whispered to Qin Yongji. The two groups headed for the opposite aisles. As Qin Yongji examined the mechas, the mecha to Rodney's right suddenly glanced at her. Its eyes flickered, and then it suddenly raised its hand and made a gesture of wiping its throat, a clear hint of provocation. Wei Xian was furious. Oh my god, too arrogant. We see if we don't destroy them later. Seeing this, Qin Yongji didn't hesitate. He raised his hand in a friendly gesture, his middle finger raised, a hint of sarcasm. Mingheng was somewhat unfamiliar with her mech, and a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes at this scene. What are you doing? He heard his twin brother's cold question from the side. He turned his head guiltily, glancing at the arrogant red mech from the corner of his eye. Nothing, just a friendly chat with my fellow team members. Mingyu expressionlessly replied, Really? You better not draw aggro early. If a fight breaks out, I'd be busy commanding and won't have time to protect you. Mingheng shrank his head timidly. It's okay, my support mech is faster. Rodney only glanced at him, but he had actually been keeping an eye on the Qian team. The mech leading the command did look unfamiliar. But I heard there's a new SSS-level commander in the Tianshu military region. I wonder if it's him. Chu Yang seemed like such a coward that Rodney didn't even bother to fight him. He hoped the new commander would have some courage. It just so happened that he hadn't had enough of the fighting in the arena yet. Rodney twisted his wrist, and Mingheng silently shut up, not wanting to offend him at all. A few beams of light flashed, and the monitoring data in the mutation zone fluctuated for a moment. Qin Yongji and the others had already entered the mutation zone. He Xiandong and the head of the Tula military region sat with their teams on opposite sides of the monitoring area, seemingly on opposite sides. The victory or defeat of this mission will be determined by retrieving the Bone Orchid's companion crystal. What do you think, Commander He? Xiandong was calm and composed, his eyes half closed, and he didn't respond at all. Bone Orchid, an SSS-level exotic plant, is enough to give these kids a hard time when it's dormant. The military district leader was about to test his judgment when he yawned loudly and looked over apologetically. Oh, I told you that old people shouldn't be out and about every day. Look, just chatting at the negotiation table for a while, and my old bones can't take it anymore. Mr. Hyles, next time you must ask our commander-in-chief to send someone else. Hyles thought of his heated debate at the negotiation table a few days ago, so loud that the entire Tula military district building shook. Now he felt sleepy, and the corners of his mouth twitched. But Xiandong was so sleepy that he was about to fall asleep, so he didn't dare to ask again. Qi Yan suddenly proposed taking the younger generation to the mutation zone for a sparring match. He didn't know why. Testing the new recruits' abilities? Qi Yan's attitude towards the military league wasn't like this before. Could it be? They knew something too? The military district leader let himself brainstorm. Meanwhile, the Tula team in the mutation zone, looking at the newly refreshed missions, fell silent for a second. Mingheng read out the mission with a gloomy face. Whoever captures the Bone Orchid's companion crystal will win. Bone Orchid, companion, crystal. The higher-ups are really worried we're having it too easy. He sighed deeply. Rodney glanced at the mission grimly and snorted coldly. Why are you so cowardly? The Bone Orchid has been dormant for so many years. It's just a black crystal. What's there for an SSS rank like you to be afraid of? Mingheng rubbed his nose, thinking, of course you're not afraid, you battle maniac. He hated fighting alien plants, especially those with widespread roots and leaves. Once they went berserk, they could instantly block out the sky and the sun, their branches and vines forming a net that stretched thin, making it impossible for even reinforcements to rescue them. The ranged attackers in the team quickly took up a high position, surveyed the surroundings, and determined their own team's location. Data was transmitted to the channel, and Rodney immediately announced, Diyuan, survey the east. We find the Qian team as soon as possible. Even if we don't want to fight Gulen, that's easy. Eliminate Qian, and the outcome will be clear. As soon as he spoke, Qin Yongji, on the other side, seemed to have a clue. She had heard Ruan Wenqing's analysis of the dangers of the Gulen plant. She rested her chin on her hand, pondering for a moment before suddenly saying, Then let's eliminate Tula. We know the winner without even fighting Gulen. Li Jingxian gave her an approving glance. That's right. This way it saved trouble. Wan Winching held her forehead and reminded her, We have business to attend to. Qin Yongji paused for a moment, then remembered, oh right, we're not here to fight. At this point, she pulled up a map of the entire region and looked at it. The overlapping area between Callisto and the Burning Wood Realm is in the southeast. According to the data, we should head there. Bone Orchid Slumber is also in this area, so the chances of running into Tula are very high. Or maybe we go there early, and then... Qin Yongji's eyes rolled, and her voice became gloomy and cheerful. She said with a grin, then we give Tula's team something exciting. Mingheng, right? Isn't that a provocation? A monkey should behave like a monkey. Qin Yongji laughed sinisterly. She pointed at the dense forest surrounding the original energy tower. That forest was the center of the Burning Wood Realm, called the Terror Forest. It was home to a large number of exotic plants and mutated beasts. At the top of the food chain in the Terror Forest was a plant called the Killer Fig. Wei Xian heard her malicious thoughts and hurried over. Take me, take me. How could you not take me with you when it's such a good opportunity to see Mingheng embarrass himself? Qin Yongji gestured for the team to come closer and explained his plan. The Killer Figs have tribes. Let's go to one of them first and take out the pheromone juice. Then we replace Little Rainbow's jet cannon with this one, and let the Killer Figs whip them like spinning tops. The Killer Fig tribes are highly competitive, and any invasion would be considered a declaration of war. After hearing her explanation, Wan Winching muttered, Your idea doesn't treat Tula as a human, and you don't treat yourself as a human either. They have to be whipped around first by the cannonballs infused with the Killer Fig's pheromone juice, right? Qin Yongji waved his hand indifferently. What's the big deal? We can record it, but can they? The high-definition Black History loop was playing on Tula. Whether Qian was beaten or not was not your concern. Go! Wei Xian followed decisively. Zhang Yueshan silently stepped forward, watching Qin Yongji reach out and take his hand. He then silently placed his own hand in his. Lan Qingcheng laughed and shook his head, joining in the antics. Not to mention Li Jingxian and Shi Cixin. Wan Winching had no choice but to nod and agree. After this, we go find the lab. This was his last act of stubbornness. Chapter 75. A terrifying forest obscured the sky, and the Killer Figs battled each other, seemingly merging into one. The moment one entered, a chilling murderous intent washed over them. Qin Yongji cautiously treaded among the withered leaves, hearing the rustling sound beneath her feet. Her eyes roamed back and forth among the Killer Figs. Wei Xian, noticing her shifty gaze, asked, What are you doing? Qin Yongji nodded, motioning for him to look. I'm looking. Which one do you think we should attack? The Killer Fig seemed to have caught onto something, and as Qin Yongji finished speaking, it swung out a branch. Snap! It lashed out at Qin Yongji. Qin Yongji nimbly jumped aside, her gaze fixed on the Killer Fig that had lashed her out. Alright, you're so active, it's you. Once she had her target confirmed, she immediately set her attack direction. Wei Xian, take him. Although Wei Xian wasn't particularly active, there was one thing Qin Yongji was very pleased with. He was incredibly obedient. As soon as Qin Yongji finished speaking, the support mecha's guns and cannons began to fire. Bang! A massive hole appeared within the roots of the Killer Fig tree, its entire trunk cleaving in half. Boom! The Killer Fig sap began to flow down. This tree possessed a large amount of sap, carrying the powerful pheromone scent of a single species. Among other plants, only a species like the Killer Fig, which specialized in feeding on its own species, could boast such a large number of similar species. The Killer Fig tree, enraged, began twitching its branches wildly, sweeping towards Qin Yongji and his group. Qin Yongji sensed the strange energy erupting from the alien plant, and quickly glanced at Li Jingxian on the other side. Sister Xiaoxian, use your fiery cannon to blast it. You dare to attack me? Do you really think I have someone behind you? Qin Yongji said arrogantly. Li Jingxian smiled at this. Here it comes. She raised her gun and fired a bright flash of fire. Bang! The odor of burning spread in front of the Killer Fig tree. Its vines, bared with fangs and claws, fell one by one. Qin Yongji saw this and grabbed his Mo Dao, slashing forward. The blade's light pierced through the air and rushed out. Whoosh! A sharp blade whirled through the broken branches, severing the Killer Fig tree's arms completely. With a few swings of Qin Yongji's blade, the Killer Fig tree was soon reduced to a bare trunk. Seeing this, Wan Winching fired a sharp sniper shot at the junction of the tree stumps, blasting the final connection into dust. Then, with a resounding bang, the massive trunk of the Killer Fig tree collapsed to the ground. The trees immediately stirred, branches spreading out toward the dead tree's location. Thick, slithering vines, like emerald green snakes, frantically devoured the remains of the dead fig tree, burrowing into its trunk and sucking out all the sap. The wet vines emerged from the other end of the trunk. In the same spot, a thin, easily broken banyan tree rapidly expanded in this process. Soon, its trunk grew sturdy, its rings rapidly growing. When Qin Yongji took the sap and left, the thin trunk had become a strange plant comparable to the surrounding banyan trees. Its roots had just grown and were not strong enough, so they did not go deep into the ground and did not have to compete with the surrounding banyan trees for a large amount of resources. Therefore, when it pulled out its roots, the surrounding banyan trees blocked its departure. Absolute silence reigned within the vast forest of terror. Qin Yongji and his group, guided by the dim light of their lights, scurried forward beneath the leaves. Which direction is Tula's team headed? Wei Xian refilled Lan Qingqing's gun with enough sap, and then glanced at Qin Yongji. Qin Yongji examined the map's trajectory and figured if they were all heading for Gulan, they'd be not far from Callisto. She pointed to a location and said, "It should be around here." Qin Yongji suspected that Tula would inevitably head for Gulan. On this route, known to both teams, Tula certainly didn't want to face Gulan. By then, both teams would likely share similar ideas. Eliminating the other would naturally prevent them from facing Gulan. The dormant phase of alien plants is incredibly unpredictable. If one isn't careful, they might face not just a dormant alien plant, but one that has been awakened. You know, these alien plants can be quite temperamental. Looking at all the alien plants that the Star Alliance has encountered, each one has caused widespread regional contamination and possesses immense destructive and damaging capabilities. The bone orchid that remained within the Burning Wood realm is said to be a relic from the former Divine Blood Laboratory. It's not the original form of the giant alien plant, but rather something that has been researched and cultivated by the Academy. If the original bone orchid had ranked third among the star beasts, its awakening would have caused the entire Burning Wood realm to fall. There would be no chance of such a peaceful existence. Qin Yongji himself did not want to confront the bone orchid, partly because of its immense power. Even if their team could slay an SSS-level star beast, they were still not on the same level as the bone orchid. Upon hearing Qin Yongji's assessment, Zhang Yuishan glanced at her quietly, and said he was willing to give it a try. He had always known no pain in a fight, always fighting with a tactic that hurt the enemy 1,000 times, while hurting himself 800 times. Qin Yongji had said there was no need to take such a big risk. Their goal wasn't to fight Tula to the death. Qin Yongji's current plan was to use the killer fig, a plant common in the Burning Wood realm, to trap Tula's group and buy himself a chance to enter the Divine Blood Laboratory. "Let's head southeast," Qin Yongji said to Wei Xian, scout ahead. Once you spot Tula's group, release your mecha aura, then hide and lure Tula over. It was a seemingly cautious move, but in reality, a fair and open one. Qin Yongji was betting that Tula's group wasn't so cautious. For the Tula, the Burning Wood realm had always been their training ground. Even if they used the killer banyan to plot against someone, it should have been against them, not Qin Yongji and his Qian group of outsiders. But the terror forest was right before their eyes. How could Qin Yongji, a major material maker, not react to something as easily exploitable as the killer banyan? Carrying the sap, Qin Yongji set Wei Xian and Li Jingxian to scout ahead. As they neared the southeastern border, Li Jingxian sent back a message. "Command, Rodney, lead the men into the small forest flanking the terror forest." Qin Yongji signaled Lan Qingqing to prepare. "Sister Xiaoxian, proceed according to the plan. Once they reach the terror forest border, we begin the bombardment." Once the killer banyan sensed the presence of an invading alien group, it would go berserk, launching an indiscriminate attack. It would easily sweep away both the Tula and the Qian. Shi Zixin successfully modified Lan Qingqing's guns and cannons, replacing the internal fuel with replacement sap. "Xiaolong, the guns and cannons are working fine." Qin Yongji nodded. "Little Rainbow, follow Wei Xian and have him support you. After Sister Xixian's guns and cannons, you follow." Then Qin Yongji looked at Ruan Wenqing, and the boy gave him an okay sign. "I snipe from high up. The opposing sniper won't have a chance to get close." Ruan Wenqing was naturally reliable, and Ying Qiongling had great confidence in him. Zhang Yuishan and herself were both skilled in close combat. They should be able to stop the brothers Mingheng and Mingyu. Qin Yongji was somewhat excited. She had been researching Mingheng and Mingyu's mecha. The single-winged mecha could be used as a blade, but she wondered which was faster, her Mo Dao or hers. As Qin Yongji thought of this, the Mo Dao seemed to vibrate twice, sensing her eagerness to attack. The red lotus crystal core flickered in Qin Yongji's communicator. Qin Yongji could feel the heat in his hand. The group sped toward the edge of the forest. Just as Diyuan, the Tula reconnaissance mech, entered the forest's edge, he suddenly spotted a flying firehawk. He immediately realized it was Wei Xian's mech and immediately silenced his ear-scanning radar, entering stealth mode. Only after Wei Xian entered the forest did he relay the message to his commander. Rodney's eyes sharpened, and he immediately ordered, "Chase them. They're likely Qin Yongji's reinforcements, sent to scout the area ahead. They must still be nearby." Diyuan cautiously entered the forest's edge. At that moment, a massive branch suddenly appeared from the ground and swept across from the front. Elsewhere, Wei Xian's flying movements were also halted. He cried out in alarm, "Sister Xiaoxian, why are these banyan trees so fierce? How can we possibly get through?" Wei Xian's acting wasn't great, and even his lines lacked emotion. Diyuan, however, flew to deal with the nimble vines, daring not to utter a single sound, simply begging for help on the team chat. "Command, the forest is overrun with killer banyans. I dare not move forward. I've been spotted by the vines." The mech's radar signal was muted, making it undetectable to fellow mech soldiers. However, the crystal core information carried within the mech could be sensed by the star beasts. These were all their food. The star beasts' eyes lit up. The killer banyans were meant to compete for creatures that would even kill their own kind. The killer banyans in the outlying areas, close to the bone orchid, couldn't compete with this powerful alien plant, so they had to retreat into the forest, feeding on other star beasts. Now that they had finally reached their food source, how could they let it go so easily? At this moment, Diyuan, having heard the noise, immediately reported Chen Yongji's team's situation to Rodney, who promptly dispatched Ming Hung for support. However, before Ming Hung could react, Li Jingxian glanced at Wei Xian, who immediately sensed something was amiss and flew away. "Who?" He glanced at Ming Hung's half-mech and immediately chuckled. "Good, Ming Hung, what are you guys, Tula, doing sneaking around behind us? Are you trying to get a piece of the action?" As soon as Wei Xian finished speaking, he covered his mouth, as if he had let something out of the ordinary. Diyuan's gaze narrowed. "A piece of the action? What kind of a piece?" Given his blunt question, Wei Xian wouldn't have uttered a single word. He simply said, "Don't even think about getting through the terror forest today, Tula. Ming Hung, are you the only one on your team? You're done. We're all here. Brother Wan, shoot him." As soon as Wei Xian finished speaking, Ming Hung felt a sharp gust of wind coming from the front. He immediately sensed something was wrong, and sent a call for help to his commander. Then, he was forced back to the ground by a barrage of gunfire from both sides. As soon as he landed, a dark figure sprinted out, carrying a sharp kick. Shang Yueshan swooped in like a ghost, startling Ming Hung. He immediately spread his wings to intercept his dagger. Shua! With a crisp clang, Shang Yueshan's star-killing weapon pierced directly between Ming Hung's wing blades. Bang! The massive impact sent Ming Hung flying backwards. Before Ming Hung could react, Wei Xian suddenly kicked him from behind, sending him flying back towards Shang Yueshan. Hearing Ming Hung's movements, Ming Yu's eyes flashed with a coldness, and Rodney felt even more provoked. He immediately waved his hand. "Go in, rescue them." Qin Yongji, having received Li Jingxian's message and spotted the Tula team entering, immediately prepared for battle. At this moment, Hai Lizi and Yi Xiandong, watching from the outside, one had a solemn expression, the other half closed his eyes and chuckled. Yi Xiandong thought to himself, "This Qin Yongji girl is really full of tricks. Our command capabilities far surpass yours. This is called the advantage lies with me." Chapter 76. Ming Hung flew between the two of them like a ball. Below, Rodney and the others were quickly looking toward the location displayed on Ming Hung's radar. However, as they entered the grove of killer fig trees, the surrounding trees, despite the intrusion of this unusual aura, seemed remarkably calm. Rodney's rapid pace suddenly slowed. To be one of Tula's SSS-level commanders, to have defeated another SSS-level commander in a duel, and to come to compete in a friendly match with Qi Yin, he couldn't be completely incompetent. So, Rodney immediately sensed that the silence of the killer fig trees was something extremely unusual. "Wait a minute." Rodney's voice immediately stopped. "Diyuan, is there anything unusual around here?" he asked the scout. In a team, the scout at the front is the commander's second pair of eyes. Diyuan glanced around, then suddenly floated in midair, sensing, "Commander, there's no unusual aura around here. No aura of the killer banyan." Diyuan finally understood why he felt a sense of dissonance. These outsiders had entered the killer banyan's territory, and the banyan didn't react at all. This was completely abnormal. "No!" Diyuan's expression suddenly became serious. Rodney's venomous eyes narrowed, and he took a breath. "Everyone alert." Then, The Tula team's steps became increasingly cautious, slowly moving toward the territory ahead. His perception spread throughout the surroundings, detecting every inch of land. Li Jingxian needed to be extremely vigilant in avoiding the surrounding sensory tentacles to remain hidden from Rodney's detection. She sensed the Tula team's vigilance and immediately passed it on to Qin Yongji. Xiaoyang, the Tula team has noticed something unusual. Their progress has slowed considerably, and they haven't reached their target. Qin Yongji narrowed his eyes. Looking at Li Jingxian's position, he saw the Tula team surrounding her, still some distance from the killer banyan she had chosen for Tula. Qin Yongji sighed softly. It's okay, just a little short. I go lure them out, she thought. Then he said to Li Jingxian, Sister Xiaoxian, go meet up with Little Rainbow. Wei Xian, and I will lure out the king of killer banyans. Only the one who completely dominates a killer banyan's territory can become the king. The surrounding killer banyans become its tribe, forming a race of killer banyans. The aura of other banyans entering it either competes with it or submits to it. In the territorial language of the killer banyans, widely distributing the aura of one sap is considered an act of territorial claim. For the tribe that possesses the king plant, it is undoubtedly a provocation and contempt for the king plant. Qin Yongji needed to ignite the king tree's wrath, allowing it to unleash the entire tribe and leave Tula's group behind. She pushed away, her mecha propelled, her figure wielding a Mo Dao, a sword, as she sped towards the location of the killer banyan king tree. Shang Yueshan immediately called out, Commander, I'm with you. Then he leaped up, catching up with Qin Yongji. Qin Yongji looked back to see the melee mecha approaching, and, remembering Shang Yueshan's botanical attributes, nodded. Okay, Xiaoya, we have the Immortal Vine wrap us up and escape. The Immortal Vine possessed powerful regenerative abilities. Qin Yongji could ignite the vines, dissipating the scent of its sap, allowing him to escape the encirclement of the killer banyan tree. The king of the killer fig trees is highly recognizable. The branches of this particular tree towered over the other banyan trees in the forest by a significant margin. However, Qin Yongji's mecha, having slain a previous colony of killer figs, still carried the aura of their tribe. As soon as it leaped, it was surrounded by swirling vines. The Mo Dao swirled in midair, slicing through the vines one by one like a spiraling curtain of beads, sending sap splattering everywhere. Shang Yueshan unleashed his cannonballs as the branches snapped. A few blasts blasted the cut vines, and they immediately exploded and festered, curling up against the trunk in pain. The killer fig tree attempted to replace its vines, but the core within the suicide star rapidly unleashed strange energy, sending immense vines from its mecha arms, reaching all the way to his cannonballs. As Shang Yueshan's cannonballs blasted, the vine branches were absorbed into the projectiles. The next second, he watched the curled-up fig tree, activating its vines. Countless vines instantly sprouted from its surroundings, pulling the branches toward the killer star. They then converged in Shang Yueshan's palm, like a rope entwined around something. Qin Yongji seized the opportunity, tapped a leaf, and swung it toward the crown of the Wangzhu tree. Red Lotus. A burst of flame erupted from the Mo Dao, surging forward like a flaming dragon as she swung it. Roar. The Mo Dao sliced through the air, sending forth layers of blade wind. Qin Yongji, gripping the blade with both hands, ripped through space with a whistling sound, and swung it toward the treetops. Crack. A flash of white light flashed through the treetops. Suddenly, a crack opened in the trunk, then abruptly snapped off. The massive branches and canopy toppled over, like a mountain peak being flattened, the massive rocks above rolling down, or like the massive shadow cast by the waves before a tsunami. The entire banyan forest was shrouded in the darkness cast by the king tree. Instantly, Qin Yongji seemed to hear a low, angry roar emanating from the king tree. Trees don't cry out, but their leaves and branches do. The twitching vines rustled, swaying like leaves on branches violently shaken, all expressing their anger. Vines converged on the ground, layer upon layer, a terrifying sight like countless snakes wriggling beneath the leaves. Sensing the presence of the mecha in the air, the vines all rose upwards. Then, like sharp swords, they shot out. The trees in the entire banyan forest seemed to come alive. As the giant tree trembled and shook, cracks as thick as the trunk appeared in the ground below. The gap was as dark as an abyss, and falling into it felt like being swallowed by a giant beast. Qin Yongji swooped down from midair, and yanked Shang Yueshan down from midair. Run! You have a bad temper. I'm just fixing your hair. Why are you so angry? Qin Yongji scoffed with a smile. Of course, she knew what she had done was dishonest. Not only had she broken into Killer Roan's house, but she had also plucked his hair without a word. Was he angry? She was right to be angry. The angrier she got now, the harder she hit Tula later. Qin Yongji had gone to great lengths to help Team Tula maintain a steady level of hatred against Killer Rong. She hoped Tula wouldn't let her efforts down. She thought this as she ran. Escape was something Qin Yongji was incredibly skilled at. So used to doing bad things, even if he couldn't do it at first, he learned it with more experience. Qin Yongji now possessed all 5 poisons. He didn't learn the good, but he learned all the bad. I hoped Tula would like her little gift. Qin Yongji smiled brightly. Countless vines chased after him, some of the killer fig tree's roots even spreading thousands of meters from the ground, only to chase Qin Yongji and eliminate the culprit who had angered the king plant. However, at this moment, Qin Yongji effortlessly dodged the vines that shot out from behind her like arrows. She had weathered hail of bullets and gunfire, so a mere vine puncture was nothing. Shang Yueshan was dragged along by her, running furiously. He tried to turn his head to notice the vines behind him, but his gaze was fixed on Qin Yongji's hand, gripping him. The touch, transmitted through the connecting thread to his brain, made him inexplicably feel the warmth of his body. Shang Yueshan blushed inexplicably. He knew he shouldn't be distracted by the blows, but he couldn't help but wonder, so this is what it felt like to be held by Qin Yongji. Then, seeing a vine stealthily approaching Qin Yongji, his eyes sharpened. He swung his short knife from the front, instantly severing the vine surrounding Qin Yongji, and then watched with indifference as the vine fell. The tender shoots of the immortal vine on his body climbed up his arm and carefully touched Qin Yongji's wrist, as if provoking the killer banyan tree. Mine. You can't touch it. If you do, you must cut it off and throw it away. Qin Yanchen naturally didn't pay attention to these, but she found that the vines behind her were getting fewer and fewer, and the vines chasing her were getting farther away. So Qin Yongji slowed down a bit. No, too fast. These stupid trees can't keep up. So yeah, let's run slower and lure everything over here. Qin Yongji watched the killer fig tree retreat, but upon sensing her presence approaching, he became frantic again. Sensing her relentless pursuit, Qin Yongji's excitement returned. That's it. Come catch me. She broke into another sprint. Shang Yueshan glanced helplessly at the killer fig tree, barely leaving behind her tentative roots. As Qin Yongji ran, she finally located Li Jingxian's location on the map. She immediately searched for her, asking, Sister Xiaoxian, where is Rodney? Li Jingxian, having concluded her reconnaissance and preparing to retreat, replied, he's southeast of me, less than 1,000 meters. Qin Yongji turned and sprinted towards her location. I'm coming! Is Wei Xian ready? Not only Wei Xian's voices echoed throughout the team. Lan Qingcheng and Ruan Wenqing both responded at this moment. Defense snipers, take position. Qin Yongji was completely relieved. Little Rainbow, you can start shooting. Wei Xian reacted. Okay, then I kick this guy to the side. As Wei Xian spoke, he suddenly sent Ming Hung flying. Wei Xian, you beast. Ming Hung was about to vomit, and his words were weak. Wei Xian grunted and threatened. I advise you to be careful with your words. You're still in my hands. Ming Hung's back teeth were almost broken. Just wait, my brother and I are in command. I show you what's happening. Don't fall into my hands. I'm telling you. Wei Xian didn't bother to listen. He kicked Ming Hung, sending him flying into Rodney's group with a scream like a ghost's howl. Bang! After Rodney noticed something unusual in the killer banyan forest, he began to monitor his surroundings. However, the Qian people, or perhaps the beasts within, were so well hidden that they didn't notice anything was amiss. Rodney had no choice but to proceed cautiously. The fact that the killer banyan forest allowed these intruders to enter meant they weren't a formidable threat. Within its territory, there were far more formidable beings than themselves. Besides the Qian forest, there were only some powerful demonic beasts. Rodney had just come to this conclusion, and as the surroundings grew quieter, he suddenly heard the sound of wind approaching rapidly from afar. His eyes narrowed, and he raised his foot to kick. Behind him, Mingyu suddenly sensed a strange sensation and quickly stepped forward to stop Rodney. Wait, Commander. But he was powerless to stop the command of such a powerful warrior. The moment Ming Hung joined the team, he was sent flying by the commander with a side kick. Puff. He hit a tree trunk and fell, letting out a breath. He then looked at Rodney with a resentful look, his fingers trembling as he lifted them. Rodney's frown hadn't yet relaxed when he saw Ming Hung and couldn't help but ask helplessly, Why are you here? Ming Hung coughed and scrambled to his feet. Ahem, those Qian guys are such scoundrels, kicking me around like a ball. Before Ming Hung finished speaking, Rodney suddenly looked off into the distance. His senses detected a strange presence approaching. Just as he was gathering strength to kick, he suddenly remembered Ming Hung, feeling guilty for a moment. Then, he realized that all his teammates were here. Yuan? The scout, occupying the upper hand, called out, "Here, Commander, what's wrong?" Rodney, "Nothing, just checking to see if you're still alive." Then, he decisively kicked toward the mech's source of the gust of wind. Qin Yongji felt the sweeping kick head-on, and slashed forward with her Mo Dao. Bang! The mech's long legs snapped, seemingly ready to break, as it was hurled into the ground by the immense force. Chapter 77. Bang! Rodney felt a familiar force. Before he hit the ground, he looked up and let out a startled cry. "It's you?" Qin Yongji didn't understand the meaning of his words and ignored him, running away quickly past Rodney and his group. "Brother, help me block them." Rodney's heart skipped a beat, and he looked behind her, a hint of surprise in his heart. Seeing the dense vines, his heart trembled with fear. What the hell did these damn Qian guys do? However, before he could react, the guns and cannons in the venomous snake's maw had barely accumulated enough energy when he heard the sound of breaking wind from above. Brother Wan bombed them. Seeing Chen Yongji and Shan Yueshan successfully escape the Tula group, Ron Winching unleashed his guns and cannons without further hesitation and began his precise, sweeping attack. As a sniper mech, Ron Winching's first time firing without aiming was a surprise. Qin Yongji explained that if we hit, we were lucky. If we missed, the dust and smoke would obscure our vision. After all, the final banyan tree sap had a very wide range. Ron Winching then began bombarding the Tula group. The dense forest limited the sniper's field of view due to the sheer number of leaves. The killer fig trees also coexisted with broadleaf trees, which continuously helped them lock in nutrients from the ground, allowing them to survive with only a small amount of water. Therefore, the massive leaves provided a strong barrier, and Ron Winching could only aim as best he could. The Tula mech was no pushover. Sensing the chill of being targeted, it broke free and began to fly. The defensive mech erected an elliptical energy barrier around it, attempting to block the direction of his fire. Thus, Ron Winching only managed to hit the reconnaissance mech that flew back from midair, landing a single shot in its chest, sending Yuan tumbling directly into the ranks, and thus missing several shots. This could be considered a dark chapter in his career. Ron Winching felt rather helpless. I tried my best. He really had tried. From this angle, he could only discern the general trajectory, making even prediction extremely difficult. He was quite satisfied that he had managed to hit the reconnaissance mech and the scattered support's legs. Next, his guns and cannons blasted fiercely at the defensive mech's energy barrier. The falling cannons clattered down like a meteor shower, causing the defensive mech's internal communicator to emit an alarm, overwhelmed by the pressure. Have these Qian guys gone mad? Rodney uttered a puzzled sound. They're firing so hard right here in the Killer Fig's territory, afraid the alien plants won't come knocking? But he soon discovered the reason, and he immediately began to lash out at the Qian team, using the most vicious language he could muster. In his mind, the image of Qian wasn't quite godlike, but it was certainly far removed from being human. What's that smell? As Lan Qingqing sap cannons blasted towards Tula's group, the Killer Fig's pheromones instantly spread around Tula, then quickly spread. Even the vines that had initially pursued them stopped and began searching for the scent. Then they hovered between Qin Yongji and the Killer Fig's aura. A sense of crisis that its territory was being invaded surged up, making the king plant of the Killer Fig feel strongly offended. At the location of the king plant, its roots spread all over the ground surged uncontrollably, and then quickly poked its head out from the ground, searching for the unfamiliar tree system in its territory. Any intrusion of a fellow tribesman into their territory is considered a contest. The king of killer banyans will not tolerate any attempt to disrupt its position. And so, all the surrounding vines surged towards the Tula group, suffused with the killer banyan pheromone. Like nimble snakes, they twisted swiftly, carrying with them a strange aura of energy. No, listen. What's that sound? The scout's ears twitched, immediately sensing something unusual. The rustling of the ground was too frequent, almost too frequent to resemble the normal movement of leaves falling and blowing. It was as if countless insects and ants were crawling beneath the dead leaves, swarming towards them. Rodney was still sniffing his own scent, surrounded by sap splattering everywhere. He had initially been puzzled by the stray bullet, thinking it couldn't have been fired by a red flame sniper. The attack power was far too weak. Qi Yan's attack with such guns and cannons was no more than a tickle. But unexpectedly, a powerful aura erupted from the ammunition, brimming with strange energy fluctuations. The area targeted by the stray bullets immediately became sensitive. Rodney knew something was wrong. He was quick-witted and capable of commanding, so he must be no mere showman. He immediately thought of the characteristics of the killer fig tree. Then his face darkened. Damn Qi Yin. These guys have attracted the killer fig tree to us. Feeling the approaching vines and the surging giant trees around him, Rodney cursed Qi Yin inwardly. At this moment, Qin Yongji and his group, having successfully shaken off the killer fig tree's branches, reunited at a distance. They cleared the area surrounding the killer fig tree king plant and found a secluded stream. They began to cleanse Lan Qi Chung of the banyan tree pheromone scent. Many groups of killer figs have passed through the terror forest. If they carry this aura, they will likely attract countless targets. They are now crossing the terror forest, heading for the edge of Callisto, to the coordinates of the Divine Blood Laboratory. There is some overlap in their route with Gulin's target point, but Gulin is further away from Callisto. The old site of the Divine Blood Laboratory should be inside this lake. This means we need to go deep underground and find the path to the Divine Blood Laboratory within this lake. The location of the Divine Blood Laboratory can be determined by the level of groundwater, as Qian doesn't know the exact coordinates, only the approximate location. This is something Tula would explore. But for the Divine Blood Laboratory, it is a place rife with sin and morbidity. Countless biological research represents the worst and most insane side of human nature. This is a dark history Tula cannot unravel. If it weren't for the resources of the Mashiro system, Tula would never have accepted Yatta's system. Beyond the lake, infested with alien plant species, Qi Yin and his group encountered difficulty navigating the muddy terrain. As they headed toward the Divine Blood Laboratory, Ron Winching glanced at the map and suddenly pointed in a certain direction. It was an area called the Chaos Swamp. It was said that the magnetic field there was chaotic, and one could see water flowing backwards, surging from the ground toward the sky. Shitsushi nodded, okay. She silently glanced at the invisible cameras in midair. These were Tula's eyes. They needed to be manipulated to prevent Tula from halting the operation. Specialist Hai Lizi, who was outside, didn't understand Qian's actions and tried to communicate with He Xian Gong, but Commander He, who was not very good at lying, simply closed his eyes and pretended to be asleep. Hai Lizi was speechless. After all, this was a battle for the honor of Qi Yin and Tula. Was there any need to be so relaxed? Was he looking down on anyone? He secretly complained, but knowing He Xian Gong's position, he didn't dare to openly criticize their actions and could only swallow his anger. Qin Yongji was about to enter the Chaos Swamp, but now he encountered a difficult problem. The magnetic field in the Chaos Swamp is very strange. If we go that way, we must consider our relative positions. Once inside the swamp, our radar will be completely ineffective. Furthermore, the natives of the Chaos Swamp are a group of black lizards. They possess dark attribute energy crystals, making them invincible in the dark. If we face them, we have no absolute guarantee. Shitsushin's face was somewhat serious. The turbulent swamp is not a peaceful place, even though, like the Fear Forest, it initially appears quite harmless. But once inside, the behemoths within awaken one by one, tearing and devouring any intruders piece by piece. The most terrifying thing isn't the beasts themselves, but the swamp itself. You should know that the mud beneath the turbulent swamp is itself a massive beast. The swamp behemoth, ranked 37th on the beast rankings, however, this behemoth isn't a murderous creature, but rather a very gentle one, sleeping lightly for long periods of time and exhibiting a very bad grumpiness upon waking. Qin Yongji understood Shitsushin's concerns. The majority of their current weapons consisted of firearms. The command, melee, and support units, while the scouts carried melee weapons and were equipped with psychic crystals. However, the others were armed with dual guns and cannons. A clash would undoubtedly create considerable noise, with a high probability of awakening the swamp beasts below, causing them to lose their sleep. Provoking the swamp beasts would be like confronting the bone orchid in advance. Even navigating the Chaos Swamp would likely be difficult. Qin Yongji crouched down, pondering. The mecha followed her movements. Amidst the clumps of bushes, Hellfire's figure appeared somewhat ungainly. Location is easy. Have Celia bind him with the immortal vine. Qin Yongji began to solve the problems one by one. Difficulties aren't to be feared. The scariest thing is something you can see the end of. For her, the absence of challenge is far more terrifying than the absence of difficulty. Black lizards and black bats are two major problems in the chaotic swamp. If you walk on land below, you're likely to be hunted by a pack of black lizards. If you fly in midair, the chaotic magnetic field and the pursuit of black bats will be a problem. Qin Yongji rubbed his cheek and suddenly said, I miss the killer fig tree. If only the roots of the killer fig tree could reach here, it would provide a natural sound barrier for the swamp monsters. The problem now is that there is too much mud in the chaotic swamp, and no one knows which part of the swamp below is the swamp monster's bed. But this chaotic swamp is not only the only way to enter the Divine Blood Laboratory, but also requires the use of its massive magnetic field to deal with the numerous hidden cameras surrounding him. This is a place that must be entered. Whatever. Qin Yangji thought for a moment, but couldn't think of a good way to fight without making any noise. Finally, they could only say, if we wake it, we fight it too. At worst, we can just fly to Gulen. The swamp behemoth wouldn't want to provoke the sleeping Gulen, so it wouldn't necessarily head for her. This was the only way for now. Shi Cixin and Ruan Wenqing surveyed the route ahead. They headed towards the dark, chaotic swamp entrance and headed inside. Chapter 78. The Chaos Swamp, true to its name, was a land of chaos upon entering. As soon as she entered, Qin Yangji felt a voice inside her head constantly nagging at her, making her feel a bit annoyed. She shook her head, barely managing to stay awake. Several mechas entered the swamp one after another, but in the darkness, it was difficult to discern each other's positions. It wasn't until Shang Yueshin's immortal vines wrapped around Qin Yangji that she felt a sense of reality. Then, her mental tentacles followed Shang Yueshin's immortal vines and penetrated his mental realm. Qin Yangji said with a hint of mischief, "It might hurt a little, but bear with it, he." Shang Yueshin chuckled helplessly, then felt a mild pain enter his mental realm. Only after Qin Yangji's mental tentacles had deeply connected with him could he sense the positions of the people around him through Shang Yueshin's energy. After getting a clearer view, she asked Ruan Wenqing, "Brother Ruan, can we still snipe in this environment?" Ruan Wenqing said helplessly, "It's too dark. We can only identify them based on sound and the light from their bodies. It's a bit difficult, but there's a way." Qin Yangji nodded. "Then let's do this." She pondered for a moment, then came up with something. "We lure those black lizards out this way later." Black lizards live deep within the swamp, but gunfire would disturb them. These creatures can also survive on land, but they don't like to come ashore unless the swamp environment changes, or there's a large amount of food on shore. Energy bombs. This was the lure method Qin Yangji had devised. As long as they could kill a black lizard, they would have a solution. The black lizard's enormous size could serve as a boat for navigating the swamp. With a black lizard carcass, Qin Yangji and his companions had a place to step on. The ground within the chaotic swamp was very soft. Qin Yangji felt it the moment he stepped in. It felt like he was stepping on a sponge, and he was constantly worried about falling. And yet, they hadn't yet entered the vast, ocean-like swampland of the chaotic swamp. The dark swamp mud was actually formed by the alien energy emanating from the swamp beast, or what could be described as its secretions. It possessed a powerful suction and corrosive effect, slowly pulling prey down into the swamp, then slowly devouring it, transforming it into energy, and feeding it back to the beast. In such an environment, if a mech walked through it naked and without any protection, it would easily be damaged. This was Shi Cixin's greatest concern. A place like the Chaos Swamp is too unnatural. You can't fly, you can't walk. Wei Xian's advantage was speed, the high-speed movement in midair, which gave him an absolute sense of security. Now that his flight was restricted, the entire mecha's radar system was completely paralyzed and unusable, and the aircraft's propulsion was also blocked by the magnetic field. Not only could it not fly, but it also emitted a continuous roar. Qin Yangji's mental perception scanned the surroundings. Upon hearing this, he nodded in annoyance. "Get out quickly." She glanced around. The strange feeling of being spied on was gone. Raising her hand and swiping around, she could see a hidden lens emitting white smoke. The mecha's palms suddenly clenched together. The next second, the hidden camera crumbled into a pile of scrap metal in the mecha's grasp. "Excellent, worthy of the Chaos Swamp. It's only been a short while since we entered, and the cameras are already inoperable." Qin Yangji nodded in satisfaction. At this moment, Commissioner Hyles, watching from the outside, saw Qian's channel completely dark. This was something he could predict. After all, they had entered the Chaos Swamp. How arrogant! Daring to enter the Chaos Swamp without any preparation. This is one of the most dangerous places in the Burning Wood realm. Compared to the Terror Forest and the Killer Fig Tree, the Chaos Swamp is even more terrifying. Because it's filled with endless darkness, both the upper and lower paths are completely blocked. Breaking through requires only a path of killing. Kill the black lizards, kill the black bats. Although Commissioner Hyles couldn't see Qian's camera, based on the time it disappeared, he could guess at the strength of the magnetic field within the Chaos Swamp. Qin Yangji, however, wasn't worried. For high-level exotic beasts like the black lizard and the black bat, Qin Yangji actually hoped they would come. She wasn't incompetent. In fact, here, Qin Yangji wanted to experiment with a strange power within herself. Black Bat. She had identified her target. With SSS-level mental power, against a swarm of SS-level exotic beasts, Qin Yangji boldly thought, the advantage is mine. The ground beneath their feet grew softer and softer, to the point where their entire feet could sink into it, unable to pull themselves free. Li Jingxian was walking in front, when a voice suddenly reached them. We can't go any further. There's a swampy muddy land ahead. Qin Yangji and the others paused, glancing down. The soles of their feet were coated in a layer of black mud, looking rather strange, as if the mech had been fitted with extremely tight boots. As soon as Li Jingxian finished speaking, the others cautiously groped forward, careful not to reach the edge of the swamp. Qin Yangji stood still beside her. The mech briefly activated its illumination flash. It flickered for a moment, then instantly illuminated the entire swampland ahead. While illuminating the path ahead, the light also attracted creatures with lantern-like eyes. Pairs of large eyes emerged from the black mud. Qin Yangji narrowed his eyes, as he watched the black lizards' heads moving in the darkness. Let me see, who should I kill? She whispered softly, as if these black lizards were her own pigs. Qin Yangji held down her slightly excited Mo Dao, a grin spreading across her lips as she locked onto a group target. You? It was the black lizard on the far right. To its right stood a winding, crooked tree, its slope perfectly tilted towards the swamp, allowing Qin Yangji to use it as a foothold. She mentally mapped out her actions, confirming they were feasible. Qin Yangji immediately turned to Lan Qingcheng. Little Rainbow, go to the location I marked and use the energy cannon. Celia pulled him back in time. Lan Qingcheng glanced at the spot halfway across the swamp, frowned, and looked at the commander. Xiaoyang, the distance is a bit far. My flight limitations might be. Before he could finish his words, Qin Yangji reached out his hand, hands on his hips, as if to say, I know. She smiled and said something that took Lan Qingcheng's breath away. I throw you over there. Lan Qingcheng, no way. You're definitely not going to throw me into a pile of black lizards, are you? Uncertain about Qin Yangji's style, Lan Qingcheng asked a question. Qin Yangji bared his 8 sharp teeth. Of course, she said righteously. I'm not the type to betray my teammates like that. Lan Qingcheng didn't believe it. You are? But at this moment, he was still willing to trust Qin Yangji. Qin Yangji glanced ahead, locked onto his aim. Instantly, he flung Lan Qingcheng out. A slight shift in position. The moment Lan Qingcheng flew out, he felt the close proximity of the pairs of lantern eyes in the air. He could already guess that he was being flung into a nest of black lizards, and he couldn't help but doubt Qin Yangji's words. I knew it. Xiaoyang, this ruthless fellow, even betrayed his own teammates. Qin Yangji watched him fly out, glancing at his hand without any apology. Oops, it seems a little off. Wei Xian's lips twitched, and he silently took a step back, moving a little further away from Qin Yangji. When there's no danger, Qin Yangji is the biggest danger, Lan Qingcheng uttered an accusing voice in midair. Xiaoan, do you believe me? Then Qin Yangji smiled slightly. Little Rainbow, quick, use your energy cannon. Although Lan Qingcheng accused her of her inhumane behavior, he didn't delay his work. Even though he was flung out at high speed, being pulled along by the vines of the immortal vine, barely holding his position for a second, he immediately aimed a volley at the nearest black lizard below. Bang! The energy cannon blasted out with a powerful impact, striking the black lizard's carapace with a crisp, gentle sound, followed by a sweet, fragrant energy scent. The black lizard immediately became agitated, wriggling within the black swamp, searching for traces of food, and then began to search for cricket pupae. It was at this moment that Qin Yangji darted out. Although the magnetic field within the chaotic swamp was chaotic, affecting the mecha's flight, Qin Yangji possessed a strong resistance to supernatural energy, and the energy released by her communicator was powerful enough to instantly maintain the mecha's propulsion and leap out with a lithe figure. Qin Yangji landed on the crooked tree she had chosen. It had been reserved for Lan Qingcheng, and now she was standing on it. At the moment the cannon flew out, hellfire stomped on the crooked tree's crooked neck, instantly lowering the branch several centimeters. She then pulled back the immortal vines that had entangled Lan Qingcheng's mecha. Having narrowly avoided him falling into the mire, Lan Qingcheng breathed a sigh of relief. From a suspended position, she glanced at Qin Yangji and gave her a compliment. Xiaoyang, I knew you were reliable. Qin Yangji smiled faintly. Seducing the black lizard with your body is already tragic enough. Of course, I won't let you fall into the mire. Lan Qingcheng was stunned for a second, blinking in confusion. What did you say? Seducing the black lizard with what? He didn't react. But the next second, Qin Yangji raised his energy cannon and fired the barrel at Lan Qingcheng. Lan Qingcheng. Sometimes I really want to call the police. Seeing Chen Yongji's actions, Lan Qingcheng cast a resentful glance at the black lizards beneath him. Their lantern-like eyes began to roam around, searching for the source of that alluring aroma. At this moment, Lan Qingcheng took stock of his own posture. He truly looked like a tempting piece of fat meat suspended above a fish pond, waiting for Chen Yongji to drench him with a sauce containing energy liquid. Thinking about it, Lan Qingcheng felt strangely hungry. Chen Yongji glanced at his position and gestured to Lan Qingcheng. Little Rainbow, the bombardment is a bit painful, just bear with it. Lan Qingcheng, thank you, I become a ninja. I didn't use up all my stamina fighting you. He was genuinely curious about where Chen Yongji had learned this tactic of using teammates as bait. If you want to know, ask Tula. It was Minghing's kidnapping and luring of Rodney that gave Chen Yongji the inspiration. Unfortunately, no one was exploring this question at the time. Chen Yongji fired a shot forward. Lan Qingcheng was immediately enveloped in the aroma of energy liquid. The black lizards below began to stretch their necks upwards, sniffing upwards. Then, a black lizard suddenly leaped out, like a fish emerging from muddy water, attempting to snatch up the fragrant food above. Chen Yongji pulled the immortal vine from the crooked tree, dangling Lan Qingcheng like bait. The black lizards were driven crazy by the aroma. The enticing aroma was not fleeting, but a continuous release, instantly igniting their desire to eat. Even before they had even emptied their lips, a hint of internal strife arose within the group of black lizards, and many of them began to compete fiercely the moment they leaped. Then, Chen Yongji pulled Lan Qingcheng toward the edge. As they neared the edge, the group already on the shore, braced for battle, sprang into action. Wan Wenqing aimed at one of the leading black lizard's eyes, aiming both cannons simultaneously. Shi Cixin raised her anchor cannon, firing a burst of anchoring fire, enough for melee and support mechas to detect the target's location and effectively prevent the black lizard's escape. The group divided the work in an orderly manner. Chen Yongji led Lan Qingcheng closer and closer to the crooked tree. The lizards, drawn by the scent, moved toward this location, edging ever closer to the shore. At a certain moment, Wan Wenqing's cannonball strike seemed like a signal. The flaming shell flew straight out, blasting the head of the leading black lizard. Bang! The sniper shell blazed with a blinding light, exploding with a rumbling heat wave, like the roar of a ferocious beast in the forest. Chen Yongji immediately looked downward and saw the giant beast tumble over, seemingly seething with turmoil. Bubbles gurgled and rose from the surface of the mud. Shang Yueshan, like a cheetah in the shadows, and Wei Xian flew out, one on each side. Each of them grabbed a black lizard from the outer reaches of the swarm, which had been thrown by the shockwave from the central lizard. The giant black lizard toppled over, then was approached by the mecha. Its flaming weapon immediately slashed across its soft plastron, emitting a burst of blinding fire. Sizzle. The sharp sound flashed by. Then, the black lizard felt a sting and let out a muffled growl. Its exposed eyes darted around, finally catching sight of the outline of a ferocious beast in the darkness. Roar! The beast was furious. Not only had it not gotten its food, but it had also been thrown by this sudden attack, leaving its damp, cold swamp and landing on steaming land. This sensation irritated the black lizard immensely. In this moment of irritation, someone actually attempted to challenge it. That was the sound of battle, and the black lizard would not be mistaken. It was going to tear these creatures apart. Chapter 79. Yell, yell, yell. What are you yelling for? Hearing the black lizard's roar, Wei Xian lashed out, his traction hook lashing out like a whip. He immediately caught the lizard's attention, and it lunged toward him and reached the shore, sprinting at full speed. Watching from afar, Chen Yongji felt that even Lan Qingcheng's temptation seemed unnecessary in that moment. You really deserve it. Li Jingxian couldn't help but grumble as she watched the black lizard chase Wei Xian. She swung her newly grown axe, letting it thud to the ground. Then, she grabbed it and chopped at the black lizard. The black lizards, unwilling to be outdone, immediately swooped down on them, their bodies coated in a layer of pitch-black mud. The mecha spun swiftly and dodged. Close combat, support, and scouting, each one pinning down a black lizard, made Chen Yongji envious, eager to join in the fray. However, she glanced at the immortal vines on her body, and swiftly pulled Lan Qingcheng down. Then, she quickly plucked a handful of leaves, and smeared them all over Lan Qingcheng, removing all the excess nutrients. Alright, Rainbow, clean up the rest yourself. I'm going to fight. Watching the black lizards, no longer tempted by the energy liquid, plunge back into the mud, Chen Yongji's hands moved anxiously. Lan Qingcheng, brushed against leaves along the way, was never even glanced at by Chen Yongji. Instead, someone kept watching the fight. "Let's go, Daddy." He was extremely helpless and immediately cleaned himself up, then erected an energy barrier around Shi Cixin and Wan Wenqing. The next second, black balls of strange energy flew everywhere. Those balls rumbled down like cannonballs. Chen Yongji, facing such a targeted attack from several lizards, instantly raged with anger. "So enthusiastic, as expected of me. My charm remains as strong as ever." Chen Yongji's lips curled into a sinister grin. His hand covering the Mo Dao suddenly tensed, a murderous aura permeating him. "Honglian," she whispered, and Li Jingxian's eyes widened. "Grandma, please be gentle." Chen Yongji, taking a break from the fight, glanced back to offer reassurance. "Don't worry, I take action. Sister Xian, you can be assured." Then, with a swivel, a flame dozens of meters long erupted from above the Mo Dao, like a terrifying machete slashing from the sky. It instantly descended upon the black lizard. The Mo Dao sliced through the black lizard like tofu. The flames blazed the blade to an incomparable sharpness, instantly piercing through the black lizard's carapace and stabbing its back. The black lizard, its armor pierced, let out a miserable roar. Chen Yongji lowered his eyes in indifference, gripping the Mo Dao with both hands and pressing down with force. Roar! Blood flowed from the black lizard's body, and the sound grew increasingly shrill, numbing Wei Xian's ears. Hiss! What a scene of torture! He shook his head repeatedly, then used his claws to snatch up the black lizard in front of him. Bang! The black lizard flew away from the swamp, crashing down huge trees with a crackling sound. Finally, like a miserable fish cake, it rolled up layers of mud from the ground, and the gray-black lizard was once again pulled forward by the claws that had entangled its outer carapace. "You're not much better off," Li Jingxian muttered softly. With her long axe, she chopped through the black energy balls the lizard spewed out, like puncturing a balloon. With a sharp swipe of the axe, she cleaved the balls one by one. Looking around, Shang Yueshan's movements were surprisingly the most quiet. But the mech pinned the black lizard down, and the immortal vines took root in the lizard's enormous mouth, branches and leaves sprouting from its eyes. It looked a scene of utter insanity. Wan Wenqing took one look and immediately averted his gaze, a hint of dismay in his eyes. The silent fight was reduced to a series of blows. Then, the four of them, in four directions, simultaneously threw the lizard's body towards the center. Pa! The black lizard's body slowly fell. It looked quite large, comparable to 3 giant trees, giving the mech some wiggle room. So, several people placed the lizard carcass at the edge of the swamp, preparing to use it as a stepping stone. The 4 black lizards were divided into 2 groups, allowing them to alternate and travel across. Of course, the prerequisite was to avoid angering the remaining black lizards in the swamp. Before boarding the lizard boat, Lan Qingcheng cautiously sniffed the energy liquid on his body. After ensuring that he had no tempting scent, he stepped on board with confidence. However, just when he thought the energy liquid lure was over, as Chen Yongji flashed a light toward the front, the lizards beneath his feet suddenly moved strangely. Chen Yongji vigilantly scanned his surroundings and immediately spread his awareness. The lizard's movement was not in the right direction. Chen Yongji immediately told Wan Wenqing this information, and she twitched her ears. "Listen, there's a sound." She looked up and saw what seemed to be pairs of eyes glowing green in the night sky. Black bats. Oh no! The black bats are attracted here by the energy liquid scent. They probably think there's food here. Shi Cixin shook her head, her brow furrowed. Chen Yongji glanced at the aggressive swarm of black bats, his expression growing increasingly serious. "Speed up. Cross the chaos swamp. If we can't escape, we fight them." They were already 2/3 of the way there, with only the last section remaining. I hadn't expected to encounter this again. I dodged the black lizards, but not the black bats. This chaos swamp is truly a mess. Chen Yongji cursed inwardly and immediately increased his speed. The mecha's airborne time grew longer and longer, flinging the black lizard mat beneath his feet far away. However, a swarm of black bats in the distance drew closer, their humming wings and distinctive signals making the mecha radar somewhat overwhelmed. The leading black bats, each enormous in size, their eyes gleaming green, swooped down on the black lizards below like starving wolves. The black lizards also became restless, and the entire swamp erupted in a constant roar. Chen Yongji's eyes suddenly shifted upon seeing the scene. "These black bats and black lizards still have an old grudge," she sighed, as if watching a play. A stifling expression crossed Wan Wenqing's face. "Is this the time to talk about this?" Chen Yongji chuckled. "What do you think? If the black bats discover the black lizards are eating alone, without them, will they start a fight? Qin Yangji's smile made Ruan Wenqing sense something was amiss. This guy had a lot of bad intentions, and they were just coming out. Li Jingxian looked down at the swamp below. Perhaps due to the black lizard's wriggling, the swamp had become increasingly soft, as if something was stirring it, and the mud was sinking even deeper. It was like it was madly devouring everything around it. Qin Yangji observed the swamp's state, and suddenly looked at Lan Qingcheng. Little Rainbow, you and I will fire a few shots down here. Ruan Wenqing shook his head helplessly, but a hint of worry crossed his face as he looked up at the swarms of black bats circling in the sky. Qin Yangji's method might seem absurd, but it was effective. It could attract the black bats from the exit ahead, giving them a chance to escape. The only risk was that it might trigger the swamp beast within. But by that time, they already escaped the mire below, and were about to leave the turbulent swamp. If they couldn't defeat them, wouldn't they just run? Ruan Wenqing's expression suddenly changed, and he nodded in agreement. Your command method works. Wei Xian and I will clear the way, and we should be able to break out. Qin Yangji snapped his fingers. That's exactly what I mean. The nonchalant expression on her face instantly turned cold as she gripped her guns. Ruan Wenqing couldn't help but stare at her a few more times, inwardly sighing. Little sister has really grown up. Her mind is like honeycomb coal. One after another, no beast can outwit her. Each one is more adept at using a knife to kill than the next. The group unconsciously increased their speed. When they were almost face to face with the black bat, Qin Yangji checked the distance. All right. Then, just as the black bats and black lizards were facing off below, Qin Yangji suddenly fired a cannonball into the swamp. Roar! The enlarged black lizard roared, looking toward the source. Just then, a metal paw suddenly stamped on its head, sending it crashing down, its face burying in the mud. Then, the infernal fire, taking advantage of the momentum, soared upward, unleashing a series of bursts of explosive fire in midair. The energy liquid's aura sank into the swamp as it stirred, then suddenly exploded. Swoosh! The energy aura instantly spread, and the black bats in the air became restless, flapping their wings and flying around, swooping downward, seeking a constant supply of energy. The black lizards, unable to tolerate these intrusions into their territory, leaped up and bit at the black bat's wings. The two groups engaged in a fierce battle in midair and on the ground. Black bats darted past the mech, nearly knocking it over, sending the crew members careening. Luckily, they were all nimble enough to twist and dodge. Wei Xian's claws flew to the other side, and they all grabbed the chains and leaped onto the ground ahead. The moment Ruan Wenqing landed, he and Wei Xian charged into the swarm of black bats. The guns and cannons were now unleashed with unrestrained force, sending volleys of fire flying everywhere. The rumbling sound merged with the energy crystals within the guns and cannons, emitting streams of energy forward. The black bats immediately blasted an unobstructed passage through the swarm. Qin Yangji quickly activated the mech to cover Shi Cixin's retreat. As the group retreated toward the clearing, heavy breathing could be heard from underground. Hoo! Roar! Hoo! Roar! A muffled sound, like a low growl, echoed. Then the entire swamp began to boil violently. One after another, panicked, the black lizards scrambled towards the shore. Boom! A loud noise echoed, and Qin Yangji glanced back. A gigantic figure seemed to be rising from the mud. Such a light sleep, this won't do. Qin Yangji muttered softly. Watching the swamp behemoth taking shape, its rising form was enough to envelop the entire chaotic swamp. The area named after it was its magnetic field. Once the swamp behemoth awakened, the surrounding area would transform into a vast field, completely enveloping Qin Yangji and his companions. Wei Xian, give me the hook. Qin Yangji flew to the front and called to Wei Xian. With a flash of white light, the hook landed on Qin Yangji's mecha. Like an old ox pulling a cart, she sprinted forward at full speed. The people behind were pulled by the grappling hook and ran all the way. Chapter 80. However, no matter how fast they ran, they couldn't match the swiftness of the flowing swamp. In the vast swamp below, endless outlines began to form, emitting an extremely strong aura of strange energy. Qin Yangji glanced back and saw a massive beast, powerful enough to crush the surrounding forest, slowly taking shape in midair. This is too bad. Qin Yangji muttered softly, his mecha pushing almost to its limit before charging forward, leading a group of screaming mecha creatures behind him. The moment the swamp beast formed, countless giant spheres of mud emerged from its surroundings, and began to rain down upon the surroundings like falling meteorites. Ah, shout on! There's a surprise attack! Wei Xian dodged a massive ball of mud streaking through the air. A loud bang erupted below, followed by a massive wave of mud rising dozens of meters high. Wei Xian's mech sensed the dangerous aura of the mud and was inevitably splashed with a few drops. Then, a sharp, corrosive sensation rippled through the communication line. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Wei Xian gasped sharply, muttering, "Why does this thing hurt so much?" Qin Yongji had no time to attend to him. He could only monitor the surrounding mech's vision through the team chat. Seeing Wei Xian safely navigate the obstacles, Qin Yongji felt a slight sense of relief. Then he continued to fly rapidly forward. The field of the chaotic swamp is beginning to converge. Shitsushi noticed an invisible energy wall forming around them, and couldn't help but warn the commander. Qin Yongji glanced at the invisible surroundings, which only had a fluctuating field like a veil, and a sharp gleam flashed in his eyes. With one hand holding the hook, the other suddenly grasped the hilt of the Mo Dao. Instantly, the energy from the connecting thread flowed down the back of the Mo Dao and directly into the connecting crystal within the scabbard. The red lotus energy crystal began to spin rapidly. The entire Mo Dao began to emit an intense, blazing heat that threatened to melt the air. As Qin Yongji sprinted, a wave of twisted air lines formed in its path. Qin Yongji darted forward, and just as the fields on both sides were about to close in, she swept her Mo Dao forward, a low cry emanating from her throat. "Xiao Yu, trap them." Shan Yueshan was prepared almost the moment she spoke, immediately unleashing the immortal vine. Layer upon layer of vines wrapped around the person, enveloping all the mechas. Wei Xian was caught off guard, and a close collision from his teammate slammed into his hand. "Oh my god, my chest hurts," he grumbled quietly, earning only cold glances from Shitsushi and Ruan Winqing in front of him. Ruan Winqing, however, admonished him with the air of a patriarch. "Just bear with it. Wei Xian, I knew you couldn't say anything nice." Qin Yongji turned around. "Friends, are you ready?" Qin Yongji's roller coaster. "Ready to go." As soon as Qin Yongji finished speaking, he roared, "Red Lotus." The supernatural crystal core within the Mo Dao immediately released a burst of crimson light, and then, as Qin Yongji swung the sword, it rushed out with a powerful force of the SSS level. The blade swung wildly. Bang! Chop! Crack! Qin Yongji's blade slammed directly into the chaotic field, perfectly colliding with the seemingly thin, yet in fact imbued with immense energy. Then he slashed down with the irreversible force of a mountain's collapse. With a ripping sound, a fissure ripped open in the chaotic field. Then the Mo Dao thrust forward, piercing through the crack. In an instant, countless flames erupted. Qin Yongji's mecha charged forward, facing the blazing flames, and with a group of mechas behind him, he was about to fly past. "Oh my god! It's so hot! Ah! Xiaoyang, your fire is burning me to death!" Wei Xian continued to scream. Qin Yongji ignored him, and simply turned back, saying coldly, "You won't die. Just bear with it." Wei Xian felt aggrieved. He had endured so much along the way, but the thought of being able to kick Ming Hung around like a bowling ball beforehand instantly brightened his mood, and his carefree expression returned. However, the raging flames around him didn't recede far from him despite his inattention, always making their presence felt. Qin Yongji sped along, escaping the turbulent swamp's magnetic field. He sensed the relentless pursuit of the thief. The swamp surged across the ground like a mudslide, sweeping across the surrounding trees and rocks. With a destructive intent, it hurtled towards the creatures that had disturbed its sleep. Just as Qin Yongji and his companions entered a forest, the swamp suddenly stopped outside the trees. Qin Yongji paused abruptly, observing the scene from midair. We arrived at Bone Orchid's territory. Only the slumbering grounds of an SSS-level Bone Orchid could instill such fear in the swamp beast. A hint of relief at having survived a catastrophe shone in Qin Yongji's eyes. This thing is truly relentless. Qin Yongji dared neither go in nor out. He waited outside Bone Orchid's territory, waiting to see whether he would be the first to break free and enter, or whether the swamp beast would ignore Bone Orchid's pressure and charge in. However, Qin Yongji had overestimated the swamp beast. It bared its fangs and claws for a long time outside Bone Orchid's territory, then slowly began to retreat. The massive mountain torrent roared back with might. Qin Yongji and the others glanced around, their fear of the Bone Orchid living within growing stronger. To be able to drive back such a terrifying swamp beast with a mere aura, Bone Orchid must be even more unfathomable. Qin Yongji felt a surge of apprehension, then glanced at the tiny vines around him, and immediately prepared to retreat. Before leaving Gulin's territory, there was a minor incident. The surrounding vines sensed the energy aura of the group and suddenly extended, curling towards them. However, Shan Yueshan, possessing the immortal vine's energy crystal, was extremely sensitive to changes in plant properties, and he quickly sensed something was amiss. Qin Yangji wielded his Mo Dao a few times, and then departed, completely burning all the surrounding vines. Instantly, a cloud of blackish filled the sky. Unnoticed by Qin Yangji, as she approached Gulin's territory, a tiny vine suddenly sprouted a green bud amidst the fierce flames. The green bud slowly followed the mecha's movement, but the group anxious to leave Gulin's territory remained unnoticed. The camera is lost. Let's go to the Divine Blood Lab first. Qin Yangji glanced behind her. We were so close to completing the mission, she said with a rather regretful tone. Ruan Wenqing glanced at Qin Yangji with amusement. She had been the fastest runner just now. You just said you wouldn't fight Gulin, and now you want to complete the mission. What exactly are you trying to do? He asked amusedly. Qin Yangji glanced at her innocently. Just to have some fun. Gulin, an SSS alien plant. It must look much more impressive when burned than ordinary alien plants. Qin Yangji thought with a sense of pride. But soon, she was sprinting towards the Callisto Valley, where the Divine Blood Lab was located. The original site of the Divine Blood Laboratory was underground, but the explosion on that side of the ring created another massive pit. Over the years, the environment in the mutation zone has changed, and this pit has accumulated a significant amount of water, now forming a small lake. We need to enter the water to locate the laboratory, Ruan Wenqing explained. Qin Yangji listened and nodded silently. Working tirelessly, the group quickly arrived at the Divine Blood Laboratory. Gazing at the vast lake, Qin Yangji silently glanced at Ruan Wenqing. Is this the small lake you were talking about? To be honest, Qin Yangji would have believed this vast expanse of water to be an ocean. Ruan Wenqing touched his nose guiltily, coughed lightly, and explained, the Callisto Mountains are prone to rain. It's been raining for so long, and the rain has pushed the already collapsed ground even further downward, so there's not necessarily more water here now. Qin Yangji helplessly jumped off the mech. Shi Zixin took out the waterproof coating and ventilation system, and began installing them on each mecha. Qin Yangji assisted her. Wei Xian and Li Jingxian arrived at the edge of the vast lake. Looking out at the boundless expanse, they suddenly twitched their lips. A lake this large? Is there really no water monster? Ruan Wenqing pushed his glasses and replied strategically, the Divine Blood Laboratory once contained a large number of high-level exotic bee samples, as well as the aura of the Liangni Ziwei self-detonation. These auras deterred lower-level exotic beasts from approaching. Generally speaking, the closer to the Divine Blood Laboratory, the safer it is within this lake. Qin Yangji nodded, surveying the surroundings of Callisto and the vast forest beyond. He then silently installed the ventilation system. With the mechas ready, the group returned to the surface and, when the water level calmed, plunged into the water. Let's find the lab first. Qin Yangji activated the mecha's radar scan, scanning the Divine Blood Laboratory using energy signals. This laboratory was once Yatta's largest underground laboratory, controlled by Kaiser, Yatta Xian's former chief research officer. It housed a vast collection of Yatta biological samples. No matter how high-level the exotic beast, its corresponding energy fluctuations could be detected within the Divine Blood Laboratory. The moment Qin Yangji sensed the unusual energy fluctuations, she felt a surge of energy surge through her body that was undeniable. At first, she thought it was the mecha's inability to adapt underwater, resulting in poor contact on the communicator. However, even after Qin Yangji's frequent measures, the abnormal fluctuations persisted. She then looked towards herself. The moment she turned to examine herself, a flood of information suddenly flooded into Qin Yangji's mind. Chapter 81. The fragmented images were very fragmented. At first, Qin Yangji couldn't even tell if they were part of her memory. But soon, her figure froze in place, then began to slowly move, following the path in her memory. The directions Qin Yangji was heading were very different. Ruan Wenqing noticed something was wrong and quickly called out to her. Xiaoyang, did you take the wrong road? Qin Yangji shook her head. No, I shouldn't. The Divine Blood Laboratory is in this direction. She spoke with such certainty that Ruan Wenqing felt a moment of doubt, but upon seeing Qin Yangji's determined back, he turned off his radar and immediately followed. For some reason, the tone of Qin Yangji's words just now struck Ruan Wenqing as unusual. His intuition was that Qin Yangji's tone seemed a bit colder than usual. Just like when they first met. But Ruan Wenqing didn't delve into it, simply thinking it was because his nerves were stretched too thin in the chaotic swamp, and he hadn't reacted for a moment. But now, Qin Yangji slipped into the water, skillfully navigating the area around the group of strange beasts, heading underground with a purposeful urge. Not only Ruan Wenqing, but everyone else also began to sense something was amiss. Xiaoang, Are you familiar with the Divine Blood Laboratory? Shi Cixin asked, frowning. Qin Yongji froze for a moment, staring at the path ahead. This memory flashed through her mind. Logically, if the subject had been captured, wouldn't the route be heavily guarded? Would the subject have been aware of their location? Qin Yongji didn't know. But she just felt that if she wanted to get to the Divine Blood Lab, this was the right way. I'm not familiar with it, but I have a feeling. Qin Yongji didn't hide it. She didn't want to. Wang Wenqing and the others were friends she trusted, so Qin Yongji didn't want to hide her uniqueness. But at this moment, perhaps even Qin Yongji herself didn't realize just how special she could be. Inside the Divine Blood Lab, besides Qin Yongji and the others who had arrived, there were several researchers wearing protective suits. They had been embedded in the Burning Wood realm 3 days ago. The leading researcher, upon entering the lab, looked at the rubble below, feeling a wave of emotion. I heard this was once the largest underground laboratory in Yatu. I never expected it to be like this now. Looking at this lab was like watching Yatu's collapse, and the faces of the several researchers present couldn't help but sigh. One of them showed no sympathy, who told Yatu to do all these evil things. Human biological experiments are simply inhumane. Qian's elimination of them is a great service to the Interstellar Alliance. One of the researchers cleared the underwater sludge, opened the laboratory door, and led the team inside. Even though they criticized Yatu's intentions, the researchers couldn't help but sigh in admiration as they entered the lab. Yatu's biotechnology is truly remarkable. After such a massive explosion, the exterior remains intact. I heard it was the self-detonation of the Yin-Yang Ziwei, comparable to current biological N1 explosives. I heard this wall was built to prevent alien beasts from escaping, so they added special energy isolation measures. If N1 explosives had been used, it might have been razed to the ground long ago. Several researchers chatted away, their conversation uncontrollably. I don't know what the higher-ups sent us to clean up. Wasn't everything in this lab already cleared out? Back then, Commander He Xiandong of Qian came and searched the place thoroughly. There's no trace of any samples left now. The researcher inspected the room, perplexed, but his companion replied, as if to order, "We're just checking it out." The higher-ups are just suspicious. They're worried Qian is targeting the Divine Blood Lab. They're afraid we follow in Yata's footsteps, so they're checking it out. We check it out too. As long as there's no sign of it being activated, that's all we need. As he spoke, the researcher opened the computer's command panel, looked at the out-of-control page, and then closed it. At this point, no one paid much attention to this incident. Afterward, the group checked the various laboratories, confirming they were clear of any abnormalities. They then opened the doors to the exits and prepared to leave. However, immediately after they left, countless plant roots sprouted from the cracks and crevices throughout the Divine Blood Laboratory. The roots of the bone orchid tightly encircled the laboratory. Xiao Pu. She was waiting for a friend. She was waiting for someone she trusted enough, her child, whose bloodline the bone orchid had replicated. This was a memory bone orchid could never forget. However, these researchers were unaware of the changes that had taken place since their departure, and they wouldn't deliberately return to launch a surprise attack. But after the researcher left, Qin Yongji and his companions received a message from Li Jingxian in the distance. Unusual energy fluctuations detected. Qin Yongji immediately shared her mecha's vision. As she scanned the surrounding waters, she keenly detected a slight ripple in the current from one direction. Li Jingxian gave her a compliment in amazement. Is this a secret technique? It's on par with sound detection. You can tell a person by the water. Wei Xian sidled up to Qin Yongji, trying to steal some of his skills. However, Qin Yongji's expression was now grave. Ignore them for now. Let's head to the Divine Blood Lab first. She suspected they weren't from another faction, but rather researchers sent by Tula himself. They might be checking the Divine Blood Lab because of the battle with Qi Yin. Qi Yin was known for their focus on biological experiments. If they had come to the Burning Wood realm, they would undoubtedly have wanted to investigate the Divine Blood Laboratory. Qin Yongji speculated that by the time their footage disappeared, Tula's higher-ups would have known of Qin Yongji and his group's intentions. Both sides were playing the game. Tula needed to inspect the Divine Blood Laboratory to ensure that Yata's group of crazy scientists hadn't found an opportunity to return and clean out its contents. Qian also needed to check to see if any of the artifacts had slipped through their net. Tula was stuck in the middle, making it a bit difficult. Furthermore, Tula had recently experienced an assassination attempt on a high-ranking official, further weakening their confidence in their own internal defenses. So, to avoid escalating tensions between the two-star regions, it was best to make some preparations. But Tula probably couldn't have anticipated that Qin Yongji and his men would arrive so quickly. Even with their best preparations, they arrived much faster than Tula's superiors had imagined. Even before their own inspectors had returned from their mission, Qian's men had already reached the Divine Blood Laboratory. Li Jingxian simply watched the figures leave, not pursuing them. Then, following Qin Yangji's direction, she began to dive underwater. The Divine Blood Laboratory is located deep underground, hidden beneath a very noisy groundwater layer. It requires a geocentric elevator to reach it. However, the explosion that year was so severe that some of the connections to the laboratory were damaged. When Qin Yangji entered the rendezvous tower outside the laboratory, he first took a look inside. Then, amidst the jumble of data, Qin Yangji spotted a waterproof data wall. This should be the data wall storing the optical computer data. Ruan Wenqing adjusted his glasses and took a look. Shi Cixin leaned forward and inserted the waterproof plug into the connection in the crevice of her mech. She brushed away the water droplets, sighing that the waterproof coating she brought with her had been used up sufficiently, preventing corrosion on the mech's connections. After the plug was connected, Shi Cixin was able to restore the transmission of the Earth's core transmission elevator. We estimate it will take 3 minutes. We can check the tower for any signs of use, Shi Cixin said. She remained inside the mech, watching the series of data flashing across the screen, and immediately checked the time. Idle thoughts were also a way of thinking. Qin Yangji then looked around the tower. As if encountering a familiar scene, the memory in Qin Yangji's mind became more vivid. She could see the perspective of herself imprisoned in the cage. And her image. Qin Yangji was skeptical for the time being. It wasn't a human form. Because normal people wouldn't have such a high perspective. The idea that she wasn't human had already surfaced in Qin Yangji back on the desolate planet. Now she understood it a little more clearly. What was her relationship with Xiao Pu, the Xuepu that Alsophala considered a friend? Qin Yangji didn't know yet, but she had a hunch that the answers to all these questions could be found in the Divine Blood Laboratory. Including her relationship with Qinzhu, and why Qinzhu died. Why had she so decisively triggered the outburst of Yinyang Ziwei? And when she said, "I will take you home," was she referring to the baby in her arms? Or to Qin Yangji? Or perhaps both? Qin Yangji sat aside, his senses quietly scanning his surroundings, his mind swirling with thoughts. Her mind was incredibly active at this moment. Even though Qin Yangji wanted to think nothing of anything else, she couldn't help but ponder these thoughts. Luckily, nothing pressing was happening, allowing Qin Yangji time to gradually sort out her chaotic thoughts. As she was observing the signal, Shi Cixin suddenly hummed in confusion. Qin Yangji's brows furrowed slightly. What's wrong? Shi Cixin reviewed the surrounding data again. Something's not right. It seems someone has intentionally erased some of the stored data. This realization came to her suddenly. Shi Cixin knew this because, as a child, she had also used this method to evade her mother's searches. Teacher Shi Luan was a very cautious and serious person. No matter how Shi Cixin changed, it would be difficult to escape her scrutiny. Later, unable to swallow her anger, she went to a technical forum and learned a set of techniques specifically designed to conceal her traces of use. This allowed her to evade Shi Luan's search, and she would secretly practice disassembly and repair techniques using laboratory equipment. So, when she saw these traces, Shi Cixin immediately sensed something was wrong, and her reaction was almost instantaneous. Someone deliberately erased some of the traces of use. Something's wrong. Tula wouldn't do that. This data was supposed to be handed over to them anyway. If it were Tula, why would they go to such lengths? They could just clear it directly from the main data center of the optical computer, and there wouldn't even be any trace left. They could do that. Qin Yangji and Ruan Wenqing thought of these people almost simultaneously. Yet too, a survivor of the former Divine Blood Lab. Not everyone in the Divine Blood Lab was dead. Some of them were sent to interstellar prisons, and perhaps some of the remaining rats, who hadn't been caught, were hiding in the shadows, waiting for the day they could resume those inhumane experiments and contribute to their own ambitions and the so-called future of biology. Qin Yangji's expression suddenly grew serious. If this was related to Yatu, then this trip to the Divine Blood Lab wouldn't be easy. If this group returned to the Divine Blood Lab, who knows what they would do there? However, what Qin Yangji didn't know was that within the uninhabited area of the Divine Blood Lab, several corpses hung. They were already decaying and rotting, wrapped in layers of vines, like dark green mummies. The vines gradually penetrated the corpse, seemingly absorbing its nutrients and growing stronger. The walls of the entire Divine Blood Laboratory were covered with traces of alien plants. At this moment, Qin Yangji and his group gathered on the tower, carefully examining the signs of the Earth's core elevator's use. Only when they found the clear trace of modification did they breathe a sigh of relief. Found it. Traces from 2 years ago? So long ago. What were they doing in there? There's nothing left in the Divine Blood Laboratory, right? I heard our Legion searched it back then and found nothing special. Qin Yongji's eyes narrowed. Once we reach the Divine Blood Laboratory, everything will be revealed. It's too early to tell now. Qin Yongji felt that the Divine Blood Laboratory was definitely not as simple as he had imagined. After the tower's teleportation was complete, the group returned to their mechas, enveloped by the massive Earth's core elevator, and began speeding across the high-pressure soil layer toward the laboratory below. Qin Yongji was inside. The transparent glass of the elevator reflected the entirety of the Earth vein tunnel, a truly magical sight. Everything around him was dark, yet the faint glow of the mineral sandstone still revealed the faint outline of the vein. The roots of the plants within penetrated deeply, bit by bit, almost piercing the Earth vein. Even as he gazed upon the entirety of the Divine Blood Laboratory, Qin Yongji could see countless branches and vines piercing through the laboratory ceiling, gradually reaching into the cracks. These plants seemed to have merged with the Divine Blood Laboratory, as if they existed within it, radiating a powerful, strange energy. They were all spiritual plants. So many spiritual plants surrounded the entire Divine Blood Laboratory. Somewhat inappropriately, Qin Yongji thought of the scene where he found the blood Alsophala. It seemed to be in the same laboratory. What a coincidence. It seemed she had this kind of connection with the strange plants in the laboratory. Through the blood Alsophala, Qin Yongji learned about her own relationship with the blood cattail. In the Divine Blood Laboratory, the main branch of Unit 216, Qin Yongji wondered, would she discover the truth, even if she was close to uncovering it all? But without proof before her, who would want to believe they were not human? Qin Yongji felt annoyed. Click! The Earth's core elevator successfully landed at the designated location. The hatch swung open with a swish. Qin Yongji looked up and saw a long, dimly lit corridor. The entire Divine Blood Laboratory was built in a fully ecologically equipped underground space, boasting a remarkably complete natural ecosystem. Breathing and humidity drawn from the surface were completely simulated in a real-world setting. The former underground laboratory resembled a beautiful manor. Now, with a devastating explosion, everything was destroyed. The upper soil layer within the yata contained the vast amount of seeping groundwater, allowing the ground below to maintain a light moisture. The air carried a rotten, decaying scent. Qin Yongji could see plant roots scattered across the ground and the collapsed laboratory walls. They mingled, completely obstructing the path ahead. But she was standing at the entrance to the Divine Blood Laboratory. A sudden stream of memories flashed through Qin Yongji's mind. She lifted her feet and slowly began to walk, following her memory. While Ruan Wenqing was still observing her surroundings, she caught a glimpse of this scene and frowned at Qin Yongji. As they approached the Divine Blood Lab, Xiao Yang seemed to be acting strangely. What was the reason? Was she affected by the energy surrounding the Divine Blood Lab? Or was the chaotic magnetic field causing her some distress? Ruan Wenqing couldn't figure it out, but he knew Qin Yongji wouldn't harm them, so when she stepped out, Ruan Wenqing followed. I lead the way, follow me closely. Qin Yongji's eyes were unfocused, as if fixed on a point in the void, but her steps were resolute. She calmly warned her companions. The moment they entered the Divine Blood Lab, Qin Yongji felt a strange guidance. This guidance was strange, and it felt vaguely familiar. Alternaria spinulosa. Qin Yongji felt very similar to the blood spine tree lily. Could it be that they were mistaking her for another blood spine plant? Qin Yongji suddenly felt a surge of unease. She rarely allowed her emotions to affect her, but at this moment, she had a premonition that entering the Divine Blood Laboratory would change everything. But she had promised, Qin Yongji thought. Chen Zhu had promised to take her home, and his self-detonation had triggered the power of space, leading to Qin Yongji's current situation. She too wanted to take Chen Zhu home. She wanted to find the energy crystal for Chen Zhu's mecha and bring her home. Chapter 82. Qin Yongji felt a feeling within her. She sensed the fluctuations of space right there. The Divine Blood Laboratory was enormous. Yata's largest underground laboratory, a biological research laboratory that required the entire planet of Calestis to shelter it, contained countless subterranean floors housing various laboratory projects. Qin Yongji didn't linger in the upper levels. She sprinted along, quickly reaching the lower levels. The design of each floor here defied the expectations of people like Wei Xian. I thought the Divine Blood Laboratory was only as vast as the surface, but I didn't expect to discover a whole new world beneath the surface as I descended floor by floor. The entire Divine Blood Laboratory was filled with a variety of massive biological instruments, including dozens of biological dissociation chambers, initially banned by the Interstellar Alliance. This instrument could instantly dissociate the genetic structure of a normal organism, but because the dissociation process could cause significant genetic mutations, leading to the fragmentation and dissociation of the spiritual core, it was listed by the Interstellar Alliance as one of several biological instruments prohibited for use. The destruction of the Divine Blood Lab was truly justified. Such a thing, hated by heaven and man, should be completely reduced to ashes. Wei Xian had a strong sense of justice. Just seeing the wreckage left behind by the explosion made him empathize with his fellow Red Flame citizens who had suffered within the demonic eye. For a moment, he felt like bursting into tears. Qin Yongji turned around and saw the mecha arm wiping away tears. She couldn't help but remind him, okay, at least disconnect before you wipe your tears. There are so many people watching. Wei Xian cried out in a thick, nasal voice, I'm just so angry. I'm so angry. Letting Yatta off like this is such a relief for them. Even worse, it seems like there's still someone within the Divine Blood Lab who slipped through the cracks. Decades later, they're still using the so-called Divine Blood reagent and evolutionary fluid to deceive many people. As Qin Yongji groped her way along, Ruan Wenqing's gaze kept darting to her. Xiaoyang, are there any lower levels in the lab? Qin Yongji was stunned for a moment, then nodded. As a smart person, she knew this was Ruan Wenqing's probing. Brother Ruan was always so perceptive. He detected the slightest sign of something amiss with her. He also quickly noticed the abnormal connection between Qin Yongji's mental tentacles on planet 526. If they hadn't separated later, Qin Yongji felt Ruan Wenqing could guess what had happened. But now, she wasn't hiding it as she had before. Because she knew Ruan Wenqing was asking because he was worried about her. As for her worries, perhaps she suspected she was a descendant of a surviving victim of the Divine Blood Lab. Qin Yongji's age matched some of the others, though she was still quite young. Qin Yongji nodded, unabashedly asking, this place feels familiar. Do you remember when I lost my memory on planet 526? Qin Yongji brought up the past. Ruan Wenqing and Li Jingxian were both stunned. Li Jingxian, of course, understood. During that time, whenever Qin Yongji fell asleep, he would hold her hand and call her mom. This was Li Jingxian's first time having a daughter this old, so of course the memory couldn't be more profound. I have memories of the Divine Blood Lab. This statement was like a bomb dropped on Ruan Wenqing's mind. He shook his head repeatedly. How is this possible? Qin Yongji was only 20 years old this year, but the destruction of Yato had already lasted for decades. It must have been at least 50 years. Even if Qin Yongji was a descendant of a survivor, he was likely only the second or third generation. The probability her elders had mentioned was far greater than what she had experienced herself. Unless Qin Yongji was much older than she claimed, her age was calculated by a biomedical machine based on gene activity and bone age. Even if she herself could lie, the data provided by the machine could not lie. Qin Yongji did not hide this point. In fact, she also wanted to hear Ruan Wenqing's answer. Could it be time? This reminded Ruan Wenqing of her previous encounter with the Alsophila spinulosa. Xiao Pu. Could it be related to this? Ruan Wenqing didn't know, and Qin Yongji knew even less. But Shang Yuishan, standing nearby, was lost in thought. After a long moment, he quietly moved closer to Qin Yongji. The muffled voice escaped the team chat, carrying through the air. Do you suspect your past memories are here? He asked. Qin Yongji turned to Shang Yuishan. Do you know anything? Shang Yuishan nodded. After Yatta's fall, the demonic eye briefly took over Callisto. Shang Yuishan knew this because the demonic eye contained a vast amount of experimental data that Yatta hadn't had time to destroy. Of course, the reason this data wasn't destroyed was because it wasn't important. However, for a planet like Yatu, with its vast resources of sacred artifacts, even the mere hint of what's available is enough to provide ample resources for other star systems, such as Demon Eye, a newly minted upstart star system that emerged from the unknown star field. Demon Eye, enriching its ear-cleaning experimental library with this vast amount of experimental data, has rapidly grown in just a few decades, even hinting at a dominance in the weapons and military industry that surpasses other planets, bearing some resemblance to the now prosperous Yatu. Of course, this resemblance is simply because Qian is still recovering from the losses of the previous interstellar war, and is currently recuperating. Shang Yuishan grew up in Demon Eye, and is intimately familiar with the structure of its laboratory. Thus, Shang Yuishan did not conceal anything when Qin Yongji performed the ear cleaning. The Demon Eye had taken over Kaister before Qian. They took away a large amount of experimental data. Even the post-war cleanup of Kaister was handled by the Demon Eye. If nothing was found in the Divine Blood Lab, then the Demon Eye's chances of obtaining those items would be much greater. Qin Yongji frowned. She thought of Qinju's spirit core. Then the Liang Eziwei's spirit core. Qin Zhu intended to use the power of this object's birth space to teleport her away and back to Qian. Qin Yongji speculated that her time travel was related to this power. As for why so many years had passed, she thought it might be related to the blood poo. It had something to do with the blood poo gene she carried. Qin Yongji speculated that she might be the product of a successful fusion in the Divine Blood Lab. What's actually going on beneath the Divine Blood Laboratory isn't some seemingly harmless biological experiment, but a hypothetical project capable of merging humans with star beasts, truly achieving perfect evolution. Qin Yongji pondered internally, her mental tentacles sensing the location of the spatial aura that had been beckoning her. This spatial energy couldn't be more familiar to her. This was the power that had enveloped her all those years ago, lingering to this day, and Qin Yongji still couldn't forget it. This name, like that power, remains etched in her heart. Shan Yushinkang. Qin Yongji fell silent, seemingly contemplating something, but didn't say much. He retreated silently, his mind swirling over his experiences in the Demon Eyes laboratory. The Demon Eyes laboratory wasn't concealed underground like Yata's, it was a genuine, registered presence with the Star Alliance. After Yata's experiment, human biological experiments became a taboo, and no one dared to tamper with them. No one knew how much more Qian still possessed, and no one wanted to confront the flame-scale beast, which was about to go mad. Therefore, the Demon Eyes laboratory was very straightforward, utilizing the resonance between humans and mechas. Shan Yueshan was the most accomplished creation. His father, driven almost mad by his desire to use him as part of his experiment, ultimately succeeded in creating Shan Yueshan. Even Wei Yabai and Yue were products of this experiment. Shan Yueshan didn't find it surprising. The demon I named him Kill Star, hoping he could merge with a mecha, becoming a monster that would never tire, never die, and only kill. Unfortunately, this ultimately failed to materialize. Yue, who came after him, was an incomplete product. Because of Yue's loss of control, Shan Yueshan's father died in the enemy's riot. He wasn't sad about it. On the contrary, Shan Yueshan was even grateful to Yue. His loss of control triggered a major crisis in the Demon Eye Lab, giving him the opportunity to escape. Thus, Shan Yueshan met Shang Xiao. From then on, he had a new name. No longer just a cold experimental number, no longer just a code name like Killer Star. Perhaps the conversation with Qin Yongji brought back memories for Shan Yueshan, and he suddenly recalled the situation in the Demon Eye Lab. In the Demon Eye, many experimental results appeared in those years. Everyone knew that these results originally belonged to Yatu. Shan Yueshan had a vague feeling that he had overlooked something. But he himself had been one of the experimental subjects. Besides enduring the agonizing training and painful connections, Qin Shou spent every day immersed in the powerful harmony of his mental tentacles, merging with the immortal vine, attempting to merge with the massive mecha and achieve complete control. Asking him to recall the various projects at the Magic Eye Lab, trying to find any trace of Yatu within them, was a bit too much for him. Qin Yongji didn't press the issue further. She glanced at the people behind her. Through the rows of laboratories and the maze of corridors, she found the path ahead. Continuing downward, they reached the heart of the explosion. The surroundings were filled with traces and auras left by the alien energy. All the laboratories had been shattered by the explosion, their doors wobbling open or with gaping holes. The lights overhead flickered, alternating between bright and dark. In the brief flash of light, one could see all sorts of shattered debris all around. Colorful hues mingled in the mix, like a pool of scrap metal. Among the jumbled debris, Qin Yongji found a fingernail-sized fragment of crimson. A hint of gilded pattern appeared on it. There was a strong affinity of energy there. It was a vibration in space. This was a component of Chen Zhu's mecha, the Nirvana. The self-destructing mecha, like a phoenix in a sea of fire, scorched the pilot's body inch by inch, shattering itself into pieces. The cutting force of space scatters in all directions, revealing alternate dimensions beyond the comprehension of space. Perhaps the spiritual core of Liang Yiziwei is hidden among these. Or perhaps, they were completely carried away. Qin Yongji could sense the fluctuations of energy in the surrounding space. The energy source that attracted her was one of them. As Qin Yongji sensed the spatial fluctuations around him, he felt a nagging feeling that something was amiss. Something was missing, but what was missing, and what was it? Qin Yongji pondered this. The crowd behind him, realizing this was the core area of Yatu's mysterious experiment, began searching the various laboratories. Shi Cixin had brought a full set of data recovery equipment, attempting to repair the components damaged in the explosion. Qin Yongji stood at the center of the explosion, dazed, as she walked toward one of the windows. The window was at the end of the corridor. Glass shattered everywhere. Inside was a massive life support system, like an artificial womb nurturing life, with a very small interior. Chen Yongji gestured. A small baby, almost as long as her arm, could be held. She seemed to see the scene from her memory again. Chenju was just across the glass. And the baby lay inside, surrounded by countless instruments. For a moment, Chen Yongji felt a sense of reality. She felt as if she were that baby. A scene flashed through her mind. Chenju's spear pierced the glass, shattering the surrounding barrier glass. The shard shattered, an alarm rang, and the entire laboratory erupted in turmoil. The voices of soldiers marched in unison. She broke through the tightly sealed life-saving equipment and brought out the baby, who had been raised and studied like a star beast. She gave her a name. She told her name was Chenju. She promised her she would get her home. Then, all the pursuers gathered in front of Chenju. The power of space blocked everyone out. Chen Yongji saw the face of a young man. His face was somewhat serious. Chen Yongji felt as if she had seen him somewhere before. However, her memory was flooded with so many faces that she could not recall any relevant memories. Chen Yongji could only hear the man speaking something. But Chenju simply shook his head. Her voice echoed through space, echoing in Chen Yongji's ears. Yatu's actions are unacceptable to heaven and man, and will ultimately lead to his own demise, she said. Then, those eyes, as sharp as swords, fell upon her, with a gentleness and softness like river water. She touched her cheek through the mecha. Then, rays of white light appeared around Chen Yongji. Then, those rays of white light enveloped her. Brighter than her was Chenju's mecha. At that moment, an endless explosion occurred. Suddenly, at a moment when space was completely connected, an invisible wave erupted from Chen Yongji. It swept outward, carrying with it an immensely powerful force. Like eyes turning back, a raging fire reignited, and time froze in an instant. The two forces of time and space intersected, pulling her into an invisible black hole. And with that, Chen Yongji completely vanished from this space. Chapter 83. The Blood Mistletoe's ability is time? Chen Yongji seemed to understand why such a vast space-time barrier separated her from Chenju. The collision of time and space had squeezed her into another world. This power was rekindled at the moment of the high-altitude fall, sending Chen Yongji back into the interstellar space. The immense force of time generated by the two journeys had separated her. By the time she returned, Chenju had been gone for many years. At this moment, Chen Yongji's palm touched the destroyed life-saving device. She felt Chenju's spatial power emanating from it. It was a very weak force, almost imperceptible. Yet, Chen Yongji could sense the fluctuations of her own temporal energy within it. The fluctuations of time, coming from the blood mistletoe. She suddenly had a premonition. Li Jingxian and the others' voices echoed through the team chat, but Chen Yongji felt a momentary daze, as if they were in two different dimensions. Their voices were faintly distorted. Then, a faint trace of spatial energy emanated from her palm. Chen Yongji hadn't forgotten that her own power core was spatially affinity. She could sense spatial energy, with a keen sensitivity far superior to others. Even energy-sensing equipment couldn't surpass her perception. Just as Chen Yongji's palm pierced the void before her, she leaned forward and suddenly touched something strange. At the same time, a strange image surfaced in her mind. It seemed Chenju had long been determined to die, having predetermined from the outset that his own self-destruction would be the outcome. But before that, she looked at the baby in the life machine with a strange gaze. That was a sentence Chen Yongji didn't remember. Her memory, having undergone two changes between time and space, was already somewhat chaotic. If you brought Qian here, then take them away. From this moment on, the evidence of Yata's crime would be revealed to the world. Chen Yongji discovered a spatial layer within the life machine. It contained a grating. It contained a large amount of stored data. Chen Yongji's heart skipped a beat. He placed the grating on the reading page of the optical computer. The grating was somewhat old, but it was stored in a very independent space, unaffected by any interference from alien energy and perfectly preserved. The moment the grating was recorded, Chen Yongji saw all the neatly categorized experimental data from Yata's Divine Blood Laboratory. The first one was marked in large, black letters, Perfect Evolution Experiment. Experiment 01, implanted with a red mistletoe sample, achieved a 100% fusion rate, a success. Following that, a series of evolutionary failures followed. Chen Yongji looked at Experiment 01 and clicked on it, discovering it was a baby created through Chenju's genetic editing. The handler was called Cass Soul, the head of the Divine Blood Laboratory. Her creator. Chen Yongji's eyes flickered as she clicked on Castle's name, discovering that the message had been encrypted by Chenju. Qin Yongji suspected it was some kind of encrypted signal from the Red Flame military, but with her current access rights at the recruit camp, she couldn't access it yet. She didn't hesitate. The moment she saw the grating, Qin Yongji almost immediately understood Qin Zhu's plan. This chief commander, desperately trying to gamble, took all the experimental samples from the Divine Blood Laboratory and then sacrificed himself to ensure the survival of the other Qian people in the lab. He also sent her out of Qian. If it weren't for the Red Mistletoe's temporal power and the collision between time and space, Qin Yongji would have been born safely in Qian's territory. Then, whoever discovered her would have discovered the command badge on her body and pursued her. Qin Zhu believed that Qian would not tolerate Yatu's existence. The command badge in Qin Yongji's presence would surely point Qian to the location of the life instrument where she was growing. All the evidence and data related to Yatu were there. Qin Yongji removed the grating and carefully preserved it. Then, she searched the palm-sized space that had been opened up, but found nothing relevant. She frowned. Qin Zhu's spirit core wasn't there. If Qin Zhu had even managed to arrange the evidence he had obtained, he wouldn't have forgotten Liang Yiziwei's spirit core. If the Yin-Yang Ziwei spirit core were lost, it would likely trigger even greater biological experiments, since the people in the Divine Blood Lab haven't completely vanished yet. Or perhaps, it was taken away by the Demon Eye's men, if it was the Demon Eye. Qin Yongji wasn't too worried. Given the Demon Eye's usual timidity, they wouldn't dare continue using the Yin-Yang Ziwei spirit core for biological experiments. But if it fell into the hands of the Divine Blood Lab, then it's very possible that, aided by the vast amount of spatial energy, they could even create a completely safe space within the Divine Blood Lab to complete their unsuccessful experiment. The spread of the Divine Water and the evolutionary fluid might be related to this. Qin Yongji felt that there couldn't be just one such spatial layer. Qin Zhu, a cautious man, knew not to put all his eggs in one basket. She explored the surrounding laboratories one by one. At the same time, she reminded her companions. Sister Cixian, did you bring your energy detection equipment? Search the lab carefully. There might be spatial layers in some corners. Cixian was stunned, then pulled out the energy detection equipment from her spatial button. I did. I go check it out. No wonder I feel the energy in the lab is a little strange, she said. At that time, Qin Yongji didn't take it too seriously. However, as the group frantically searched the lab, a giant plant root system outside the Divine Blood Lab tentatively approached the lab. The killer fig followed the enemy's scent. The rest of its kind had all left, but it was the killer fig, desperate to grow. It sensed in the foreign invaders an opportunity for rapid growth. It was a very weak member of the killer fig family, unable to rise above the powerful ones. However, the presence of the outsiders gave it a chance to grow rapidly. So, this killer fig refused to give up. It followed them all the way and found this place. However, just as it approached the Divine Blood Laboratory, it sunk its roots deep into the earth. The killer fig sensed a powerful aura of alien energy around it, and it became even more excited, believing it had seen a chance for growth. Its roots gradually penetrated the soil, heading towards the area of massive alien energy. Not far away, in the Callisto Valley, a massive, dormant orchid, resembling a skeleton, trembled and opened its petals. The next second, a faint blue light emanated from its flesh and bones, piercing deep into the earth. It sensed the presence of an intruder. It wasn't Xiaopu's presence, but an extremely strange intruder. It wouldn't allow it. Xiaopu had already entered its range. As soon as it saw the other party, it could make a request. The vicious intruder had taken her offspring and tortured them in every way. Now, she was separated from her seed. A bone orchid can only leave one seed in its lifetime, and she must retrieve it. Xiaopu, help me. Just as the killer fig tree felt itself about to plunge into the strange energy, a cold root suddenly emanated from its side. The root, imbued with strange energy, slashed through its roots like a sharp blade. Then, like a sharp blade, the strange energy within it completely slashed and destroyed its roots. The killer fig tree couldn't help but curl up its other tentacles. The bone orchid didn't relent, continuing its pursuit. Its attitude towards demarcating its territory was clear. The killer fig tree finally understood that these outsiders had entered a very dangerous area. This was the territory of a large and powerful group of its own kind. It gradually curled up its roots, feigning a pitiful appearance, attempting to elicit the bone orchid's sympathy. However, for this alien plant, this gesture, unique to the killer fig family, did not please the bone orchid. Its pursuit became more intense. The strange energy within it also began to surge. Powerful mind-controlling energy erupted from it, and its transparent, bamboo-like body began to swiftly swim across the icy water, then slowly sank into the ground. The bone-like flower buds on its body trembled and opened. The killer fig quickly sensed a strange aura, its body unable to control itself, and began to move outwards, its roots slowly pulling out, inch by inch, away from the divine blood laboratory. At the same time, the bone orchid's roots grew, now completely entrenched within the divine blood laboratory. Its vast underground root system had completely enveloped the entire divine blood laboratory. As its roots contracted, the divine blood laboratory began to slowly move towards the surface. Buzz! Qin Yongji could feel the surroundings shaking, and the entire laboratory suddenly began to tremble. What's going on? The mecha struggled to stay stationary. Li Jingxian surveyed the surroundings. Initially, she thought the lab explosion had caused some instability, but she soon discovered that the instability wasn't limited to a single plate or space, but rather the entire lab. A massive surge of strange energy emerged, enveloping the entire lab. Li Jingxian's heart skipped a beat as she headed for the lab door. She discovered countless plant roots sprouting from various cracks. Then, dense roots, like invisible threads, enveloped the entire lab in layers. Li Jingxian mentally called out to Qin Yongji, "Command, a large number of alien plants have appeared outside the divine blood laboratory." Qin Yongji's attention immediately shifted from the surrounding spatial layers. Many spatial layers had indeed appeared, but there was nothing strange inside them. Qin Yongji speculated that these spatial layers must have been created unintentionally by the collision of spatial energies during the explosion. Only the small spatial layer within the life instrument could have been created by Qin Zhu himself, because that spatial layer not only contained fluctuations in spatial energy, but also a large amount of hidden aura. If it weren't for Qin Zhu's aura and the fluctuations of his own unique temporal energy, Qin Yongji wouldn't have known about it. After all, if Qin Zhu wanted to conceal something, it would be easy for her, who controlled the power of space. The other spatial layers must have simply erupted from the impact of the explosion. She explored them one by one, hoping to find Qin Zhu's spiritual core. But Liang Yiziwei's supernatural core was never found. This was definitely not good news for Qin Yongji. Her expression darkened. After hearing Li Jingxian's warning, Qin Yongji shifted her focus away from the interlayer and instead directed her mental perception toward the surroundings. The moment her sensory tentacles touched the surrounding energy, Qin Yongji noticed that the violent energy suddenly became gentle. A very familiar wave emanated from the other person. Qin Yongji had no doubt that he had sensed this familiar wave somewhere before. Her memory quickly zeroed in on the abandoned laboratory on planet 216, and then she thought of the blood-spine treefinch. It was a unique energy fluctuation signal between alien plants. It was calling a name. Xiaopu. Qin Yongji didn't respond immediately. Instead, following the perception of her spiritual tentacles, she began to circle the giant plant and explore. The moment she saw the bamboo-like roots of the bone orchid, Qin Yongji's eyebrows twitched. It was the bone orchid. A sense of horror welled up in her heart. Wasn't the bone orchid asleep? Qin Yongji felt that there was a major error in the intelligence, but now was clearly not the right time to pursue it. She noticed that the bone orchid's tentacles held no malicious intent. When her energy tentacles approached, they even gently touched her. This was simply abnormal. You know, star beasts treat the energy cores of psychics as food. Star beasts as docile as the blood-spine treefinch are rare. Bone orchid was definitely not one of them. Although it called out a name as gentle as a chrysanthemum, it was actually incredibly violent. Controlling such a dangerous superpower as mind control, Bone Orchid's attributes were definitely not gentle. Yet, at this moment, even as Qin Yongji's ear-cleaning energy tentacles moved over her roots, Bone Orchid showed no signs of frenzy, and even extended its tentacles to interact with her. This in itself was telling enough. Qin Yongji was increasingly aware of her own unusual side. She wasn't worried. Rather, from Bone Orchid's somewhat anxious interactions, she understood what message she seemed to be trying to convey. Xiaopu. She felt the call of the Bone Orchid. Qin Yongji's energy tentacles began searching for the spiritual connection point with the Bone Orchid. The Bone Orchid seemed to sense Qin Yongji's intention. It pulled the entire divine blood laboratory upwards, bit by bit. The entire laboratory began to shake violently and uncontrollably. Even if the Bone Orchid's roots completely enveloped the laboratory, they couldn't stop the vibrations from the rapid movement. Qin Yongji found a triangular area to stand in. Then he warned the others, the divine blood laboratory is moving toward the ground. Everyone, find a stable spot. Li Jingxian and the others were stunned at this, then moved towards a stable area within the laboratory. The moment Qin Yongji stood still, a loud rumbling sound erupted throughout the divine blood laboratory. Every structure within the laboratory began to plummet downwards under the upward force of gravity, crashing to the ground with a crackling sound like a renovation. Then, through the passage outside the Divine Blood Laboratory, Qin Yangji saw layers of soil passing by. At the moment, the Divine Blood Laboratory emerged from the water droplets, following the growth of the bone orchid's roots, emerged from the massive structure rising from the ground. The bone orchid's robust roots enveloped the massive structure, and with a sudden bang, the massive laboratory building crashed to the ground nearby. At this moment, the Tula team, having barely escaped the killer ficus tribe, finally emerged from the terrifying forest. Suddenly, they felt a violent tremor in the ground. They looked in the direction of the tremor. Having finally fought his way through the killer banyan trees, Tula's supporter Mingheng glanced around and located the source of the sound. "What are these Qian guys doing?" he asked, almost gritting his teeth. Commander Rodney's eyes flashed with a venomous gleam. "Let's go and take a look," he suddenly suggested. The twins Mingheng and Mingyu exchanged glances and nodded almost immediately. The mecha maintenance officer hesitated for a moment. "Our mecha is badly damaged. Why not wait until it's repaired before heading over?" If nothing else, the mecha maintenance officer was truly worried about what shady tactics the Qian guys might resort to. Their minds felt like they'd been swimming in a quagmire, and the tactics they used were incredibly dirty. Rodney clearly didn't sense the mecha maintenance officer's concerns, or even if he did, he was confident he wouldn't suffer another loss at the hands of Qin Yangji, so he immediately prepared to go. Commissioner Hyles, who could only see what was happening in the mutation zone from Tula's perspective, couldn't help but feel a surge of nervousness. He had a foreboding feeling. At this moment, Qian had completely lost surveillance, making Commissioner Hyles wonder if this was part of Qian's plan. Thinking of this, Commissioner Hyles easily turned to the Divine Blood Laboratory beneath Callisto. He felt a surge of relief. Thankfully, the higher-ups had already made thorough preparations when they learned Qian was about to enter the mutation zone of the Burning Wood Realm. They were concerned that Qian might explore the Divine Blood Laboratory, so they had already dispatched personnel to conduct an inspection. They were absolutely well-behaved and wouldn't follow in Yatta's footsteps. It's just that the Divine Blood Laboratory cast a huge shadow on the entire galaxy. Everyone knew that once the Red Flame got their hands on Callisto and the Divine Blood Laboratory, they would become extremely crazy and unreasonable, almost paranoid about eradicating everything related to it. The gentle Red Flame displayed unparalleled seriousness and determination in biological experiments. Even Tula didn't want to face the Red Flame's wrath for his negligence in managing the Burning Wood Realm. Hopefully, there wouldn't be any other mishaps in the Divine Blood Laboratory. If the Red Flame wanted to see, they could go and see. Commissioner Hyles probably didn't expect that the Red Flame had not only entered the Divine Blood Laboratory, but had also suddenly raised the underground laboratory, hidden deep underground and requiring diving to find the Earth's core lifting device, to the surface, with the help of a massive SSS-class mutant. The rumbling noise ended. The entire Divine Blood Laboratory was supported by the vast plant roots of the pool. The bone orchid's roots practically covered the entire Burning Wood Realm. Its vast network easily supported a dozen-story underground laboratory, a task unimaginable. Even though the laboratory suffered varying degrees of damage during transportation, it ultimately arrived intact. Light from the outside world shone into the laboratory, allowing Qin Yangji to finally see most of the interior. Without the interference of underground energy, her perception grew clearer. Just as Qin Yangji rose from the ground, the bone orchid's roots remained entangled, curling deeper and deeper into the room. They searched for Qin Yangji's location, gradually curling towards her. One of the energy tentacles, emanating from the main root of the bone orchid, slowly emerged from the throng of roots, appearing before Qin Yangji. Xiao Pu. Qin Yangji seemed to sense bone orchid's meaning through her flickering energy signals. In that instant, as she gazed at the curled roots of the bone orchid, she suddenly understood her meaning. Qin Yangji's spiritual tentacles connected with the bone orchid. The next second, a massive, piercing sound wave surged into her mind. The entire spiritual tree began to shake wildly. Countless spiritual tentacles suddenly poured into the bone orchid's roots. Xiao Pu. My seed. Qin Yangji heard bone orchid's faint voice. This enormous alien plant had been entrenched within the vast Burning Wood Realm for many years. Ever since its appearance brought about the Burning Wood Realm's fall, it had remained rooted here. No one knew why Bululus appeared here. But at this moment, Qin Yangji, connected to Bululus, suddenly understood everything she had said. The researchers had transported her here. In that massive explosion, a large number of alien plants broke through the surrounding energy blockade and fled. These plants, renowned among the star beasts, gradually grew in the surrounding area, triggering the fall of Callisto one after another, and forming the vast burning wood realm mutation zone. Buulus was one of them. She was one of the alien plants captured by the Divine Blood Laboratory as a specimen for experiments. After that, Buulus was freed, but one day she encountered evil researchers. They used a strange aura to confuse her, tricking her into thinking her roots were approaching, and then took away the precious seed she had grown. Buulus only has one seed. Xiaopu, my child, help me, Buulus pleaded with her bit by bit. Qin Yangji's heart sank inch by inch at this plea. She thought she knew what the thing that had bewitched Gulan was. The evolutionary fluid. The people in the Divine Blood Lab hadn't been completely wiped out. Or worse still, Castle, the culprit, was still alive. Chapter 84. Chen Zhu's explosion didn't kill the unforgivable leader. This fact made Qin Yangji's heart sink. The only one who knew the true method of creating the evolutionary fluid was Castle, who controlled the formula. The divine water couldn't confuse SSS-level alien plants. Unless the evolutionary fluid imbued with the power of blood gourd or the energy extracted from red mistletoe, only such authentic potions could possibly keep Bone Orchid from noticing anything. Bone Orchid spoke slowly. She spoke of a group of heinous invaders who had taken her seeds. She thought it was the scent of blood gourd. But she discovered that her seeds had not returned to the territory of the unknown star region, but were instead growing slowly in a surrounding alternate dimension, emitting a mournful distress signal. There was no energy in that alternate dimension. The Bone Orchid seeds were unable to unleash their true power. Unable to tame the Bone Orchid, the evil experimenters attempted to domesticate its species. Qin Yangji attempted to inquire through his mental tentacles. Where is the alternate dimension? But the Bone Orchid shook her head. I can't sense the energy of the Yin Yang Ziwei. Xiaopu, only you can. When Qin Yangji heard the name of the Yin Yang Ziwei, her pupils suddenly constricted, and then a thought occurred to her. Chen Zhu's spiritual core had never been found. It's very likely that, based on the Yin Yang Ziwei's affinity, it had merged with her supernatural core. To be able to trigger such a powerful explosion, she must have possessed a highly compatible relationship with the mecha. To achieve this effect, Chen Zhu's spiritual core must have absorbed the energy of the Yin Yang Ziwei's supernatural core, and the two must have merged. In other words, the reason she didn't find Chen Zhu's spiritual core was because that group mistook it for Liang Yi Ziwei's supernatural core. So where is this spiritual core now? The demonic eye or Yatu? Qin Yangji couldn't figure it out, but for Gulan at the moment, she hoped to use the power of the blood cattail to find the whereabouts of the Gulan seed. That was its seed. The only seed produced in a lifetime shouldn't grow in this energy-scarce region. She wanted to send it back to the unknown star region. The unknown star region, with its thriving energy, would be its final home. Another dimension. Qin Yangji had found very important information from Gulan. Even after the Divine Blood Laboratory left its underground existence, Gulan could still sense the seed, indicating that this other dimension must be within the laboratory. Qin Yangji followed the surrounding energy. Her connection to Gulan slowly severed. If I find the seed, I will bring it back to the unknown star region, she promised. Perhaps the alien plants possess some unique method of communication, Qin Yangji thought. Ever since she met these high-level alien plants, both the blood Alsophala and the Bone Orchid seemed to be unusually friendly toward her, and toward the blood Alsophala itself. Bone Orchid seemed to smile, for Qin Yangji could detect a hint of relief in her voice. Thank you, little Alsophala. If you are fortunate enough to return to the unknown star region, please return to your tribe. Human time is unsuitable for alien plants. The blood Alsophala had also said that this land was too dry to support the Alsophala trees. Compared to existing mutant zones, the difference between the unknown star region and the unknown star region is that the amount of supernatural energy within it is significantly reduced. This difference is greater than the energy gap between the mutant zone and normal areas. The unknown star region is, after all, the region where mutants are born. Gulan received her promise and slowly released her connection with Qin Yangji, though with a hint of reluctance. Perhaps Qin Yangji didn't know that the blood cattail is the most well-known alien plant in the entire unknown star region. Her dandelion can emit weak energy signals, which are swept into various areas by the energy storms of the unknown star region. She is like a giant net, allowing her thoughts to flow anywhere, constantly communicating with alien plants. The blood cattail doesn't grow by absorbing resources from the unknown star region. The lack of competition for resources allows it to maintain a very friendly relationship with most alien plants. Everyone knows that the blood Alsophala tree has a symbiotic dandelion. Unlike most violent alien plants, she is gentle and brings a faint light that does not exist in the unknown star regions. Phototropism is a natural tendency of plants, even those growing in the unknown star regions. The mutants have always wondered why alien plants are willing to give up the vast energy of the unknown star regions and be born in the wasteland destroyed by humans. Those planets transformed by humans into various habitable planets are wastelands devoid of alien energy to the mutants, where they cannot thrive. But there are abundant sunlight and food there, where plants can obtain unprecedented light, allowing them to bloom new flowers and bear their own offspring. Many alien plants need to cross the spatial torrent to be born in these wastelands. This is essential for the growth of alien plants. When Gulen was born, she thought she would quickly return to the unknown star region after bearing fruit. However, she unexpectedly found that the alien energy in this wasteland was too scarce, and it took her too long to produce her seeds. Qin Yangji disconnected from Gulen and began searching for Shi Cixin and the others to reunite. This just flew out from underground. Wei Xian was almost dumbfounded by the scene. Qin Yangji prompted in the team chat, "Are there any energy fluctuations nearby?" Shi Cixin immediately shared her recent detection results. There were spatial fluctuations, but when I probed further, they were reflected by the energy and could not be detected. This meant that they had reached the alien energy wall and could not go deeper. The only thing capable of breaking through an alien energy wall in invisible space is spatial energy. The spatial energy hastily generated by the explosion, which hadn't been processed by Chenju, was undetectable. Qin Yangji quickly realized that such exploration was pointless. Just as no one could detect the grating Chenju had set up in the alternate dimension, if someone were to perform special processing on the alternate dimension, allowing it to absorb detection signals and transmit a different, unusual signal, then a patch of alternate dimension could be hidden in the air. If even the detectors couldn't guarantee accuracy, Qin Yangji thought, she would have to rely on her own perception. This spatially sensitive perception scanned the laboratory inch by inch, but it was too slow. Qin Yangji felt utterly embarrassment. But just as she lowered her eyes, she spotted vines crawling across the ground. Suddenly, an idea struck her mind, a method powerful enough to instantly spread her awareness throughout the entire laboratory. Qin Yangji immediately ran toward the bone orchid's roots. "I need your help," she relayed her message to the bone orchid. Upon hearing Blood Poo's plan, the bone orchid generously offered to sacrifice a significant portion of her roots to fulfill Qin Yangji's plan. For her seeds, she would give her all. Qin Yangji heard the bone orchid's slightly weak voice. She knew that the legendary sleeping bone orchid had not fallen into slumber as rumored, but instead, slowly penetrated the ground, seeking an opportunity to retrieve its seeds. Her energy was gradually depleted over time, and then it vanished into nothingness. If she did not continue to channel her supernatural energy, she would soon wither, unable to maintain her massive body. "What about you?" Qin Yangji couldn't help but ask. "What will you do?" She knew she shouldn't feel any pity for the mutant. But perhaps, just as Chenju had risked everything to return her to Qian, Bone Orchid would now risk everything to bring back her seeds. This resonated with Qin Yangji. Bone Orchid, however, showed no emotion. Plants are inherently emotionless. There's not much supernatural energy in the wasteland. I await the day I be siphoned back home. Until then, I enter a long slumber. If a new energy vortex appeared in the mutant zone, it would release a large number of star beasts from the unknown star region. At the same time, high-level star beasts would have a chance to return from the surface to the vortex through this powerful siphoning force. Then, through the vortex, she returned to the chaotic, unknown star field. The moment she disconnected, the roots began to rapidly spread outward, extending and growing, suddenly covering the entire laboratory like a vast green carpet. The companions around her, noticing this, thought it was a strange plant. Qin Yangji signaled in the team chat that it was harmless, and they were finally relieved. Just as the bone orchid's roots were about to leave the laboratory, Qin Yangji raised his Mo Dao and thrust it downwards. Red Lotus. Infernal Fire. The Red Lotus's energy core suddenly spun, connecting deeply with the spiritual tentacles in that instant, and then erupted into a blazing flame, like magma, blazing throughout the laboratory. The bone orchid's roots began to burn fiercely, frantically releasing a large amount of energy signals into the surrounding area. Qin Yangji sensed the spread of the karmic fire. Just as the flames passed through a certain space, she suddenly sensed a spatial fluctuation. Qin Yangji's eyes suddenly lit up. The roots of the bone orchid were as black as charcoal, and from them emerged black crystals. Qin Yangji warned, "Hurry and pick up the black crystals." This black crystal was extracted from the fragments of the bone orchid's body, and it was far more effective than the black crystal Tula requested. Qin Yangji said silently, "That's a good deal for Tula. I find a way to have Chairman he take the black crystals away." What you painstakingly forged shouldn't be passed around for free. Li Jingxian and the others began searching for dropped black crystals along the bone orchid's roots. Following Qin Yangji's footsteps, they soon arrived at a seemingly unremarkable laboratory through the winding, complex underground laboratory. That laboratory was located in the center of the entire Divine Blood Laboratory. The location, the exhibits, and the research projects all looked quite ordinary. It wasn't overly absurd, nor was it as outrageous as the perfect evolution experiment. It seemed to be just a simple experiment to stimulate human genetic potential. There was nothing particularly eye-catching about it. There were probably several such laboratories throughout the Divine Blood Laboratory, and this was just one of them. Even the exhibits inside were unattractive. The fluctuations of spatial energy destroyed everything within, leaving the control panel in a state of chaos. At that moment, within this chaotic laboratory, Qin Yangji walked into a corner. She channeled the power of spatial energy into her palms, and began to explore the alternate dimension. Ruan Wenqing saw her approaching and couldn't help but remind her, just now, a sense of resistance was emanating. Qin Yangji nodded. There's an alternate dimension here. She glanced at the others and said with certainty, it was created by the psychic core power of Liang Yiziwei. The moment Qin Yangji reached into it, she sensed something was amiss. The space inside was enormous. It didn't seem to be formed by the energy from the explosion. It seemed to have been purposely created to store something. Qin Yangji's first touch was empty. Then she walked forward. She groped her way forward until she touched a large glass wall, from which a wave of psychic energy emanated. This energy spread, following Qin Yangji's perception, and quickly alerted the others to something amiss. This is... Li Jingxian glanced over sharply. It seems to be the energy fluctuations of a star beast. Qin Yangji carefully carried something out, bit by bit. The spatial energy here was a bit unstable. It must be an alternate dimension that had been established for a long time. She slowly dragged the huge glass instrument outward. If Qin Yangji weren't naturally strong, she might not have been able to move such a behemoth. Then the enormous instrument was slowly pulled out. Everyone could see its structure. It was a huge containment chamber. It contained numerous large alien plant containment devices. Different colored solutions contained various medicines and plants. Watching this, Qin Yangji's eyes stopped on one of the contained objects. It was a bone orchid seed, already sprouting a tiny new bud. Sure enough, the moment he sensed the seed's energy, Qin Yangji heard the rustling sound of the bone orchid's leaves crawling outside the laboratory. So many alien plants. Everyone present gasped. Inside that massive containment unit were no fewer than 100 alien plant structures. Ordinary space buttons couldn't carry them away. Only specialized containers could be brought in without damaging the plant structures. Qin Yangji's gaze froze slightly. This isn't something found in the Divine Blood Lab. Ruan Wenqing lowered her glasses and looked at Qin Yangji, as if to confirm. Qin Yangji nodded. After the Divine Blood Lab was destroyed, someone returned. She tapped a small grating crystal with her fingertips. This is the extra-dimensional information I found. If my guess is correct, it should have been left by Qinju. Qin Yangji let out a long breath and looked at the crowd. We need to contact Chairman He. We can no longer take anything from the Burning Wood Realm out. Such a large containment device must have been something that had slipped through the Divine Blood Lab's net, destined for their return. But at this moment, Qin Yangji got there first. Once Ruan Wenqing saw this, he immediately activated his computer, which emitted a strange vibration. Buzz? Outside the field, Commissioner Hyles watched the group of children rush toward the Divine Blood Lab's location. From a distance, he saw a massive, factory-like structure emerging from behind the mountain. Commissioner Hyles narrowed his eyes. Strange, he thought. There don't seem to be any factories here. He remembered that on the border of Callisto, there was only a Divine Blood Lab underground. Just as Commissioner Hyles was pondering this, he suddenly heard the vibration of his computer. He glanced at He Xiandong, the owner of the vibration computer. The vibration began to intermittently ring. Commissioner Hyles' expression suddenly grew serious. He was a retired military commissioner, well versed in the secret messaging languages of the major galaxies. In the Red Flame language, this vibration meant, "The situation has changed, requesting support." Commissioner Hyles' face suddenly froze. How could this be possible? He couldn't believe it. Didn't they say they already sent someone to check the Divine Blood Laboratory? He Xiandong, his drowsy, tired expression gone, suddenly raised his head, a glint of brilliance in his old eyes. He looked at Commissioner Hyles. I'm truly sorry, Hyles. I'm afraid my troops will have to head into the Burning Wood Realm. He Xiandong emanated the powerful aura of a Qian commander. Hyles could barely breathe under this pressure. He nodded tremblingly. Then, he couldn't help but explain. The Burningwood realm has never been in trouble under Tula's control. We have no intention of using the Divine Blood Laboratory. He struggled to explain. He Xiandong simply looked at Hailes gravely. These words don't count, he said coldly. Hailes' face paled. He couldn't help but curse the corrupt officials and those who had created the Divine Blood Laboratory. He Xiandong immediately contacted the team led by Qi Yin. The passageway to the entire Burningwood realm's mutation zone was wide open. Commissioner Hailes was powerless to stop the Qi Yin team from entering. At this moment, the faces of the Tula leaders, upon hearing the commotion, changed drastically, and they hurried to the scene. The most shocked were probably the Tula teams that had just arrived at the shaking coordinates. Looking at the strange structure before them, Rodney and the others' minds went almost blank. When we arrived in the Burningwood realm before us, there didn't seem to be any buildings like this here. The Divine Blood Laboratory's appearance was somewhat formidable, and due to the pressure from the underground and the attack of the Bone Orchid's energy, the entire structure appeared extremely vulnerable, on the verge of collapse. Rodney was stunned, then saw the Qi Yin team slowly emerging. Each of them held black crystals of varying sizes. The moment Wei Xian saw the newcomers, he immediately blew a short whistle. "Let's see who doesn't have a black crystal yet," he said with a rather boastful tone, then grinned. "It seems we won." Chapter 85. You? Tula's team was stunned. "Why are you here?" "Wei Xian, what's going on back there?" Ming Hung asked, his brow furrowed in confusion. Wei Xian shouldered his guns and cannons. "Don't pry into the boss's affairs," he said lightly. Ming Heng's face flickered, a very beautiful expression. "Stop taking advantage of the situation." Rodney's voice rang out sinisterly, looking at the commander at the front of the team. "Shen Yongji, won't you explain?" Shen Yongji silently packed the Bone Orchid seeds. "What's there to explain? It's just as you see it. Rodney, there wasn't anything like this in the Burningwood realm before. Is this the Divine Blood Laboratory?" He took in the building's full appearance, taking in the outline beneath the behemoth, and the laboratory structure visible through the shattered windows. His imagination was ablaze. Then Rodney's eyes darkened. This group of Qi Yin men were indeed heading for the Divine Blood Laboratory. Could it be that they hadn't given up yet, or had something else happened inside the Divine Blood Laboratory? Rodney was filled with doubts. But Shen Yongji made it clear he wouldn't answer them. Rodney didn't ask any more questions, simply watching the shadow of the Divine Blood Laboratory and trying to enter past the Qi Yin group. However, Shen Yongji gave him a look, and Wei Xian immediately blocked his way. "What are you doing?" The twins, Ming Hung and Ming Yu, were the first to shout. "This is the Burningwood realm, not Qian's territory. What business is it of yours where we go?" "How funny! If they don't want to talk about it, then don't talk about it. It's not like they can't see it themselves." However, Wei Xian sighed. No one can enter today." As he spoke, he drew his lightsaber. As if to gain entry, he would have to be defeated. Ming Hung and Ming Yu exchanged glances, their curiosity growing even stronger. What could possibly be in there? These Qi Yin men treasured it so much, yet they guarded the entrance so tightly. Rodney stepped back, his suppressed fury erupting uncontrollably upon seeing this scene. He gritted his teeth and nodded. "Okay, you want a fight, huh? It's perfect. I haven't had a good fight in ages." As soon as he finished speaking, his voice shot out like a sharp arrow, and he swung his fist towards Shen Yongji. A powerful blow pierced the air, crackling and slamming into Shen Yongji's face. The two groups were on the verge of a fight, and the flames of war spread instantly. Just then, the roar of an aircraft suddenly echoed through the sky. As soon as the Tula and Qi Yin teams in the sky spotted the group below, they immediately sent a signal. Sentry Tower, we located the target's location, requesting landing." A large number of aircraft launched from the Sentry Tower into the mutation zone, and the crowd above them scattered like ants. Shen Yongji silently sheathed Wei Xian's lightsaber, and peered warily into the sky. She lowered her voice, and asked Li Jingxian and Ruan Wenqing, who had the best long-range vision in the team. "Can you tell which team this is?" Ruan Wenqing frowned. "They're Tula military uniforms." Shen Yongji's heart skipped a beat, and he stepped forward, completely blocking the entrance to the Divine Blood Laboratory. Just as she was bracing herself, she suddenly heard He Xuandong's voice blaring from the loudspeaker. "Don't be afraid, children. Your Tula won't take a single cent. They own an entire biopharmaceutical industry, and wouldn't be interested in our small hall." Commissioner Hailes' face turned green. With these words, wouldn't that immediately hand the title to Qi Yin? Even if they wanted to compete, there was no way. He Xiandong, that old fox, had taken the initiative. Such a shady move. Chen Yongji relaxed a bit upon hearing his voice. Then he saw a flying vehicle land behind him, and a neatly organized Qian team emerge from it. Commander Chen, I've been ordered to take over the inventory of the spoils from the Burning Wood realm. Chen Yongji shook hands with the newcomer. Then he gestured for Wei Xian to lead his men inside. Rodney and his group's faces turned grim. Chen Yongji, this is Tula's mutation zone, not Qian's. Chen Yongji squinted his eyes, the blade in his hand gradually glowing. Really? But these are Qian's spoils of war, and Tula, and you, have nothing to do with them. Commissioner Hiley's arrived late, stepped forward, and patted Rodney. All right, little students, stop arguing. He spoke with a certain authority. Chen Yongji couldn't help but look at him. Seeing the paunchy Commissioner Hiley's, she asked bluntly, do you have the final say on Tula's affairs? As she spoke, she swung her blade, facing Commissioner Hiley's directly. Seized by the Red Lotus's immense, mutated energy, Commissioner Hiley's was stunned for a moment, then took 2 steps back awkwardly. Little classmate, don't get excited. The spoils are naturally yours, but the Burning Wood realm is our territory, maintained by Tula, and many of the resources within are inseparable. We will discuss the ownership issue with Speaker He Xianong. The implication was that Chen Yongji wasn't qualified enough to negotiate affiliation with him. Chen Yongji's mecha moved, and just as his Mo Dao was about to stab forward, he heard He Xuangdong's powerful voice. She can negotiate on my behalf. Qian's aircraft landed, the hatch opened, and a neat, solemn formation emerged. It was the large number of personnel He Xiangdong had brought with him. Commissioner Hai Lizi was startled when he heard He Xiangdong striding forward. Chen Yongji is the commander and trainer of Qian's Tianshu military region. She's qualified to represent Qian in any detailed discussions with you, Hai Lizi. He Xiangdong passed by and tapped Hai Lizi twice with 2 fingers together. This was a clear warning gesture. Commissioner Hai Lizi's face paled. The Tula crowd couldn't help but glance at Chen Yongji a few more times. Commander and trainer, what a high praise. Of course, Hai Lizi wasn't foolish enough to assume this commander in training was merely training for military joint competitions. Thinking of this, Hai Lizi couldn't help but feel surprised. He was actually the reserve commander for the Red Flame Commander. He couldn't help but feel a surge of anger. Chen Yongji's skill surpassed Rodney's, so her professional ability was naturally beyond question. If He Xiangdong hadn't intervened just now, Chen Yongji would have definitely confronted him head-on. Therefore, Commissioner Hai Lizi was quite wary of her. Courageous and resourceful, that was Hai Lizi's first impression of Chen Yongji. Seeing He Xiangdong arrive, Chen Yongji was visibly relieved. Why is the Divine Blood Laboratory on the ground? He Xiangdong strode in. Seeing the massive steel laboratory ahead, like a crouching giant beast, he couldn't help but feel a surge of fear. Such a massive force couldn't be created by just one mecha, or even a group of them. Only exotic beasts and plants could possess such power. Could these creatures be so kind? He remained skeptical. Chen Yongji lowered his voice and said, Commander He, this isn't important. We discovered a large number of exotic plant samples within the Divine Blood Lab. We must take them away. It wasn't that he suspected Tula of interfering with the Divine Blood Lab, but rather that he didn't trust their ability to defend it. Tula had no need to conduct this kind of exotic plant research. Chen Yongji and He Xiangdong knew it all. The only thing the people of this galaxy excelled at and loved was making money. The Gula grass monkeys were inherently content with pleasure, and wouldn't take such a huge risk. Tula wouldn't, but Chen Yongji and his team had indeed discovered numerous signs of reuse within the Divine Blood Lab. This showed that Tula was unable to prevent the existence of those who slipped through the net. Their control over the Burning Wood realm wasn't as restrictive as it should have been, let alone other areas. If these things were left in Tula, Chen Yongji had no doubt the people from the Divine Blood Lab would find a way to take them away. She could still remember Kaisar's eyes, shrewd, greedy, and sinister. Every negative word in the world would fit perfectly in them, yet beneath a glimmer of wisdom shone, even if it was a wisdom that poisoned the world. Tula couldn't defeat this guy. Chen Yongji even suspected that the people from the Divine Blood Lab were able to so brazenly cultivate new exotic plants at the original site. Even with the dimensional barrier blocking them, the fact that they could enter the Burning Wood realm was enough to prove their worth. Could these people have already infiltrated Tula's upper echelons? Otherwise, how could they have entered the Burning Wood realm so easily? Chen Yongji narrowed his eyes slightly, warily hinting to He Xiangdong, these things must not be handed over to Tula. Otherwise, it would be the same as falling into their hands. He Xiangdong nodded. I understand. A team from the Red Flame entered and, following Chen Yongji's instructions, located the exotic plant cultivation chamber hidden within the alternate dimension. The moment the massive chamber was moved out, Commissioner Hiley's eyes widened. This. He stepped forward, attempting to intervene. Rodney and the others immediately rushed forward. The Burning Wood realm is still Tula's territory. You, the Red Flame, are going too far, Mingyu said coldly. Qin Yongji patted the incubator and said, how funny. What we Qian found belongs to us. The incubator was filled with countless exotic plants, visible to the naked eye. Commissioner Hiley's eyes widened. He was both amazed and reluctant to give all this away. There were countless exotic plants there. Just the aura emanating from the incubator told him they were definitely not ordinary. Rodney and the others, of course, knew Commissioner Hiley's thoughts. Receiving his pleading gaze, they immediately stepped forward and said to Qin Yongji, this thing was found in the Burning Wood realm. Qin Yongji, I'm afraid it's not appropriate for you Qian to keep it all to yourself. Qin Yongji glanced at him and said, what's wrong with that? We found it, so it's ours. Want a piece of the action? Sure. She twitched her lips and said, call it, and see if it responds. She pointed a finger at the enormous size of the incubator. Her narrow eyes seemed particularly sharp. Rodney's pupils narrowed slightly, his mind racing. Just as Mingyu was lost for words, he suddenly glanced at Qin Yongji calmly. Well, if you call it, will it respond? He scoffed. The alien plants being cultivated in this incubator, once released, would become monsters devoted only to killing and absorbing alien energy. How could they possibly think? She spoke as if Tula couldn't do it, but Qian could. A smile flashed in Qin Yongji's eyes. What a coincidence. She tapped her fingers twice on the wall of the incubator. Then her spiritual tentacles slowly found the bone orchid seed within and connected. The tentacles, imbued with bone orchid energy, smoothly connected to the seed. This immediately triggered a powerful wave of the bone orchid. Under the intimidation of the bone orchid, the alien plant's leaves began to reach toward the wall. Dong! Dong! A series of crisp sounds echoed, as if responding to the frequency of Qin Yongji's tapping. Rodney and the others' expressions instantly darkened. What the hell? Ming Hung gritted his teeth and grumbled, does it really have that effect? It must be those Red Flame guys who did something. As the two sides confronted each other, Commissioner Hiley's attempted to intercept He Gong, but was patted on the shoulder by the tall man. Hiley's, no need to say more. Just look at your computer. Commissioner Hiley's was stunned and glanced at the computer. He immediately saw the order from the Tula Council. Give them the things. He spoke with a tone of reluctance yet helplessness. His eyebrows twitched suddenly. What was going on? Commissioner Hiley's was at a loss. However, at this moment, on the outskirts of the Tula Galaxy, a large number of red flame starships rapidly leaped out of the jump channel, breaking through the Tula star ring with unstoppable momentum. The Tula army, stationed at the border, shouted at the incoming starships. The faces of the members of the Tula Council were as dark as coal. Until the leading member, with a gloomy expression, threw down a stack of documents. Are we just going to let Red Flame take the things? There are many high-level alien plants in there. If cultivated, they can produce countless mutant energies. Then what do you say? The leading member looked at the speaker. His tone was filled with suppressed anger. We said at the outset of the exchange tournament that these children could take the spoils. If you want to seize the incubator, you have to seize these Red Flame recruits as well. However, now that the Red Flame army is at the border, if Tula dares to do so, it would be tantamount to sounding the call to arms for the Red Flame. Tula made its fortune through biopharmaceuticals and had no strong desire for conflict. The flame-scale beasts are naturally aggressive. Even though the Red Flame is severely weakened by the events of 50 years ago, it can still fight the demon eye on equal terms. Everyone in the interstellar space knows that the Red Flame army is unstoppable. If Tula were to openly break the agreement and detain the Red Flame recruits, the Red Flame troops would be able to march straight into Tula the next day. Stumped by the question, the counselor said awkwardly, can we just give it away like that? He seemed somewhat unwilling. If those alien plants could be kept, who knows how many medicines could be cultivated from them? These would all be Tula's income. What a pity. The leading counselor sighed, forget it. We agreed that the spoils belong to each individual. Let them take them. At worst, they could wait until Qian had some progress, and then trade with him. The Tula family was wealthy and powerful, and it wasn't that they couldn't afford the money. It wasn't that they had to fight Qian to the death. For such a small sum, it wasn't worth it. After hearing this counselor's words, the counselor who had proposed the move suppressed his inner turmoil. He silently apologized to his old friend, who had asked him to leave his possessions. Knowing that my old friend enjoys researching these alien beasts and plants, these are readily available materials, but unfortunately, they're simply not in the right place. Back then, relying on the fact that the Burning Wood realm had been cleared, Tula also sent people to inspect the Divine Blood Laboratory, but found nothing. The fact that the Red Flame was able to find it was also their own skill. After receiving the news from above, Commissioner Hiley's face turned pale. He turned and watched as the Red Flame people loaded the massive culture chamber onto the aircraft. Rodney whispered, "Just let them take it away like that?" Commissioner Hiley's felt somewhat helpless with this ancestor and quickly signaled to those around him to restrain him, lest he rush out and start a fight. "That's the order from above. There's nothing we can do." "Forget it." What a good way to forget it. Qin Yongji heard these helpless words from afar. He turned around and raised his chin at Rodney, looking extremely proud. Wei Xian was amazed. Xiaoyang is still provocative, and Rodney's eyes are about to tear us apart. Qin Yongji withdrew his gaze, a cold, murderous look flashing across his face as he passed over the Divine Blood Laboratory. He wouldn't dare. She spoke confidently. Rodney's eyes held no impulse. He wasn't a reckless man. So, at this moment, he wouldn't use the excuse of a child's impulsiveness to rush forward and leave the items behind. If Qin Yongji were in his position, he would have destroyed the incubator at this moment. She would rather die in glory than live in disgrace. That's just the kind of person she is. As expected, everyone else was still too well-mannered, not as shameless as her. Qin Yongji felt quite pleased with herself. Sometimes, shamelessness can be a virtue. Just as the group was transporting all the supplies onto Qian's aircraft, Rodney and the others glanced at the Divine Blood Laboratory. One question remained puzzling. Why is the Divine Blood Laboratory above ground? Isn't this an underground laboratory? Specialist Harris paused, then realized this. Then he waved, attempting to find a group of Tula's troops to investigate. However, he had only just gathered a group. A clear, cheerful voice echoed from the Red Flame aircraft. "Hey, friends, stay away from this disobedient piece of metal, or else, boom, you be blown away." Qin Yongji's voice blared instantly through the speaker, and the crowd in Tula was momentarily stunned. "What do you mean?" As he spoke, a powerful aura of strange energy suddenly emerged from the Divine Blood Laboratory. Rodney's expression immediately cooled, and he glanced toward the Red Flame aircraft, then warned everyone, "Evacuate." Hallis was momentarily confused, but then he followed Rodney's instructions, and immediately arranged for the evacuation of the crowd. Seeing the surrounding Tula crowd disperse, a flicker of satisfaction crossed Qin Yongji's eyes. Then she gazed off into the distance. Within the massive Divine Blood Laboratory, numerous cracks appeared on the steel structure that crouched like a giant beast upon the ground. Suddenly, from within these cracks, crimson rays of light emerged, carrying a powerful aura of otherworldly energy radiating outward. Beep beep. EP57 detonation program activated, awaiting detonation time. 10, 9, 8. The countdown sounded like a death knell, and the Tula crowd within the Divine Blood Laboratory began to rapidly evacuate. Just as the crowd was completely pulled out. Boom! A resounding earth-shaking sound. Like a landslide. The entire ground immediately sank, creating a massive crater, crackling. The sound of metal snapping and breaking echoed. The Divine Blood Laboratory felt as if it had been ravaged by a giant beast. The entire building was grasped by an invisible giant hand, then torn apart bit by bit, instantly shattering into pieces and scattering everywhere. The explosion spread, causing the ground to heave and oscillate like the surface of the sea. The Tula crowd stared in amazement at the scene before them. Then, they felt a violent surge, barely surviving. Boom! The entire laboratory collapsed downwards. Instantly, it was reduced to a pile of rubble amid smoke and black ash. Broken walls and debris lay strewn across the ground. Rodney's pupils suddenly shrank. He turned back to look at Qin Yongji, only to see the cold starship. At this moment, He Xianyang also looked at the young Red Flame recruits with a hint of shock. "Did you do this too?" Everyone's eyes turned to Qin Yongji in the center. Qin Yongji looked back at everyone one by one. He Xianyang understood and chuckled at her. "You girl, ha ha ha, not bad, you have personality." He didn't blame Qin Yongji for her own initiative or actions. On the contrary, he looked at her with a certain respect. In fact, when he discovered the incubator, He Xianyang had already considered blowing up the Divine Blood Lab. This evil, filled with countless sins, should be completely destroyed. And Qin Yongji knew even when Gulen pulled the lab underground that she would not allow the Divine Blood Lab to continue to exist. The incubator was still in the lab, So these remnants, unable to transport it due to the vast distance underground, must have simply continued their unfinished research in the Divine Blood Lab. If this place remained, it would not become a memorial site, but only a breeding ground for further evil. Since Qinju's spiritual core wasn't inside, the Divine Blood Laboratory had lost all its value to Qinyangji. Worthless things will only be exploited by others. They have no reason to exist. So she installed the N57 explosives. It was the most powerful explosive in the interstellar world. N57 could reduce an area within a 500-meter radius to rubble. Seeing the ruins of the Divine Blood Laboratory, Qinyangji's lips curled up into a smile. She looked forward to the expressions of the Divine Blood remnants upon seeing the laboratory in this state. It would surely be quite a spectacle. Since these people weren't dead, they should prepare their necks and wait for her. She would definitely take their lives. My creator? Castle. My mother's murderer. Qinyangji thought. I will personally chop off your head. A tribute to Qinju's spirit in heaven. As the Divine Blood Lab bombed, Commissioner Hailey stared blankly ahead, his lips trembling. This. His eyes darkened, and he wished he could collapse immediately. His finger, pointing at the Divine Blood Lab, couldn't help but tremble. This is too much. Commissioner Hailey's was furious. These Qian guys, they eat their own meat, and they won't let us have a sip of the soup. He thought Qian didn't want Tula to benefit from this. However, after the computer started to chime, Commissioner Hailey's report was immediately answered. The higher-ups meant to let Qian handle it. The Divine Blood Lab had nothing to do with Tula. Qian would decide how to deal with it, but the damage to the mutation zone would need to be calculated. Commissioner Hailey's heart suddenly jumped. That's right. Why would he feel sorry for the Divine Blood Lab? Even if there were anything inside, these Red Flame men wouldn't necessarily leave it to them. It was a good thing they didn't take it all. They regarded the Divine Blood Lab as a thorn in their side, and would definitely not let anyone get it easily. To put it bluntly, after the news of the Divine Blood Lab's reopening spread, Tula's most important action was to distance himself from it, not worry about not getting any benefits. Commissioner Hailey's understood, and his expression brightened considerably. Observing the change in the commissioner's expression, Rodney and the others exchanged glances. Then Commissioner Hailey's patted them kindly, and said soothingly, "Thank you for your hard work. These Red Flame men, you came to the Divine Blood Lab without even telling us, and you wasted your training time." Then, looking at Rodney and the others' mechas, he added, "Don't worry about this result. Qian's new recruits are good at taking shortcuts, but they won't have that kind of opportunity in the military joint competition. Train hard when you get back, and don't be discouraged." Rodney's eyebrows twitched, and he scoffed, but he nodded in agreement. "Don't worry, Lord Hailey's. It's just that we're not as skilled as others. But this isn't the military joint competition yet. Once we get to the competition, who will win or lose is still uncertain." This time, Mingheng was simply lured into Kongsun's trap. Qian might not be so lucky next time. Rodney didn't think he'd fall for Qinyangji's trick again. Commissioner Hailey's nodded, quite impressed by his confidence. He couldn't help but give a few more words of advice. "It's good to know. The military joint competition will probably have to change its format. There will be fewer opportunities to compete, which will be very beneficial for players like you with high explosive power. The military joint competition is usually a 5-game series, often with consecutive losses in the early stages followed by a series of comebacks." Commissioner Hailey's words made Rodney and the others speculate. With the competition format changes imminent, wasn't it a bit too hasty? What if the Unknown Star region's gates weren't open by then, and the competition was over? But Rodney was very resourceful. Besides the Red Flame and the Demon Eye, the only ones who could interfere with the Star Alliance regarding the competition format were powerful council seats. Tianji, Tranquil Sea, and Tula were much more relaxed, while the other smaller galaxies were at the mercy of others. Even if they were interested, they would need to reopen the council to make a decision. Only a powerful entity like the Demon Eye would exert pressure and decide other matters from the outset. Rodney couldn't help but relate this to the Demon Eye's massive energy needs. Could it be that these Demon Eye people had discovered some way to enter the Unknown Star region? Otherwise, why would they be so desperate for it? Then this change in the competition format is extremely intriguing. Perhaps the Demon Eye deliberately orchestrated this reform to achieve its own goals. I heard that the Demon Eye's commander, Wei Yabai, is poised to take over as the primary commander. Even the current commander, Chris, admires him. Among the entire recruit camp, Wei Yabai is the undisputed leader of the command. The League's main team, formed by him, has already been confirmed, without even requiring a selection process. And Rodney himself even has a competitor. He narrowed his eyes. Just a Kutra, not even worthy of his attention. If Rodney's hunch is correct, and the people of Qian are discerning, the Red Flame's main team should be Qinyangji, with no one else. The Tianshu Galaxy, renowned for its training of commanders, had 2 SSS-rank commanders, and Chu Yang wasn't even worthy enough to compete with him. If it were still Qinyangji, he would certainly not let go of Kong Sin's revenge this time. Qinyangji was unaware of Rodney's inner thoughts. Only after news of the bombing of the Divine Blood Laboratory spread did they load the massive incubator into the Qian starship, preparing to take it back to the Qian Galaxy. Upon hearing that the Qians were leaving, the Tula leadership breathed a sigh of relief. These bastards are finally leaving. The Tula leadership wasn't afraid of the Qians' departure. They were concerned they might try to exploit the events of the Burning Wood realm. Fortunately, the Red Flame people remain upright, unlike the Demon Eyes, who are narrow-minded. If the Demon Eyes had been the ones, they would have retaliated, blaming the Tula mutation zone for the activation of the Divine Blood Laboratory and demanding exorbitant compensation. Then a battle would inevitably ensue in the Star Alliance courts. The Tula weren't afraid of such trouble, but unlike the Red Flame Demon Eyes, wasting time meant wasting a large amount of domestic biopharmaceutical exports, which were all for domestic demand. The Red Flame people are still somewhat upright. At least they never exploited this issue. One counselor agreed with him. They do things in a proper manner, unlike that group, who spread rumors throughout the galaxy before they even made a move. One counselor sarcastically said. He was referring to the Demon Eyes. Everyone knew exactly what was going on. It was about the changes to the military joint competition format. I heard the unusual energy fluctuations in the unknown star field have intensified again, revealing numerous energy veins and new energy materials. Demon Eye's anxiety is understandable. They owe their fortunes entirely to Yatu. Without their own energy base, they rely on seizing other people's resources to grow. This time, they must bring back several resource stars from the unknown star field. Otherwise, they won't be able to compete with Qian in the long run. After all, although Qian suffered significant damage after Yatu, it has been steadily on the rise in recent years. In contrast, Demon Eye, having seized most of Yatu's resources, has steadily depleted them. Yatu's resources are limited, mostly biological, and certainly not in large quantities of energy materials. Counselor Tula snorted coldly. The Demon Eye is determined to capture it, seeking a quick victory, and thinking they can secure a resounding victory. But don't you see? We're no pushovers this time. Rodney, while still somewhat inferior to Wei Yabai, is only capable of Wei Yabai, no matter how powerful the Demon Eye is. They, the Tula people, are different. Ming Hung and Ming Yu, the twins, are already excellent enough in their own right. Even if Rodney can't match Wei Yabai, he's still far superior to Xiao Yufeng of Tianji, Xin Zhao of Jinghai, and Chu Yang of Qian. But I heard that Qinyangji is coming from Qian this time. This person's background is still unknown, and it will take some time to accumulate data. It's not a big deal. The Tula leadership remains confident. With so many elite talents emerging from various galaxies this time, how could the Demon Eye be allowed to dominate, compared to the Tula leadership's complacency on Mashiruo's star? The elderly counselor, his chest wrapped in a medical bandage, sat up from his bench, clutching his chest and gasping for air. A shrewd look tinged with coldness. He stared at the words floating on the screen. Word by word, they described how the Tula leadership had abandoned their fight for the Divine Blood Laboratory, and how the Red Flame had taken the incubator. In a rage, the man suddenly swept the table clean. A bunch of rubbish. A crackling sound of smashing echoed, and he suddenly shouted. Crack. A secret door in the study opened, revealing a clear mechanical passage. A figure in protective gear emerged. Doctor? The incubation data is completely interrupted. This means everything has already transcended the Tula system. This means the Red Flame people took the massive incubator, and perhaps even used the information on it to track down their detection location. The elderly councilman, known as the doctor, whispered, sever contact, and make sure it's done cleanly. The young researcher obeyed his orders, though still somewhat unwilling, his tone tinged with lingering enthusiasm. Doctor, this project is over, but our extraction hasn't made any progress. Should we continue to request samples? We're at a critical juncture in the fusion process, and we can't afford to make any mistakes. As the researcher spoke, veins bulged in his neck, evidently filled with excitement. His eyes lit up with a frenzy as he spoke of the project. The doctor, however, didn't bristle at the offensive tone. Instead, he waved with satisfaction. No need to contact them. Chris is a coward. He wouldn't dare get involved. But we can use them. After all, we've given them a great gift. After saying this, the doctor glanced at him and said, Indister, go check. See who the red flame people are who entered the Divine Blood Lab. Castle suddenly sensed something strange. The incubator was hidden in an alternate dimension. That was the space created by the Inyangziwi's psychic core. Even with psychic energy, it wouldn't be possible to detect its existence. Unless it was a plant more powerful than the Inyangziwi. But how many could be more powerful than the Inyangziwi? Guling could barely stand a chance. But what Cass Soul was more interested in was the child Chenju had taken away. His most perfect creation. A fusion of red mistletoe. 01. Subject 01 of the Divine Blood Laboratory. Acu. Qin Yongji suddenly sneezed. A shudder ran through her body. A group of people were discussing at a round table when they saw her shiver suddenly, as if struck by the cold night wind. Shang Yueshan couldn't help but tighten his collar. Li Jingxian also looked over with concern. Is Xiaoan wearing too little? Qin Yongji didn't know the difference between hot and cold, and had always been careless. Li Jingxian worried about this a lot. Tula's climate was unpredictable, and it was even colder during the space jump. No wonder Qin Yongji felt cold. Just as Li Jingxian was looking for her blanket, Shang Yueshan suddenly took off his combat jacket and handed it to Qin Yongji. Wow, thank you, Celia. She put it on without hesitation. Shang Yueshan's lips curled up slightly at the sight of this. Li Jingxian paused. Alright. Someone's trying to please him, give him a chance. He Xiandong couldn't help but glance at Shang Yueshan. This brat? He's so old, and he's already trying to please a young girl. But you have to admit, Qin Yongji is quite likable. Inside the Divine Blood Laboratory, besides this incubator, I also found a grating. She pulled it out. It contains an encrypted program. Only a portion of the content is viewable. The rest should be decrypted using the military's decoding machine. He Xiandong took it and tested it on his own computer. The moment he opened it, he saw a large list of project titles. Shockingly, it was the entire project record within the Divine Blood Lab. And the inscribed mark on the grating bore a name He Xiandong would never forget. Chenju. His youngest senior sister, who had passed away at a young age. Instantly, He Xuandong's gaze fixed, and a powerful, unspoken aura emanated from him. Then, Qin Yongji said, the grating must have been left behind by Commander Chenju. As for the incubator, I suspect that Cass Soul, the leader of the Divine Blood Lab, is likely still alive. He Xiandong paused. Ruan Winching adjusted his glasses and nodded. Apart from Cass Soul, no one else likely possesses such high authority to access most of the lab's exotic plants. The fact that these exotic plants survived Chenju's self-detonation demonstrates that their storage location possesses exceptionally strong security, and the procedures for protecting them must have been preserved. Even if Qin Yongji and the others entered, they couldn't guarantee they could retrieve the plants. He Xuandong's expression darkened. If your suspicions are correct, then Qi Yin will definitely not let this person go. Qin Yongji lowered his eyes. Qi Yin will not let Kaisol go. Qin Yongji also had a premonition. After the meeting, she sat by the starship window, gazing at the swirling sea of stars outside, momentarily lost in thought. The Divine Blood Lab was willing to risk returning to cultivate these alien plants again. If Kaisol knew 01 still existed, he would definitely not let her go. She was their most perfect creation. Perhaps they had already guessed that she had found the alien plants. But now, where was he hiding? Qin Yongji's gaze rested on the vast sea of stars. And now, in the Qi Yin command tower. Receiving the news that the starship had evacuated Tula, Zwicken breathed a sigh of relief. The evacuation was successful. Tula finally released the people. Zhui Jiangning, looking rather unkempt, slowly poured a glass of water and nodded. Did you bring everything back? Zwicken nodded. Chairman, he said that in addition to the incubator, there's also a grating left by Chenju. Zhui Jiangning's tea suddenly spilled out. There was a hint of sadness in his eyes. Zwicken looked at him and spoke the remaining words with difficulty. Part of it is her suicide note. But we couldn't find her spirit core in the Divine Blood Laboratory. The relic bearing Chenju's aura remained unrecovered. Zhui Jiangning offered a somewhat forced smile, concealing the disappointment in her eyes. It's okay. It's good enough to be able to see Aju's words again. He was lucky enough to fall in love with the most brilliant and talented person in all of Qi Yin. Even after Chenju left, this feeling still comforted him. He never regretted it, but only felt a pity that he couldn't retain his consciousness through his spiritual core and see her again. Chapter 86. The moment the Scarlet Flame starship landed in the Tianshu military region, due to the importance of the grating, All the key members of the command building came to greet it. Xianyang only had time to order the incubator to be brought down and sent to the research institute before he was dragged to the command building. Qin Yangji and his group also hurriedly disembarked from the starship. The heavy fighting in the Burning Wood realm, coupled with some mental overexertion injuries, had led them to the medical center for examination upon arrival at the military region. They then entered the medical cabin for mental relief treatment. As a slight mental fluctuation entered her mind, Qin Yangji unconsciously clenched the necklace on her chest. No one had noticed the command seal on her chest, and even if they had, they would have mistaken it for the military region's gold-rimmed command seal. No one would have known it was the main command seal forged from 7-star meteorite iron. But it was indeed left by Chenju. Qin Yangji thought that Chenju had left this item with her, so she would immediately attract the attention of the Qian people after arriving. Chenju had paved a very easy path for her. Pharmaceutical production would return to Qian, where no one would care about her status as a test subject. Her old friends would raise her little by little, and then one day, perhaps Qin Yangji would return to the Divine Blood Lab. She was so convinced that she would return and discover the item she had left behind. Qin Yangji's nose suddenly felt bitter. Chenju trusted her so much. Would she know that after her reckless self-destruction, the culprit hadn't died at all? Not only did Cass' soul survive, but he might have also taken Chenju's spiritual core with him. Given the habits of these crazy researchers, perhaps the spiritual core had also become part of Castle's research. Castle's face surfaced in Qin Yangji's mind. It looked so familiar, so familiar. It seemed as if she had seen him not long ago. Perhaps they had just brushed past each other, but Qin Yangji hadn't paid much attention. By brushing past each other, she searched through every fragment of her memory, starting from the moment she stepped into Tula. Then, suddenly, she paused at a certain juncture. Qin Yangji's eyes snapped open. It was eyes. She knew what was familiar. Counselor Mashiruo had eyes strikingly similar to Castle's. Those eyes were greedy, shrewd, and shadowy. Ding dong. Just as Qin Yangji was contemplating the result, the treatment pod indicated the end of treatment. She was released early, while her companions had to wait 2 hours. Qin Yangji's mental tentacles possessed a unique self-healing ability. She speculated that this was related to her fusion with the energy of red mistletoe, or blood cattail. Alien plants could only drop one essence seed in their lifetime. This seed contains all their power, and upon landing, it slowly develops and grows. The blood cattail should have also dropped a seed, but at that time, its connection with red mistletoe was too deep. The blood cattail itself spreads countless dandelion seeds, each carrying a portion of its power. Amid this shared burden, the blood cattail's level never rose, remaining a weak plant. But with the protection of the blood cattail, it could thrive in the unknown star region. If it hadn't had its roots stolen by the red mistletoe, in order to survive, the blood cattail had no choice but to take root in the red mistletoe. The temporal power of the red mistletoe became part of the dandelion seed's power, dispersing with the spread of the blood pu. No one knew that this seemingly delicate dandelion possessed a profoundly inclusive power of integration. It could integrate almost any violent spiritual energy. But even within this integration, it retained its original form. This was why Qin Yangji could control the mental realms of others. It was a simulated assimilation of energy. When Kaser fused the red mistletoe seed with Subject 01, he failed to notice that within that seed was another dandelion seed, carrying the same power of integration. The blood pu, constantly seeking a way out in any difficult situation, devoured the red mistletoe seed. It absorbed the thief's power, merging with her genes within her, giving rise to a perfect being. But the powerful red mistletoe's power never diminished. Whenever Qin Yangji came into contact with external energy, its power would be activated. Walking down the corridor of the command building, the dim light cast a long shadow over Qin Yangji as she pondered the secrets surrounding herself. And now, at the very top of the command tower, the deciphered key began to reveal the contents inscribed by Chenju. Of all the encrypted messages, the first and most important one was this. Castle had completed the perfect evolution experiment. He had combined Chenju's genes with the power of the red mistletoe to create a new life form. Their research had revealed that the red mistletoe possessed an extraordinary tolerance, allowing for the coexistence of other powers. They began using the red mistletoe's power to create a new life form, ultimately successfully creating one. Named Subject 01. That's Chenju's child, she said. Everyone's eyes were fixed on it. Azu's child? Zhuo Jiangying's brows flickered. Chenju spoke of the child's innocence. The moment they met her, they felt a connection. The child, unable to speak since creation, uttered the word mom. From that moment on, Chenju decided to send her back to Qian. However, Everyone present was somewhat bewildered. Qian's strange child? We haven't found any, He Xiandong frowned deeply. Zuoqian's eyes flickered, and he glanced at his adjutant. Go retrieve all the records of Qian's orphans. Qian's internal intelligence was incredibly sophisticated. It was impossible for an unrecorded child to grow up unchecked. After all, every street had intelligent sampling equipment, and the annual census was meticulously conducted. Zuoqian suddenly thought of something and said, all children from this year to today. She broadened the scope considerably. Wait. Zhuo Jiangying saw the words appearing below. Subject 01's origins are inherently unstable. A search of the Perfect Evolution Experimental Project storage records reveals that as soon as 01 comes into contact with an external energy environment, even the slightest amount, her cells will begin to decay, leading to rapid death. Countless subjects before 01 have perished as a result of this. 01 is the luckiest of all, as she can temporarily remain in the energy-isolating incubator to preserve her life. However, this life-saving measure will become ineffective as 01 grows, and the release of her energy will become ineffective. At the latest, within 3 years, 01 will die from the intrusion of energy. No solution has been found. In other words, Asa doesn't know this. She doesn't know that by taking the child away, she's effectively sending herself to a dead end. Zhuo Jiangying's voice trembled as he read these words. He couldn't imagine the guilt and pain Chenju would feel if she knew this. The most painful thing was that she would never know. Zuoqian paused, and his adjutant also stopped, looking at Shengwan for help. Go investigate. Zuoqian nodded. At least we need to know who she is. He Xiandong nodded. Yes, at least we need to know who she is. Ah, Asa's efforts are truly heartbreaking. He was quite moved. Then she thought, all of this was found by Chen Yangji. This guy has a spatial affinity. Honestly, if 01 wasn't destined to die, I have suspected the guy. Zuoqian stared intently. Chen Yangji is only in his 20s, and it's been almost 50 years since the destruction of the divine blood. Speaker He, I suggest you attend to government affairs and clear your head. At the mention of attending to government affairs, He Xiandong immediately quieted down. At that moment, a request to enter the command tower was issued from the entrance of the command building. Chen Yangji crossed the long corridor and arrived at the bottom of the command tower. She couldn't help but tighten her grip on the necklace around her neck and took a deep breath. If Kaser had connections with Mishiruo's higher-ups, she couldn't accomplish it on her own. She needed Qian's help. And Chenju's wish was also connected to Qian. Chen Yangji couldn't hide her situation. Being just a test subject for the fusion project was too great a temptation. Chen Yangji knew clearly that her success could not be replicated. This was because almost all experimental subjects, upon creation, possessed significant flaws. The power of the red mistletoe constantly battled against the blood beast. The blood beast was no match for the red mistletoe's power. As long as the supernatural energy was present, the red mistletoe would gain the upper hand, and everyone would be torn apart by the star beast's violent force. This was also the reason for the deaths of all the experimental subjects before her. This experiment was never going to succeed. Her success was a coincidence. Amidst the collision of all things, the combined power of space and time transported her to a different dimension of space and time, free from supernatural energy. There lay the very place the interstellar universe sought, a place devoid of supernatural energy. Afterward, the blood beast could slowly absorb the power of the red mistletoe. 18 years passed. The moment she realized the fusion was successful, the fusion of time and space erupted from the blood cattail, bringing Chen Yangji back to the space-time anchor point left by Yin Yang Ziwei. This accidental encounter allowed her to survive in an interstellar world ravaged by alien energy. She avoided being devoured by the red mistletoe. Now, with the red mistletoe dead, its spiritual core and seed fused, consumed by the blood cattail, becoming Chen Yangji's heart, the power of time dissipated. The spatial power representing Yin Yang Ziwei could not produce such an effect. Furthermore, whether it was possible to travel through alternate dimensions remained uncertain. No one knew what lay beyond the unknown. The perfect evolution experiment itself was doomed to failure. Only Kaser persisted, unwilling to give up. She firmly believed that fusion represented the most perfect form of human integration. After fusion, one could enter unknown star regions and freely acquire resources. In reality, even if the fusion succeeded, Chen Yangji would still be targeted by alien beasts and plants. Entering an unknown star region would still result in her being torn apart. Her only advantage was that she had experienced the mental torture of the red mistletoe. From then on, other mental attacks would be a piece of cake for Chen Yangji. The torture of the red mistletoe had honed her formidable mental strength, allowing her to use the power of the blood cattail to invade the mental realms of others. However, the price was that the other party might very well enter a state of insanity. This was what happened on planet 526. Everything was now resolved. Now, with all her doubts answered, Qin Yangji had to do the most important thing. She had to find Chen Ju's mental core. Kill Kaser. The red flame might be able to help her. That was Chen Ju's hometown, the one he trusted wholeheartedly until his death. Back then, Qin Yangji trusted Yunzhou, and now she was willing to trust Qian as well. When the access request to the command tower was opened, Zhuoken saw a face with drooping eyebrows and eyes. Qin Yangji's blonde hair had become a trademark in the Tianshu military region. He always had a high-spirited face, his eyes and brows radiating an air of supreme authority, second only to the heavens, third to the earth, as if he could overcome any obstacle. It was rare to see such a solemn expression. Qin Yangji? Zhuoken's voice echoed throughout the room. The surrounding conversation suddenly stopped. He glanced at the screen. What are you doing here? Zhuoken asked. Qin Yangji lowered her head and untied the black rope around her neck. It was the new rope Li Jingxian had woven for her. Then, she took out the command badge and pointed it at the screen. Zhuoken only saw the gold-rimmed command badge swaying before her eyes. She was confused and was about to speak when, at a certain angle, the light shifted, and she could clearly see the faint inscription of the word Qin on the badge. The handwriting was so familiar, almost unforgettable. Zhu Jiangying and He Xuangong's expression suddenly changed. That's Chen Ju's handwriting. Even if Zhu Jiangying mistakenly recognized her own handwriting, she would never mistake Chen Ju's. Zhuoken felt a lump in her throat, and she struggled to speak. Did you make this yourself? Or is it your command badge? Why is there Chen Ju's handwriting on it? Could two completely unrelated people really have such similar handwriting? Zhuoken lowered his eyes. Qin Yangji pursed her lips in a smile, her fingers brushing against the command badge. Commander Zhu, to be honest, this has been with me since I was born. When I was little, when I was getting my name, I don't know why, but I felt I should be called this. It was as if someone whispered it in my ear. She said, I gave you this name. Mom can't leave with you, but I can take you home. Your name is Qin Yangji. As she spoke, she suddenly looked up at the screen. Those round eyes, almost identical to Chen Ju's, and that unwavering gaze, as resolute as a sword, almost instantly made Zhu Jiangying see another face. When Chen Ju exterminated Liang Yiziwei in the Akalan region, Shang Zhao rendered her a great favor, practically saving her life. After that, Qi Yin and the leader of the Scarlet Pirates were no longer at odds. Chen Ju had said she thought Shang Zhao should be called Ji, meaning after the rain the sky clears, a more fitting name for her. After countless setbacks, she finally found her sunny day. She said that if they ever had children, they would share the sun and moon with Shang Zhao. Shang Yueshan would be that moon. And at that moment, Zhu Jiangying's heart was beating like a drum. Qin Yangji. It was right, it was all right. Qin Yangji stared at the crowd with a burning gaze. Qin Ju, you are my mother. She spoke word by word, almost through gritted teeth. Zhuoken could even see the veins bulging on her neck. It was as if she was suppressing a powerful, unexpressed emotion. That feeling raced through Qin Yangji's heart. It was a true blood bond. It was a blood connection that could use her blood to activate the power of Chen Ju's consciousness within his spiritual core. Countless images flashed through Qin Yangji's mind. Chen Ju looked at her through the window. Such gentle eyes. And the relief she had expressed the moment she broke free from the incubator. From now on you're free. That was Chen Ju's best wishes for her. But unfortunately, Qin Yangji never returned to her home in Qian. Zhuoken was a little lost for words. She paused for a long moment, watching Qin Yangji swallow his emotions bit by bit. But you're too young, you know. Qin Yangji bared his fangs and smiled. I can explain, Commander Zhu. Can I come in? Zhuoken granted her access. The moment Qin Yangji entered the control room, He Xiangong and Zhu Jiangying remained in a daze. 01 isn't dead? Does that mean? He Xiangong had a deeper thought. After all, he had become the speaker of Qian, and he had to maintain peace and stability in the galaxy. However, if this news were leaked, it would inevitably overturn the Divine Blood Laboratory's previous statements. However, Qin Yangji heard this upon her arrival. She shook her head. Perfect fusion evolution is inherently a mistake. It has always been so. Qin Yangji denied the validity of her own path. My existence is merely a coincidence. And I shouldn't have existed in the first place. Her survival was a decision made by Chen Ju out of pity. As Qian's chief commander, The impact that He Xiandong could anticipate was certainly not beyond Chen Zhu's imagination. But she still decided to teleport Chen Yongji away by self-destructing. This meant she had already made her choice. Even though she was a fusion of a star beast, Chen Yongji was still her child. Chen Zhu recognized her as his daughter. Chen Yongji would recognize her as his mother. "Can you please show me your command badge?" Chen Yongji looked into the room and saw a middle-aged man, looking at her pleadingly. The man was exceedingly thin, with a gentle, scholarly air. Chen Yongji was slightly taken aback. She knew who it was. Chen Zhu's rumored lover, Zhu Jianying, the former top investigator. Currently, he was a tactical analyst for the Qian-Tianshu military region. She hesitated for a second, then held it out to Zhu Jianying. The moment she touched the badge, Zhu Jianying burst into uncontrollable tears. "It's Zhu's badge," he choked out. His fingers traced the scratches on the edge of the badge. Those were the marks left by the beatings from Liang Yiziwei. Chen Zhu had shown them to him. It was a secret known only to a third party. Zhu Jianying had even tried to find 7-star meteorite to repair it, but unfortunately, he never found any. With his confirmation, everything Chen Yongji had said had been proven. Chapter 87. The powerful force of time is enough to smooth out all the gaps. Chen Yongji's words were not groundless. When the red mistletoe was born, everyone could feel the pull of time, everything shifting between extremely fast and extremely slow. Out of caution, Zhuqian's expression remained calm. It wasn't that she didn't trust Chen Yongji, but as the Red Flame's chief commander, Zhuqian couldn't let her emotions dictate her conclusions. "Let's do a genetic comparison." Chen Yongji had no objection. The person Zhuqian had asked to take the sample was an elderly researcher. "Teacher Qiaoying, thank you for your help," she heard Zhuqian say politely. Chen Yongji nodded at the man. In the entire Qian-Tianshu Military Region Research Institute, only Qiaoying had access to the gene bank of deceased individuals. Hearing that they were pairing Chen Yongji and Chen Zhu, she took one look at Chen Yongji's face, startled. She wanted to say something, but Zhuqian nodded solemnly, and Qiaoying understood the meaning. She immediately understood and took a sample of Chen Yongji's biometric information, quickly running it for testing. The results were unsurprising. She was indeed Chen Zhu's descendant. Although many edited genes had been fused, Chen Zhu's gene profile still dominated. It's worth noting that the other male gene in Chen Yongji's body was likely a researcher at Yatu. This was because her genes showed an affinity for both the original Yatu gene bank and the existing Mashiruo gene bank. After everything was confirmed, Chen Yongji keenly noticed that many people looked at her with a touch of nostalgia. It was as if he were looking through her at the commander who had died young. These were all Chen Zhu's friends, and Chen Yongji could understand. "When did your memory return?" Zhuqian asked. Afterward, she said with a hint of apology, "Chen Yongji, you should understand that, for the sake of protecting Chen Zhu and destroying the Divine Blood Lab, we cannot reveal your identity." Once Chen Yongji's identity was confirmed, it would mean the Divine Blood Lab's evolutionary experiments were confirmed. At that point, all of Chen Zhu's efforts to destroy the lab would be in vain. Chen Yongji nodded. She wasn't confessing this to gain status. "I understand, Commander Zhu. I realized this when I saw Chen Zhu's monument. It wasn't until I entered the Divine Blood Lab that I fully remembered everything." The forgotten memory then emerged. "I'm not trying to get Qi Yan to admit anything, but I believe my goal is the same as everyone else's." Chen Yongji looked at the others. She didn't let the vast difference in status between her and the elders present make her timid. She scanned everyone's faces with composure, taking in their expressions. She then stated the purpose of her visit. "I'm certain Kaser is still alive. No one else can wield the bone orchid sequence as seeds. I'm going to kill him and find Chen Zhu's spiritual core. This is what I promised her." Chen Zhu said she would take me home. Now, I want to take her home too. This is what I promised her. Zhuqian's heart stirred slightly. Chen Yongji continued, "Besides that, I need to enter the unknown star region." Zhuqian nodded. "I understand your request. Don't worry, what you're talking about is what Qi Yan wants most right now. Whether it was Cass Soul or Chen Zhu's spiritual core. They were even more anxious than Chen Yongji. Castle's whereabouts are difficult to track. He possesses an incredibly meticulous mind. If he were truly alive, he would be impossible to find." The elderly researcher, Qiaoying, suddenly spoke. She was helped to sit down on the other side of the round table. Her cloudy eyes looked at Chen Yongji, as if wanting to imprint her face completely in her mind. So, this was the result of Castle's experiment. Unfortunately, according to Chen Yongji, her existence could never be replicated. Then, Chen Yongji's description of a space without supernatural energy was like a dream, undetectable and unreachable. Compared to the unknown star region, the supernatural dimension was even more remote and unexplorable. The notion of an alternate dimension without supernatural energy was more like nonsense than reality. At least Chiu-Ying had never heard of it in her lifetime. Even Kaiser probably didn't know where the so-called alternate dimension was. Thinking of this, Chiu-Ying couldn't help but lower her gaze. If she could, she would have wanted to kill this traitor, who had betrayed his master, defamed his teacher, and brought infamy upon all his seniors. Senior Brother Morse's whereabouts remain unknown. The entire Clark sect, save for those who had long since distanced themselves from the matter, has been branded as a victim of inhumane experiments since the revelations about the God's Blood Lab, even if they were unaware of its existence. But the God's Blood Lab had harmed so many lives. The revelation of those brutal experiments would be enough to ignite the wrath of the entire galaxy. All this is thanks to Cass Soul. Qin Yangji's eyes narrowed slightly. Cass Soul will show up. As long as he knows I exist. As the most qualified experiment Cass Soul had ever created, a being of perfection and miracle, he would not miss the opportunity to study Qin Yangji. At the same time, he knew better than anyone that Qin Yangji's existence was a golden opportunity for him to shed his infamy and leave his name in history. Cass Soul would definitely not let it go. That was exactly what Qin Yangji wanted. The military joint competition will be broadcast live to the entire galaxy. You want? Zhuo Qian quickly understood Qin Yangji's meaning. Qin Yangji nodded. That's right. She would use herself as bait to catch the big fish Cass Soul. As long as Cass Soul was willing to show up. Qin Yangji's mental tentacles began to actively contract and expand. The immense energy was enough to instantly control a person, and then the impact would be uncontrollable. A genius who prides himself on his intelligence and his ability to think. If one day he destroys his own brain and becomes a fool, Qin Yangji looks forward to seeing what Kaiser will look like then. His cries will surely be delightful. Zhuo Qian's lips curl into a smile. Qin Yangji, I understand how you feel. Her voice was flat, yet contained an invisible soothing tone, but you don't have to do this. Although Qi Yin hasn't had much say in recent years due to resource constraints, it hasn't reached the point where it needs to push a child out to avoid risk. He Xiandong nodded. Yes, your plan is indeed sound and feasible, but have you ever thought about yourself? What will you do if it doesn't work out? Just think about Zhu. Zhuo Jiangying looked at him with an understanding gaze. He had always portrayed a delicate scholar, but now he looked at Qin Yangji with the warmth of a loving father. Take good care of yourself, Qin Yangji, he thought. The child Chen Zhu had willingly sacrificed her life to give up. She surely wanted to see her grow up safe and sound, each day filled with joy and warmth, not in danger or blinded by hatred. Qin Yangji hid the flicker of emotion in her eyes. She knew it was the concern of an elder for a younger one. Whether she was Chen Zhu's child or not, the upper echelons of Qi Yin would have felt the same way. Please allow me to do this, elders. I am making this request as a victim of the Divine Blood Laboratory. No one loathed this absurd experiment more than Qin Yangji herself, even though she was born from it. The abnormal genes that had killed Chen Zhu had also killed her adoptive mother in the 9 continents world. Her entire beautiful life was shattered into pieces. It was all due to Kaisol's greed and evil desires. He must pay the price. Zhuo Qian pursed his lips, seeing the determination in her expression. As a candidate for the position of chief commander herself, she knew that those chosen as chief commanders were always determined and irreversible. Qin Yangji had made up his mind to do this. No one could sway him. So, Zhuo Qian's shoulders slumped. If you insist on doing this, then Qi Yin will always have your back. She made a promise. Kaisol, Qi Yin's public enemy. Qin Yangji had killed him, a great achievement. Even if the Interstellar Court tried him, Qi Yin would defend him to the utmost. However, according to interstellar law, Kaiser, the mastermind behind the brutal experiments, had long been stripped of his interstellar human rights. Even if brought to an interstellar court, Qin Yangji could be acquitted. Qin Yangji nodded. Thank you, Commander, and all the seniors. Her solemn expression softened. Zhuo Qian looked at her with a touch of kindness, unable to resist reaching out and ruffling her golden hair. Don't worry, Qin Yangji. Thank you so much for trusting Qi Yin and sharing the truth. Qi Yin will always keep your identity a secret. From today on, you are my student, the candidate I have chosen to become the chief commander. This was a decision Zhuo Qian had made long ago. From the moment she saw Qin Yangji's command, Qin Yangji was slightly stunned. Of course, she knew what being the chief commander meant. But Qin Yangji was momentarily moved. She had never imagined that Qi Yin would continue to trust her after learning that she was a genetically edited descendant of a star beast. Why? Qin Yangji asked, somewhat dazed. He Xiandong waved his hand. You had no choice about what happened before. You have a bright future, I can see. Don't overthink it. Bloodline doesn't determine anything. You're still just like everyone else, perfectly normal. He Xiandong worried that Qin Yongji might resent his presence. In fact, Qin Yongji's attitude toward Kaisel clearly reflected this. So, he was somewhat puzzled. Qin Yongji's brows suddenly relaxed a little. No wonder Chenju wanted to send her to Qian, she thought. This is indeed a good place. Thank you, Qin Yongji said sincerely. Zwicken escorted her out. Prepare well for the main force selection and the joint military competition. As for the matters concerning the Divine Water and Divine Blood labs, and any other miscellaneous distractions, the adults will handle them. Just grow up, kid. Qin Yongji's heart warmed. Zwicken's mention of her as a pre-selected candidate wasn't just a casual remark. After Qin Yongji returned, she immediately received the pre-selected candidate notification, which was distributed to the entire military region. Additionally, she was also informed of her selection as the top seed for the main team commander. The main team selection process typically begins after the commander is confirmed. Each commander selects members from each position challenged to form a team. The Tianshu military region has a total of 5 seed commanders. In addition to Qin Yongji and Chu Yang, both SSS rank commanders, there are also 2 SS rank commanders with tower points above 50. 3 days later, all new recruit camp teams will travel to the Qian main planet to undergo a comprehensive assessment for the main team selection. This will result in dozens of teams, and then a practical assessment will select the most suitable team. Qin Yongji was on her way back to the medical center when she received the news. She then spotted Li Jingxian and the others, who had emerged from the medical bay and were waiting for her return. Seeing her return from afar, Li Jingxian smiled. When I woke up, I saw you weren't there, so I knew you ran away. She didn't ask Qin Yongji what he'd been doing. In fact, after returning from the Divine Blood Lab, the others had been somewhat absent-minded. Even if Li Jingxian and the others had the same intelligence as Wei Xian, they knew Qin Yongji was in a bad mood. What's more, they also had smart people like Ruan Wenqing and Shi Cixin. Naturally, he knew Qin Yongji seemed to need Qi Yan's support to accomplish something more important. However, how important it was, or what it was, he didn't ask, nor did he need to ask. As individual soldiers under the command of a commander, they only needed to obey the commander's orders. Qin Yongji knew what he was doing, and that was enough. Seeing the waiting faces, Qin Yongji couldn't help but feel a warm surge of emotion. Sorry for the wait. I went to the command tower to discuss the laboratory matters with Commander Zhua. Ruan Wenqing watched the chain around her neck disappear, and he could roughly guess what was going on. Li Jingxian had mentioned that Qin Yongji had a gold-rimmed command badge, which was also the origin of the mistaken identity as a new commander during the 526th incident. Now it seemed that this badge didn't belong to her personally. Then it could only be someone close to her. Was it related to a deceased relative in the Divine Blood Laboratory? While he didn't know who it was, he knew from Qin Yongji's expression that it must be someone special to her. At least on the way back, he sensed a sense of dejection and sadness in Qin Yongji he had never felt before. Li Jingxian stroked Qin Yongji's hair. Good things are worth waiting for. She joked, and Qin Yongji immediately smiled, the gloom in his eyes gradually fading. Did you receive the message? Shi Cixin looked at Qin Yongji and asked. Qin Yongji nodded. I'm already the number 1 seed, She glanced at the others' faces. I probably won't change teams, Qin Yongji said tentatively. Li Jingxian heard another meaning in her words. She won't change. So what about you? Li Jingxian immediately said, we work well together. It's much more comfortable than with other commanders. I have no plans to change. Wei Xian and Lan Qingcheng, the replacements on the team, were also very frank. Playing with you is more fun. The others lack that fun. He winked. Qin Yongji chuckled in understanding. That's right. She was just a little sinister. Qin Yongji nodded, and that was it. Then let's go see the strength of the opposing teams. They were going after the main team. Li Jingxian and the others also felt a sense of pride. Not bad. The number of people heading to the Qian main star was far greater than Qin Yongji had imagined. The Greedy Wolf military district arrived first. Before Qin Yongji's starship had even landed, she received a message from Yi Xiaoman. She also had her own team in the Greedy Wolf military district, and her commander had been selected as a seeded player, so she had already decided on a team. Even knowing they would be rivals with Qin Yongji, their relationship remained unaffected. Yi Xiaoman said unfazed, we're just going through the motions. Our military district only has 1 SSS rank commander, and he recently awakened, so they have high hopes for him. Qin Yongji nodded, and Yi Xiaoman was genuinely concerned for her. Because Qin Yongji was also SSS rank, even though she had only recently awakened, her performance in the Tula Burning Wood realm had already spread throughout the military district. In addition, Qin Yongji's previous training sessions with Li Jingxian and others in other mutation zones had been widely reviewed. It could be said that among the seeded players, she posed the greatest threat. Not to mention that the commanders of the other military districts treated her like a formidable enemy. Even Chu Yang, who was also in the Tianshu military district, was stunned upon seeing Qin Yongji. They didn't say a word, not even a greeting. But Qin Yongji didn't mind. When she succeeded in her bid for the main team, Chu Yang would still have to listen to her, so there was nothing to worry about right now. For her, as long as her subordinates were obedient, that was all that mattered. As for daily etiquette, Qin Yongji didn't care at all. Such matters definitely wouldn't affect her mood in the slightest. On the Qian main planet, there was enough space to accommodate the new recruits from the 7 major military districts. This was a training satellite located on a satellite belonging to the Qian main planet, specifically for military district training. Planet CY01. It contained numerous holographic training chambers. From this moment on, the new recruits would begin the 2-week main team selection process. With less than 2 months left until the military joint competition, training had already begun in full swing in all the major star systems. For a time, galactic friction decreased significantly. The most relaxed aspect of this phase was probably the Interstellar Alliance. Qin Yongji, Li Jingxian, and the others had already initially finalized their team formation. She wasn't one to act on impulse. Rather, Qin Yongji knew full well that Li Jingxian's team was one of the few capable of coordinating with her. Without having to rely on her command, she would have ample room to shine and fully unleash the potential of everyone on the team. Even the defense, usually a low-profile player, could realize their value through the protection of the maintenance technicians and support. Thirdly, everyone on the team had excellent performance, with every one of them having tower points above 50, far superior to 90% of the new recruits. Therefore, Qin Yongji had little intention of changing her commander, but she still diligently observed the other commanders' training sessions. This information, simply because it helped her understand the styles of other commanders and the tactical emphases of different military commands, helped her understand the tactics of other commanders. The Tianshu military command was not inclined toward evasive or subtle tactics. As the most ferocious of the Xian military commands in the Red Flame Galaxy, the Tianshu military command believed in fighting until the enemy surrendered, using only the sheer force of arms to force their way into submission. This extremely rigid tactic, while emphasizing swift victory, also had a significant flaw. If one link went awry, the entirety of the remaining commanders would collapse, and even with the commander's intervention, there wouldn't be much change. When Qin Yongji observed the performances of other teams, she focused on this aspect. Her personality was as impulsive as that of the Tianshu military command. Qin Yongji was aware of this flaw, but she had never considered changing or even refining it. While this wasn't a problem for her on an individual level, it could easily be exploited by others, potentially serving as a key to breaking through their formations in the league. Qin Yongji couldn't allow himself to be vulnerable to such a situation. Luckily, the Yoguang military district's tactics were extremely flexible. While observing the 4 seeded players from the Yoguang military district, Qin Yongji had learned a great deal of subtle tactics. These shifts of tactics, advancing and retreating, using retreat as a means of advance, looked very much like sleight of hand, possessing a powerful deceptive quality. Qin Yongji returned daily with an air of mastery, and Wei Xian couldn't help but mourn for her future opponents. Qin Yongji undoubtedly possessed a strong desire to learn, but no matter what he learned, he could always adapt it to a deeply unethical form. Wei Xian couldn't even imagine how much more formidable Qin Yongji's future opponents would be, given how many tricks she had mastered. After 2 weeks of training, Qin Yongji submitted the team roster she had decided on at the outset. Then, armed with her extensive notebook of command strategy notes, she began to continuously refine her tactics. Qin Yongji was no slouch. Confident in her ability to do anything, she naturally strived to do her best, so as to live up to her confidence. She took Zhuo Qian's words to heart. She had said she would train her as a candidate for the position of chief commander. At first, Qin Yongji was surprised, believing she was merely a member of an alternate bloodline. However, Zhuo Qian and Qi Yan showed their trust and support, a feeling that warmed her heart. She would not let such trust down, and so naturally, she set higher standards for herself. Now, her benchmark was not only the commander of the main team, but also the chief commander of the entire Qian galaxy. Therefore, Zuokan and Xiangong noticed that during every meeting, a blonde girl would stare at them with a gaze as intense as that of a ghost. Zuokan sensed something was amiss, but he didn't say anything. Xiangong wasn't one to tolerate. After his pre-meeting speech, he sat back, rubbing his arms. With a look of anxiety, he turned to Zhujiangying beside him, and said, "What's wrong with Qinyangji lately? Has he taken the wrong medicine? He's always looking at me with his two eyes, so bright they force me to hide even when I pick my teeth." Zhujiangying's lips twitched slightly as she reminded him, "Chairman, we're in public. Be polite." Xiangong coughed twice. "Isn't that quite proper? But you know what? She's quite resolute in selecting the teams. She has good taste. I've taken a look at the members, and they're all excellent recruits. Each one is remarkable, and their synergy is comparable to that of several mutation zones." Xiangong didn't want to interfere with the formation of the teams. In fact, these matters should be the responsibility of Zuokan, the chief commander. If there are significant gaps in the coordination between teams, the chief commander will adjust the team's personnel based on the tactical analyst's analysis. Currently, nearly 30 teams have been basically assembled. Just before the final selection, Zuokan received news from the front lines. She immediately recognized this as an opportunity. "Everyone, Chian's 167th mining planet is under attack from the Demon Eye team. Your mission is to enter the 167th mining planet cluster and expel the Demon Eye team from your respective mining planets. This assessment will be graded based on expulsion time, effectiveness, and maintenance of the mining planet. The highest scoring team will serve as the main force in the joint military competition." Zuokan was a man of few words. Even when describing these situations, he simply briefly explained the situation and the assessment results, then signaled his adjutant to bring the starship for a jump. Qinyangji only understood a vague understanding and hurried to check on the situation at the 167th mining planet cluster. This mining planet cluster was originally supposed to be located in a faint, adjacent galaxy ring between Qian and the Demon Eye. Initially, it was shielded from space signals, making it impossible to detect them. Later, an unknown star field invaded, absorbing this mining planet cluster into the energy tide of the unknown star field, creating a large number of mineral veins. Qian then brought them back from the unknown nebula and relocated them outside the star ring. Mineral Star 167 possesses numerous energy veins and is a major mining cluster within Qian. However, due to its location, it is frequently invaded by the Demon Eye. This invasion was less severe than in the past. Qinyangji speculated that the Demon Eyes might have similar intentions, hoping to use Qian's forces to hone their core team. As Zuokan had just said, the core team should be selected based on the number of Demon Eyes expelled. The Demon Eyes, in turn, evaluate their core teams based on the number of mining star clusters they have captured. However, Qinyangji might have misjudged this. At this moment, far away in the 167 mineral star cluster, when the Demon Eye's massive starship entered Qian's outer ring, it triggered Qian's star defense system, intercepting a large number of teams. However, the first starship's team still managed to depart via aircraft and enter Qian's ring range. They then landed on Mineral Star 167. The commander leading this team was Wei Yabai. He was known as the strongest commander of the Demon Eye's new recruits. The Demon Eye's team had already decided on a configuration with the opponent as the primary commander, so it wasn't time for Wei Yabai to select his own players. Wei Yabai had decided on Mineral Planet 167. He had heard that Qian was also selecting a primary commander, and he knew his arrival would be a test for Qian's core team. But Wei Yabai still sailed into the Qian star ring and entered the 167 mineral planet cluster. He was betting that Qian hadn't yet decided on its team. The Qian people were principled and wouldn't, like the Demon Eye, pre-select one person and then have everyone else become a bystander no matter how hard they tried. They were extremely conscious of fairness and the balance of talent and virtue. Wei Yabai wanted to see the quality of Qian's core team. This was a legitimate test. Even if Qian knew, they wouldn't miss this legitimate opportunity to select their core team. Wei Yabai's bet paid off. When he saw the red flame starship warp in, a glint of understanding flashed in the boy's shrewd eyes. To ensure the Demon Eye's victory, he had to uncover the red flame team's intricacies. The reforms to the military joint competition were painstakingly promoted by the Demon Eye, and they must ensure that they would be the greatest beneficiaries. Chapter 88. Just expelling a Demon Eye team. Qinyangji boarded the starship with her own squadron, along with personnel assigned by the military district. Her mental tentacles connected to a full 5,000 people this time, and every individual soldier obeyed her orders. Qinyangji had never fought such a lavish battle before. Now, Not only could she expel the demon eyes, but she could even send them back home to meet their ancestors. Chen Yongji had a negative impression of the demon eyes. Perhaps it was because of the traces of the experiments on Shang Yueshen's body, even though he never mentioned it. His perfect fusion with the immortal vine had left Shang Yueshen feeling pain almost on a daily basis. The massive mecha had become almost his other half, bringing him immense power, but also untold pain. Or perhaps it was because the current commander of the Demon Eyes, Chris, was a beneficiary of the holy water, and the source of the holy water was the beginning of Chen Yongji's suffering. In short, the conflict between the Red Flame and the Demon Eye has been intense since the beginning of Yatu, and even since the dawn of Yatu's existence. In order to win over the Demon Eye to fight Yatu, the Red Flame sacrificed almost all of Yatu's resources. During the explosion and galaxy execution, the Red Flame, aside from the Red Flame people who were harmed by the experiments, only captured Callisto. Later, the entire planet was destroyed, and with the subjugation of the Mashiro people, the planet was taken over by Tula. In essence, the Red Flame expended resources and manpower, but ultimately gained nothing. But for the Red Flame, even if it meant depleting their resources, they would strive for justice for all of their fellow Red Flame people. Since then, all biological and human experimentation has ceased throughout the galaxy. Any biological experiment must undergo rigorous control after initiation, and the application process for human experimentation is extremely strict. After a long period of evolution, all beasts have long lost their original animal instincts. After evolving into human form, they learn propriety, morality, and human nature, and must protect themselves from being controlled by their own will. Otherwise, what difference would they make from a madman insane? Castle boasts of becoming a highly evolved human, but in reality, through repeated experiments, he has lost his human nature and degenerated into the bestiality of his pre-evolutionary past. And people like Demon Eye, who ostensibly fear the Red Flame and conceal it, but in reality, are also eager to engage in various biological experiments, are equally shameful. Shang Yueshen's body is covered with traces of implanted biological communication threads. Those scars, like centipedes, stretch across his beautiful muscles, bearing witness to Demon Eye's ugly deeds. Those are the marks of establishing biological communication with the Killer Star Mecha. On the way to the 167th mineral cluster, perhaps due to the upcoming battle with the demons, Chen Yongji's eyes were sharper than ever. The oppressive aura of a chief commander lingered around her, drawing a few sidelong glances of surprise from the others. Chen Yongji always possessed a powerful aura, and when she remained silent, the air seemed to freeze. We're dealing with a 10,000-man Demon Eye Legion, and the commander is Wei Yabai. At the sight of that name, Chen Yongji's eyebrows raised. What a coincidence. I heard so much about you. Wei Yabai, the highly anticipated commander of the Demon Eye Recruit Battalion. It's said that even before he entered the military district, he was being led to various anomalous zones for command training. The Demon Eye was truly forgiving, sacrificing countless lives to train a capable commander. Chen Yongji knew of Wei Yabai's command achievements. But Shang Yueshen seemed to know even more. While Chen Yongji was checking his opponent's information in the Starship Lounge, he brought him a cup of hot tea and some desserts. All to Chen Yongji's taste. The blonde girl exuded a chilling aura, her expression as stern as a blade. She was always serious in private. But when facing the enemy, she was confident and nonchalant. Chen Yongji was adept at putting psychological pressure on her opponents. It was a common tactic she used. But to Shang Yueshen, beneath these masks, Chen Yongji was actually a slightly lively and sunny girl with her own preferences and temperament. Why are you here? Li Jingxian and the others, needing to maintain their skills, had gone to the training room aboard the starship with the other soldiers for actual combat practice. Chen Yongji assumed Shang Yueshen would also come along. But he sat quietly across from her, glancing at the table with a somewhat reserved expression. Chen Yongji searched the screen for information about Wei Yabai. Shang Yueshen mustered his courage and said, I know Wei Yabai. I think you might want to know. Chen Yongji's brows twitched. She keenly sensed that this knowledge might not be a good thing. Sure enough, Shang Yueshen pursed his lips, a hint of resistance hidden in his handsome features. He offered, he's also a test subject in the lab. Chen Yongji had previously learned about Shang Yueshen's background. After his birth, his father sent him to the Demon Eye Laboratory for biological connection experiments. He ultimately became one of the few test subjects to achieve a perfect match, nearly merging with the Killer Star. The mecha that Yu Xingzhou had asked her for help with was Shang Yueshen's. Connecting all of this wasn't difficult for Chen Yongji. Perhaps it was a sympathetic connection, born of their shared experience as experimental subjects, that led her to harbor some unusual feelings for Shang Yueshen. Qin Yongji thought it was as if she was trying to make up for the pain she endured in the experiment, wanting to make life better for her other self. Shang Yuishan was a different side of her. Over the course of more than a decade in the alternate dimension, Qin Yongji had met many kind people. Thus, she found joy in everything, and was adept at sharing her loves and hates. Shang Yuishan, on the other hand, was extremely reserved, almost unable to express her emotions. When Qin Yongji eagerly watched him blend in with the crowd and helped him become better, it felt like she was helping her past self. Hearing Shang Yuishan's words, she showed a keen interest. Really? Perhaps your message could be crucial, Qin Yongji encouraged. Her gaze gave Shang Yuishan a sense of support, and the young man's lips curled slightly. He then said, Wei Yabai is also conducting biological connection. Unlike the integration we individual soldiers perform with mechas, his main experiment is fission. His original spiritual realm level was SS. Qin Yongji's eyebrows suddenly moved. Did he advance to SSS level after the experiment? Shang Yuishan nodded. The laboratory calls the command-focused experiments the Spiritual Realm Redevelopment Project. Wei Yabai is the most successful in this project. The SSS level spiritual power he created through biological fission is far more powerful than the SSS level achieved through normal advancement. Qin Yongji speculated, does Wei Yabai have the potential to awaken to the SSS level? Shang Yuishan nodded. All the members of the experiment possess the ability to awaken to the SSS level. But in the end, only Wei Yabai achieved the SSS level. Everyone else except him. Shang Yuishan lowered his eyes and replied, got crazy. Everyone else except him went into a frenzy. He remembered it so clearly because when these people entered a frenzy, they triggered a tremendous crisis. This gave Shang Yuishan the opportunity to obtain the aircraft and escape. Qin Yongji's cheeks twitched, a hint of sarcasm forming. For one Wei Yabai, so many talented commanders who could have reached the SSS level were lost. Wei Yabai wasn't necessarily completely normal. Just like Shang Yuishan, the flaws brought about by biological fission were similar to his biological connection. Shang Yuishan had to endure the daily impact of the immortal vine's energy, and Wei Yabai might also have to endure the pain of the mental connection. No wonder the demon I terminated this laboratory project. The cost is simply too high. And if he's not careful, it could be another Yata tragedy. Wei Yabai can't go through a secondary link. Qin Yongji was stunned and looked at him. Shang Yuishan nodded. A secondary link means that if the commander is supposed to link 5,000 people, then adding another 5,000 requires a second link. But Wei Yabai can't do that. His fission level is that of a whole. If he wants to add controllable individual soldiers, he must disconnect all previous links. And the gaps in time during this period will be crucial to breaking through the entire Demon Eye team. Wei Yabai obviously knew this, so he absolutely wouldn't accept any new teams. So, what Qin Yongji needed to do was devise a backup plan. Because of Wei Yabai's own problems, he wouldn't be the first to accept a backup team. A plan quickly came to mind, and Qin Yongji smiled at Shang Yuishan, saying, Thank you for the information, Shang Yuishan. You've been a great help this time. Shang Yuishan smiled shyly, a smile so fleeting that Qin Yongji barely caught it. She reached out and lifted the corners of his lips. The gesture seemed somewhat intimate, but to Qin Yongji, Shang Yuishan was demonstrating his closeness to her. This person, all that was missing from becoming her possession, was a title and a mark. So, without hesitation, she leaned forward and lifted the corners of Shang Yuishan's lips. Smile. Shang Yuishan's facial muscles subconsciously lifted. The smile froze briefly on his face. Right? You're so handsome, why aren't you smiling? Qin Yongji put his hands on his hips, speaking with conviction. Shang Yuishan's ears flushed crimson, extending to his neck. But the curve of his smile remained unchanged, and his gaze towards Qin Yongji seemed to carry a soft glow. Wei Yabai's solution was simple. Qin Yongji didn't prepare anything else, just three things: a holographic projector, a polarizing device, and an acoustic seismometer. She handed the items to the team's commanders, glanced at the target mining planet in the 167 mining cluster, and determined the perimeter of the mining area. The Demon Eye team was entering the mining planet, preparing to tap into the energy source within. They were facing off against the Star Defense garrison outside the 167 mining cluster, with a clear disparity in firepower between the two sides. After all, the Demon Eye had brought elite troops, and even dispatched a space battleship. At this moment, Wei Yabai and his team were also observing the starship traffic in the surrounding waterways from afar on the observation tower. When he saw the Qi and Iron Pattern starship approaching, he raised his hand and said, All troops, stand alert. The commanders behind him immediately took full alert, gazing at the approaching team as if facing a formidable enemy. Wei Yabai observed the target team's situation, wondering which commander Qian would send to deal with him. Qian had only a handful of SSS-level commanders, so few they could be counted on one hand. Wei Yabai had a hunch that Qian's higher-ups wouldn't take his provocation seriously, and the troops they would dispatch would likely be new recruits from the same rank as the new recruits. And the troops dispatched to deal with him would most likely be Qian's main force. He was extremely curious about their choice. The two commanders of the Tianshu military region, one of whom he had disregarded, Chu Yang, were full of loopholes. If Qian sent him, then the Demon Eyes plan would be unimpeded. The other Qin Yangji had only been visible for so short a time that nothing could be seen. But within the Burning Wood realm, he was able to outmaneuver Rodney, and even tame that ferocious venomous snake. He must have quite a bit of skill. Wei Yabai felt a subtle fear in his heart about dealing with this guy. However, he hadn't expected that even though he had been prepared for Qin Yangji's fortitude, he would actually find him so unconventional upon their encounter. Qin Yangji said almost nothing, not even a greeting. As the starship approached, it immediately launched its light cannon attack. A massive energy wave rippled across the distance. Wei Yabai received the warship's warning of an attack almost instantly. He immediately activated the warship's energy shield. Boom! Blazing flames blasted across the outer edge of the arc-shaped protective shield. An alarm immediately sounded within the warship. "Commander, what's going on?" Wei Yabai maneuvered the warship to land on a nearby planet in the 167 mineral cluster. Qin Yangji immediately gave chase. Inside the warship, Wei Yabai muttered in disbelief, "Damn, what kind of reckless person is this?" Qi Xian in support quickly came forward to check on the commander. After confirming Wei Yabai was alright, they watched the warship land on a desolate planet. Then, the sound of a massive starship echoed from the sky. A clear, young woman's voice echoed from above the starship. "You devilish bastards, you're surrounded. Either surrender or get out of here. I don't want to repeat myself a second time. Listen or not, just fire." As soon as she finished her words, the starship's artillery fire rained down like meteors. Qin Yangji didn't know how cunning Wei Yabai was. But it didn't matter, she didn't need to know. No matter how much scheming there was, it was nothing in the face of absolute power. This was something every commander knew. She believed that Wei Yabai, being a clever man, would definitely think she was a reckless person. Qin Yangji was a reckless person, to be sure, but she was also a reckless person with a lot of intentions. Watching the artillery fire rain down like a torrential downpour of meteors, Wei Yabai's face darkened. The protective shield was deployed to its maximum. Hearing the thunderous sound of the falling artillery, he felt a moment of helplessness. Is this ever going to end? Yue, in the melee position, scratched his hair impatiently, grabbed his mech key, and rushed forward. "Commander, I'm going to take that battleship down. They're really giving these Qian guys a hard time." He had a hot temper, and couldn't help but rush out into his mech to fight. Wei Yabai glanced at them and sneered, "Stop." Yue stopped abruptly. "Behave yourself." He looked at the battleship's screen, and saw the starship slowly descending in midair. Seeing this, Wei Yabai narrowed his eyes. Isn't there enough energy? Yes, how much energy could these starships sit to expel them hold? But then a thought occurred to him. The next second, the starship suddenly extended countless weapon barrels, all moving towards the battleship's position. Wei Yabai's face turned pale. If the situation weren't so awkward, he had wanted to tell them to calm down, but the weapons in the starship didn't fire. Wei Yabai erected the ship's protective barrier. Everyone retreated, watching the group preparing on the other side. Qin Yangji glanced at the others, receiving a commanding glance. Then he entered the mecha and stepped forward, his Mo Dao clattering to the ground with a thud. "You're the only ones who want to steal our stuff?" As she spoke, the Mo Dao swung forward, slinging it across her shoulder like a big sister. Wei Yabai's brows furrowed slightly at this. Yue, in close combat, couldn't help but speak first. "Why are you so rude? What's there to steal in this poor, remote place like Qian?" He spat on the ground. Qin Yangji and the Qian soldier behind him suddenly darkened. Wei Yabai's brows furrowed with veins, his heart skipping a beat as he watched Yue's suicidal act. For some reason, he suddenly had a bad feeling. Sure enough, a green vine appeared with a swish the next second. Then, flames erupted with a roar. A wave of fire, like an open hand, lashed out, flinging Yue dozens of meters away. It crushed a large number of mechas with a roar, creating a sharp line of demarcation. Wei Yabai's eyes flashed. A direct attack right away? Isn't that bad? He sneered, and the mecha's spear swung out. The icy aura was like a sharp blade, trying to cut through the flames instantly, but the vines on the ground suddenly snapped and blocked it. Wei Yabai looked down in surprise. A long sword lay stretched out before him. Vines entwined around it, emitting a faint glow. A flash of surprise flashed across Wei Yabai's eyes. This is Immortal Vine? Though horrified, Qin Yangji saw the falling sword and swung his Mo Dao abruptly. Whoosh! A flaming blade wheel suddenly flew towards him. Wei Yabai didn't have time to think. He swung his spear, slamming the tip into the air wall. The energy crystal at the spearhead erupted with energy, instantly erecting a wall of ice several feet high. Puff! The flaming blade wheel spun frantically, slicing through the ice wall with a chilling, bone-sawing sound that sent shivers down his spine. Wei Yabai's grip on the spear strained, his jaw tensing. The energy crystal spun with incredible force, releasing energy in waves, transmitting it to the ice wall. The next second. Bang! A swift and powerful force slashed down. Wei Yabai's mech figure retreated, his footsteps sinking into the sand. He looked up, and saw the slender blade of a long-handled Mo Dao lying across the ice wall. So what if they already started fighting? Qin Yangji tilted his head, and asked arrogantly. You think you can stop me? That's not enough. As soon as he finished speaking, flames erupted from the Mo Dao, setting the ice wall ablaze. Inch by inch, the ice wall melted away, transforming into a continuous stream. Bit by bit, it vanished from Wei Yabai's sight. The Demon Eye team was startled. This is... They stared in astonishment at the massive crimson neck and the guillotine-like blade in her hand. Her swing was like the harvest of death, wielding a blazing flame capable of instantly burning life to ash. Constellation 167 belongs to the Red Flame. Outsiders die. Qin Yangji roared, and the troops behind her were immediately linked by her. They all drew their swords and charged forward. A ferocious aura, like a tiger's roar, rushed straight towards the Demon Eye, leaving a shuddering aura. Wei Yabai was shocked. He could see that Qin Yangji's command link played a huge role in this, uniting the scattered Red Flame troops into a highly coordinated and tacitly coordinated team. Even he might not be able to achieve this. Before Wei Yabai could say anything, Yu Yi, a melee fighter nearby, angrily flung his massive sword and axe. Damn you Red Flame guys. What's with all that arrogance? I'm going to go and meet them. As soon as he finished speaking, before Wei Yabai could react, he attacked Qin Yangji from the side. Qin Yangji, wielding his Mo Dao in both hands, was engaged in a counterattack against Wei Yabai's supernatural energy, paying no attention to him. Yu Yi knew this, and that's why he attacked Qin Yangji at this very moment, taking advantage of his defense and striking him in the groin. However, just as Yu Yi rushed forward, a massive vine suddenly extended from the side, quickly encircling his mid-air figure. Yu Yi's eyes widened, a cold glint in their pupils. Shwa! The short sword sliced through space, seemingly ripping through the air, its silver blade whirling like a crescent-shaped blade. It directly ensnared Yu Yi's bone whip, and then, swiftly, it yanked out. In an instant, he was like a shredded kite, hurtling backwards, bringing down a fleet of mechas. The mechas fell to the ground in a heap. Wei Yabai's eyes flickered, his spear swirled, and he pressed down. He spun to avoid the swiftly approaching blades, and the blades that whizzed past him at breakneck speed. If he had been even half a second slower, the broad Mo Dao would have beheaded him without hesitation. Wei Yabai had no doubts. Qin Yangji's movements were ruthless and fierce, showing no mercy. This was perfectly normal. The Red Flame and the Demon Eye were already in a highly charged rivalry, and it was only natural that the Red Flame disliked the Demon Eye. But Shang Yueshan was among them. Wei Yabai wouldn't mistake the Immortal Vine. He knew better than anyone, for he and Shang Yueshan had been in the same laboratory. One could say that Shang Yueshan had been trained to be a sharp blade for him. But later, he overestimated his fission process, and when the Institute fell into chaos, he seized a flying vehicle and fled, his whereabouts unknown ever since. Some say Shang Yueshan was killed by space pirates, while others say he became one. He didn't know his name. Wei Yabai only knew the codename Shang Yueshan represented. That string of numbers. But at this moment, he knew with absolute clarity that Qian's melee fighter was a man named Shang Yueshan. So Subject 01 from the M01 lab had now become Qian's Shang Yueshan. Realizing this, Wei Yabai wanted to call out Shang Yueshan's name, but he paused for a moment. Just as he was about to speak, Qin Yangji's sword swung towards him, faster than he could imagine. Wei Yabai could only focus on his gun to block the attack. Qin Yangji's attack was too fast. Wei Yabai had no choice but to mobilize his connected soldiers to counterattack. Qin Yangji quickly advanced into the center of the Demon Eye team, and was then surrounded by layers of Demon Eye mechas. Commander. Some soldiers within the Qian team, unfamiliar with Qin Yangji's operations, looked at her worriedly. The next second, they felt the ground shaking. Wei Yabai looked at Qin Yangji, surrounded by the crowd, and just said, "Qin Yangji, you're surrounded." He had done his research and knew that this mecha was Qin Yangji's hellfire. So, the commander here must be Qin Yangji himself. Qin Yangji curled his lips into a smile. "You're surrounded." Wei Yabai was a little confused. The next second, a faint vibration could be heard from beneath his feet. Then, two massive starships landed in the distance, and within them emerged massive mechas. Qian support. These words flashed through Wei Yabai's mind. Then his brows twitched. How could it be? He had only brought a demon eye force of less than 10,000 men to the 167th mineral planet. Why would Qian go to such great lengths? Wei Yabai was inwardly astonished. But he knew that with the arrival of the Qian army, even with 10,000 men, he would have no chance of breaking through. Qin Yangji added fuel to the fire. Wei Yabai, I heard that your demon eyes value you very much. I wonder what they can offer in exchange for you. It must be a good deal. Qin Yangji smiled. Wei Yabai's heart skipped a beat. Qian's target was him? Wei Yabai's team quickly closed in on him, ready to protect the central command. But none of them were as fast as Qin Yangji. The broad Mo Dao spun in a circle around him, and a powerful SSS-level spiritual force instantly erupted. As the Mo Dao slashed down, a flaming dragon immediately erupted, roaring towards a corner of the encirclement. Bang! The fire dragon swam away, breaking free from the encirclement. The next second, a flash of silver light flashed, and a grappling claw darted towards them. Snap! The claw grasped Qin Yangji's mech arm, then suddenly retracted. Instantly, Qin Yangji was freed from the encirclement. Wei Yabai looked up. The Qian team support retracted the grappling hook and stood beside Qin Yangji, looking over. The Qian commander stood still, dusting off his mech, his long sword poised on the ground. He shouted, "Capture the Demon Eye Commander. Anyone who invades Qian territory. Kill!" The Qian team erupted in passionate roars. Each word of killing ignited a murderous aura that threatened to pierce the sky. The Demon Eye team was startled. Then, the distant team approached, and Qin Yangji stepped forward, sword in hand. The momentum seemed capable of instantly shredding the Demon Eye's troops, forcing Wei Yabai to take a step back. He glanced around, seeing the troops gradually merging with the crowd. Yu Yi's face was extremely grim. "Commander, what should we do?" There was no chance of forcing the Demon Eyes. Qi Yan's reinforcements were too numerous. Could he have miscalculated? Qi Yan had already decided that Qin Yangji would lead the main force in the joint military competition? Otherwise, there was no explanation for her driving out so many Qian troops. Wei Yabai's expression shifted. Finally, as the sound of the ground shaking approached, he gritted his teeth and said unwillingly, "Retreat." Chapter 89. At Wei Yabai's command, the Demon Eye team immediately departed triumphantly. The crowd instantly gathered toward the interior of the warship. Qin Yangji didn't pursue, but simply watched the warship sail away from the desolate planet before slowly sitting down and waiting. Then she raised her laptop and alerted the several reconnaissance mechas in the distance. "Okay, the Demon Eye has retreated. You can pack up your gear and prepare to return." Qin Yangji submitted her mission log. Then, watching the Demon Eye's departing warship, the massive mechanical monster shrank to the size of an ant in the sky, clearly already far away. How naive. Qin Yangji sighed. You believe it just like that. Hearing her somewhat disbelieving sigh, someone in the Red Flame team behind her twitched their lips. Honestly, using holographic projections to impersonate an army is truly hard for any normal person to imagine. "Commander, what if they don't leave?" Someone asked quietly, a hint of curiosity in their voice. Qin Yangji replied matter-of-factly, "Then let's fight them." "Why? 5,000 of us can't defeat 10,000. The Red Flame soldier who asked the question twitched his lips even more violently. He couldn't help but think, how can 5,000 defeat 10,000? And, you guys drain the starship's energy from the start. When the battle comes, we won't even have space weapons. Qin Yangji didn't think this was a problem. In her opinion, the Demon Eye wouldn't dare attack. Wei Yabai couldn't afford the gamble. This was Red Flame's territory. If the Demon Eye's support arrived, would Wei Yabai dare to disconnect and reconnect? If he dared. The moment they disconnected, Qin Yangji would let those Demon Eye thieves know why the flowers were so red. "You're still young." She sighed with emotion. "If it were me, I have to turn back and take a closer look to see if the reinforcements were real or fake. I feign to leave, then turn back and launch a surprise attack." Qin Yangji said this. The Qian soldiers preparing to retreat were speechless. People as treacherous as Commander Chen are rare. Someone whispered to their companions. The companions nodded in agreement. So many shady tricks. After hearing this, Chen Yongji looked at Shang Yueshan and said, "This is called deception in war. What do you know?" Shang Yueshan nodded honestly. "Yes, very impressive." Li Jingxian suppressed a smile. Wei Xian's mouth twitched, and he put his arm around Chen Yongji's shoulder. "Come on, you only know how to fool small business owners. Chen Yongji, how could you be so mean? You even sent someone to get the seismic equipment. If I weren't afraid to listen to your instructions, I would have believed them, not to mention the Demon Eye Gang." Chen Yongji glanced him up and down. "Anyone who believes you is an idiot." Wei Xian paused, his face dark and grim. "Chen Yongji, don't think I really don't dare to hit you." Chen Yongji circled Li Jingxian, threatening, "I advise you to stop. I'm the commander. Aren't you support personnel supposed to protect the commander?" Wei Xian, ow. Wei Xian's arms were long, and as Wang Wenqing silently stretched out his foot to trip Chen Yongji, he grabbed Chen Yongji's ear and gently lifted him up. "You're calling me an idiot, aren't you?" Chen Yongji's face furrowed. It hurts, let go, Wei Xian." Shang Yueshan stepped forward, frowning and looking at Wei Xian with disapproval. Before he could say anything, Wei Xian raised his hand to stop him. "Don't say anything. She's just pretending. She's only trying to fool honest people like you." Hee hee. Chen Yongji winked at Shang Yueshan. He immediately understood that Wei Xian was right. Then he watched as the golden-haired mouse was led away by Wei Xian's ears. "Chen Yongji, let's go to the fighting arena and talk it out." Chen Yongji, his fate held by his ears, continued to challenge him. "You can't beat me in the fighting arena. Give up, Wei Xian, and don't humiliate yourself." Wei Xian's anger, which had just subsided, suddenly flared up again. The two of them fought and made their way towards the fighting arena, leaving the 5 adults helplessly watching the two like elementary school students. Shang Yueshan looked at Li Jingxian, then at Shi Cixin, and seeing that Chen Yongji's mother and sister were both motionless, he felt relieved. He sighed silently. Just as Qian was returning to the military zone, Wei Yabai and the others were also on their way back to the Demon Eye Galaxy. "Commander, are we leaving just like that?" the support member of the Demon Eye team asked somewhat unwillingly. Wei Yabai pondered. "Staying here will be very disadvantageous for us." He guessed that Chen Yongji had depleted the starship's special energy source. The storage capacity of these interstellar warships was generally similar, unless they were as special as Jinghai's recharge fleet. Each Phantom warship had a large energy storage tank, so even a lavish bombing like Chen Yongji's would only consume a small amount. But Qian's starship was clearly not a Phantom warship, so its stored energy must not be very large. However, 2 more warships had arrived in the support team. Even Wei Yabai marveled at Qian's generosity, deploying 2 such warships. Moreover, he was impressed by Chen Yongji's integration of the Qian team. He could see that the team led by Chen Yongji possessed exceptional cohesion and unity. A fight between such a team would be no advantage to the Demon Eye. But Wei Yabai remained puzzled. Is it really that necessary? Qian had expended such powerful means to deal with just him. He couldn't explain why, but he felt something was amiss. But now that they had left Qian's territory, there was little point in digging deeper. Wei Yabai reasoned. But calming down, another question occurred to him. He had no doubt that Qian's melee mecha was the right one. That was the power of the Immortal Vine. The Immortal Vine, at the forefront of the Star Beast sequence, could constantly regenerate. He checked the information on the Qian team. Besides the main commander, Chen Yongji, the melee soldier was named Shang Yueshan, and the mecha in stance was called the Killing Star. The moment he saw this name, Wei Yabai's brows trembled. Announced it just like that? The Killing Star mecha was a closely guarded secret within the Demon Eye Labs. During the secret experiments, no one dared to publicly mention its name, fearing that Qi Yan would learn of it and subsequently cause them to become nervous about their biological experiments. To think that the Killing Star would appear so openly on Qi Yan's roster at this moment was truly astonishing. Wei Yabai was almost certain that this Shang Yueshan was the experimental subject from the Demon Eye Labs. A mecha monster with 100% complete integration. He was also the strongest warrior the Demon Eye had ever created for him. Compared to the Killing Star, Yui was merely an imperfect substitute. Everyone knew this. But at this moment, facing the information about the Killing Star, Wei Yabai hesitated. Should I report it? The Killing Star's escape might not be a bad thing. He wasn't the most perfect creation. In fact, Wei Yabai held such a prominent position in the laboratory precisely because the most perfect creation above him had been lost. That's why the Demon I had to devote so much effort and dedication to training him, spending countless energy and effort to cultivate him into the strongest commander of the new generation. If a Shang Yuishan appeared whose experimental results were even better than his, Wei Yabai wasn't sure he would still be valued by the Demon Eye. His authority would be significantly transferred to another person. He couldn't tolerate this. For Wei Yabai, this was even more painful than killing him. Since he was gone, he completely cleared his browsing history. Just pretend he never existed, he thought. At least in the Demon Eye, he wanted to be the most respected. Shang Yuishan could thrive in Qian, and perhaps he didn't want to return to the Demon Eye. Thus, Wei Yabai didn't report any abnormalities. Besides, he even probed others to see if anyone had noticed Shang Yuishan's presence. Yui was a hot-tempered man, but he was also a simpleton, his mind so foolish that Wei Yabai's casual probing words had pried open all his resentment towards Qian. He had the typical Demon Eye mentality, believing that Qian was hindering the development of his galaxy, and therefore regarded all Qian people as enemies, staring intently at Qian, constantly waiting to bite off a piece of flesh from it. Upon hearing the commander mention Qian, his first reaction was that the main commander was truly arrogant. Wait until the joint competition, she realized just how wrong she was being so arrogant. Of course, that assumes Chen Yongji qualifies for the military joint competition. Hearing this, and Yui not mentioning the melee soldier at all, Wei Yabai felt relieved. As for whether Chen Yongji would make the main team selection, Wei Yabai felt the answer was a resounding yes. Besides Chen Yongji, he couldn't believe there was another answer. This guy's abilities and skills were almost superior to his own. Though he hated to admit it, it was the truth. Chen Yongji's command of the team, combined with his SSS-level power, gave Wei Yabai a sense of danger. He hadn't felt this way in a long time. Ever since conducting the biological fission experiment, Wei Yabai had always believed he possessed a unique advantage. Aside from the minor flaw of being unable to connect again, his other abilities were miles ahead of the average commander. His presence was unmatched. But Chen Yongji's appearance made him feel threatened. It was a crushing presence of command. Wei Yabai had a vague feeling something was amiss. He suddenly felt a little more worried about the upcoming military joint competition. But at this moment, Chen Yongji was extremely happy. Because her expulsion was so swift, by the time she returned to the training center on the Red Flame Star, the other teams hadn't returned yet. It wasn't until nightfall that the individual soldiers, somewhat dusty and bedraggled, began to arrive one after another. Seeing Chen Yongji waiting there, the commander's face was filled with a hint of helplessness. Knowing they were already defeated, the team slowly returned. Zuikan and the others waited quietly in the command tower, occasionally checking on the performance of the young commanders. Upon seeing Chen Yongji's report, Zuikan gave a rather helpless smile. This guy really does have a lot of clever ideas. He Xiandong grinned upon hearing this. That's not a bad thing. Look at how effective it is. They drove off the Demon Eye gang without a single blow. I think the Demon Eye's commander is still Wei Yabai. The Demon Eyes molded him into a young commanding genius, claiming he was a match for Chen Zhu. Yet, he's still no match for Chen Yongji, which shows we're still superior. He Xiandong was very optimistic about Chen Yongji. He had seen in the Burning Wood realm that Chen Yongji was a very resourceful girl, often coming up with brilliant ideas that could wreak havoc on her enemies. Zuikan nodded, agreeing with He Xiandong. Chen Yongji will be a very notable contestant in the joint military competition. She had a premonition. But then came a look of resignation from Zuikan. I have a feeling this guy is going to get into a lot of trouble. After all, talented commanders are always very individualistic. Zhu Jiangying also laughed. Chairman Zhao once said that Azu was very gentle, but even with that personality, he embarrassed Yatu and Demon Eyes a lot during the joint military competition. Chen Yongji doesn't seem to be a gentle person, and he's probably no less ruthless than Chairman He. He Xiandong heard her name being called. He waved his hands repeatedly. Don't be like me. You're so ruthless when you're young. You only realize the benefits of youth when you're old. Once she enjoys being a commander, she realizes how difficult it is to clean up the mess when she's chairman, faced with a commander like that. Better wait a few years. Wait until when? Zuikan glanced at his senior from afar, somewhat speechless. And then let me take over the mess, right? Wait a few years? Wouldn't that be the time for her to take over as speaker? He Xiandong grinned, his smile rather innocent. Zuikan was even more speechless. But you know what? I think this guy will bring a surprise at the joint competition. General Yu Lian was very interested in Chen Yongji's feigned support, and watched it over and over again. Zuikan rubbed his forehead. A surprise? It's good that he doesn't turn the Demon Eye upside down. She had a feeling that this military joint competition wouldn't be peaceful for Qian. And as if to fulfill Zhuokan's premonition, after the scores were released, it was almost certain that Qin Yongji's team would be the main force. Even within the Tianshu military region, some, like Shang Tiangong and Chu Yang, held differing opinions. In the looping holographic image of Qian, forcing back the demon eye, everyone could see Qin Yongji's decisiveness and his direct coordination with the team. In particular, his coordination with melee and support units was as smooth and natural as the movement of an arm. The confirmation of the main force meant that the team's training and integration would soon begin. For Qin Yongji, this period presented no challenges. Her coordination with Li Jingxian and the others was already seamless. However, for Li Jingxian and the others, they were eager to improve. Because Qin Yongji's progress was truly remarkable, if they didn't want to one day fall behind, they had to act now and quickly. Li Jingxian, Ruan Wenqing, Wei Xian, and even Shang Yueshan, who had practically become one with the mecha, were training frantically. Just before the start of the military joint competition, the entire Qian received a notice from the Interstellar Alliance. The military joint competition's 10-round format has been changed to 3. What exactly is the demon eye trying to do? Commander Zhuo clapped his hands over the documents and narrowed his eyes. A 3-round format requires each star system to increase its stakes. The demon eye offered a space crystal in the first round. The only comparable stake is a mining planet. These guys even specifically mentioned the existence of the Red Tower. Their intentions are obvious to everyone. After hearing the adjutant's statement, Commander Zhuo became even more furious. She then sat down in her chair and suddenly closed her eyes. After a moment, she opened them again. How is the main team training going? The adjutant presented Qin Yongji's team's training status. Detailed data for each position was displayed. Then, she nodded and dialed Qin Yongji's internal computer communication. Qin Yongji was bleary-eyed, having just emerged from the training room. Still training at this hour? Qin Yongji yawned and glanced at Zhuokan, who was standing on the other side. Zhuokan hadn't lied when she said she was training her as a candidate. In fact, she was doing just that. Qin Yongji had to accompany Zhuokan daily in simulated star beast attacks in various mutation zones. In these situations, she was like a mad sponge, absorbing the experience and knowledge of Zhuokan, the chief commander, and growing rapidly. This was also why Li Jingxian and the others were worried that they wouldn't be able to catch up with Qin Yongji. Now, let alone pretending to scare Wei Yabai off, she didn't think she'd lose even in a real fight. And while accompanying Zhuokan in training, she'd gotten to know him a little better. Seeing the small arch of muscle in Zhuokan's brow, Qin Yongji guessed she must be troubled by something, and had just been irritated. The purpose of this video call wasn't random. So, after yawning, Qin Yongji nodded and, without hesitation or a hint of modesty, made a bold statement, sharpening your weapons before the match. Even if it's not fast, it's still bright. Then, give the demon eyes a few more hits, and see if they're upset. These words struck a chord with Zhuokan. She had just been deeply infuriated by the demon eyes, and now she wished she could tear them apart. The military region will soon announce a major restructuring of the joint military competition. Qin Yongji nodded, indicating his understanding. This news wasn't groundless. Rumors had been circulating since the beginning. It seemed someone had even spread such rumors back in Tula, but without confirmation at the time, no one took it seriously. Are the restructuring changes significant? Qin Yongji asked. Zhuokan nodded. It seems the turmoil in the unknown star region is significant. The resource growth period may be arriving earlier than expected, which is why the entire galaxy is extremely tense right now. The plan is for 3 competitions, but I suspect there's a high probability that a resource boom will occur during the competition itself. We need to prepare in advance. Qin Yongji frowned. Why is the resource growth period in the unknown star region unstable right now? Zhuokan's eyes flickered slightly. The reason for this was unknown, but it was undoubtedly related to the demonic eye. After all, the demon eyes have been producing numerous resources of unknown origin over the past few years. It's unknown how they managed to enter the unknown star region. Every year, when the unknown star region opens, access is uniformly secured through the Interstellar Alliance's warp devices. Perhaps the demon eyes have deciphered the underlying technology, or perhaps they have some other method. In short, if the resources of the unknown star region are plundered, they will begin to compensate by replenishing them, bringing forward the resource growth period. The resource growth period is a unique time in the unknown star region. While unknown star regions bring star beasts and mutation zones, they often also contain numerous resource veins nurtured by abundant supernatural energy, as well as various energy materials. These are all extremely valuable. Major galaxies rely on the resource growth period to harvest vast quantities of materials, laying the foundation for their development. Zhuoqian's expression was somewhat serious. It wasn't just the demon eyes who wanted to seize the resource growth period, Qian also desperately needed it, more than any other galaxy. Because Qian's resources had been severely damaged during the Battle of Yatu, they urgently needed to replenish them. Due to changes in the competition format, all current competitions are significantly different from others. In typical competitions, prizes are awarded based on stakes not provided by the star system. We call them collectibles. Each match now gives out 10 types of collectibles per star system. Qin Yangji immediately understood what she said. Generally speaking, the collectibles in military joint competitions are representative and valuable resources from each star system. For example, Qian's former resource was a resource mining star. Zhuoqian specifically pointed this out, and Qin Yangji understood almost instantly. What did the demon eye bring out? Zhuoqian frowned and said in a deep voice, a space crystal. A space energy crystal with the ability to teleport. Once the teleporter is activated, it can enter unknown star regions. The space crystal is the key embedded in the teleportation device. Logically, only the Interstellar Alliance possesses such an item, because the Interstellar Alliance possesses a space energy crystal, the Phantom Ghost, ranked 13th in the Star Beast sequence, which represents space energy and possesses the ability to teleport. It is also one of only 2 star beasts with space energy within the top 100 star beast sequences. Qin Yangji's face darkened. Where did the demon eye get the space crystal? The steps to craft a space crystal are extremely complex, and the materials required are extremely rare. Generally speaking, a space crystal core is sacrificed, and then a large amount of space energy is used to refine it. Only the most elite star beasts can wield such vast amounts of space energy. Coincidentally, both the Phantom Ghost and the Yin-Yang Ziwei are capable of possessing such vast amounts of energy. Unlike the Liang Ziwei plant, the Phantom Ghost isn't a rare species. Unlike plants that might shed a powerful seed before dying, star beasts can regenerate endlessly. As long as they exist in the unknown star region, they can continuously descend upon the interstellar realm. Zhuoqian didn't elaborate, simply reminding Qin Yangji, I haven't received any reports of high-level star beast incursions. In other words, if a star beast like the Phantom Ghost appeared and triggered a riot in the mutation zone, the commotion would be significant. Such star beasts aren't the type to be eliminated in secret. So either the demonic eye had slain the Phantom Ghost star beast in an unknown star region, or... Commander Zhua, do you suspect the Yin-Yang Ziwei's energy core is in the demonic eye? Qin Yangji quickly realized this. This wasn't a difficult question. As Qin Yangji spoke, his expression grew cold. The Yin-Yang Ziwei's energy core and Qin Zhu's spiritual core had merged into one, meaning that Qin Zhu's missing spiritual core might be in the demonic eye's possession. However, Zhuoqian couldn't be certain. I can't give you a definitive answer. At least for now, I don't have any information about this spatial spiritual core. The demonic eye has kept it very well hidden. Qin Yangji pursed his lips slightly. This wasn't the most important thing. Zhuoqian continued, the problem now is that the devil eye has offered this spatial crystal, representing an extra opportunity during the growth period to enter an unknown star region. As a collection item, we must offer something of equal value. The current situation is very unfavorable for Qian. Resource stars and flight routes have been offered, and Jinghai has even offered his prize Phantom battleship. This means Qian must offer something comparable. What the devil eye wants is the Red Pagoda. Qin Yangji's expression suddenly froze. No. She immediately denied it. Qin Yangji herself lived on Tanlang Star and understood the powerful soothing and purifying power of the Red Pagoda for those on Tanlang Star who had experienced alien energy invasions. Meijun had once been so overwhelmed by the surge of alien energy that she could barely stand. She had once been so powerful, fighting alongside the main commander and hailed as the backbone of Qian. But now, under the influence of that energy, she was a step away from insanity. Qian couldn't live without the Red Tower. Otherwise, everyone on Tanlang Star would be driven into a frenzy by the chaotic energy. Qian must not lose the Red Tower. That's why I came to you. This first match is crucial, and we must ensure victory. Zhuoqian was also feeling a bit of a headache. She knew, of course, that the Red Tower was crucial to Qian, but the pressure from the Interstellar Alliance and the voices within Qian had also divided the Resource Management Department, who were unwilling to give up the resource area in exchange for the Red Tower. Furthermore, the demon eye didn't ask for much, just a year's use, but anyone could make nice claims. After the year was up, it was uncertain whether the demon eye would be returned. Giving it away would be easy, but getting it back would be difficult. However, compared to a year's use of the Red Tower versus a resource star or flight route, most people in Qian's internal council preferred the Red Tower in exchange for the latter. After all, once a resource star or flight route was given away, it was truly gone, while the Red Tower still had a legitimate opportunity to be reclaimed. And it was only for a year. As the commander-in-chief of the military region, Zhuoken spent years at the site. She felt a close bond with the Qian soldiers. She knew they had shed blood and suffered wounds for Qian. Every wound they bore was linked to every inch of land Qian had conquered, and every resource Qian had acquired was the product of their hard work. Every wound they endured was a mark of their dedication to Qian. Qian could not abandon these people. Perhaps the Red Tower represented resources and interests to the high-ranking members of parliament, but in Zhuoken's eyes, it was a quantified life. She understood deeply what this represented. In a single year, countless people on the brink of collapse might die. How innocent are these people? Chen Yongji heard her whisper the reasons. Perhaps because Chen Yongji was about to take on her responsibilities, she explained the complexities of the council with remarkable clarity. After listening, Chen Yongji sighed. The Qian council and the military have been divorced for too long. Left Councillor nodded. Chairman He Xianong acts unruly, and the council has many tricks to deceive him. They only care about their own gains, not the losses to the military. Perhaps because peace has lasted for too long, and the greatest threat, Yatu, has been eliminated, the council no longer needs the military to influence its decisions, and even wants to weaken its influence as much as possible. Chen Yongji took note of this. Zhuoken got down to business. The League assessment system involves entering a selected mutation zone, collecting items scattered across the star systems within, and then reaching the finish line. Successful points calculations are considered a success, and all collected items become property of that team. Chen Yongji nodded. I understand. You want us to take the Red Tower first? Zhuoken nodded. Indeed. Qi Yin can offer the Red Tower, but whether or not we can take it depends on whether Demon I has the ability to do so. Chen Yongji smiled, her fangs bared like the sharp teeth of a demon. Behind her smile, a beast crouched, slowly licking its claws. Then let Demon I try. If she wants to lay her hands on the Red Tower, her sword is no slouch. Chapter 90. The Red Pagoda's deal caused a stir throughout Qian. Not just on Tanlang Star, but Tanlang Star was the most tolerant of this. Most of the people on Tanlang Star were retired and injured soldiers. They strongly supported the Qian military's decision. Even Ming Jun specifically video-chatted Chen Yongji about it. Don't feel pressured, Xiaoang. Her smile was always tolerant and gentle, which made Chen Yongji's heart ache. The Red Pagoda's existence is a blessing. Even if we abandon it, as long as we can make a small contribution to Qian, we will be satisfied. Ming Jun's eyes were very penetrating. Unbeknownst to Chen Yongji, they had actually met privately during the time of Qian's injured soldiers. News of the Red Flame Tower's departure had spread long before. The demon I had been blatantly coveting the Red Tower, exhausting all manner of resources to acquire it, but to no avail. However, the demon I's intentions had been known for a long time, and the people of Tanlang Star were not surprised. In fact, they had always been prepared for Red Kappa's departure. Furthermore, the current situation seemed far better than Ming Jun and the others had imagined. It's too early to say, but I don't think our Red Flame team is any worse than the Demon Eye. Ming Jun's words were gentle yet powerful, and Chen Yongji quickly relaxed. The corners of her lips curled up, revealing a sweet smile. Don't worry, Mother Ming Jun. We won't let the Demon Eye seize the Red Tower. Don't worry, uncles and aunts. You should heal your wounds well, and strive to one day leave Tanlang Star. The Red Tower's light would no longer be needed, and the damage to the spiritual realm could be healed. Chen Yongji said silently. Ming Jun smiled and nodded, repeating, I believe in our Qian children. Don't feel pressured, Xiaoang. Just standing on the competition stage of the military joint competition is the pride of Qian. Chen Yongji knew she was trying to comfort him. The news of Heng Ta's departure had probably spread throughout Qian by now. It might have only been a year, but anyone with a discerning eye could see that, given the Demon Eye's greed, could Qian truly welcome Heng Ta back? This was debatable, so it was best to sever all ties at the source. Deprive the Demon Eye of the opportunity to seize Heng Ta. And this was what Chen Yongji was going to do. With the military joint competition approaching, all major star regions were in full swing. The first match of this time was confirmed to be on Edo Star, with the mutation zone Edo Mountains as the venue. Edo, a resource-rich planet of the Interstellar Alliance, is located in the Akalan region. It was once on the brink of disaster after the emergence of the Yin-Yang Ziwei. Due to its remote location, during the eradication of the Yin-Yang Ziwei, control of Edo was lost. This caused the anomalous energy triggered by the Yin-Yang Z-Wave uprising to expand rapidly across Edo, quickly contaminating the entire Edo Mountains and subsequently triggering an anomalous energy alarm, making it known to the public. Edo suffered severe contamination from this invasion, but fortunately, the scope of the anomalous zone in the Edo Mountains has been significantly reduced through the efforts of the Interstellar Alliance over the years. Currently, half of Edo is free to welcome participants from various interstellar systems. When Qin Yangji set foot on Edo's land aboard his starship, the first thing he felt was a gust of sandy wind. Edo is a typical sandy landform. Only the mutant zone boasts continuous rotting forests and trees of low-level mutant creatures. Beyond that, plants growing in normal areas are mostly sandy soil plants, which are very drought-resistant. Qin Yangji spat out the gravel he had inhaled. Wei Xian, choking behind him, sneezed repeatedly. He waved his hands as he watched the yellow sand rise in front of him. What's going on? All that dust? Wei Xian tiptoed ahead, and Qin Yangji turned his head. Sure enough, they saw the confrontation on the other side. It was Tula and the Demon Eyes team. Rodney and Wei Yabaya collided. Ron Winching's excellent eyesight allowed him to clearly see the situation ahead. Rodney and the Tula team behind him were glaring fiercely at the Demon Eye on the other side. Wei Yabai looked at the snake-eyed boy before him, his eyes cold, a contempt evident without needing to be expressed. It seems Tula's training is thorough, and he still has time to waste at Starport. Wei Yabai said this lightly, yet it was naturally tinged with unspoken sarcasm. Rodney's eyes narrowed, and then he sneered. Of course, he's no match for the Demon Eyes. He invaded the red flame, and was driven back in disgrace. Yu Yi's expression immediately became irritated. He pushed aside the two people around him, and was about to grab Rodney by the collar, but a glare from Wei Yabai stopped him in his tracks. Yu Yi? The commander called out his name in a cold and unpleasant voice. Yu Yi stopped in his tracks, but a hint of resentment and anger remained on his face. You Tulas are quite bold, provoking me before the match. Don't you even consider what you've done in previous joint competitions? Rodney chuckled. That was all in the past. This time, Demon, I might not be able to secure the championship so easily. Just you guys? Yui raised his eyebrows, speaking rather arrogantly. I'm afraid we're not worthy. Rodney caught sight of the gradually passing Qian team, bringing them into his sight. Then he sneered, we're not worthy. There are plenty of people who want to bring Demon Eye down. We're not the only ones who dislike Demon Eye. Wei Yabai followed his gaze, and saw the Qian team, who were watching them curiously from the side. The group was huddled together, with the commander leading the way, support and melee fighters. Surrounding them were the rangers. Sensing the Qian rangers' gazes, Rodney, in a surprisingly cheerful mood, raised his hand and greeted them. Ruan Winching was startled, but nodded back out of politeness. It seemed as if the two groups were interacting with a kind of brotherly warmth. Wei Yabai's expression grew grave. When did the relationship between Qian and the Tula team become so close? He suddenly felt a sense of crisis, his brows furrowed slightly, and his eyes twisted imperceptibly. Seeing this, Rodney narrowed his eyes, and smiled contentedly. Our old friend has arrived. I won't bother you with Starport Sands. Let's go say hello to Commander Chen. Rodney waved his hand, and the Tula team immediately followed him. Seeing Tula leave, the Demon Eyes snorted in anger. Yui snorted in anger. What are you so arrogant about? A bunch of potion-selling idiots, just Demon Eyes. Wei Yabai's eyes narrowed, and Yui immediately swallowed the insult. In public, be aware that walls have ears. The Interstellar Alliance hosted the military competition. The Interstellar Alliance holds interstellar harmony very seriously. While the Interstellar Alliance Council often serves as a mascot, openly challenging the Alliance's authority in this situation is the work of a fool. Yui curled his lips and fell silent, clearly feeling somewhat guilty. When Rodney came forward to greet Qin Yangji was still a little uneasy. They had just watched the show between Demon Eye and Tula, and were even secretly wondering how these two annoying guys were fighting each other, when they saw Tula's team approach and greet them enthusiastically. Commander Chen, it's been a while since we last met. Qian's aura has truly grown stronger. Ming Hung raised the corner of his mouth, stepped forward, and attempted to pat Wei Xian, then stopped under his watchful gaze. Don't be so nervous. We're not enemies. Rodney nodded. Indeed, with the demonic eye in front of us, I believe Qian and Tula share the same goal. Are you here to form an alliance? Chen Yangji raised an eyebrow in curiosity. Rodney tilted his head. That's not the case. The joint military competition is a major event representing all galaxies. Whether or not to form an alliance depends on the council behind us. However, I believe there shouldn't be any obvious conflict between us and Qian. Rodney narrowed his eyes, trying to gauge Qin Yangji's expression. What Qian could hear, Tula could certainly hear as well. They both knew that the first round of this joint military competition would contain a considerable collection of items, including Qian's Red Tower and the Demonic Eye's Space Crystal. Tula wants the latter. And their biggest competitor is the Demon Eye. You know, every year in the military joint competition, there are some emerging teams, such as this year's Tula team, which is exceptionally strong. The ones who consistently demonstrate impressive military prowess are the Demon Eye and Red Flame, two regular contenders for the championship. Naturally, they will become the primary targets. However, Tula's current goal is the Space Crystal, while Red Flame prioritizes the Red Tower. The Demon Eye is less certain. Since it wants the Red Tower, it certainly won't willingly give up the Space Crystal, which is 99% rare. While the Red Tower is valuable, it will be of little use to other star systems without biological experiments, or with a large number of individual soldiers, whose mental realms are unstable due to the mutant energy. The Demon Eye wants it simply because it has people in its territory, who have become unstable due to the large-scale biological experiments. They are all extremely valuable talents, and it is reluctant to give them up, so it is willing to pay such a high price in exchange for the Red Tower. Qin Yangji noticed Rodney's probing, but she didn't respond immediately. Instead, she glanced him up and down, giving him a rather arrogant glance. When did Tula become so gossipy? Instead of asking about this, why not see which of you will be eliminated first? Rodney's smile froze. I hadn't expected Qin Yangji to be so disrespectful, not even flinching. If we could join forces and drive the Demon Eye out, wouldn't that be the best of both worlds? But Qin Yangji's attitude was incredibly arrogant. Don't worry about our feud with the Demon Eye. We're all destined to be kicked out by Qian. Why should we even consider who's going to be eliminated first? Qin Yangji raised an eyebrow and spoke slowly. Mingheng's smile froze, and he whispered, "Damn, so arrogant?" Wei Xian shook his shoulders, shrugged off his arm, and swept his blue eyes over Mingheng. You think so? Our commander can pick both of you. He didn't hesitate to build momentum for Qin Yangji. Qin Yangji's smile faltered, and he silently reached out and pinched Wei Xian. Rodney didn't take Qin Yangji's boast to heart. He watched Qian's team pass by, and out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of the Demon Eye team, and a smug smile spread across his face. Seeing this, Wei Yabai's heart skipped a beat, and his eyes couldn't help but follow Qin Yangji's gaze. Tula and Qian were chatting happily. Could they have really made some kind of deal? And Wei Yabai had made a decision. Commander, when the time comes. The long-range attacker, observing this, clearly shared Wei Yabai's concerns. If Qian aids Tula and divides up the collection, the situation will be extremely unfavorable for the Demon Eye. They not only want to take Qian's Red Tower, but also the Demon Eye's own Space Crystal. These two items must not fall into the hands of others. Wei Yabai made a decision. Upon arriving on Edo Star, Qin Yangji rushed into the building to avoid being caught in the sandy wind outside. Then, he followed Shang Yueshan and Wei Xian into the training room. Xiaoyang, you were so arrogant just now. 1 versus 2, you're so bold. Tell me, what if Rodney and the Demon Eye turn against us? Wei Xian sat down in the training room, never once idle. He unleashed his mecha and began to survey the area. After speaking with Qin Yangji, he harassed Cixin. Cixin, do you think my Fire Eagle is lacking something? I'd like to replace the core of the cannon. The current one isn't powerful enough. Cixin glanced at him unhappily. This is already the 3rd core. I want to see how you plan to change it. Wei Xian shrank back. Qin Yangji grabbed his collar and pulled him back. Stop talking nonsense, Wei Xian. Come on, let's fight. Wei Xian struggled. I won't fight. Ask Shang Yueshan to do it. Xiaoyang, the joint competition is tomorrow, and I'm injured and can't compete. As soon as he saw Qin Yangji trying to challenge someone to a fight, he wanted to run away. This guy was so careless in his fighting, he was ready to send him to see his grandmother. It was too dangerous. In the end, Shang Yueshan, seeing how miserable he was, didn't want Wei Xian to waste Qin Yangji's time. He could see that Qin Yangji was a little anxious, so he wanted to find someone to fight with. The Red Pagoda's inclusion in the collection weighed heavily on Qin Yangji. She couldn't bear the cost of losing the Red Pagoda to Qian if she failed. Because Mingjun was a beneficiary of the Red Pagoda, Qin Yangji knew full well how important it was to Qian and to Tanlang Star. Hence, she felt a certain anxiety, a feeling that could only be alleviated through constant battle. Shang Yueshan practiced with her all night, stopping only the next day, when the joint military competition began. Looking at the Starkiller mecha she had knocked to the ground, a smile suddenly crossed her lips. She then extended her hand to Xiang Yueshan. "Thank you, Celia." Xiang Yueshan heard her voice, lighthearted and cheerful, tinged with resentment. She couldn't help but smile. Seeing Chen Yangji relax, Xiang Yueshan couldn't help but feel happy too. "Glad I could help you." Chen Yangji touched the scar on the killer star. The immortal vine slowly began to heal, patching up the damage to the connecting thread bit by bit. Xiang Yueshan felt the pain of his nerves being pulled, but paid it no mind. Chen Yangji suddenly looked towards him, his eyes fixed on him. For a moment, Xiang Yueshan's face flushed. Then, he felt a powerful force suddenly invade his mind. He instinctively wanted to resist, but the moment it touched him, he realized it was Chen Yangji's mental tentacles, and controlled himself. Then, the force rushed into his mind, and Xiang Yueshan briefly lost consciousness. When he recovered, the wound in his mind had been instantly healed. Xiang Yueshan realized something and instinctively looked at Chen Yangji. "This is..." Chen Yangji raised his hand to signal for secrecy. "A secret." Xiang Yueshan pursed his lips and nodded, indicating he wouldn't tell anyone. Chen Yangji successfully invaded the Immortal Vine's mental domain, and she could already feel the transformative power. Now, Chen Yangji could invade anyone's mental domain if she so desired. However, this behavior was strictly prohibited during the military joint competition. The military joint competition began with a lengthy speech by the leaders of each star system. In the past, Chen Yangji had heard He Xuandong's half-page speech and assumed that was the limit of its complexity. Unexpectedly, He Xuandong's speech was relatively concise among the leaders of several star systems. The demonic eye's thin face, sunken on both sides, and his pale, sickly face, an extremely gaunt figure, spoke incessantly for 2 hours. Chen Yangji couldn't help but sigh, small body, great energy. "That's Chris of the Demon Eyes." Li Jingxian whispered in Chen Yangji's ear, pointing forward at the Demon Eyes speaker and the guard standing behind him, who looked like a pine or cypress. "That's Shelley." He could have been the speaker of the Demon Eyes Council, but after Chris took office, due to his past behavior while in charge of the Demon Eyes, he continued to serve as assistant speaker. Chen Yangji had heard of Shelley's name. During Chris's insanity, before he had experienced the aftereffects of the holy water, he had indeed allowed an aide to perform his duties in his place. Shelley was that chosen aide. He served as acting speaker of the Demon Eyes Council for 7 years. If it weren't for Chris's sudden return, Shelley would have likely dropped the word acting from his title and become the true speaker. He seemed respectful to Chris. At that moment, Chen Yangji saw from the side that there was a hint of ambition in that man's eyes. Would Shelley be content to continue serving as Chris's lieutenant after wielding the supreme power of the Demon Eye? Chen Yangji didn't think so. But he hadn't taken action yet. Could he still be hindered by Chris? This was the internal affairs of the Demon Eye. Chen Yangji had no intention of exploring. After Chris's speech, several speakers gave lengthy speeches, and then, at the much-anticipated moment, the entire Edo planet was reflected on the giant screen. Welcome to Edo. The venue for this joint military competition is the Edo Mountain Mutation Zone. All participants, please proceed to the waiting area. The competition will last for 15 days. The first round of the joint military competition begins now.